I, Jiang Chen, endowed with an unparalleled and flawless physique, descend upon the Tianxuan Continent, accompanied by the Taishang Induction Sutra and the Taqing Immortal Body. Since the emergence of the Great Jiang Dynasty, I have swept through my peers, refining heavenly fruits and invoking the resonance of the Dan River, decisively overpowering formidable foes in the Nirvana Realm and confronting deathly strong adversaries in the Shengxuan Realm. With the Ice Ancestor Talisman in my grasp, I point my sword at the calamities wrought by foreign demons for the honor and disgrace of the sect, as well as the survival of the realms, rests squarely upon my shoulders. Breaking free from shackles and shattering the heavens, I ascend to the pinnacle of the vast universe with unmatched might. From henceforth, all realms shall revere me as the sovereign of the great universe. Chapter 1. Lin Chun. In the great universe, on the Tianxuan Continent. In the eastern Xian domain, the Jiang Dynasty, the Lin clan, Lin Chun. Within the antiquated and elegant chamber, Lin Chun lay supine on the bed, his hands clasped behind his head, his dark and brilliant eyes devoid of any luster, merely gazing vacantly at the stone beams above, occasionally muttering incomprehensible phrases that would perplex any outsider. The great universe is boundless and infinite, birthed from countless lower realms that intertwine and intersect, with the Tianxuan Continent being merely one among them. Yet, such secrets are known little, not only to the people of the Jiang Dynasty, but even to the pinnacle experts of the Tianxuan Continent. Lin Chun, however, is undoubtedly an exception. This is due to the fact that he is not of this world. His soul originates from a cerulean planet, a realm where imagination alone can conjure myriad universes. As for why he arrived in this world, Lin Chun remains uncertain and presently does not wish to delve into it. As the saying goes, the ship has sailed. Everything that has transpired is not a mere illusion, but the vivid reality of 15 years gone by. Past memories have dissipated like mist. It is not that Lin Chun is heartless, neglecting his homeland or family. Rather, it is his vast worldview, so distinct from that of the inhabitants of this realm, that makes him acutely aware that he must strive diligently to cultivate his strength in this world, where power reigns supreme, in order to earn the right to uncover all answers. Brother Lin Chun. Brother Lin Chun. The clan meeting is about to commence. Elder Tao has instructed me to call for you to hurry. The sudden call from outside the door jolted Lin Chun back to reality, dispelling his reverie as he instinctively responded. Understood, I shall set off at once. As he spoke, Lin Chun quickly rose, shaking off the wrinkles from his blue robe that had formed while lying down, before promptly stepping out of the room and offering a slight nod and smile to the person who had come. Before Lin Chun stood a girl of around 12 or 13 years, clad in a white dress. Though her figure had yet to fully develop, she already possessed a budding grace. Her delicate features, paired with her uniquely captivating eyes, lent her an extraordinary allure. The girl's eyes were a pair of double pupils, their edges shimmering with a blue glow, appearing strikingly enchanting and drawing one's gaze irresistibly. "Kur, you look even more beautiful today," Lin Chun remarked with a slight smile, genuinely complimenting her. "Really?" Lin Kur blushed slightly, softly inquiring. The desire for beauty is innate to women. Although Lin Kur is young, she is no exception. In fact, as the talented girl of the Lin clan, she is particularly conscious of the opinions of others. Furthermore, in Lin Kuter's eyes, Lin Chen's praise carries far more weight than that of other clan members. As a blossoming young girl, their relationship transcends the bounds of mere friendship. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded with a smile once more. He had to admit that perhaps due to the clan meeting, Lin Ke, dressed formally today, appeared even more exquisite than usual. Lin Chun has never hesitated to share his smile with Lin Ke. Having been reborn in this foreign world for 15 years, without her companionship, he might have found himself utterly alone. Where there are people, there exists strife. Within the vast Lin clan, treachery and intrigue abound. The struggle for power and the insidious undermining of others' talents occur with alarming frequency. Although Lin Chun has not fallen prey to such schemes in recent years, he has witnessed many. Currently, the one hailed as the most gifted individual of the Lin clan in a century, Lin Langtian, serves as a prime example. Had he not suffered persecution, he would never have had the chance to obtain the primordial spirit of a mysterious strongman, thereby soaring to fame in the Jiang Dynasty. To the victor belongs the spoils, while the vanquished are condemned. Lin Langtian's fortuitous encounter arose from a conflict of interests, yet most do not share his fortunate fate, often perishing in struggles and fading into obscurity. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two exchanged a few words, 3 resounding drum beats erupted into the sky, imparting an unspoken sense of urgency to Lin Keir's heart. As a member of the Lin clan, any young individual, regardless of their participation in the current clan meeting, must not be absent unless under pressing circumstances, lest they face reprimand from the elders. While Lin Chen may not find this significant, Lin Kuo clearly holds a different perspective. Brother Lin Chen, the clan meeting has already begun. We must hurry. Lin Kuo's brows furrowed slightly, her lovely face reflecting anxiety. Paying no mind to Lin Chen's comforting words, she urged him as she gracefully leaped toward the direction of the Lin clan's arena. Very well, since I have arrived in this realm, I shall take this opportunity to witness the beginning of the legendary martial ancestor of the great universe. No one understands better than Lin Chen the significance of today's clan meeting for the Tianxuan Continent and the great universe as a whole. Lin Chen silently conversed with himself. Although he harbored little interest in the Lin clan assembly, he felt compelled to follow in the footsteps of Lin Kuo to avoid unnecessary disputes and the admonishments of the clan elders, thereby ensuring Lin Kuo's peace of mind. Lin City, situated in the northwestern region of Dian Prefecture within the illustrious Dian Dynasty, lies in a bustling area with convenient transportation, making it one of the premier cities of the dynasty. With regard to both grandeur and prosperity, only a handful of cities, including the imperial capital, can be compared to it throughout the vast expanse of the Dian Dynasty. On this day, Lin City stands as the most vibrant locale in the entire Dian Dynasty, attracting countless powerful figures and factions from all directions, creating a cacophony of voices and a constant flow of people, resulting in an astonishingly overwhelming influx. The surge in Lin City's popularity can undoubtedly be attributed to the Lin clan assembly being held today. Those who have come to Lin City are well aware that at this assembly, the younger generation of the Lin clan and all branch families will have the opportunity to shine, and the victors will instantly gain renown across the realm. No one dares to question the significance of the Lin clan assembly. Throughout history, those who have emerged victorious at these gatherings have ultimately become the pinnacle figures within the Dian Dynasty. At the very heart of Lin City stands a colossal and awe-inspiring gladiatorial arena, sprawling over nearly 10,000 square meters, its grandeur soaring to the heavens and evoking admiration from all who pass by. It is evident that this immense arena, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, serves as the most vital venue for the Lin clan assembly. At this moment, the vast arena is already teeming with people, a sea of dark silhouettes spreading outwards as countless voices converge, rising to the heavens and tearing apart the clouds high above. Lin Chen, Elder Tao, and the others are in the 60-second box of the inner arena. Let us hurry, a voice calls out. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Kuo paused momentarily, her enchanting gaze scanning the surroundings. Once she confirmed the location of Elder Tao, she swiftly grasped Lin Chen's hand and made her way toward the periphery of the arena center. Chapter 2. The Clan Assembly. The arena is divided into two distinct sections. The exterior welcomes the common folk, while the inner sanctum is reserved for the esteemed members of the Lin clan and notable figures from the Great Jiang Dynasty. The 60-second stand, as indicated by its numerical arrangement, is not a favorable position within the inner arena, as it offers a distant view of the combat platform. Strength dictates one's status, and the Elder Tao, as mentioned by Lin Kuo, is merely at the minor perfection stage of the Yuan-Dan realm. Within the entire Lin clan, elders of this caliber occupy the lowest tier of the elder seats. Although they bear the title of elder, they cannot be compared to those of the transformative third realm. The disparity in their status is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, thus they naturally cannot attain a prime location. Nevertheless, even so, these ordinary elders of the Lin clan possess the authority to dominate a stand within the inner arena. For regular members of the Lin family wishing to observe such a grand event, cultivating a good rapport with these elders is essential. Otherwise, securing a place in the stand would be exceedingly difficult. The two hasten their steps, and after a brief moment, they arrive at the 60-second stand, which, despite its inconspicuousness in the inner arena, was already filled with a multitude of figures, numbering no less than 100. In the central position of the stand sat an elderly man clad in gray, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen and Lin Kuo, seemingly awaiting some form of explanation. Elder Tao, I have brought Lin Chen here, Lin Kuo announced, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from her brisk pace or from a hint of shyness, lending her an endearing charm. She quickly released Lin Chen's hand as she spoke. Greetings, Elder Lin Tao, Lin Chen said, slightly bowing in acknowledgement to the gray-clad elder. He held a deep appreciation for Elder Tao, who had cared for him since childhood, and thus he wished to avoid any perfunctory explanations. His absence from this clan assembly stemmed from an indecision weighing heavily on his heart, whether to save Lin Xiao or not, and whether to venture to Qingyang Town. For 15 years on the Tianxuan Continent, this dilemma had plagued Lin Chen. As a transmigrator, he seemed devoid of any golden finger. If he were to claim any advantage, it would be his extraordinary cultivation physique, shaped by his bizarre experiences, allowing him to cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary geniuses. The events of 15 years ago were so surreal and harrowing that they diverged markedly from the typical experiences of transmigrators. He was not the auxiliary character Lin Chen who originally belonged to this realm, but a pure outsider, materializing within this world. The moment he personally experienced the liberation of death, his soul departed his body, aimlessly drifting among the stars, traversing what resembled a cosmic black hole, until he was transported to the Tianxuan Continent by a crimson beam of light, gradually reshaping his essence with the world's primal energy, bloodline, and physique, ultimately manifesting as an infant mere months old. Each episode and memory had etched itself into Lin Chen's mind, becoming eternal. However, despite possessing an unparalleled talent for cultivation, Lin Chen did not believe he could ultimately prevail, ascend to the pinnacle of this realm, and escape the Tianxuan Continent to return to that cerulean planet. The Tianxuan Continent was sealed off from other dimensions, rendering it nearly impossible for even the most powerful beings of the vast world to enter. Yet, that initial crimson beam seemed to have breached this rule, leading Lin Chen to suspect that the dimensional seal surrounding the Tianxuan Continent was not as secure as it once was. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Rather than trusting Lin Dong to rescue this realm and open the dimensional passage, it would be far wiser for him to take matters into his own hands, striving to eliminate potential crises. Only then could he find peace of mind. Over the years, as Lin Chen's strength grew, this conviction deepened. Although he did not consider himself a savior, a part of him believed that only a transmigrator could truly be the protagonist of this world. Whether to grant Lin Dong a glorious future or to ensure a joyful and stable childhood rested solely on Lin Chen's thoughts. Yet this contemplation left him in a state of turmoil, delaying his resolution. Now, at the dawn of this world, Lin Chen sensed that he could no longer afford to procrastinate. While hatred can serve as a source of strength, it is sometimes entirely unnecessary, merely a tormenting burden. You, young man, I wonder what has caused you to appear so weary today, even arriving late to such an important clan assembly. Come now, since you are here, take your seat with Ku-er and do not obstruct the view of others, Elder Tao remarked, noticing Lin Chen's silence and lack of response. He suppressed his curiosity and casually gestured towards the seats reserved for them. In response, Lin Chen nodded and moved towards the seats that Elder Tao had indicated, with Lin Ku-er following closely behind. Zhen Tian, the youth seems a bit lethargic today. I hope you will forgive him, Elder Tao jested, turning to the elderly man in brocade attire beside him after Lin Chen and Lin Ku-er had settled in. Not at all, replied Lin Zhentian, though his gaze remained locked with Elder Tao's, filled with palpable hope as he stared intently at a particular spot in the arena below. It seemed that Lin Dong's grandfather, Lin Zhentian, was indeed present. Lin Chen recalled that Elder Tao and Lin Zhentian had shared a close friendship in their youth. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the brocade-clad elder beside Elder Tao, silently observing him. The elder, despite his white hair, exuded a robust aura. Seated behind him were a woman in green attire and two middle-aged men in yellow, whose slender forms bore a resemblance to Lin Zhentian. The woman possessed striking beauty, and Lin Chen's attention was irresistibly drawn to a gray-clad child standing before her. Lin Chen, what is it? Lin Ku-er asked softly, noticing Lin Chen's unusual fixation. Nothing, he replied quietly, redirecting his gaze towards the arena. The central area of the arena was strikingly unique. It was not a typical square, but rather a vast conical arena designed specifically for combat. The ground tapered from a wide base to a narrow apex, adorned with hundreds of expansive platforms, each distinctly separated. As one ascended, the number of platforms diminished, with the highest one nearly level with the grand arena itself, containing only a single platform. It was evident that the members of the Lin clan participating in the assembly would have to ascend from the lowest platform, battling their way up to confront their final opponent on the highest platform. Shortly after Lin Chen and Lin Ku-er took their seats, the peculiar arena buzzed with activity. Shadows raced across the field, and waves of formidable yuan power surged forth, signaling that this clan assembly had reached a fever pitch. From the Jiang City branch, Lin Zhansheng. From the Lin clan, Lin Xian Yu has triumphed. Chapter 3, Lin Xiao, Lin Lang Tian. Late-stage Tianxuan Realm. Zhen Tian, you old rascal. You have a fine son. Xiao possesses commendable strength. If he can secure a position in the top 10 at this assembly, your Qingyang Town branch will be reinstated among the Lin clan, Elder Tao remarked, observing the brocade-clad youth standing confidently in the arena. Lin Tao and Lin Zhentian have been companions since childhood, their relationship remaining consistently amicable over the years, unaffected by the vast disparity in their strengths and statuses. In the presence of Lin Zhentian, Lin Tao harbored none of the superiority that the elders of their clan often exhibited. Instead, he felt a deep sympathy for Lin Zhentian's plight when he was exiled from the clan years ago, lamenting the rigid clan rules that dictated such outcomes. Aware that he could offer no tangible assistance to his old friend, Lin Tao could only silently wish for Lin Zhentian's aspirations to be fulfilled. Now, witnessing Lin Zhentian's son, Lin Xiao, who possesses remarkable talents, Lin Tao felt a sense of comfort, believing that Lin Zhentian might finally achieve his long-held dreams. However, he recognized that even amidst the many prodigies within their clan, Lin Xiao, despite his late-stage Tianxuan Realm prowess, would find it challenging to secure a position in the top 10 without the participation of formidable opponents from the Transformation Realm. As Lin Zhentian coughed, his gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, who stood below, awaiting the referee's judgment. A sudden wave of concern washed over him. Lin Tao, understanding his friend's unease, refrained from exacerbating it with further words. Though Lin Zhentian's lack of confidence was evident, Lin Tao could still perceive the unquenchable hope etched on his friend's weathered face. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was destined to face Lin Langtian in his first match, rendering Lin Zhentian's aspirations reliant on Lin Xiao's success unattainable. In the meantime, Lin Chen silently observed, clearly aware that the conversation between Lin Tao and Lin Zhentian had not escaped his perception. This was not born of intent, but rather a testament to his extraordinary mental prowess, which, even within the Lin clan, could rival that of many formidable practitioners in the Yuandan realm. As a practitioner of the four seal talismans, his spiritual strength surpassed that of an ordinary great perfection Yuandan realm expert, and this remained his sole, albeit feeble, trump card in this realm. The adage, "the tall trees attract the wind," resonated with him. In contrast to the easily detectable elemental powers, the ethereal nature of mental strength rendered it far more elusive. Lin Chen had no interest in the internal strife of the Lin clan, nor did he wish to be embroiled in their intrigues. To him, the essence of existence lay in diligent cultivation and enhancing his own strength. On the Tianxuan Continent, a world governed by strength, his ambitions extended far beyond the peaks of this realm. As time flowed like a gentle stream, the vast arena pulsed with elemental fluctuations, vibrant beams of energy illuminating the surroundings, captivating the audience. Each time a resonant, powerful shout echoed, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, as if the victors of the arena were reflections of themselves. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, countless gazes were fixed upon the young talents from both the Lin clan and its branches, including Lin Chen, who was no exception. However, the ordinary duels among Lin clan members failed to capture Lin Chen's attention. Instead, he was intrigued by Lin Langtian, the clan's most celebrated prodigy, who was only a few years his senior and had been covertly designated as the champion of his clan meeting by many elders. He also noted Lin Xiao's father, Lin Dong, who was resting against a woman, unaware of the significance of the events about to unfold. Match 35 began. Lin Clan, Lin Langtian, Qingyang Town Branch. Lin Xiao. With the referee as command, all eyes in the arena converged on Lin Xiao. It was evident that the anticipation stemmed not from Lin Xiao himself, but from the legendary figure of Lin Langtian in the eyes of the spectators. Emerging from the opposite side of the arena was a young man clad in green, exuding an air of cold elegance, with striking features and penetrating dark eyes that hinted at an innate arrogance. Qingyang Town Branch, Lin Xiao, please. As Lin Xiao bowed toward the young man, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him, yet he dismissed it. He represented the hope of his father's return to the clan, a hero in the eyes of Lin Dong and his mother. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to secure a top 10 position in this clan meeting to fulfill his father's aspirations. Such aspirations, though beautiful, clashed with the harshness of reality. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, hailing from a remote area like Qingyang Town, he was oblivious to Lin Langtian's formidable reputation, which, while not a closely guarded secret, was significant nonetheless. Lin Langtian responded to Lin Xiao with a cold laugh, having never regarded those from the branch family with any seriousness, displaying his disdain. Is it really Lin Langtian? How could Xiao encounter him in the very first match? Alas, this will spell trouble for him. Observing the standoff between the two, Lin Tao felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a sigh. How formidable is Lin Langtian? Lin Zhentian inquired in a low voice, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the arena where Lin Xiao stood. The worry etched across his aged face betrayed his inner turmoil, while the two middle-aged men behind him, Lin Xiao's brothers, wore tense expressions, sharing the hope for Lin Xiao's victory. Only Lin Dong's mother remained calm, perhaps reluctant to disturb Lin Dong, who needed rest after their long journey. You have spent too long in Qingyang town, and your knowledge of the clan is limited. Lin Langtian is our Lin clan's foremost prodigy, and the absence of Transformation Realm participants in this clan meeting is closely tied to him. Just as Lin Tao finished speaking, a sudden explosion rang out in the arena. The mighty elemental forces erupted from both Lin Xiao and Lin Langtian, and in an instant, their figures blurred as golden light flickered. Lin Xiao was sent sprawling backward, crashing out of the arena and landing harshly on the ground. Spewing a mouthful of blood, Lin Clan, Lin Langtian wins. Qingyang Town Branch, Lin Xiao loses. The reverberating declaration drew countless eyes toward the fallen figure, with only a few expressing sympathy, while most were filled with ridicule. Pained yet defiant, Lin Xiao struggled to rise, but after a few feeble attempts, he coughed up more blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. In just one exchange, Lin Xiao was grievously injured and rendered incapable. The flash of events in the arena nearly shattered Lin Jintian's heart. His once vibrant countenance dimmed in an instant due to Lin Xiao's defeat, which crushed the hopes he had nurtured for years. Alas, the now unconscious Lin Xiao was oblivious to these crushing disappointments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jintian's long-cherished wish to return to the Lin family had evaporated into mere fantasy. Nonetheless, Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao were bound together by blood as father and son. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Xiao unconscious and being carried to the resting area by the Lin family guards, Lin Jintian hastily rose, disregarding his farewell to his old friend Lin Tao, and with a cupped fist, made his way toward Lin Zhao's location, instructing the two lean middle-aged men behind him. Lin Qin, Lin Meng, take good care of the mother and child. As Lin Jintian left the viewing platform, Lin Tao observed the anxious and restless expressions of Lin Qin and his companions. Understanding that they dared not disturb the order of the platform out of fear of his reprimand, he then spoke a few words of guidance. Currently, your brother Lin Xiao remains unaware of the severity of his injuries. Your father's long-held aspiration has now come to naught, and it remains uncertain if he can endure this trial. You two brothers should take your kin and accompany your father. Thank you, Elder Tao. Lin Qin and Lin Meng replied in gratitude before departing the platform with Lin Dong's tearful mother, the bewildered Lin Dong, and other members from the Qingyang town branch of the family. At this moment, Lin Zhao's injuries, without the strength of the Transformation Realm, would be challenging to heal. It seemed the time had come to devise a plan. What Lin Shun pondered in his heart remained unknown to anyone. Familiar with this realm, Lin Shun was acutely aware that in the recent battle between Lin Xiao and Lin Langtian, the latter had struck with ruthless intent. On the surface, it appeared that Lin Xiao had merely spat blood and collapsed, seemingly without serious harm. However, in reality, Lin Xiao was gravely injured, his inner body ravaged by Lin Langtian's violent essence. Now, Lin Xiao had not only fallen from the Celestial Origin Realm to the Earth Origin Realm, but also suffered severe internal injuries, with 8 out of 10 of his meridians blocked, making it exceedingly difficult for him to absorb the natural energies for cultivation in the future. Lin Langtian's assault was excessively brutal, Lin Kura remarked, pouting her rosy lips as she whispered to Lin Shun. What's this? Have you developed a soft heart, little girl? Lin Shun replied lightly, turning to assess her with a smile. Brother Lin Shun, it's not that Kura is kind-hearted. I merely feel that Lin Xiao, after all, is a member of our Lin family branch. Lin Langtian forced him to concede through sheer strength, yet there was no need for such mercilessness, Lin Kura explained. You are viewing Lin Langtian too simplistically. Lin Qin shook his head, then continued. Many formidable experts from the Jiang Dynasty have come to today's clan assembly. It is uncertain if the clan leader, a being of the Nirvana Realm, is present, but there are certainly those of the Transformation Realm among them. You must understand that the clan assembly is not solely a contest among the younger generation of the Lin family. It is also a means for the clan to demonstrate its power. Perhaps Lin Langtian's current strength cannot be deemed formidable, yet in the eyes of our clan's higher-ups, he embodies the future of the Lin family. Therefore, this assembly, which he originally did not need to attend, ultimately became his stage alone. Comparatively, Lin Langtian, in terms of character and cultivation talent, stands among the elite of the Jiang Dynasty. Perhaps this is why Lin Langtian endeavored to showcase himself today. Lin Xiao, as a member of the branch family, simply had the misfortune of being his opponent. As Lin Qin spoke, his fair and handsome visage seemed to possess an unusual charm. Causing Lin Kura's eyes to sparkle with admiration, nodding repeatedly. It must be said that Lin Chen's handsome features and gentle demeanor endeared him to Lin Ke, who had always regarded him as a beloved older brother since childhood. As time passed and the girl matured, her fondness transitioned from innocent attachment to a burgeoning, inexplicable affection. Unfortunately, at this moment, Lin Chen, engrossed in conversation with Lin Ke, remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in her gaze. Moreover, it was not only Lin Langtian. Most members of the inner family held a sense of superiority over those from the branch family. Very few shared your perspective, little girl. Lin Kaia acknowledged quietly. For the members of the inner family, there existed a pervasive sense of superiority towards the branch family members, and Lin Longtian's arrogance was even more pronounced. This was not merely due to Lin Longtian's cold and haughty demeanor, but rather because the branch family members were seen as weak and easily bullied, lacking any substantial backing. Had Lin Xiao been a member of the inner family today, the outcome would have been entirely different. While Lin Langtian was proud, he was not a foolishly arrogant individual. He had no desire to bear the stigma of harming his own kin, nor to invite undeserved calamity. Within the Lin family, the internal disputes among the younger generation must always be conducted discreetly, never openly, lest they invoke the strict regulations of the Lin family clan. The branch family could at most be regarded as a vassal of the inner family, sharing little more than the qualification to participate in the clan assembly. They were not afforded any cultivation resources nor protection in terms of strength. The disparity in status between the inner and branch families was stark and incomparable. Yet despite this, due to the allure of cultivation resources and the safety of being backed by a powerful entity, every member of the branch family sought ways to return to the inner family. On the vast arena, the contests among the younger generation of the Lin family continued unabated. Lin Zhao's defeat was merely one of Lin Longtian's successive victories, hardly worthy of attention from anyone other than Lin Zhao's closest kin. At 26 or 27 years of age, possessing the strength of the celestial origin realm was, in the Jiang Dynasty, only barely considered average. In contrast, people were more concerned with the victors, those outstanding talents among the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin family clan, victory to Lin Langtian. Lin family clan, defeat for Lin Zan. Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian. As time wore on, the cheers in the arena eventually coalesced into the name of a single individual. The champion of this clan assembly was Lin Langtian. With the final declaration, this clan assembly of the Lin family drew to a close, and Lin Langtian, the foremost genius of the Lin family, found his reputation within the Jiang Dynasty increasingly magnified. Kur, the clan assembly has concluded. It is time for your brother Lin Chen to depart from Lin City. Soon, there will be no one to nag at you, little girl. Chapter 5, The Decision. After years of hesitation, at this moment when everything began anew in the Tianxuan Continent, Lin Chen finally made his resolution. Leave the inner family? Where is brother Lin Chen going? Upon hearing Lin Chen's intention to depart, a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within Lin Ke, accompanied by a low, muffled sob. Her enchanting blue eyes brimmed with unshed tears. You foolish girl, why are you crying? Your brother Lin Chen is leaving, but that doesn't mean he won't return. We will see each other again. Gazing at Lin Ke's slightly aggrieved and delicate face, Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart, yet he did not show it. Instead, he wore a gentle smile, offering words of comfort to Lin Ke. For Lin Chen, although he was remarkably familiar with this realm, aware of the secrets of the ancient celestial war and the past of certain individuals, knowing and truly understanding were two entirely different matters. Lin Ke served as the most poignant example of this distinction. 15 years prior, after being brought back to Lin City by the esteemed elder Lin Mu from the Lin clan, he was entrusted to the care of Lin Ke's parents, Lin Lai and his wife. Consequently, upon his arrival in this world, Lin Chen acquired a new companion in the form of a weeping, playful little sister, which transformed their relationship. From that moment forth, Lin Ke morphed from the beautiful, talented woman of the Lin clan that resided in his memories into a little girl who clung to him incessantly. As time passed and they grew older, Lin Chen genuinely began to regard Lin Ke as a sister. Despite the absence of any blood relation, their bond surpassed mere familial ties. In contrast to the precociousness typical of cultivators in the Tianxuan Continent, Lin Ke was just beginning to experience the stirrings of youthful affection. However, possessing the memories of his past life, Lin Chen found himself utterly disinterested in a girl of merely a decade in age. Some deeply ingrained perceptions were not easily discarded. Where exactly is brother Lin Chen going, and when will he return to Lin City? Lin Ke asked tearfully, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. To Qingyang Town. The Lin family, Lin Chen replied. He had no intention of concealing the true purpose of his departure from the Lin clan in front of Lin Ke, as there was no need for subterfuge. The Lin family in Xingyang town? Those who left midway just now? A look of surprise crossed Lin Ke's tear-streaked face as she voiced her uncertainty. Indeed, the very individuals who were seated beside Elder Tao earlier, Lin Chen confirmed, nodding. He then raised his hand to signal her to stop. All right, I understand you wish to inquire what I intend to do at the Lin family in Xingyang town. But after posing your questions, you must learn to exercise restraint, for Brother Lin Chen has little time today. Later on, I cannot guarantee I will have the chance to meet with Elder Mu again. In Lin Chen's view, while leaving Lin City was of little concern to others. It was a different matter for Lin Mu, who had brought him back to the Lin clan. This was crucial for his future cultivation resources, and, currently, he did not wish to resort to using a stone talisman to save Lin Xiao. Enlisting the help of Elder Mu, a formidable figure he could summon, was the most prudent course of action, having resolved to seize the opportunities this realm presented, transforming his prophetic abilities into his golden finger. He felt it was only right to grant Lin Dong a warm and joyful childhood. Of course, this was not born out of any sense of compassion or guilt towards Lin Dong. Rather, he was not a callous or malevolent individual, simply approaching matters with the perspective of a reasonable person. As for whether he could persuade Elder Mu, a peak master of the creation realm, to intervene on Lin Zhao's behalf, Lin Chen felt no anxiety. Although Elder Mu did not oversee his daily life, due to various circumstances from years past, he could be described as having a preference for Lin Chen. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Ke, Lin Chen turned and walked briskly towards the arena, already well acquainted with the Elder Courtyard, a significant location within the Lin clan. Wait, Brother Lin Chen, you haven't told me when you'll return. As the sun rose and set, ushering in a new day in the residential quarters of the Lin family in Lin City, within Lin Zhentian's chamber, the atmosphere was tense. Since Lin Xiao had been brought to the resting room in a state of unconsciousness yesterday, Lin Zhentian had repeatedly attempted to awaken him with his vital energy. But to no avail. In desperation, he sought out his old friend Lin Tao once again. Finally, after Lin Tao's intervention, they managed to summon a perfected master of the Yuandan realm to examine Lin Zhao's condition. Elder Gong, how's my son Lin Zhao's injury? Lin Zhentian inquired anxiously upon seeing the elderly man with white whiskers shaking his head in dismay. Sigh, your son's injury is neither light nor heavy. Regrettably, old man, I am powerless to assist, Elder Gong lamented, shaking his head as he rose. Does this align with my deductions from last night? Lin Tao interjected, halting Lin Zhentian, who was on the verge of speaking again. Indeed, his injuries are irreparable. He is gravely injured, having fallen from the Tianxuan Realm to the Diyuan Realm, and his meridians are blocked to a degree of 70 to 80%. Future cultivation will be nearly impossible, Elder Gong confirmed. What? Upon hearing Elder Gong's conclusion and recalling Lin Tao's earlier vague predictions, Lin Zhentian felt as though he aged a decade in an instant. His once bright eyes now appeared as dull as ashes. A setback from a clan meeting without returning to the Lin clan was bearable. Yet the notion of Lin Zhao's irrecoverable injuries and lost potential was a blow he could not accept. Clan meetings could be attended again, but a son with exceptional talent was irreplaceable. I cannot believe it is unhealable, he thought. Chapter 6, Lin Mu. The familiar voice resonating in his ears drew Lin Tao's attention from Lin Zhentian and his son to the figure approaching along the corridor. Why is this lad here? Lin Tao exclaimed in surprise, as Lin Chen entered the room nonchalantly, greeting Lin Gong, Lin Zhentian, and the others with a respectful nod. My friend, how should I address this young master? Lin Zhentian, recognizing Lin Chen as the latecomer from the previous clan meeting, hesitated, suppressing his hope for Lin Zhao's recovery due to the disparity in status between the inner clan and the branch family, which did not consider age or strength in matters of respect. Head of the Zhentian family, you may simply call me Lin Chen, Lin Chen replied, swiftly introducing himself to alleviate Lin Zhentian's confusion. Lin Chen, are you questioning my diagnosis of this person's injuries? Lin Tao inquired, while Lin Gong regarded Lin Chen with a frown, his tone accusatory. This was not born of prejudice against Lin Chen, but rather Lin Chen's earlier remarks had inadvertently challenged Lin Gong's competence, sounding rather harsh. Elder Gong, your words are rather harsh, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head slightly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor confrontational, which impressed Lin Zhentian greatly. A Lin Xiao without injuries and retaining his innate talent was the outcome Lin Zhentian most fervently hoped for. Thus, any dissent against Elder Gong's previous assessments was seen as a glimmer of hope for Lin Zhao's recovery. What did you mean by that? Do you possess a method to completely heal his injuries? Lin Gong, with his long, white beard swaying, inquired with an air of indignation. Although Lin Chen's words of denial greatly displeased Lin Gong, the elder, having lived a long life, was well aware of the adage that there are always those more capable than oneself. Furthermore, within the Lin clan, the Grand Elder Lin Mu held a particular fondness for Lin Chun, a fact that was no secret. Thus, Lin Gong dared not exhibit excessive disrespect towards Lin Chun. My esteemed grandfather Lin Mu, you may truly reveal yourself now, Lin Chun said, offering no further explanation to Lin Gong. He merely coughed lightly, murmuring softly as his gaze drifted towards the clear sky outside the window, evidently awaiting something. Witnessing the scene, Lin Jintian and the others instinctively turned their eyes towards the azure expanse beyond the window. In the next moment, they beheld a purple streak of light slicing through the distant sky like a shooting star. As it drew closer, they discerned a purple figure traversing the air, swiftly covering 100 steps before gently descending onto the corridor outside the window, then stepping lightly into the room, gazing at the elderly man before them, whose beard was as white as snow and whose familiar dignified countenance exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Memories from decades past involuntarily echoed in Lin Jintian's mind, leaving him almost speechless with excitement. Grand Elder Lin Mu, I have the honor of meeting you, Lin Jintian stammered. In contrast to Lin Jintian's stunned silence, Lin Tao and Lin Gong, both elders of the Lin clan, were quite familiar with Lin Mu and hastily paid their respects. Lin Tian, could it be that you no longer recognize me? I recall that when you departed the clan, you were but in your 20s, and yet here we are, decades later. Lin Mu remarked, first casting a knowing glance at Lin Shan before offering a subtle smile to Lin Tao and Lin Gong, ultimately resting his gaze on the still-dazed Lin Jintian with a sigh of reminiscence. I do recognize you, Grand Elder, Lin Jintian replied, recovering from stupor, and promptly bowed deeply to Lin Mu. Upon hearing Lin Jintian's fervent words, Lin Mu did not assume a haughty demeanor befitting his status as Grand Elder. Instead, he gently shook his head and said, back then, due to your failure to fulfill your duties, the clan suffered significant losses, and thus you were exiled as per our clan's rules. I could not show leniency. However, now that I have learned of your son's grievous injuries at the hands of Lin Lang Tian, I cannot stand idly by. At this proclamation, Lin Jintian was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Lin Mu. I am forever grateful for your kindness in saving my son, Shower. I shall never forget this debt. Enough. Rise quickly. Such formalities are unnecessary, Lin Mu said, stepping forward to assist Lin Jintian to his feet. His gaze then shifted to the composed Lin Chun standing nearby. You need not thank me for this. It was my grandson's idea. Without his intervention, I would not have known of your son Lin Zhao's plight. Lin Mu pondered why Lin Chun had ventured to the Lin family in Qingyang town. He found it perplexing that Lin Chun, who had refrained from addressing him as grandfather for many years, had finally acquiesced to his offhand condition when it came to saving Lin Xiao. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chen's change of heart was a small consolation for the efforts he had expended in bringing him back to the Lin clan from the wilderness. Lin Chen's request for Lin Mu to personally intervene in Lin Zhao's injuries was met with no resistance. However, Lin Mu proposed one condition. Lin Chen must henceforth refer to him as grandfather. Lin Mu had no sons, only a daughter who had married a talented scion of the Huangpu clan years ago and rarely returned. As he grew older, the solitude of his life deepened, and it was not until Lin Chen's arrival that this loneliness began to dissipate. Despite Lin Mu's high status within the Lin clan as one of the few pinnacle cultivators of the Transformation Realm, he longed for familial joy and wished to witness the flourishing of descendants. To Lin Mu, Lin Chun, who had been abandoned, represented hope, his very own grandson. It was unfortunate that Lin Chun had remained indifferent for many years, causing Lin Mu considerable distress. Perceiving Lin Mu's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Indeed, relying on others often pales in comparison to self-reliance. In his endeavor to save Lin Xiao, he seemed to have gained yet another family member in this vast expanse of Tianxuan Continent. Reflecting on his inexplicable arrival in Tianxuan, Lin Chen acknowledged that had it not been for Lin Mu's benevolent rescue, his survival until now would remain uncertain. Yet, despite Lin Mu's kindness, Lin Chen still harbored a sense of resistance towards him over the years. The root of this resistance lay in his unwillingness to confront memories of his long-lost relatives. Stirred by the presence of Lin Mu, a grandfather figure, which only served to amplify his sorrow and melancholy. Chapter 7. The Nirvana Pill. Even though Lin Chen possessed extraordinary experiences, his physical form could be restored, and his bones remolded, his soul remained bound within the realm of humanity, perhaps even too closely tied to the mundane. As a human, how could one lack emotion? Ultimately, Lin Chen chose to embrace Lin Mu, the elder who genuinely cared for him, not for any other reason than to seek solace in his own conscience. Some matters, time alone can validate. Lin Mu's actions over the past 15 years were deeply imprinted in Lin Chen's heart, setting aside Lin Mu's previous special care for him. The very fact that Lin Mu had promptly provided Lin Chen with a Qingquan bag upon learning of his intention to cultivate in Qingyang town, without any hesitation after futile attempts to dissuade him from leaving Lin's city and the clan, served as the best testament to his affection. 500 Yang Yuan pills, 300,000 pure Yuan pills, 20 Nirvana pills, 5 intermediate martial arts manuals, 3 advanced martial arts manuals, 2 first-rate secret tomes, and a high-grade spiritual treasure. It must be said that Lin Mu indeed favored Lin Chen. While this preference was significantly influenced by Lin Chen's remarkable cultivation talent, it was primarily because Lin Mu had already regarded Lin Chen as his own progeny. Armed with these resources for cultivation, Lin Chen had every reason to believe that, given his unique aptitude that faced no barriers, his mastery of elemental energy would ascend rapidly. It was merely a matter of time. This realization led Lin Chen to deeply appreciate the kindness of his surrogate grandfather, whose support and protection were so profound that he felt incapable of repaying them in his current weakened state. Each time Lin Chen contemplated this, a wave of shame washed over him, being well-versed in the value of Nirvana pills within the Great Jiang Dynasty, not to mention the countless Yang Yuan and pure Yuan pills, as well as the invaluable martial arts and treasures that were rare in the outer world. He understood that even for Lin Mu, a pinnacle cultivator of the Transformation Realm, to part with such an abundance of resources would significantly diminish his own wealth, particularly given the Nirvana pills that were indispensable to those of his caliber. In the vast and ethereal realm of the Great Jiang Dynasty, even a peak-level cultivator at the Creation Realm would find it exceedingly arduous to refine 10 Nirvana pills from the thin essence of heaven and earth, even with a month's worth of effort. This underscores the immense rarity of the Nirvana pill. While this may be a relative notion, Lin Mu indeed exerted himself to the fullest. On the Tianxuan Continent, home to countless sentient beings, whether human or beast, life is not eternal. Rather, the stronger one's prowess, the longer their lifespan. To attain a significant transformation in longevity, one must undergo a rebirth through Nirvana after reaching the Creation Realm. The path of cultivation on the Tianxuan Continent commences with the tempering of the physical body, followed by the absorption of the dual energies of yin and yang from the cosmos, progressing through the earth and heaven realms, ultimately culminating in the formation of the primordial pill. Upon achieving perfection in the primordial pill stage, one steps into the 3 realms of creation, the realms of formation, qi, and transformation, to transcend the Creation Realm and undergo a metamorphosis into Nirvana. One must possess the Nirvana pill, an indispensable catalyst forged from the repeated compression and refinement of the essence of heaven and earth. Without the guiding influence of the Nirvana pill, it would be akin to a fool's dream for those of the Creation Realm to aspire to ascend further. Thus, under Lin Mu's selfless emotional appeal, Lin Chen ultimately acquiesced, finding himself devoid of any valid reasons to refuse after the events of the previous day. Thank you, young Master Lin Chen, for your salvific grace. Lin Zhentian, despite his confusion over the situation, felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Lin Mu's explanation, and he hastily inclined his body in respect towards Lin Chen. There's no need for such formality, old Master Zhentian. In truth, I too have matters to request. However, Lin Zhao's injuries are of paramount importance at present. We can discuss my affairs later, Lin Chen replied, gesturing dismissively while smiling serenely. Lin Zhentian's countenance, which had subtly regained its vigor, displayed a hint of perplexity. He could not fathom how, given his own strength and status, he could be of assistance to Lin Chen, a young master of the inner clan. Although Lin Zhao remained gravely wounded and unconscious, Lin Mu's presence instilled in Lin Zhentian an unshakable belief that Lin Zhao would undoubtedly recover. While he was unaware of Lin Mu's true capabilities, he recognized that Lin Mu possessed the strength to effortlessly neutralize Lin Langtian's underhanded tactics. Consequently, Lin Zhentian's previously restless heart calmed, allowing him the leisure to ponder the deeper implications of Lin Chen's words. Lin Mu, perceptive to the atmosphere, refrained from urging Lin Chen onward and approached the bedside. With his rough, sturdy hands, he grasped Lin Zhao's wrist to examine him directly. This was not out of fear of Lin Chen, but rather due to his trepidation about how to address Lin Chen in the presence of Lin Tian and the others, given Lin Chen's rather grandfatherly manner of address. Why would Lin Lang Tian strike so severely when he harbors no grudge against Lin Xiao? Lin Mu mused to himself. After discerning the nature of Lin Zhao's internal injuries, he promptly set to work, channeling his energy to clear the blockages in Lin Zhao's meridians. Subsequently, with a flourish of his sleeve, he retrieved a round pill resembling a flame from his cosmos pouch, suspending it above Lin Zhao's chest. The others soon felt a profound energy emanating from it, suffusing the space around them. Lin Zhantan gazed intently at the flame-like pill, an inexplicable sensation welling up within him. With this pill, Lin Zhao's injuries would undoubtedly heal completely, perhaps even elevating his power further. The Nirvana pill. It is indeed the legendary Nirvana pill. He realized, understanding that such divine elixirs could only be possessed by formidable figures like the Grand Elder. The astonished exclamations of Lin Gong and Lin Tao left Lin Zhantian in a state of shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing this scene, Lin Shun remained composed. He too possessed Nirvana pills. Yet while Lin Mu had bestowed upon him 20, without sufficient physical strength and a requisite level of energy realm, he could not possibly endure the Nirvana energy contained within. To forcibly refine, it would be tantamount to courting death. Unless a powerful individual were to diligently refine the Nirvana pill, transforming its energy into surging vital force to assist in his cultivation, such a dream, while conceivable, was not one Lin Chen wished to entertain. Cultivation necessitates a methodical and steady approach. Hastening the process is ill-advised. Moreover, he truly did not wish to burden Lin Mu, who had shown him unwavering kindness over the years. While Lin Mu had indeed accelerated his initial pace of cultivation, this could not be deemed as his golden opportunity. Without Lin Mu, he had alternative paths to pursue. In the long journey ahead of cultivation, he could rely solely on himself. To depend on Lin Mu was neither realistic nor feasible. I can refine this Nirvana pill without difficulty, but to draw its essence into Lin Zhao's body and eliminate his internal bruising will require some time. Kindly wait outside for an hour, and Lin Xiao will surely be restored to his former self. Chapter 8. A Quiet Departure. An hour swiftly elapsed. The outcome of Lin Mu's intervention was beyond dispute. Should a peak-level creation realm cultivator utilize the Nirvana energy from the Nirvana pill to personally refine and activate it, failing to heal a severely injured heavenly origin realm individual would indeed invite ridicule. In the Tianxuan Continent, the hierarchy of energy cultivation is distinctly defined. While Lin Mu's peak creation realm prowess might not hold much weight on the Tianxuan Continent, in the Great Jiang Dynasty, it was nothing short of legendary. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who had awakened and was seated upright, was acutely aware of the changes within his body. Within the confines of the room, no one comprehended the transformative effects of the Nirvana energy, activated through Lin Mu's efforts, as it coursed through Lin Xiao's being. Under Lin Mu's care, Lin Zhao's strength not only fully recovered, but also ascended from a diminished Earth origin realm to the late Heavenly origin realm, even advancing further to the pinnacle of the Heavenly origin realm. Whenever he wished, he could condense a primordial pill, attaining the status of a minor primordial pill cultivator. Thank you for your benevolent intervention, esteemed elder, Lin Xiao expressed, unsure of how to address Lin Mu, ultimately settling on the term esteemed elder as he knelt in gratitude. Think nothing of it. Your father and the others outside are likely growing impatient. You should go and see them. As for my reasons for saving you, they will provide an explanation, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head and waving his hand dismissively. Regardless of the reasons, Lin Xiao would forever remember the immense gratitude he owed to the elder. He knelt once more, sincerity etched upon his handsome features, stirring Lin Mu's heart. Such earnestness is not a waste of a Nirvana pill, Lin Mu mused, beginning to understand why Lin Shun had sought his assistance. It was evident that Lin Zhao's heartfelt actions had touched Lin Mu deeply. Ah, it is time to depart. Shower, you have finally awakened. Lin Zhantian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge from the room as if he were walking normally, having waited outside for quite some time. Father, I have disappointed you at this clan meeting, Lin Xiao said, his eyes dimmed, devoid of the earlier joy that accompanied his newfound strength, speaking with a note of melancholy. Despite his own advancement in strength, Lin Xiao was acutely aware of the ignominy of his failure at the decennial clan gathering, where he was decisively defeated in a single blow, bringing shame upon his father and causing him to weep in silence. This was an undeniable truth. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters, Lin Tian said, wiping away his tears repeatedly. The clan meeting occurs only once every 10 years, and I will not be able to participate next time. It is all due to my inadequacy, which has brought distress upon my father and our family. His voice trembled as he spoke, as if recalling some painful thought. Let's not dwell on this any longer. You should go check on Donger and her child. They must be quite worried. Once you have settled matters, we will return to Qingyang Town. Lin Tian sighed deeply, attempting to calm the emotional turmoil he had experienced in recent days, and began to instruct Lin Xiao. However, as his gaze inadvertently shifted, he noticed Lin Chen standing nearby, smiling at the father and son, and he instantly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Master Lin Chen of the Inner Clan. Your rescue by the Great Elder was entirely thanks to him. Unlike the elders, Lin Tao and Lin Gong, who were burdened with clan affairs, Lin Chen had the leisure to accompany Lin Tian while awaiting their departure. Of course, during this hour, Lin Chen had not been idle. He briefly explained his reasons for saving Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, even after Lin Chen's lengthy explanation, Lin Tian remained perplexed, unable to grasp the connection between Lin Xiao's rescue and Lin Chen's journey to Qingyang Town. He assumed Lin Chen merely sought to travel and chose the Lin family in Qingyang Town as a convenient stop, with the rescue of Lin Xiao being a mere act of kindness. Lin Chen, in turn, chose not to elaborate further, allowing Lin Tian to believe what he wished, as it was of little consequence. The Enchanter's Tower in Yin City, the Lin family in Qingyang Town, and other opportunities lay before him, promising a rapid enhancement of his abilities. Unlike the cautious atmosphere of the Lin clan, the outside world was far more vibrant, and most importantly, it afforded him the freedom to act without restraint. You flatter me, Master Tian, Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing the exchange between Lin Tian and Lin Chen, Lin Xiao promptly turned to Lin Chen, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master Lin Chen. Gazing at the gentle, jade-like visage of the elegant youth before him, Lin Xiao could not help but recall another face, the haughty young man, Lin Tian, who had injured him in the first round of the clan meeting. Unintentionally, Lin Xiao found himself comparing Lin Chen and Lin Tian, leading him to feel a tinge of inferiority. The disparity between the inner clan and the branch family was indeed striking. Unaware of Lin Xiao's inner turmoil, Lin Chen maintained his composure, jesting, "In the future, please refrain from referring to me as master. I will be accompanying you to Qingyang Town, and I may well reside with your family for a decade or so. Such formality seems unnecessary." The hierarchy within the inner clan was rigid, and Lin Tian dared not overstep his bounds. However, Master Lin Chen, you are the great elder's disciple, he insisted stubbornly, though he hesitated. Remembering Lin Mu was still in the house. That old man slipped away while you two were chatting. Since the sun is still up, we should set off immediately. If we delay any longer, we will have to wait until tomorrow, Lin Chen suggested with a light smile. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Master Lin Chen. Xiaoya, go and help Donger and her child prepare. I will call for your elder brothers, Lin Tian agreed, turning to Lin Xiao. Lin Mu's discreet departure was understood by Lin Chen. It was simply the old man's reluctance to witness his leaving, fearing the ensuing melancholy. Lin Chen's urgency stemmed entirely from his concern for Lin Kuo. Knowing her well, he was certain that had she not been engaged in teaching at the clan's academy at that moment, her emotional outburst would have been inevitable upon his departure. For Lin Chen, leaving the Lin clan in peace was most desirable. As for the ones he cherished, there would be opportunities to reunite in the future. Chapter 9. Qingyang Town. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After leaving Lin City, Lin Chen, under the guidance of Lin Tian and his companions, ambled along at a leisurely pace. After nearly a month of travel, they finally arrived at Qingyang Town, the destination Lin Chen had long sought. During the journey, Lin Chen gained considerable insight into the Jiang Dynasty beyond Lin City, enriching his understanding. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Despite his broad knowledge of the Tianxuan Continent, it remained somewhat nebulous, necessitating first-hand experience to clarify it. Through his subtle mental probing, Lin Chen grasped a rough understanding of Qingyang Town. Qingyang Town, with a population of several tens of thousands, was neither large nor small. While it could not rival the scale of Lin City, it was nonetheless a town of significance. In the eyes of those residing in remote villages, Qingyang Town was indeed a considerable city. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon, and similarly, the scale of cities varies with individual strength. Qingyang Town was tranquil, adorned with picturesque landscapes, If not for the deficiency of natural energy in the surroundings, which hampered cultivation, residing here long-term would not be unfeasible. Standing before the grand character's Lin mansion, Lin Chun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At last, I have returned. Lin Jintian cleared his throat and promptly gestured toward the entrance, smiling. Master Lin Chun, please come inside. Lin Chun, without pretense, nodded slightly and stepped forward. Following his lead, Lin Jintian and his son, along with the rest of the group, closely trailed behind. It was not that Lin Chun considered himself superior or disrespected others. Rather, throughout their journey, despite his efforts to persuade Lin Jintian and his son to treat him as an equal, they remained hesitant to address him by name, their eyes forever filled with an unwarranted reverence. Over time, Lin Chun abandoned the unrealistic notion of treating Lin Jintian and his son as equals. Their stubbornness and ignorance once again deepened Lin Chen's understanding of this realm, illustrating that, although he held a worldview that transcended the norms of this world, it was merely his own sentiment. In the Tianxuan Continent, strength reigned supreme. The so-called equality was predicated upon power. His apparent lack of strength, being merely at the initial stage of the Tianxuan Realm, belied the fact that Lin Mu was also a manifestation of strength. At least in the eyes of Lin Jintian and his son, this was the case. Not to mention the ingrained notions of hierarchy within the inner clan. Fearless of the powerful and unafraid of authority, such individuals may exist in the Tianxuan Continent, but they certainly did not describe Lin Jintian and his son. Their behavior, in turn, subtly shifted Lin Chen's mindset, allowing him to fully assimilate into the world of cultivators. Having spent 15 years in a foreign realm, Lin Chun has come to a profound realization. Unlike within the Lin clan, where he enjoyed the protection of Lin Mu and remained inconspicuous due to his mediocre cultivation, outside the clan, the struggles are exceedingly brutal. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Having faced death once, he cannot afford to face it again. There are no second chances in certain matters. Lin Chun cannot guarantee that his extraordinary journey to the Tianxuan Continent could be repeated. Until he possesses the strength to ensure his own safety, he must maintain a vigilant awareness of those stronger than himself. Such individuals are not necessarily the apex of power he envisions, deities of the vast universe or supreme beings of the Tianxuan Continent, but rather anyone whose strength poses a threat to him. Young Master Lin Chun, I have arranged accommodations for you through Lin Ken. Shall we proceed to inspect them? In the reception hall, Lin Jintian spoke respectfully, smiling as he introduced several members of the Lin family before offering his suggestion. There's no need to trouble Lin Ken. I believe the secluded area at the back of the Lin family S mountain is quite suitable, serene, and tranquil. I intend to reside there. This way, I can avoid disturbing you, and it will also benefit my solitary cultivation, Lin Chen replied, taking a sip of the clear tea on the table and shaking his head to express his intentions. Upon arriving in Qingyang town, he has not forgotten his true purpose, to acquire the Ancestor Stone, ranked second on the Tianxuan Continent's divine artifacts list. He has no reason to be modest or relinquish it. The so-called protagonists of destiny are mere constructs of human design. He has never subscribed to the notion of protagonist luck. Everyone experiences their share of fortune and misfortune. Diligence is the cornerstone of success. Even if he lacks the ethereal affinity for the Ancestor symbol, which may prevent him from being recognized by the Ancestor Stone at this stage, utilizing its power to enhance his own strength is not out of the question. After all, the reappearance of the Ancestor Stone in this realm is still 6 years away, and Lin Dong is merely 7 or 8 years old. If he is truly fated to be without the Ancestor Stone, once Lin Dong begins his cultivation, he can still make use of the Ancestor Stone without any detriment. The back mountain is indeed secluded, but the conditions there are quite rudimentary and desolate. It may be a disservice to young Master Lin Chen. If the Grand Elder were to learn of this, I would find it difficult to explain. Lin Jintian pondered. Hesitant. It is of no concern. It can be repaired with a little effort. Lin Chen interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Since young Master Lin Chen has made up his mind, I will have Lin Ken and Lin Meng arrange for repairs on the back mountain house. The day is still young. We should have time before sunset. Lin Jintian acquiesced, his expression revealing his reluctance to oppose Lin Chen's wishes. Observing Lin Jintian's unwilling demeanor, Lin Chen contemplated for a moment before lightly chuckling and presenting another request. Since you appear so anxious about meeting the Grand Elder in the future, why not have your son, Lin Xiao, and his family accompany me to the back mountain? Your grandson Lin Dong is quite amiable. The journey back from Lin City would have indeed been rather dull without him. Upon hearing this, the frown on Lin Jintian's face visibly eased, indicating that Lin Chen's suggestion had greatly alleviated his concerns. as a guest and a member of the clan. Along with the gratitude owed for saving Lin Xiao, Lin Tian could not afford to treat him lightly. Father, please agree to young Master Lin Chen's request. The back mountain is quiet and perfect for refining the Yuan Dan, Lin Xiao interjected, echoing Lin Chen's sentiments. Very well, we shall heed young Master Lin Chen's directives. In the future, should you have any requests, the Lin family will do our utmost to accommodate you, Lin Tian solemnly promised. Though Lin Shun took little notice of this commitment. Instead, his attention was drawn to Lin Zhao's adopted daughter, Lin Qingtan. In comparison to the allure of the Ancestor Stone, Lin Shun found himself more intrigued by the high-level Yinsha energy within Lin Qingtan, as it would be fundamental for him to condense the 9-star Yuan Dan. However, without the Ancestor Stone's assistance, he would be unable to absorb the high-level Yinsha energy. Both were indispensable to his current endeavors. In terms of mental cultivation, his progress in Yuan Force was not particularly remarkable. At the age of 15, he had only reached the initial stage of Tianxuan Realm. While this level may be commendable within the Jiang Dynasty, it is scarcely worth mentioning across the entire Tianxuan Continent. This was not solely due to his deliberate suppression of Yuan Force cultivation in favor of honing his mental strength. It was also related to the relatively short duration of his cultivation journey. In the Tianxuan Continent, few engage in Yuan Force cultivation before the age of 12, with exceptions like Lin Lang Tian being exceedingly rare. The path of cultivation begins with body refinement. All beginnings stem from the self. The human body is the most profound and mysterious entity in the universe. Thus, before the skeletal and meridian structures are fully formed, it is ill-advised to initiate body tempering. Strengthen the tendons, or cultivate Yuan Force seeds, which absorb the heavenly and earthly energies. The body refinement stage is divided into 9 levels, forming the foundational basis for Yuan Force cultivation. These 9 levels are crucial for future cultivation. Premature training can yield no benefits and may even lead to physical harm. Should one's meridians narrow, the absorption of heavenly and earthly energies would slow, and if the bones were damaged, Yuan Force seeds could never be born, resulting in a lifetime of inability to cultivate Yuan Force. This is no trivial matter. Certainly, within the Tianxuan Continent, there are elixirs available that could facilitate premature cultivation. But Lin Shun is evidently lacking that fortune. Thus, he refrained from beginning Yuan Force cultivation too early. After 13 years in this realm, he finally commenced body tempering. And with Lin Mu's various spiritual herbs to aid him, he reached the 6th level of body refinement in 3 months, giving birth to a Yuan Force seed and officially becoming a Yuan Force cultivator. Subsequently, he accidentally discovered that his rate of absorbing Yuan energy in this realm was exponentially faster than others. Not only that, but he seemed to encounter no bottlenecks in his Yuan Force cultivation. Upon completing the 9th level of body refinement, he effortlessly entered the Yuan realm merely by absorbing the lowest grade of ordinary Yinsha energy. In the year that followed, even when he intentionally suppressed the speed of his absorption of heavenly and earthly energies, he still transitioned into the Tianxuan realm with relative ease. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. While his mental strength had achieved modest success, sufficient to conceal his true power and avoid antagonism, this also brought him trouble. Lin Shun was acutely aware that within the Lin clan, if he continued to cultivate steadily, condensing Yuan Dan would pose no difficulty. Yet the quality of the Yuan Dan he could produce would likely be abysmal, undoubtedly the lowest grade, a 1-star Yuan Dan. The quality of Yuan Dan is determined after reaching the pinnacle of the Tianxuan realm, where the balance of yin and yang within the body allows for its condensation. It is meticulously categorized into 9 grades, with a 1-star Yuan Dan being the lowest and the 9-star Yuan Dan being the highest. The ultimate quality of the Yuan Dan is contingent upon the level of Yinsha energy and Yang energy absorbed by the human body during the Yuan and Tianxuan realms. Both the Yuan and Tianxuan realms serve as foundational stages for advancing into the Yuan Dan realm. A 1-star Yuan Dan clearly does not satisfy Lin Shun, despite his confidence in his cultivation journey being free from significant obstacles. The intricate cultivation system of the Tianxuan Continent and the vast world beyond presents complexities that leave him uncertain about maintaining his current progress as he ascends to higher realms. Thus, it is of paramount importance to Lin Shun to perfect his foundational cultivation, ensuring it is devoid of flaws, as it will invariably affect his future endeavors in the Tianxuan Continent and beyond. This is Lin Dong's sister, Qingtan. Lin Shun gazed at the young girl in blue, who clutched the hem of Lin Dong's mother, Lu Yan's garment, and he discerned her presence with a knowing remark. Even from a distance of several paces, Lin Chen's spiritual sense could perceive the chilling yin energy emanating from within Qing Tan, filling him with an involuntary delight. Truly, she possesses the rare and formidable Sha Mo physique, and with the yin Sha energy within her, combined with the latent Yang Gang energy hidden within the Yang Yuan stone mines of the Lei family in Qingyang Town. The quality of the Yuan Dan is bound to be elevated. Indeed, this is Dong'er's sister, Qing Tan. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, pondering little on how Lin Chun came to know Qing Tan's name, subconsciously attributing it to Lin Dong, who had been in close proximity to Lin Chun during their journey back from Lin City. The girl possesses an unusual constitution, and the dense yin Sha energy within her likely leads to periodic outbursts of chilling energy, causing her immense pain, a plight that they are powerless to alleviate. Am I correct? Lin Chen stood up from his seat, taking a few steps forward to scrutinize the 5- or 6-year-old Lin Qing Tan before turning to Lin Xiao with a determined inquiry. Indeed, young Master Lin possesses a discerning eye. This girl, Qing Tan, has suffered greatly due to her peculiar constitution. I once attempted to expel the yin Sha energy from her body using my Yuan force, but the result was a backlash from the very energy I sought to eliminate, leaving me bedridden for over half a month before I could rid her of that chilling essence, Lin Xiao remarked, expressing his admiration for Lin Chen's insight while shaking his head repeatedly, his gaze towards Qing Tan filled with confusion and helplessness. Does young Master Lin have a remedy? Upon hearing Lin Chen's resolute statement, Lin Jintian, who had grown astute with age, hastily rose from his seat and slightly bowed to inquire further. Due to his favoritism towards Lin Xiao, Lin Jintian regarded Lin Qing Tan, despite her lack of blood relation to the Lin family, as no different from his true granddaughter. Thus, upon learning that there might be a way to alleviate her suffering, he could hardly contain his joy. There's a method. Indeed, but I cannot elucidate it to you now. In due time, you shall comprehend, Lin Chun replied with a meaningful smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he made his way towards the exit. Just before reaching the door, he added, I find myself at leisure, so I shall take a stroll alone. You need not accompany me. Both Lin Dong and Lin Qing Tan are destined to diverge from the norm of this world. With Lin Xiao unharmed, the two can embrace an unburdened childhood. Furthermore, his presence can spare Lin Qing Tan from much suffering, allowing her to awaken her Sha Mo physique with little difference from other normal children. However, how to absorb the yin Sha energy from within Lin Qing Tan requires careful planning. For if he were to assimilate high-level yin Sha energy without corresponding high-level Yang Gang energy, reaching the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Realm would prove challenging. Only by maintaining a balance of yin and yang energies within the Dantian can a solid foundation be established, ultimately leading to the formation of a high-quality Yuan Dan. As for Qingyang Town's Lei family and the Taimu Zhuang, Lin Chun resolved to investigate further before devising a plan. In Lin Zhao's courtyard, the Lin family's relocation from the inner residence to the rear mountain sparked considerable commotion, with Lin Dong and Lin Qing Tan being the most vocally affected. Brother Lin Dong, who is that big brother? Why are we moving to the rear mountain? There's no one there. It wouldn't be any fun. Lin Qing Tan protested, her delicate face reflecting her reluctance as she watched the Lin family members packing their belongings. The notion of moving to an unfamiliar and desolate place was hard for the child to accept. In response to his sister's inquiry, Lin Dong shook his head gently, contemplating before stating, I'm not sure either, but that big brother is a good person. He saved our father. Oh, Lin Tan replied reluctantly, not pressing the issue further nor causing a scene before Lin Xiao and Lu Yan. Meanwhile, at the Lei family's Taimu Zhuang, after several inquiries with passersby, Lin Chen finally pinpointed the location of the Taimu Zhuang. Utilizing his spiritual power for a low-altitude scan, he arrived at the outskirts of the Taimu Zhuang. The Taimu Zhuang, a famed estate near Qingyang Town, is better described as a privately owned forest rather than a mere estate. It is rich in ironwood, a material akin to fine iron, impervious to water and fire, dense and suitable for weaponry and various constructions. Consequently, ironwood commands a high price, and the Lei family, one of the 4 major powers in Qingyang Town, thrives on this specialty, giving them a slight edge over the other 3 factions, the Lin family, the Xie family, and the Guangdao Martial Hall. However, Lin Chen's interest does not lie in the ordinary ironwood. He is keenly aware of the Yang Yuan stone mines concealed beneath the Taimu Zhuang. With his foresight, Lin Chen understands that the high-level Yang Gang energy within these mines can harmonize with the yin Sha energy residing in Lin Qing Tan's body, an essential element for his aspiration to refine a high-quality Yuan Dan. Yet, the Lei family poses a dilemma. Lin Chen, eager to explore the Taimu Zhuang upon his arrival in Qingyang Town, has a clear objective, but how to realize his ambitions remains a challenge. The Taimu Zhuang is the property of the Lei family, with his abilities as a fourth-tier talisman master. It would be effortless to obliterate the Lei family and forcibly seize the Taimu Zhuang, but he is not one to resort to cold-blooded slaughter for his goals. Such barbaric tactics are beyond his nature. Thus, he hopes the Lei family will show some sense. Otherwise, he may be left with no choice but to take drastic measures. Although Qingyang Town is small, it is complete in essence, with the four major factions engaging in their shared conflicts. Lin Shun does not believe he possesses the patience to wait for the inevitable clash between the Lin family, the Kuang Dao Martial Hall, and the Lei and CF families to unfold. After subtly employing his spiritual energy to gauge the Taimu Zhuang, Lin Shun departed quietly, knowing that some matters cannot be rushed. Mining the Yang Yuan stone veins beneath the Taimu Zhuang requires considerable manpower. Without the Lin family's support in Qingyang Town, relying solely on his strength to explore the unique Yang Gang energy beneath the Taimu Zhuang would take an unmeasurable amount of time. As the sun set, the residence of Lin Shun and the Lin Shao family on the mountainside behind the Lin family estate has been meticulously arranged by Lin Zhentian's instructions. Although it lacks the brightness and comfort of the Lin family courtyard, it possesses a unique charm and leisurely elegance of its own. Inside Lin Chen's room, he surveyed his future abode with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Thanks to you, old Master Zhentian, he expressed, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Lin Zhentian. Not all, young Master Lin Shun, you are a guest here, and it is only right for the Lin family to provide you with hospitality, Lin Zhentian replied with a warm smile. Observing the absence of the younger generation of the Lin family, who were often careless with their words, only Lin Ken and Lin Shao were present. Lin Shen's thoughts began to flow more freely. Old Master Zhentian, please have a seat. I find myself in need of the Lin family's assistance regarding a matter. He spoke calmly. What is it that troubles you, young Master Lin Shun? Lin Zhentian, feeling somewhat apprehensive under Lin Chen's unwavering gaze, settled into a chair nearby. Curiosity piqued. During my recent visit to Qingyang Town, I stumbled upon a vein of Yang Yuan stone hidden beneath the Lei family's Ironwood Manor, unbeknownst to them. I intend to acquire it and propose a division of the profits from its future extraction with the Lin family. However, I require your assistance, old Master Zhentian, especially in terms of manpower for the extraction and sale, Lin Chen stated, having carefully organized his thoughts before presenting his proposal straightforwardly. A vein of Yang Yuan stone beneath Ironwood Manor? It is not surprising, given that the area was once a volcano, Lin Zhentian mused, his furrowed brows indicating deep contemplation as he nodded repeatedly. What are your thoughts on this, old Master Zhentian? Lin Chen inquired, his smile unwavering. Lin Zhentian sighed. Acquiring Ironwood Manor could be beneficial, and regardless of the cost, the returns would eventually be worth it. However, young Master Lin Shun may not be aware that the Lei family and our Lin family have always been at odds, and Ironwood Manor is their most lucrative enterprise. If I attempt to acquire it, I fear the Lei family will demand exorbitant prices. Moreover, given the character of Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, once they discover we are extracting the Yang Yuan stone, they would not let it go easily and would likely join forces with the CF family to strike against us. Lin Zhentian's expression was one of distress, his words laced with a sense of helplessness. Despite the allure of the Yang Yuan stone, the safety of the Lin family weighed heavily on his mind, making him tread carefully. Fear not. We shall employ diplomacy before force. If the Lei family proves unreasonable, I shall find ways to deal with them, Lin Shun replied with a resolute glint in his dark, luminous eyes. To Lin Shun, the so-called four major powers in Qingyang Town were hardly formidable. Even the alliance of the Lei and CF families, the local tyrants, posed no threat to him. Contrary to his seemingly weak exterior, his mental prowess was on par with a fully realized Yuan Dan realm expert, instilling him with absolute confidence in both Qingyang Town and Yin City. While the Fourth Seal Alchemist may not be considered a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Jiang Dynasty, within the confines of Yin City and Qingyang Town, he was relatively secure, capable of asserting dominance. This was also a reason for his departure from the Lin clan, seeking experience in Qingyang Town and Yin City. If the Lei and CF families exhibited unreasonable greed, he would not hesitate to stain his hands with blood, eradicating both families from Qingyang Town. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against others, against the heavens, and against oneself. The passage of 15 years has granted Lin Chun profound understanding of this truth. When it comes to the foundation of his cultivation, he would not allow compassion to hinder his progress. Lin Zhentian observed the composed Lin Chun, whose face radiated confidence, and felt a surge of emotions. caught between encouragement and hesitation. Although Lin Chun hailed from the Lin clan and had indirectly saved Lin Xiao, instilling a sense of gratitude and trust in Lin Jintian, he remained apprehensive about engaging the Lei family. The gravity of the situation was etched on his face, revealing his inner conflict. In Lin Jintian's eyes, despite Lin Chen's impressive background within the Lin clan, protected by the formidable elder Lin Mu, his own cultivation was still at the initial stage of the Tianxuan Realm. At 15, this was indeed remarkable. However, should the Lin family go to war with the Lei and Xie families, such strength would hold little decisive power. Moreover, a conflict between the Lei and Lin families would inevitably escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Lin Chen's lack of combat experience, sheltered by the clan, could become his Achilles heel, potentially putting his life at risk. Lin Jintian did not believe that, in a life-threatening scenario, Lin Chen's identity as a member of the Lin clan would deter the Lei family. Quite the opposite, to eliminate future threats. The Lei family would likely not allow Lin Chun to escape unscathed. The mere thought of Lin Chun facing danger in Qingyang town stirred Lin Jintian's emotions, leaving him restless. He harbored no doubt that if anything were to happen to Lin Chun, a cherished junior of the elder, their branch of the family would find it 1,000 times more difficult to reintegrate into the clan, possibly rendering it an impossible endeavor. Young Master Lin Chun, it is not that I doubt your capabilities, but the Lei family has been entrenched in Qingyang town for over a century, and their strength should not be underestimated. Lin Jintian said, rising from his seat and sighing deeply, his expression heavy with concern. You may not be aware that the Lei family boasts 5 warriors of the Tianxuan Realm, whereas our Lin family consists of only myself, my son Lin Xiao, and Lin Ken. Even with you joining us, we may struggle to contend with them. As for warriors at the Diyuan Realm, our Lin family is no match for the Lei family. Apart from my son Lin Mang, who has reached the late stage of the Diyuan Realm, the rest of our clan has remained stagnant at the initial and mid-stages for many years. In contrast, the Lei family possesses several times more warriors at the Diyuan Realm, including several offerings from the late stage. Furthermore, should the Lin family engage the Lei family in battle, the Xie family, which has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Leis, is unlikely to remain passive. Historically, both families have been averse to external forces in Qingyang town, and should we recklessly provoke the Lei family over Ironwood Manor, it is likely that the Lin family would emerge as the ultimate loser, if not for the Lei family's reluctance to engage in a brutal feud with the Lin family, fearing that the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall and the Xie family might take advantage. It would have been exceedingly difficult for the Lin family to establish a foothold in Qingyang town. At this juncture, it may be prudent to wait until my son Lin Xiao breaks through to the Yuandan realm before negotiating the acquisition of Ironwood Manor. Then, regardless of how the Lei family reacts, we will be prepared. Hearing Lin Jintian's sincere and tactful words, Lin Chen offered a non-committal smile. Lin Zhao's recent fortuitous acquisition of pure Yuan power from the Nirvana pill would indeed facilitate his breakthrough to the Yuandan realm, but it would likely take several months for his newfound strength to stabilize. As Lin Chen's words fell, before Lin Jintian could respond, he raised his hand to interrupt. He continued, expressing that the elder's concerns were primarily about the potential conflict between the Lin family and the Lei family, particularly regarding his safety and the ultimate victory of the Lin family. In this regard, Lin Chun remarked with a gentle smile that the elder was perhaps being overly cautious. Under Lin Jintian's bewildered gaze, Lin Chun raised his head slightly, his dark eyes gleaming with extraordinary brightness. In an instant, a vast surge of mental energy radiated from within him, causing the expressions of Lin Jintian and his family to change drastically. Such formidable mental power was unexpected. Lin Chun not only exhibited exceptional talent in elemental energy cultivation, but also possessed an even greater aptitude for mental prowess, indicating he was a master talisman maker of considerable rank. The intensity of his mental energy was likely beyond that of even a small Yuandan realm expert, making the annihilation of the Lei family a trivial matter. Lin Chen's earlier remarks about being uninformed and overly worried were perhaps misplaced, and he hoped Lin Chun would not take offense. Under the pressure of Lin Chen's released mental energy, the sharp, dizzying sensation in Lin Jintian's mind clarified his thoughts considerably, and as he couldn't help but express his awe at Lin Chen's true strength, a palpable reverence crept into his tone. Undoubtedly, this reverence stemmed not from Lin Chen's notable lineage within the Lin clan, but rather from the power he had demonstrably displayed. Chapter 13, 100,000 Yuan pills. In response, Lin Chen raised his hand, his smile unwavering, and spoke softly, assuring that there was no offense taken. There was no need for the elder to feel concerned. He mentioned that the matter regarding the Ironwood Manor originated from him. And even though discussions between the Lin and Lei families had yet to commence, he believed the Lei family would not readily relinquish the Ironwood Manor. This situation could potentially embroil the Lin family in a conflict with the Lei family, so it was entirely reasonable for Lin Jintian to harbor such concerns. Regarding his current strength, Lin Jintian need not make it public. He simply needed to clarify the location of the Yang Yuan stone mine beneath Ironwood Manor and his identity as a member of the Lin clan, accompanied by sufficient Yang Yuan pills for negotiation with the Lei family. Within this Qinquan bag were 100,000 Yang Yuan pills, which, when converted, amounted to 1 million Yang Yuan stones. Although this sum could not compare to the total yield from fully mining the Yang Yuan stone vein beneath Ironwood Manor, it was sufficient to compensate for the Lei family's losses. As he spoke, Lin Shan retrieved the pre-prepared Qinquan bag from his waist and took a few steps towards Lin Jintian, handing it to him. 100,000 Yang Yuan pills. Lin Jintian, upon briefly examining the bag, sensed the overwhelming masculine energy within, and he couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. His bronze-hued face was instantly filled with shock, and his gaze towards the Qinquan bag became momentarily dazed. Beside him, Lin Qin, who was responsible for managing the Lin family's finances, had his eyes fixed on the Qinquan bag in Lin Zhentian's hand, unable to suppress his swallowing reflex. Only Lin Xiao maintained a relatively calm demeanor, though the subtle tremors in his hands beneath his sleeves betrayed his inner turmoil. Undoubtedly, for the Lin family of Qingyang Town, established by Lin Jintian, the figure of 100,000 Yang Yuan pills was an unfathomable astronomical sum, even when Lin Jintian was a mere ordinary member of the Lin clan. The likelihood of encountering such a vast quantity of Yang Yuan pills was exceedingly rare, let alone for those like Lin Qin and Lin Xiao, who had seen little of the world. Lin Jintian did not remain in shock for long. Within moments, he emerged from the astonishment brought forth by Lin Chen's grand gesture. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he called out to Lin Qin, who was still in a daze. Father, I have lost my composure. I hope young Master Lin Chen will not find it amusing. Lin Qin's return to reality and his apology did not draw Lin Chen's attention. Observing the fluctuating emotions of Lin Jintian and his family, Lin Chen merely smiled gently and refrained from elaborating further, offering only a few reassurances. The day is drawing to a close. You should return and rest well. Tomorrow, you may visit the Lei family and converse with their patriarch, Lei Bao. Come to me first. I will discreetly accompany you. Should the Lei family be unwise and greedy, they shall have no one to blame but themselves. The following day, in the early morning, having spent his first night in Qingyang Town, Lin Shun felt no discomfort. Instead, he was filled with excitement. The reason for his exhilaration lay in the numerous opportunities here that would facilitate his rapid ascension in strength. Without the aid of the stone talisman, Ancestral Stone, neither the sinister energy within Qing Tan nor the unique yang energy beneath Ironwood Manor could be absorbed and refined. Once the transaction with the Lei family regarding Ironwood Manor was completed, it seemed imperative to acquire the stone talisman promptly. On his bed, Lin Shan rubbed his somewhat drowsy eyes, his fair and delicate face illuminated with joy as he spoke to himself. Last night, he had not slept, but had instead utilized his mental energy to probe the various corners of the Lin family's rear mountain, searching for a cave containing a peculiar stone pool. Heaven rewards the diligent. Lin Chen's arduous search was not in vain. After a night of effort, he finally located the cave where the stone talisman was concealed. Although the stone talisman, ranked second among the divine objects of this realm, possessed the unique ability to block mental energy detection even while dormant, Lin Shun, with his foresight, had a general understanding of its hiding place, making the search relatively straightforward. Despite the rear mountain of the Lin family not being excessively vast, its terrain was winding and complex, with dense forest that obscured the overall view, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to locate a stone the size of 2 fingers. Meanwhile, outside Lin Chen's courtyard, recalling the mental pressure Lin Shan had exerted the day before, Lin Xiao sighed and remarked to Lin Jintian, "Indeed, there are many talents within the inner clan. Young Master Lin Shun is likely not to be overshadowed by Lin Lang Tian." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's reflection, Lin Jintian stroked his graying beard, somewhat surprised as he said, "With young Master Lin Chen's remarkable cultivation talent and the support of the Grand Elder, his future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Lin Lang Tian. Consequently," he mused, "as a talented member of the clan, I find it perplexing that he would come to Qingyang Town of Ai for a Yang Yuan stone mine of little use to him." "Indeed, father, you speak rightly. I too pondered last night, considering that with young Master Lin Chen's willingness to present 100,000 yuan pills, he likely has little interest in the Yang Yuan stone mine beneath Ironwood Manor. Lin Chen interjected, nodding in agreement. Could it be that there are other secrets lurking beneath the Lei family's Ironwood Manor? Lin Zhentian's gaze turned contemplative as he looked towards Lin Chen's courtyard, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke softly, noticing his father's momentary distraction and the hint of skepticism in his words. Lin Xiao quickly reached out to grasp Lin Zhentian's arm, offering a gentle reminder. Father, regardless of the circumstances, we must cultivate a good relationship with young Master Lin Chen. Perhaps our Lin family's return to the inner clan could hinge on a single word from him. It must be said that after the painful defeat experienced during the clan meeting, Lin Xiao had gained a profound understanding of the distinction between the branch family and the inner clan, leading to a shift in his mindset, instilling in him a sense of inferiority and trepidation towards those of the inner clan. In Lin Xiao's perspective, the notion of individuals from the branch families achieving a place among the top 10 in the clan competition without any cultivation resources is akin to a fool's errand. To date, not a single member from the branch families of the Lin clan has managed to challenge the inner clan's prodigies, let alone accomplish the remarkable feat of returning to the inner family. If it were not so, the number of branch family members within the Jiang Dynasty would not be so numerous. The top 10 in the clan competition is merely a tantalizing illusion painted by the inner clan members, forever out of reach for the branches. In his past, Lin Xiao had been overly confident and woefully ignorant. The thought of his father's long-held aspirations remaining unfulfilled brought an inexplicable ache to his heart. Yet it seemed that they were now presented with an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 14, The Lei Family. Before the father and son could continue their conversation, Lin Chen's figure appeared before them like a specter, materializing almost ethereally. Since the two of you are here, let us depart, he said, exhaling softly, shaking off the fatigue of the previous night with a faint smile. Lin Zhentian and his son's dialogue had not escaped Lin Chen's keen perception, yet he chose to disregard it. Some matters require no explanation. Once the Yang Yuan stone veins beneath Taimu Manor are mined, the ensuing issues will inevitably reveal themselves, rendering further discussion unnecessary. As for his lack of contention with Lin Langtian within the Lin clan, it was simply due to his disinterest in the so-called internal strife. When one's strength is insufficient for self-preservation, discretion is the better part of valor. Moreover, despite sharing the Lin surname, he bore no blood relation to the Lin clan, a fact that even branch family members could not surpass, making it impossible for him to gain the support of the entrenched elders of the clan. Furthermore, to suppress a narrow-minded Lin Langtian before he possesses absolute strength and finds himself at the center of attention within the Jiang Dynasty would be unwise. Lin Langtian is simply not worthy of being his target or adversary. Now, and in the future, Lin Langtian could pose no threat to him, a conviction he held with absolute certainty. King Yangdong, Lei Manor. In contrast to the modesty of the Lin family estate, the Lei Manor was not only far more splendid, but its buildings also stood impressively, occupying over twice the area of the Lin residence. As Lin Shun discreetly followed Lin Zhentian and the others, he formed a rough comparison with a mere glance. However, at this moment, Lin Shun had no time to ponder such things. His attention and perception were entirely focused on the hall of the Lei family. With Lin Chen's formidable spiritual strength as a fourth seal talismancer, as long as he did not wish to reveal himself, none among the Lei family could detect his presence. The cultivation and application of spiritual strength are entirely distinct from Yuan power. Even a peak Yuan Dan realm practitioner would struggle to remain hidden from prying eyes. Yet Lin Chen could. At this moment, he was like a ghost, standing in a secluded corner of the hall, quietly observing everything unfolding within. Inside the Lei family hall, Lin Zhentian occupied the leftmost seat, his gaze subtly sweeping across every corner of the room. Noticing the absence of any unusual fluctuations, he relaxed his grip on the armrest. Although he held unwavering faith in Lin Chun's abilities, the stronger Lin Chen became, the more assured he felt about today as proceedings. While he was unaware of Lin Chun's south exact hiding place, he was certain that Lin Chun had indeed arrived. The familiar voice echoing in his mind was not lost on him, and such ethereal and enigmatic methods could only be wielded by a talismancer's spiritual power. The family head is currently in seclusion. Please be patient for a while, spoke a casually seated, red-haired, middle-aged man across from Lin Zhentian, raising a jade cup from the table to toy with as he addressed him. Is this truly your Lei family's hospitality? I come in person, and your uncle Lei Bao displays such arrogance. believing that he can easily break through to the Yuan Dan realm solely based on his innate talent. Witnessing les pièces attitude, Lin Zhentian snorted coldly, delivering a scathing retort with no mercy in his words. The Lin and Lei families have traditionally been at odds. Apart from the annual hunting competition in Qingyang town, the two families have essentially remained estranged, with the Lin family often suffering losses. Over time, their conflicts have intensified, with tensions on the brink of eruption. Thus, Lin Zhentian found it increasingly intolerable to bear the Lei family's insolence. Lin Zhentian's derision of Lei Bao was also influenced by the prevailing conditions of the Tianxuan Continent. With countless beings inhabiting the continent, the vast majority find themselves stagnating below the Yuan Dan realm, unable to progress, primarily due to a lack of substantial cultivation resources and individual talent. Those with weak gifts struggle to even reach the 6th layer of body refinement, unable to form Yuan power seeds for cultivation, while the beasts are even further hindered, making the higher realms of Di-Yuan and Tian-Yuan seem unattainable. For instance, in Xinjiang town, which boasts a population of tens of thousands, a staggering 70% of the populace are ordinary individuals incapable of cultivating Yuan power, serving as a prime example. This phenomenon, characterized by a preponderance of common folk, is exceedingly prevalent in the Jiang Dynasty and reflects the harsh reality faced by the lower beings of the Tianxuan Continent, constrained by the limits of this world. Under the influence of a greater cosmic will, the balance of energy replenishment and consumption within the Tianxuan Continent barely maintains equilibrium. Consequently, the energy inherent in this realm cannot be extracted limitlessly. Exceeding this balance would deplete the energy, eventually leading to the gradual ordinariness of all beings within the Tianxuan Continent. Ultimately, even without the encroachment of external malevolent races, the Tianxuan Continent would inexorably cease to exist. Thus, from the dawn of their existence, the beings of the Tianxuan Continent have been endowed with vast disparities by this realm, never truly starting from the same line. In every era, geniuses and strong individuals remain an exceedingly rare subset of the population. Although Lin Zhentian and Lei Bao have long surpassed their 60s, their late-stage Tian-Yuan realm strength is hardly noteworthy within the Jiang Dynasty. Yet, in Qingyang town, their talents are considered among the top tier, with the only obstacles to breaking through the Yuan Dan realm being a surge of strength and adequate resources. Even if his uncle's cultivation talent is lacking, he likely surpasses many nearing their end. Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's scornful remarks, the red-haired middle-aged man named Lei Pai was not one to back down, promptly retorting with equal disdain. Lei Pai, do not overstep your bounds. It seems that the lesson you received at the last hunting competition was not sufficient. Lei Pai's disrespectful words ignited Lin Zhao's anger, causing the Yuan power within him to surge as he coldly rebuked Lei Pai. It seems that after a few months, your courage has indeed grown, Lin Zhao. I have no complaints about losing to you at the last hunting competition, but if you dare to make a move on my territory today, then you three should tread carefully. Seeing Lin Zhao's fury, Lei Pai remained unfazed, showing no regard for his anger. Instead, he coldly smirked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zhentian and the others with a malevolent glint. Among the 4 major powers of Qingyang town, the Lei family boasted numerous formidable experts, making them the strongest force. In a true life-and-death confrontation, none could match the Lei family. Had it not been for Lin Zhentian's desperate struggle years ago, leading to a mutual destruction scenario, the Lin family would never have been able to establish a foothold in Qingyang town. Chapter 15. Recognizing the situation, Lin Xiao was incensed, momentarily at a loss for words. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Zhentian's wave of his hand. Inuk, Xiaoya. There is no need to waste breath on this scoundrel. I am eager to see how long this Lei Bao will keep us waiting. Let us not forget our purpose for coming to the Lei family. Whether it takes an hour or even several days, we can afford to wait. However, I fear that by then, the Lei family may no longer exist. At these words, Lin Xiao appeared to recall something, nodding with a smile. Lin Zhentian, it's been a while since we last met, and your tone has grown quite bold. No sooner had Lin Zhentian finished speaking than a laugh echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing it, Lin Zhentian instinctively furrowed his brow, and the expressions of Lin Xiao and his brother turned grave. Recognizing the voice, a throng of individuals surged into the hall under the watchful eyes of Lin Zhentian and his sons. At the forefront of this crowd stood an elderly man clad in a light gray satin robe, appearing to be of a similar age to Lin Zhentian. His sunken eyes radiated a chilling sharpness. He was none other than Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family. Old man Lei, even if my words are grand, They surely cannot rival your arrogance. In a tense encounter with an adversary, Lin Jinqian immediately retorted, "Speak plainly. What do you and your sons intend by coming to my Lei family?" Lei Bao inquired directly, his penetrating gaze revealing hints of confusion. "Since you are forthright, I shall not beat around the bush either. We have come at the behest of others, regarding the Yanyuan stone vein beneath your ironwood manor." Lin Jintian replied as he rose from his seat to clarify their intentions. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao was visibly taken aback, his voice tinged with skepticism. "You come at someone else's behest? The Yanyuan stone vein beneath Ironwood Manor?" Lin Jintian was not surprised by Lei Bao's astonishment. After all, the Lei family had possessed the Ironwood Manor for years without conducting any thorough exploration, missing the discovery of the Yanyuan stone vein, which was indeed somewhat lamentable. "Old man Lei, for all these years, you have sat atop a treasure mountain without realizing it. You have no one to blame but yourself for being short-sighted, fixated solely on the ironwood while neglecting other resources within the manor. You should know that I am originally a member of the Lin clan, and due to certain unavoidable circumstances, I found my way to Qingyang town. My visit to your Lei family is to negotiate on behalf of my clan regarding Ironwood Manor. Old man Lei, I hope you understand that today's matter is not a negotiation between my Lin family and your Lei family." Lin Jintian continued assertively. "This bag contains 100,000 Yanyuan pills to compensate for the losses your Lei family will incur from losing Ironwood Manor. I also expect that those within the Lei family who learn of this matter will keep it confidential. Otherwise, the consequences are something your small Lei family cannot bear." Lin Jintian spoke with confidence, leveraging the prestige of the Lin clan. He was bolstered not only by his own background, but also by Lin Chen's presence lurking in the shadows, which gave him ample assurance. Upon hearing Lin Jintian's seemingly sincere words and witnessing the casually tossed bag, both Lei Bao and the members of the Lei family were rendered incredulous, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. Time passed, and after regaining his composure, Lei Bao finally succumbed to his curiosity. He extended his trembling hands to open the bag, and as his spiritual energy probed within, a wave of overwhelming joy washed over his stern visage. "It is indeed real. How regrettable that the Ironwood Manor holds such value. 100,000 Yanyuan pills could elevate the entire family's Earth Origin Realm experts to the Heaven Origin Realm, and they could also be exchanged for a considerable amount of pure Origin pills for his cultivation, allowing him to reach the peak of the Heaven Origin Realm and successfully condense his Origin pill, becoming a formidable figure in the Minor Origin Realm. At that point, the strength of the Lei family would ascend to new heights, enabling them to venture beyond Qingyang town and establish themselves in cities like Yinqing in Tiandu County." Just thinking of this made Lei Bao's hands tremble with excitement as he clutched the bag tightly. Yet, he also felt a bittersweet ache within. Once he accepted these pills today, Ironwood Manor would sever its ties with the Lei family. In that fleeting moment, Lei Bao had contemplated a desperate gamble against Lin Jintian, aiming to seize the 100,000 Yanyuan pills and the associated benefits of the Ironwood Manor. However, the thought of Lin Jintian being backed by such a formidable figure extinguished that greed almost instantaneously. 100,000 Yanyuan pills could not possibly originate from Lin Jintian alone. This judgment was something Lei Bao had discerned through years of dealings. It must be said that Lin Chen's backing had significantly quelled Lei Bao's avarice, leading him to believe that the power behind Lin Jintian was beyond his reckoning. As for the might of the Lin clan in the Great Jiang Dynasty, Lei Bao was well aware that the branches of the Lin family and the inner clan were entirely different matters. Although Lei Bao harbored dreams of monopolizing the resources of Qingyang town, as the head of the family, he was not a fool. In the Great Jiang Dynasty, the inner clan of the Lin family was not a force that the Lei family could afford to offend. "Very well, since that esteemed individual is so sincere, my Lei family shall grant you this favor. From today forth, Ironwood Manor will belong to your Lin family. I shall convey this message and instruct my family members to vacate Ironwood Manor. You may simply send someone to take over. Furthermore, I will ensure that those within the Lei family who are aware of this matter remain tight-lipped and do not mention Ironwood Manor to outsiders. What say you, Brother Jintian?" With a deep sigh of relief, Lei Bao clasped his fists in response to Lin Jintian, his demeanor appearing quite earnest. "Excellent. Since the transaction is complete, I shall not linger any longer. I bid you farewell and will return to arrange for personnel to take over Ironwood Manor." Seeing Lei Bao's willingness to cooperate without the anticipated conflict, Lin Jintian felt a surge of satisfaction and responded with a light smile. If he could maintain cordial relations with the Lei family while fulfilling Lin Chen's directive, it would be the optimal outcome in Lin Jintian's eyes. Unlike Lei Bao's short-sightedness, Lin Jintian's mind was not fixated on Qingyang Town or Tiandu County. Rather, he constantly yearned to return to the Lin clan and to Lin City in Dime Prefecture. This yearning had only intensified since Lin Chen's arrival. Mei Lei Bao continued to be a wise man and suppress his greed. Lin Shun mused quietly as he observed Lei Bao's complex expression from the shadows. The vastness of heaven and earth is boundless, and the human heart is insatiable. The strong cannot be enumerated, and in this grand world, the realm of heaven's source and the myriad realms beyond, one's insatiable greed can lead them astray onto an endless path of folly. Thus, it is imperative for one to remain true to their essence and uphold certain moral boundaries. Otherwise, even if one were to rise as an unparalleled powerhouse in the world, they would ultimately meet their demise due to their avarice. The amicable transaction with the Lei family over the Ironwood Manor is not born of Lin Chen's reservations, but rather stems from his indifference towards a Yang Yuan Dan, an item of great significance to the Lei family, but nearly useless to him. The Lei family has not provoked him, and he harbors no desire to take direct action against them. Fundamentally, Lin Shun has never been a person who resorts to cold-hearted and scrupulous means to achieve his ends. Chapter 16, All is Ready. The Ironwood Manor spans a vast area, with a central grove of ironwood trees surrounded predominantly by an untamed forest of obscure tree species, home to various spiritual herbs and even formidable beasts of the Yuan and Tianxuan realms. In less than half a day, the coveted territory within 100 miles of Qingyang Town has completely changed hands. Despite his reluctance, Lei Bao, having received 100,000 Yang Yuan Dan, refrained from any underhanded tactics and allowed Lin Jintian and his entourage to take over the Ironwood Manor. In the afternoon, within the Ironwood Manor, Lin Shun and his father Lin Zhentian stroll through the picturesque forest. Periodically, Lin Chun channels his spiritual energy into the earth, discerning the intensity of the Yang Qi beneath, guiding the father-son duo toward their rightful destination. Initially, Lin Chen intended to bring Lin Qingtan along, given her unique constitution that allows her to swiftly sense variations in the Yang Qi within the soil to locate the optimal spots for mining the Yang Yuan stone veins. However, fortuitously, Lin Qingtan is currently afflicted by an outburst of cold energy, rendering her too weak to move. Thus Lin Chen must exert himself to manage the task alone. As the moments pass, Lin Chen has been probing for nearly half an hour, drawing ever closer to their ultimate goal. Young Master Lin, Lei Bao's amiable and swift relinquishment of the Ironwood Manor has indeed taken me by surprise. Noticing Lin Chen's intermittent use of spiritual energy to gauge the Yang Qi beneath the soil and observing the growing delight on his face, Lin Zhentian cannot help but contemplate the imminent complete acquisition of the Ironwood Manor by the Lin family, along with the prospective mining of the Yang Yuan stone veins. This thought fills him with joy, prompting him to engage Lin Chun in conversation. Lin Chun, however, harbors no interest in the profits from the ironwood or the Yang Yuan stone mining beneath the manor. For him, the Yang Yuan Dan holds little value, merely serving as a rudimentary form of currency. He has no need for it in his cultivation. The Yang Yuan Dan in his possession are but a means to an end, while the Yang Yuan stones still awaiting conversion hold no allure for him. His true interest lies solely in the high-grade Yang Qi contained within the veins. Once absorbed, the Ironwood Manor becomes superfluous to him, yet it stands as a lucrative family asset for the Lin family. Thus, Lin Chun willingly extends a favor to the Lin family by handing over the Ironwood Manor, knowing full well that the extraction of the Yang Yuan stone veins will necessitate the involvement of the Lin family. Maintaining a balance of power among the factions within Qingyang Town is also a commendable endeavor. In the absence of absolute strength to confront the myriad uncertainties of this realm, Lin Chun is loath to relinquish his foresight. It is paramount to preserve the natural course of this world, to foster his own development and survival. In the Tianxuan Continent, a realm perpetually at risk of being devoured and obliterated by the malevolent forces from beyond, had it not been for the demon sovereign's relentless ambition to single-handedly refine the essence of this realm to ascend to the status of the ghostly demon emperor, an unparalleled being. The otherworldly malevolent entities would have long been aware of this information. Otherwise, the Tianxuan Continent would have succumbed to their corruption eons ago, though the Demon Clan is considered a minor faction among the outer malevolent races. The half-step Demon Emperor's prowess could easily rally other Demon Emperors to seize a realm endowed with a plain spirit. The plain spirit, whether sought after by the quasi-emperors of the vast world or the Demon Sovereign, offers a high probability of transcending the ghostly Demon Emperor threshold. thereby entering the ranks of the pinnacle powers in the grand world. Greed begets calamity, and it is the demon sovereign's unwillingness to relinquish his claim to the plain spirit of the Tianxuan Continent, an opportunity not rightfully his, that has allowed this realm to endure to the present day. A talisman ancestor and a quasi-emperor, in the face of numerous demon emperors from the outer malevolent races, are rendered no different from mere ants. The preservation of the Tianxuan Continent would be but a futile dream. Indeed, it is no surprise that the 100,000 yuan Danyu offered serve as an implicit form of deterrence. In response to Lin Zhentian's overtures, Lin Chen reciprocates with a warm smile, acknowledging the implications of their long-standing rapport with Lei Bao. He understands that should the Lin family possess 100,000 yuan Dan, they would prioritize strengthening their clan's power over exchanging for an ironwood manor that currently holds no value until mined. It is worth noting that such a sum could convert into thousands of pure yuan Dan, easily augmenting the Lin family's ranks with several individuals at the small yuan Dan realm. Thus, even if the Lin family were to forcibly seize the ironwood manor, it would be a trivial matter. Lei Bao has grasped this reality, which is why he willingly ceded the manor without hesitation. However, once Lei Bao's strength rises, whether he will continue to adhere to the rules as he has today remains uncertain. As they converse, Lin Shan retracts his spiritual probing from the soil and gestures to guide Lin Zhentian and his companions once more. Lin Shan is not particularly surprised by Lei Bao's compliance. He had anticipated this outcome. Although Lei Bao is indeed greedy, he is not without intelligence. The identity of the Lin family members holds considerable weight within the Jiang Dynasty, differentiating them from individuals like Lin Zhentian of the collateral line. Noticing a sudden heaviness in Lin Zhentian's expression, Lin Chen understands the sentiment and reassures him with a smile. There is no need to worry about harboring Tiger. With me around, Lei Bao will not dare to stir up significant trouble. Moreover, with Lin Xiao on the verge of breaking into the small Yuan Dan realm, and with our acquisition of the Yang Yuan stone vein today, the Lin family's strength will undoubtedly rival that of the Lei family. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhentian's demeanor lightens, a smile once again gracing his face. Thus, after an hour of pleasant discourse, Lin Shun, alongside Lin Zhentian and his son, finally locates the most suitable site for mining the Yang Yuan stone veins, entering a sunken valley. After swiftly dispatching 2 Tianxuan Realm beasts, the black iron demon leopard, Lin Shun boards the carriage arranged by Lin Zhentian to return to the Lin family, leaving the remaining matters to him, instructing him to notify him of any developments during the mining of the Yang Yuan stone veins. In just 2 days, all that Lin Shun requires within Qingyang town will be in place, with only the final push remaining. The small Yuan Dan realm is within reach, and the Spirit Talisman Master is not far off either. Chapter 17, The Plan. In the early hours of the morning, at the rear mountains of the Lin family, Lin Chen's spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, sweeping across the surroundings. With a light tap of his toes, he gracefully descended along a series of protruding stones along the steep cliff. These stones, seemingly inconspicuous, formed a concealed pathway that only Lin Shun could perceive. After traversing this hidden route for several minutes, he encountered a cave nestled beneath a cluster of massive boulders. The cave was exceptionally discreet, shrouded by the surrounding stones. Had it not been for his deliberate search, an ordinary person would have remained oblivious to its existence. This was the very cave Lin Shun had detected 2 days prior with his spiritual energy, concealing the second-ranked Ancestral stone, Stone Talisman, of the divine artifact list of the Tianxuan Continent. It appeared to be an excellent place for cultivation. Upon entering the cave, a refreshing and tranquil aura enveloped him, prompting Lin Chun to murmur softly. The next moment, his gaze fixated intently on a stone pool situated at the center of the cave. The pool, measuring approximately 2 to 3 zhang in size, brimmed with crystal clear water, from which tendrils of chilling vapor leisurely wafted upward. Above the stone pool, the cave ceiling faintly shimmered with a radiant glow. The Ancestral stone was concealed at the apex of the cave above the pool, yet the affinity of the Ancestral Talisman in this realm felt insubstantial. Whether he could gain the Ancestral stone's acknowledgement would likely require an extensive period of validation. After observing the stone pool for a moment, Lin Shun raised his head, murmuring softly before channeling his spiritual energy to levitate into the air, reaching out toward the luminous area at the cave summit. It appeared neither entirely stone nor jade, neither holy wood nor otherwise. The gentle, soul-soothing vibrations emanating from it unmistakably signified the presence of the stone talisman. A smile graced Lin Chen's fair, jade-like visage as he beheld the stone in his hand. At that moment, Within his palm lay a stone roughly the size of 2 fingers, exhibiting a faint grayish-white hue, with a peculiar softness evident to the touch. Regrettably, the ancestral stone had suffered severe damage, leaving its spirit in slumber and many of its abilities dormant. For now, it was paramount to awaken the spirit of the small weasel. Yin City, one of the 3 major cities in the Tiandu prefecture of the Great Jiang Dynasty, boasted a grandeur that, while not comparable to the prefectural capital, was nonetheless among the foremost cities within a radius of thousands of miles, teeming with life. It stood as the largest city closest to Qingyang town, with merely a few hundred miles separating the two. Lin Chen hoped for fruitful outcomes from his visit to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Riding the fine steed provided by the Lin family, Lin Chen navigated the bustling streets of Yin City. After several inquiries from passers-by, he soon arrived at the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Lifting his gaze to the grand characters adorning the entrance, he quietly mused. Upon entering the Wanjin auction house, he was greeted with the request to dismount and pay a fee of 10 yuan stones. As Lin Chen momentarily lost himself in thought, a member of the Wanjin chamber approached to lead away his horse with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin Chen paid the price of a yuan pill and joined the throng already organized by the Wanjin chamber, slowly making his way into the auction house. After acquiring the stone talisman, Lin Chen refrained from blindly infusing his own yuan energy to replenish its power. Instead, he took time to recuperate and waited several days before arriving in Yin City, preparing to participate in the Wanjin auction. The Fire Ancestor's demon flower beneath the Taimu Manor would depend on the Lin family's efficiency in extracting the yuan stone vein. Lin Chen was unwilling to remain idle. It was not impatience that drove him, but a desire to make efficient use of his time. His purpose for visiting Yin City was to procure high-grade spiritual herbs comparable to the Fire Ancestor's demon flower from the Wanjin chamber, thereby awakening the slumbering spirit within the stone talisman. Although acquiring 6th grade or higher spiritual herbs within the modest confines of Yin City posed challenges, it was decidedly preferable to waiting idly at the Lin family estate. Furthermore, he harbored significant interest in the Wanjin chamber and the Bloodwolf gang, particularly regarding the potential discovery of the Dancian pool by these 2 factions. Should he manage to locate it before either faction, gaining entry would greatly benefit his cultivation and solidify his foundation, as well as the spirit of the small weasel within the stone talisman. In due time, once he condensed the 9-star yuan pill and stabilized his foundation, his strength would undergo a remarkable transformation within a matter of years. Lin Chen possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to swiftly enhance his strength. Over the years, through perusing the limited ancient texts within the Lin clan and reflecting on the cultivation insights shared among the Lin family members, he gradually uncovered certain peculiarities about his physique. Unlike his purely ethereal soul, his bones and blood were forged from the celestial energies of the Tianxuan Continent, endowing him with an exceptional affinity for this realm. Consequently, his rate of absorbing celestial energy was astonishing. Had he not deliberately restrained his cultivation to focus on condensing high-quality yuan pills, he likely would have surpassed his spiritual energy cultivation by now, achieving a level of proficiency in the formative realm. In Lin Chen's view, the 3 realms of creation were well within his grasp. The extraordinary nature of his physique, its resonance with this world, the absence of cultivation bottlenecks, and the rapidity of his yuan energy cultivation. These factors could not solely be attributed to mere luck. He firmly believed that the will of the vast universe played a significant role. Otherwise, how could his capacity to absorb celestial energy differ from that of ordinary individuals? This also explained his lack of bottlenecks, enabling him to transcend the earthly and heavenly realms with remarkable ease. While this remained a mere conjecture, Lin Chen, possessing a grand worldview, could conceive of no other explanation more fitting for his unique circumstances. At this moment, having acquired the stone talisman, he had already formulated a detailed cultivation plan concerning his own development. The Great Jiang Dynasty, though not lacking in ancestral stones and talismans of extraordinary opportunities, was devoid of a sufficient supply of Nirvana pills and Xianyuan pills, both of which would be indispensable for his future cultivation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the creation realm, the absence of Nirvana pills would render the path to rapid rebirth and entry into a new realm a daunting and laborious task, even for someone of his exceptional constitution, capable of absorbing the Nirvana energy in celestial energy. The prospect of 100 dynasties wore a decade, hence loomed large in his mind. Accumulating a substantial quantity of Nirvana pills to lay a solid foundation for rebirth before entering the Nirvana realm seemed a protracted endeavor. A decade of rebirth was an unremarkable pace when considering the overall lifespan of beings within the Tianxuan Continent. Should he gain entry into the East Xian domain as a disciple of a super sect during the 100 Dynasties War, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Of course, this was contingent upon his spiritual energy reaching the level of a celestial talisman master within a few years. Otherwise, leaving the Great Jiang Dynasty to join a super sect in the East Xian domain and secure adequate resources for cultivation would remain but a distant dream. The East Xian domain was replete with numerous dynasties and countless so-called geniuses, while the Great Jiang Dynasty was merely a lower-tier dynasty. Given his background, breaking into the super sects of the East Xian domain without the opportunity presented by the 100 Dynasties War would be no easy feat. Chapter 18. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. As one of the three premier factions in Flame City, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce not only hosts grand auctions annually, but also conducts 3 smaller auctions each month. At these monthly events, treasures that would undoubtedly captivate and tantalize even those at the pinnacle of the Nirvana Realm are consistently presented. It can be said that the Wanjin auctions hold considerable allure for the various powers and families surrounding Flame City. Moreover, even the items with clearly marked prices at the Wanjin Chamber evoke covetous desires in many. However, without sufficient wealth and strength, acquiring the desired items remains a formidable challenge. Before the formidable presence of Xia Wanjin, the chamber's president and a master of the Nirvana Realm, no one in Flame City dares to resort to coercive means. As Lin Chen entered the auction hall of the Wanjin Chamber, he found the venue already brimming with scattered figures, the air thick with lively discussions that infused a palpable sense of excitement. Uncertain of the prerequisites to access the exclusive guest seating, Lin Chen chose not to follow the crowd in occupying a space within this expansive hall, which could accommodate thousands. Instead, he approached the reception area where a graceful attendant was engaged in conversation with the arriving guests. The Wanjin Chamber distinguishes between its internal and external realms. The items auctioned and sold in the external space are merely ordinary goods, which, of course, did not meet Lin Chen's expectations. Upon hearing his inquiry, the attendant raised her gaze, appraised Lin Chen with keen interest, and replied with a smile. A standard guest seat requires the payment of 100 Yang Yuan Dan or 10 pure Yuan Dan. The higher grade seats will be priced accordingly. It appears this is your first visit to our Wanjin Chamber. Hence, the price is reduced for you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen, without hesitation, retrieved a Qingquan pouch from his waist and handed it to her. It contained 2,000 Yang Yuan Dan, which he believed would secure a commendable position for him. Although the 5 million Yang Yuan Dan gifted by Lin Mu were all stored in a high-grade Qingquan pouch, they had been meticulously categorized by Lin Mu for his convenience in future transactions. Thus, Lin Chen arrived at the Wanjin Chamber fully prepared. 2,000 Yang Yuan Dan, the attendant remarked. Please hold on for a moment. A bit taken aback by Lin Chen's nonchalance in presenting such a sum, she took a deep breath and slightly bowed to accept the pouch from his hands. After a thorough examination, confirming the quantity of Yang Yuan Dan, the attendant's smile broadened, her gaze toward Lin Chen becoming notably more amiable, infused with a hint of reverence. Despite Lin Chen's youthful and handsome appearance, the ease with which he presented such a substantial amount indicated that he was no ordinary individual, nor simply a naive youth. In Flame City, to join a top-tier force like the Wanjin Chamber, personal strength is secondary. The ability to perceive and manage social interactions is far more critical. Thus, even a mere attendant within the Wanjin Chamber possesses discernment that surpasses that of an average person. 2,000 Yang Yuan Dan equates to a substantial resource for cultivation, roughly equivalent to 200 pure Yuan Dan. Although such a conversion is not strictly accurate, within the vicinity of Flame City, this represents a considerable sum of cultivation resources, one that even families of minor Yuan Dan realms might struggle to amass. Lin Chen paid little heed to the somewhat ostentatious display of wealth. His strength was sufficient to reign supreme in Flame City, capable of obliterating those who harbored greedy intentions, especially with Lin Mu and the Lin clan backing him. Here is the doorplate for the number 9 VIP room on the adjacent floor. You need only channel your Yuan force to enter, the attendant said, retrieving a pale golden card from a drawer beneath the reception desk and gently handing it to Lin Chen while pointing in the appropriate direction. Your Qingquan pouch containing the Yang Yuan Dan will be delivered to you shortly. There's no need for that. It's merely a low-grade Qingquan pouch of little value. Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. However, I would appreciate it if you could inform the manager of the Wanjin Chamber that I urgently require some items. The attendant nodded, responding, please wait briefly in the VIP area. Lin Chen offered no further comment. Although he could not guarantee the availability of 6th grade or higher spiritual herbs within the Wanjin chamber, having them procure such items on his behalf would save him considerable effort. The Yang Yuan stone vein beneath Taimu was beyond his mental reach for further exploration, as the intense Yang energy within posed significant challenges to his spiritual force. Thus, he could only await the Lin family to gradually extract resources from that location. Of course, this limitation stemmed from the inadequacy of his spiritual strength. Had he attained the level of a Talisman master, he would not need to rely on the Wanjin chamber for high-grade spiritual herbs. Without the familiar Tanyao weasel by his side, he dared not undertake any reckless experiments with stone talismans, as their current energy was exceedingly limited. Although they could aid in absorbing the ominous energy within Qing Tan and the high-grade Yang energy from the location of the Fire Ancestor's demon flower, he could not predict the consequences or transformations that might occur once the energy was depleted. If misfortune befell him, the repercussions would be troublesome. He recalled that the only way to replenish the energy of the stone talismans was to input Yuan force or derive energy from specific spiritual herbs. The endeavor of fully awakening and restoring the ancestral stone remained a daunting task. Inside the number 9 VIP room, Lin Chun sat by the window, his gaze occasionally drifting outside to observe the throngs of people milling about below, prompting a wave of contemplation. In the Tianxuan Continent, where strength reigns supreme, most individuals, barring those utterly incapable of cultivation, are relentlessly pursuing resources for their development. In contrast to power and allure, the relentless quest for cultivation resources and the enhancement of one's prowess is the true aspiration of life. As Lin Chen pondered, the abrupt sound of a door creaking open disrupted the tranquility of the room. His gaze fell upon a young woman, around 18 or 19, clad in a flowing red gown, as she gracefully entered and approached him. Her skin was as pale as snow, her figure voluptuous and elegant, and her cheeks bore a charming smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, making her quite enchanting. Lin Chen merely offered a slight smile, his heart remaining undisturbed. Presumably, she was the manager of the Wanjin chamber. Otherwise, he would have had to request her departure, as he was not fond of unannounced intrusions into his quarters. In the vast expanse of the Tianxuan Continent, where billions of lives thrive, beautiful women are in no short supply, and some possess an allure that could stir his heart. Yet, to this day, he had not encountered such a woman. Even if he did, he would remain unmoved. In the Tianxuan Continent, where strength is esteemed, ordinary individuals lack the power to safeguard such beauties, making it particularly rare for them to receive a favored glance. The instinct and nature of women in this realm lean toward admiration for the strong. Some things are simply not meant for the weak to possess. This harsh truth is one he understands all too well. Certainly, while it may be true that a toad could feast upon swan meat, the condition for such an eventuality hinges upon the swan's folly, a stroke of luck that he may not possess, nor does he particularly desire. The woman before him, in terms of innate talent, potential, and beauty, is certainly commendable, yet she fails to leave a profound impression upon his heart. Such women abound within the Lin clan and can be found in any sizable city, rendering her presence unremarkable. Although he is a man of ordinary inclinations, he would not forsake his principles simply because of her pleasing appearance, nor would he indulge in sycophancy. "You jest, young master," the lady spoke. "I am Xiansu, the steward of the Wanjin Merchants Association. Might I inquire what you wish to procure from us?" Sensing the resonant waves of spiritual energy emanating from the youth before her, which were not dissimilar to her own, her clear gaze registered no hint of confusion or distraction. A flicker of astonishment danced within her elongated peach blossom eyes as she bowed gracefully to Lin Chun, her mind involuntarily speculating about his identity. In the eastern city of Yin, one had yet to hear of a young prodigy at such a tender age reaching the initial phase of the celestial realm, especially one with such grand aspirations. Lin Chun, however, remained candid in his intentions, articulating the purpose of his visit to the Wanjin Merchants Association. "I seek to acquire some 6th grade or higher spiritual herbs beneficial for demon beasts, such as the Fire Ancestor demon flower," he stated. "As for the price, whether it be Yang Yuan Dan or pure Yuan Dan, I am amenable to any reasonable offer." Upon hearing his words, Xian Su's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to repeat her inquiry. "Spiritual herbs of 6th grade or above that benefit demon beasts." "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Lin Chen replied, maintaining his composure. "There is no issue per se, merely the concern that I may disappoint you. Spiritual herbs of such caliber are exceedingly rare, particularly those advantageous to demon beasts. It is uncommon for such herbs to be offered to our association. Even those who do auction them typically engage in barter rather than pure monetary transactions. making it quite challenging for us to acquire them. Xiansu lamented, shaking her head lightly and sighing, an expression of bittersweet resignation gracing her fair visage. Should she manage to befriend this mysterious young talent, Xiansu, as a core member of the Wanjin Merchant Association, would not hesitate to sacrifice some of their interests for the sake of potential alliance. Alas, they lack the allure to entice him. Are you aware of any leads regarding the herbs I seek? Lin Chen pressed on, undeterred by her candid response. At this, Xiansu furrowed her brow, only to have her eyes brighten slightly as if a thought had struck her. Not long ago, the Blood Wolf gang fortuitously came into possession of a 7th-grade spiritual herb, the ice fire snake scale fruit, in the deep mountains of the eastern Yin City. However, the Blood Wolf gang is notoriously arrogant and greedy, and they have always been at odds with our association. Convincing them to auction the ice fire snake scale fruit would be nearly impossible. The 7th-grade herb, ice fire snake scale fruit, Lin Chen murmured, taken aback. He had never heard of such a herb, nor had he encountered it in the Lin clan's records of spiritual herbs. Lin Chen held no doubts about the information provided, for the Tianxuan Continent was vast, teeming with treasures, and the records within the Lin clan were limited and one-sided, insufficient to encompass all that existed. Indeed, the ice fire snake scale fruit is a 7th-grade herb, exhibiting remarkable concealment properties. Its color shifts with the sunlight by day, exuding a vibrant warmth, while at night it becomes shrouded in darkness, emanating a chilling aura. Its fruit resembles the form of a coiling snake, covered in a layer of flesh-like scales. Hence its name. Consuming this fruit can enable pinnacle celestial realm demon beasts to break through their bottlenecks. And even those in the later stages of the celestial realm have a high probability of advancing to the small Yuan dance stage. Recognizing Lin Chen's skepticism, Xiansu patiently elucidated, her understanding rooted in the rarity of the ice fire snake scale fruit, which had not been documented in commonly referenced spiritual herb compendiums. The Wanjin Merchants Association had only learned of its name and properties through serendipitous intelligence gleaned from the Blood Wolf gang. This ice fire snake scale fruit bears similarities to the characteristics of the Dan Immortal Pool. In the deep mountains of eastern Yin City, the Blood Wolf gang, Lin Chen pondered, formulating hypotheses, yet uncertainty lingered. If his suspicions were correct, the Dan Immortal Pool lay within the vicinity of where the ice fire snake scale fruit was found, though further investigation was required to confirm this. His visit to the Wanjin Merchants Association could prove to be fortuitous, yet acquiring the ice fire snake scale fruit posed challenges. The strength of Yushan at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Dan realm rendered the identity of those from the Lin clan relatively inconsequential. Yushan's prowess was formidable, far surpassing that of the Thunder Leopard, which had stagnated in the later stages of the Celestial Realm for years. He could easily flee Yin City, perhaps even beyond the reach of the Lin clan's influence. While Lin Chen might possess the means to defeat Yushan with his limited repertoire of spiritual techniques, slaying him remained an improbable task. His current weakness in spiritual energy, coupled with his position in the early stages of the Celestial Realm, rendered prolonged combat detrimental. Alas, patience is a virtue in the grand design. It seemed prudent to await the right moment or enlist assistance. Lin Chen understood well that negotiating with someone like Yushan required absolute strength to avoid revealing his wealth, lest he attract unwanted trouble. Even those at the peak of the Qi realm would covet his riches, rendering the Lin clan's reputation insignificant in the face of such temptation. Moreover, his youthful appearance could easily lead others to underestimate him, igniting avarice within their hearts. This was a significant factor in his decision to reveal himself directly in Xingyang Town. Chapter 20. The Transmission of Words. Noticing Lin Chen deep in thought, Xiansu discreetly chose a nearby seat, wisely refraining from disturbing him. After a brief interval, Lin Chen returned to the present, a hint of a smile gracing his alabaster features as he glanced at Xiansu, whose gaze flitted curiously over him. I am curious what kind of reward the Wanjin Merchants Association would require. The information you provided is invaluable to me, and I am grateful. Young master speaks too highly. Xiansu replied with a smile, her demeanor devoid of any pretense. It is our fortune to make your acquaintance. Such information holds little value. As most residents of Yin City are already aware, there is no need for thanks. As Lin Chen's words fell, Xiansu promptly countered with a cheerful retort, leaving Lin Chen somewhat speechless. Lin Chen could somewhat fathom the intentions of the alluring woman before him. She merely wished to inquire about his origins and identity, thereby placing him in a position of indebtedness to a member of the Wanjin Merchants Association, aiming to draw him into their fold. That said, had the lady not broached the subject, he would have remained oblivious. However, since she held such a perception, he deemed it inappropriate to linger further on the matter. Thus he took his leave, shaking his head gently. Lin Chen rose from his seat, offering a subtle smile to Xian Su before turning to depart, clearly not intending to engage in further conversation with her. Xian Su had previously made it abundantly clear that the Wanjin Merchants Association possessed none of the spiritual herbs he sought, so he had no reason to tarry in Yin City. Just as Lin Chen was about to exit the room, a soft voice called out from behind him. "Please, young master, do not be in haste." Xian Su, believing herself to possess a fair measure of charm and allure, had often encountered men who vied for her attention and sought to curry her favor. In stark contrast, the demeanor of the man before her evoked a sense of disappointment, leaving her delicate, fair cheeks devoid of their earlier grace. She pondered if there was anything further she wished to discuss, perhaps regretting not having accepted that reward. Lin Chen glanced back at Xian Su and, with a hint of impatience in his tone, remarked, "It's nothing," taken aback by the impatience in his voice. Xian Su faltered, her words dying on her lips, reduced to a simple utterance. "What you wish to know is merely my origins, my name. Am I correct?" Although Lin Chen expressed some irritation, he was not rude enough to leave without a word, casually posing a question. "That is indeed the case." Xuan Su, intrigued by Lin Chen's various actions, desired to forge a connection with him, asserting that neither she nor the Wanjin Merchants Association harbored ill intentions. Her gaze faltered, avoiding direct contact with Lin Chen as she offered a quiet explanation. "You will come to know the answer in due time. After all, I will still require the assistance of your esteemed association in the future." In a courtyard within Ironwood Manor in Qingyang Town, Lin Chen inquired, "Old Master Jin Tian, how has the extraction of the Yang Essence Stone veins progressed in recent days? Have there been any anomalies?" Upon returning from Yin City, Lin Chen had not ventured back to the Lin family's rear mountains, but had instead come directly to Ironwood Manor to inquire about the situation regarding the extraction of the Yang Essence Stones. Over the past few days, as our Lin family's personnel have gradually entered Ironwood Manor to extract the Yang Essence Stones, we have indeed procured a considerable amount. However, we have not encountered the anomalies that young Master Lin mentioned. Lin Jintian pondered before responding. It appears that without at least 6 months' time, it would be challenging for the Lin family to delve deeply enough into the veins to locate the Fire Ancestor's demonic flower. Recalling the circumstances surrounding the emergence of the Fire Ancestor's demonic flower, Lin Chen shook his head vigorously, instantly abandoning the notion of awakening the little weasel's spirit with it. 6 months was far too long for him. In that span, he could solidify his foundation, break through to the minor Yuandan realm, or even advance further. Yet, this was contingent upon his ability to awaken the little weasel-esque spirit, especially since the stone talisman had yet to manifest in this realm. He could not predict the consequences of a reckless attempt. At present, his understanding of the stone talisman was rudimentary. He lacked the ability to utilize its prophetic capabilities. If this were 6 years hence, he would undoubtedly feel unencumbered. Given the circumstances, it seemed he would have to seek assistance from the elder Lin Mu. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen reached a resolution. In the Jiang Dynasty, he was no mere drifter. He belonged to a category of affluent scions with connections. Attempting to resolve these issues alone would be a waste of time, yet soliciting aid was entirely reasonable. Although he had been away from the Lin clan for less than 2 months, he was no fool. It would be unwise, not to mention somewhat absurd, to squander precious cultivation time over trifling matters of pride before the venerable Lin Mu, whom he revered. He could graciously accept the myriad resources for cultivation that Lin Mu offered, and it was only fitting that he request Lin Mu's assistance in return. Lin Mu was not a stranger to him. Moreover, in a not-so-distant future, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to repay Lin Mu, ensuring that the elder would no longer be burdened by concerns over the Nirvana Dan. Noticing Lin Chen's furrowed brow, Lin Jintian refrained from further inquiries and respectfully stood by, awaiting his words. For Lin Jintian, Lin Chen's worthiness of such respect was unquestionable. Not only had Lin Chen saved his son Lin Xiao, but he had also significantly bolstered the Lin family's strength, resulting in monumental changes within a matter of days. The Yang Essence Stones extracted from the mines were sufficient to exchange for 1,000 Yang Essence Stone, resources the Lin family had never dared to dream of or imagine. While this could not compare to the one-time boon of 100,000 Yang Essence Stone that Lin Chen had bestowed upon the Lei family, the Yang Essence Stone veins promised longevity. Based on the current extraction levels, the future yield would undoubtedly surpass that of 100,000 Yang Essence Stone. Old Master Jintian, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Pray tell, what does young Master Lin require? Lin Jintian responded instinctively, momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's unexpected request. He was not one to forget kindness. especially since he had placed the hope of the Lin family's return to prominence squarely upon Lin Chen's shoulders. Thus, he was more than willing to assist with any request Lin Chen might have. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely ask that you make a trip to the Lin clan and convey a few words to that old man Lin Mu. Chapter 21. The Mystery of the Green Sandalwood. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. To efficiently complete Lin Chen's entrusted task, Lin Jintian had managed to compress what would typically be a month-long journey into less than half that time. Under his relentless pace, it took a mere 10 days for Lin Jintian to arrive at Lin City in the Diyan Prefecture. One must acknowledge that even with his strength at the late stage of the Tianxuan Realm, such speed was commendable, representing the utmost of his capabilities. Of course, had Lin Jintian possessed strength beyond the third realm of creation, the lengthy distance from Qingyang Town to Lin City would have seemed trivial to those with even a modicum of strength. Power shapes perspective, a fact that explains why the majority of beings on the Tianxuan Continent remain confined to specific regions. For a peak realm expert, leaving the Jiang Dynasty might not be insurmountable, yet escaping the Eastern Xian domain could consume a lifetime without guarantee of success. Within the inner city of Lin City, in the courtyard of Lin Tao, Lin Jintian spoke, "My old friend, I fear I must trouble you to relay matters concerning young Master Lin Shan to the Grand Elder." Aware of his own limitations and his lack of standing within the Lin clan, Lin Jintian understood that meeting Lin Mu was virtually impossible. Hence, he had to rely on his old friend Lin Tao. Upon seeing Lin Jintian, Lin Tao was initially taken aback, but upon learning the reason for his visit, it seemed less surprising. The relationship between Lin Shun and the Grand Elder Lin Mu was no secret within the Lin clan. Those with even a modicum of status and strength were well aware of it. The Grand Elder has traditionally maintained a reclusive existence, seldom making appearances unless it pertains to urgent matters within the clan. Thus, it is quite rare for an ordinary individual to catch a glimpse of him. To meet him, one would typically require the endorsement of the elders, relaying messages through layers of hierarchy. However, as you are entrusted by that young rascal Lin Shun, such formalities can be bypassed. The elders of the clan, who have reached the third realm of fortune, are adept at navigating the intricacies of power. Even if they were to inadvertently disturb the Grand Elder, he would not hold them accountable, given Lin Chen's influence. Unlike Lin Chen's casual demeanor within the Lin clan, ordinary Lin family members, even those like Lin Tao, the external affairs elder, find it exceedingly difficult to meet Lin Mu. In the realm of Tianxian, a clear hierarchy prevails. Status is determined by strength, and ascending the ranks is a privilege reserved for the select few. With this in mind, it is necessary to trouble an old friend for assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, after Lin Jintian departed, Lin Chen chose not to remain idle at the Tai Mu Manor. Instead, he returned to his chamber in the back mountains of the Lin family, murmuring some obscure incantations as he focused on cultivating his mental strength. Unlike the slow progress of his elemental energy cultivation, he had reached the level of a fourth-rank Talisman master in mental prowess in just a few months. Although his realm was already stable, enhancing his mental strength further would significantly bolster his confidence for the upcoming battles. Despite having no doubts about Lin Mu arranging assistance for him, certain matters still required his personal intervention. Based on his understanding of the Blood Wolf Gang's Yushan, the likelihood of receiving the Ice-Fire Snake Scale before demonstrating absolute strength was virtually non-existent. Conversely, should Yushan demand exorbitant prices, he might also covet Lin Chen's wealth and devise schemes to ensnare him. Unlike the tireless Lei Bao, Yushan, having achieved the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm, could thrive in any region of the Diyan Dynasty. His status within the Lin clan and his comparable strength do not guarantee that he would refrain from taking risks. While Yushan's innate capabilities posed no direct threat to Lin Shun, the latter preferred to eliminate any potential future troubles. At this juncture, even the smallest of individuals can wield considerable power, requiring meticulous planning and prudent action. Soon, he would put human nature to the test. Yushan's survival would hinge solely on his own actions. Similarly, this would serve as a trial for Lin Chen's own strength. Qingtan, this is where Big Brother lives. We cannot simply enter. Don't worry, Lin Dong. I sneaked in here yesterday when it wasn't cold, and the Big Brother inside wasn't home. Let us just play for a bit and then leave. His house is much better than ours. But what if Father finds out? Just as Lin Shan was engrossed in his mental cultivation, the innocent voices of the Lin siblings outside the room pulled him back to reality. Though his training was interrupted, Lin Shun felt no anger. Ignorance is no fault, especially since the Lin siblings were merely children, still in a stage of innocence. Since there is someone in the room today, you two may come in, he called out. Lin Shun harbored a greater curiosity toward Lin Qingtan than Lin Dong. Not only because she possessed the high-grade Insha energy he sought, but also due to her mysterious origins. Despite his familiarity with this realm and possessing some foresight, countless enigmas lingered in his mind, with Lin Qingtan's origins being one of the most perplexing. Originally from the vast world, how had she arrived in this sealed Tianxuan Continent? This question had persistently occupied his thoughts since his arrival, yet he had yet to find any answers. He could not uncover sufficient evidence regarding Lin Qingtan to validate his speculations about how she traversed from the vast world to the Tianxuan Continent. However, he was certain of one thing. The spatial nodes connecting the vast world to the Tianxuan Continent were not singular. The node Lin Qingtan utilized was undoubtedly not the one sealed by the ancestor of Talisman's millennia ago, where the demon sovereign was imprisoned. In this regard, there were certain parallels between her and his own origins. The distinction lay in the fact that he did not hail from the vast world, lacked any medium to traverse it, and his soul remained remarkably intact and pure, possessing memories from his past life and a bloodline forged by the very essence of heaven and earth. Yet, aside from her unique physique, Lin Qingtan exhibited no differences from the children of the Tianxuan Continent. Contemplating this further solidified Lin Chen's convictions. The existence of both Lin Qingtan and himself must be influenced by the will of the vast world. 50,000 years ago, the vast world was besieged by the extraterrestrial evil clan emerging from the Tianxuan Realm, leading to the obliteration of countless beings and the shattering of planes. The sentient vast world would not passively accept its fate. Consequently, under the influence of its will, each continent and every fated child from various realms emerged in succession. Yet, in the end, not everyone could transcend their limits and truly grow, becoming a bulwark against the encroachments of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Chapter 22. 8th Grade Spiritual Medicine. Greetings, Brother Lin Chun. Lin Dong cautiously stepped through the door, his curious gaze sweeping across the room, ultimately meeting Lin Chen's warm smile. Thank you, Brother Lin Chun, he said respectfully. Despite Lin Chen's youthful appearance, he had left an indelible impression on Lin Dong's young mind. Although Lin Dong was often bewildered by many matters, he could discern right from wrong. His father's safe return home after sustaining grave injuries was entirely due to this individual before him. Meanwhile, Lin Qingtan, standing behind Lin Dong, occasionally peeked over his shoulder at Lin Shun, appearing quite pitiful, akin to a child who had misbehaved. There's no need for you two to be so formal. Feel free to come here to play anytime. The furnishings in this room differ from yours, and if you find anything you like, you may take it. I'll one-team mind, Lin Shun reassured them with a smile, gesturing kindly. Although the items arranged in his room by Lin Jintian were not extravagant, they were far from ordinary within Qingyang Town. Lin Shun, however, had little interest in such material possessions, having come to Qingyang Town solely for his own cultivation. It was not unusual for Lin Qingtan, being younger, to find interest in these unfamiliar decorations. Thank you, Brother Lin Shun. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Qingtan's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Lin Shen maintained his warm smile, saying, All right, you two can play here for a while longer, but don't take too long. Your mother will worry. Additionally, he added, Qingtan, next time your internal cold energy surges and you feel cold, make sure to tell your brother Lin Dong to inform me. In the back mountains of the Lin family, amidst a lush thicket, Lin Shan was taken aback to discover that the visitor was none other than Uncle Lin Lai. Before Lin Shun stood a middle-aged man with a playful smile, causing Lin Shun to chuckle awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, prior to his departure from Lin City, he had not taken the time to bid farewell to Lin Kur and her family. Upon sensing the fluctuations emanating from the spiritual jade slip he had inscribed, Lin Shun withdrew from his meditative state and, with a surge of mental energy, pushed open the door, soaring toward the dense forest on the back mountain. What's this? Have you forgotten me, young lad? Lin Lai smiled faintly, his internal energy surging forth, sending a jolt through Lin Shun, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Such a powerful wave of energy. This place must be the back mountain of a Lin clan. It seems that such formidable beings have likely entered the third realm of transformation. I never expected that old Lin Jintian had such a formidable backing. The Lin clan is indeed not to be trifled with. I'm fortunate I never acted against them before. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Mansion, Lei Bao, who had just broken through to the minor Yuan Dan realm, was still basking in the euphoria of his recent success when he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. Upon discerning its direction, he was filled with dread. Simultaneously, the other two major powers in Qingyang Town, the CF family, and the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall also sensed this formidable energy, and the doubts surrounding the recent change of ownership at Taima Manor vanished entirely. That old rascal Lei Bao is indeed astute. With such a powerful ally behind a Lin family, how could they not thrive? On the other side, Lin Lai had unexpectedly made a breakthrough to the Minor Qi realm after 2 months. Congratulations! Lin Chen exclaimed, slightly astonished as he sensed the formidable energy within Lin Lai. Although he did not fully understand why Lin Lai was so ostentatious in Qingyang Town today, he was well aware that Lin Lai had remained at the peak of the major forming realm for many years. Upon hearing the sincerity in Lin Chen's words, Lin Lai's smile widened, but a moment later, his expression turned serious. Don't think you can butter me up with a few compliments. I won't overlook your abrupt departure. What is this? Have you grown wings and now look down upon our family? Coughing awkwardly, Lin Chen replied softly, Uncle Lin Lai, you think too much. I was merely concerned that Kuer might feel sad and start crying. You little brat, you wouldn't dare, Lin Lai scoffed, then reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a purple box, tossing it toward Lin Chen, who stood about 10 feet away. This contains a millennium-old demonic spirit ginseng. Though I don't know what you need this spirit herb for regarding beasts, I believe it should meet your needs. Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes flashed with disbelief. An 8th grade spirit herb, that rare millennium-old demonic spirit ginseng? Lin Lai was not surprised by Lin Chen's astonishment. After all, Lin Chen only required herbs of the 6th grade or above. Although an 8th grade herb was merely 2 grades higher, its value was incomparable. A chasm separated the two. Indeed, this ginseng is quite rare. It requires a spirit ginseng with over 1,000 years of life and a continuous infusion of blood from a demonic beast above the Nirvana Realm, until the ginseng turns entirely blood red. Even within the Lin clan's treasury, there are only a handful, thanks to our ancestor who joined a super sect a century ago, Lin Lai explained seriously, glancing at Lin Chen. As for its effects, I trust you're already aware, so I need not elaborate. While Lin Lai did not extend the same level of care to Lin Chen as he did to his daughter Lin Ke, he still looked after him quite well. This was not only due to Lin Mu's influence, but also because Lin Chen had always been diligent and sensible since childhood, coupled with his commendable talent. At 15, he had already reached the initial stage of the Tianxuan Realm, a rare achievement within the Lin clan, rivaling even Lin Langtian. After a moment of surprise, Lin Chen quickly regained his composure, placing the unopened purple box into his spatial pouch. It was evident that he held a degree of trust in Lin Lai. Lin Lai was indeed correct. I am well aware of the uses of the millennium-old demonic spirit ginseng. It merely aids in the recovery of a demonic beast's power to a certain extent. However, I'm uncertain about this spirit herb. Nodding at Lin Lai, although a thought to awaken the little weasel surged within him, he quickly suppressed it. He knew that such spirit herbs existed within the Lin clan, but their exchange price was exorbitant, which is why he had never considered using such herbs to awaken the little weasel. In the Lin clan, young ones like him, who had not significantly contributed, lacked the qualifications to exchange for certain items. Chapter 23. An Unexpected Turn. Seeing Lin Chen fall silent after his brief inquiry, Lin Lai understood and began to explain. This time, Uncle Lin Mu learned that you needed a spirit herb beneficial to demonic beasts. So he specifically used clan contributions to exchange for it, and then found me to bring it to you. However, you need not overly concern yourself with this matter. Given Uncle Lin Mu's current situation, whether he uses the clan contributions or not makes little difference. At his stage, without the Nirvana pill, breaking through to the Nirvana Realm is a dead end. You should be aware of some of the clan's rules. Contributions can be exchanged for anything, except for the Nirvana pill. If you truly wish to repay him for his years of nurturing, you should focus on your training and strive to stand out in the Seed War 10 years from now, entering the 100 Dynasties War and joining a super sect. Only then can he truly take that step forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head, somewhat noncommittal. Uncle Lin Lai, rest assured, I have my own plans regarding this matter. 10 years is far too long for him. He cannot wait that long. Nor does he need to participate in the Seed War to enter the 100 Dynasties War. By the way, the matter regarding Lin Jintian has encountered some issues. Before I left, I had Lin Tao arrange for him to be sent back to Qingyang Town. Lin Chen's figure froze, a glimmer of confusion passing through his bright, dark eyes. What problems has Lin Jintian encountered? Well, it's a long story. You should know that Lin Jintian was once a member of the Inner Clan. However, due to a failed mission that caused significant losses to the clan, he was expelled. That failure also indirectly led him to offend many within the clan. In the past, during clan meetings, no one dared to act against him due to specific clan rules. But this time is different. After the clan meeting, his identity as a branch member means little, making him no different from ordinary citizens of the Jiang Dynasty. This time, while he was sent to Lin City on your behalf, he unfortunately encountered some individuals he had offended in the past. Although those people may not be formidable within the inner clan, they are more than capable of dealing with Lin Jiantian. Previously, while he remained in Qingyang Town, no one traveled so far to trouble him, but this time, it seems he has simply run afoul of fate. Lin Lai sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he recalled Lin Jiantian's final fate, feeling a profound sympathy for him. Uncle Lin Lai, how is Lin Jiantian faring now? Lin Chen's expression shifted, his inquiry directed towards Lin Lai now tinged with an icy resolve. Noticing the chill in Lin Chen's tone, Lin Lai furrowed his brow slightly. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed Lin Chen display such anger after all these years. Lin Jiantian's injuries are not life-threatening. He has merely lost an arm and fainted from excessive blood loss. Currently, he is en route, escorted by Lin Tao, and should return to Qingyang Town within a fortnight at most, Lin Lai explained with a sigh. In response, Lin Chen nodded subtly, his alabaster visage betraying no sign of rage, instead exuding an unusual calm. The incident involving Lin Jiantian arose because of me, and I shall provide the Lin family with an explanation. While Lin Chen contemplated the notion of returning to the Lin clan to defend Lin Jiantian, he understood the futility of such an action. A gentleman avenges, but 10 years may pass without haste. Moreover, attaining the realm of life and birth sooner to restore Lin Jiantian's lost arm was far more crucial than seeking retribution. His decision not to return to the Lin clan stemmed from a fear that Lin Mu would have regrets, and Lin Kuer might complicate matters, preventing him from emerging unscathed. Yet, unexpectedly, through Lin Jiantian's message, an unforeseen predicament had arisen. Lin Jiantian's expulsion from the inner clan was not entirely unknown to him. Despite executing his mission with only the strength of the Earth Elemental Realm, the gravity of his duty was significant. Had it not been so, how would Lin Mu, the esteemed elder of the Lin clan, have remembered such an ordinary clansman? The unforeseen incident during Lin Jiantian's journey to Lin City, while unexpected, was not without reason. The so-called butterfly effect was ever present. Had he not sent Lin Jiantian to Lin City, the injuries Lin Jiantian sustained would never have occurred. You need not be overly troubled. I shall do my utmost to care for this branch of the family, as it is also Lin Mu's intention. The early release of my elemental force was meant to deter some nefarious individuals, as per his request before he fell unconscious. While I lack the authority to fully reintegrate this branch into the inner clan, providing them with a certain degree of protection is feasible. Furthermore, I suspect you will not accompany me back after I complete my tasks, so I shall ensure your safety in the meantime. I trust that henceforth, with the identity of the Lin clan from the Great Jiang Dynasty, none in this small territory would dare to provoke you. Moreover, while the Lin branch may not reside within the clan, they remain kin to the Lin family. Observing Lin Chen's somber demeanor, Lin Lai sighed and offered words of comfort. Lin Chen merely nodded, appearing rather indifferent, opting not to elaborate on Lin Jiantian's situation. For the Lin family, Lin Jiantian's injuries were no longer a pressing concern. Merely days prior, Lin Xiao had broken through to the minor Yuan Dan realm, and with a vein of Yang elemental stone. The Lin family's prospects in Yin City seemed promising. Unlike the previous realm, Lin Xiao had not suffered injuries, and the overall strength of the Lin family had increased, elevating Lin Dong's starting point significantly. This would not only allow for earlier cultivation, but also ensure ample resources during the initial stages. Every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages. While Lin Jiantian's severed arm would not directly affect Lin Dong, it nonetheless held some impact. Given that he had been endowed with the Ancestral Talisman's affinity in this realm, as long as Lin Dong possessed a heart for cultivation, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. As for Lin Dong, the former martial ancestor from the previous realm, his future accomplishments were beyond Lin Chen's concern. In Yin City, at the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters, after a brief exchange with Lin Lai, Lin Chen guided him towards Yin City, subsequently concealing Lin Lai in the shadows before proceeding alone to the Blood Wolf Gang's stronghold. Though he now possessed the 1,000-year demon spirit ginseng, capable of awakening his pet weasel at will, the ice fire snake scale fruit would still prove useful post-awakening. The stronger the weasel's power, the greater the benefits to him. However, whether Yushan would treasure the ice fire snake scale fruit upon receiving it remained uncertain. Chapter 24. Tremor Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Our leader Yushan is not someone you can just meet at will. Don't think that a bit of strength qualifies you to join our Blood Wolf Gang. We don't accept little brats who have yet to shed blood. The guard stationed at the high platform of the Blood Wolf Gang's entrance began to mock Lin Chen upon his arrival, a brash youth demanding an audience with Yushan. In Yin City, Yushan, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, stood as a peak figure alongside Xiao Wanjin, president of the Wanjin Merchant Association, Shihao Yin, the city lord, and Yin Xian, the president of the Yin City Talismans Association, collectively known as the four foremost powerhouses of Yin City. Despite all four possessing only the pinnacle of the Yuan-Dan realm, they were among the elite in both Yin City and Tiandu County. For an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of these individuals or engage in conversation posed a significant challenge. Although Lin Shun had already revealed his formidable strength at the initial Tianxuan Realm, the guards at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters did not regard it as impressive. In Yin City, the Blood Wolf Gang had every right to be arrogant. As one of the few at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Dan realm, the Blood Wolf Gang, known for its brutality and ruthlessness, had left many families and factions that contested with them in ruins, their remnants obliterated. Though termed a gang, it bore little distinction from a band of robbers. Thus, under the notorious reputation of the Blood Wolf Gang, few dared to provoke them. Even the members of the Wanjin Merchant Association, who had long-standing rivalries with them, often exercised restraint, unwilling to engage in open conflict. It seemed today would inevitably lead to violence. Unfazed by the derision from the guards above, Lin Chen simply smiled faintly and shook his head, dismissing their words with indifference. It must be said that having lived two lives, experiencing birth, death, and rebirth, Lin Chen's mental fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Nothing was more terrifying than death. While Lin Shun may not have truly perished, but merely transitioned to another realm, he had undeniably endured excruciating pain. Whether it be the heart-wrenching separation of life and death, or the agonizing experience of bones shattering and reconstituting, Lin Shin chose not to engage in idle banter with the guards before him. With a cold snort, an overwhelming surge of mental energy erupted from his dantian, instantly transforming into hundreds of invisible needles suspended in midair. Go! In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the guards, Lin Chun commanded, and the invisible needles swiftly darted through the air towards them. Be careful! Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guards refused to succumb easily, hastily raising their blades to channel their elemental force in a desperate defense. Yet, the intensity of Lin Chen's mental assault was beyond the capability of mere Tianxuan Realm practitioners to withstand. Even the pure Yuan Qi of ordinary Yuan-Dan Realm cultivators proved inadequate to counteract it. Thus, within moments, the guards fell one after another, gravely injured and unaware of their fate. The numerous crimson scars etched across the faces of several individuals silently proclaimed the terror of the prior mental assault. In terms of mastering the application of mental power, Lin Shun felt no awkwardness whatsoever, unlike the arduous progression of his elemental energy cultivation. The refinement of his mental prowess required merely continuous introspection and fortification. His soul was distinct from that of ordinary beings. So much so that one could assert he was a natural-born spirit entity within this realm. His primordial spirit, soul, existed independently, and although he could not wield an ounce of its power, this very fact endowed him with a mental fortitude vastly superior to that of the average person. After acquiring the method of mental power cultivation from Lin Mu, the intensity of his mental prowess began to escalate incessantly. Moreover, as mental energy could not be replenished directly from the heavens and earth like elemental energy, his speed of cultivation, while not as rapid as in the realm of elemental energy, was nonetheless remarkably swift. Not only that, but with an innate primordial spirit, his Nirvana Palace had already formed its own microcosm, though due to his relatively weak mental power, it had yet to be fully developed. However, leveraging this innate advantage, he could now easily condense his own spiritual entity. Although this spiritual body lacked significant power and appeared somewhat insubstantial, it was a feat that most celestial talisman masters would struggle to achieve. For him, as long as he diligently refined his mental energy and augmented its intensity, reaching the level of a celestial talisman master was merely a matter of time. Presently, the extent of mental power he could wield within his Nirvana Palace was negligible compared to the vastness of that realm, yet it sufficed to address the immediate situation. Boom! After several individuals collapsed, the hundreds of invisible needles imbued with formidable mental energy did not retract, but instead descended in a dense array upon the entrance of the Blood Wolf Gang behind them. Clearly, for Lin Shun, hastening to meet Yushan was not a matter of concern. In the blink of an eye, the battle unfolding at the Blood Wolf Gang's entrance did not escape the notice of some within the organization. Before the members of the Blood Wolf Gang could react, a tremendous rumble resounded, resulting in the sudden collapse of a long-standing headquarters door. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Blood Wolf Gang, a cacophony of confusion and alarm echoing throughout the entirety of Flame City. It was evident that such a disturbance could not evade the perception of several formidable individuals within Flame City. In that fleeting moment, nearly all the influential figures in Flame City surged towards the epicenter of the powerful mental energy disturbance emanating from the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Who dares intrude upon the Blood Wolf Gang with such audacity? Lin Chen did not wait long. Within a mere instant, a faint voice emerged from the depths of the Blood Wolf Gang. Lin Chen slightly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the platform, where he beheld a burly middle-aged man adorned with a blood wolf tattoo across his bare chest, advancing towards him with a gaze as venomous as a serpent's. Although the man did not emanate a particularly strong surge of elemental energy, Lin Chen did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The man was at the pinnacle of the Elemental Dan realm, a strength that was entirely comparable to his own. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not place Yushan in high regard, for he had come fully prepared. Even if the Blood Wolf Gang were to summon all their might from Flame City, they could not inflict any harm upon him. The presence of Lin Lai was more than sufficient to ensure his safety on this journey. Behind Yushan stood two middle-aged men, their bodies exuding faint waves of elemental energy, unmistakably indicating that they were both powerful figures at the minor perfection stage of the Elemental Dan realm. As one of the three top powers in Flame City, the Blood Wolf Gang was not comprised solely of Yushan. Chapter 25, Confrontation. In this regard, Lin Chen did not overly concern himself. While such strength was commendable in Flame City, it posed no threat to him. Yushan, one cannot speak so lightly. I had intended to pay a visit today, and had it not been for the utter lack of decorum exhibited by your guards, I would not have felt compelled to intervene and teach them a lesson, nor would I have resorted to such methods to draw you out. As for my identity, I see no harm in revealing it today. I am Lin Chen of the Lin clan. Meeting Yushan's gaze, Lin Chen smirked coldly before slowly uttering his words. At such a young age, to possess such mental prowess, it seems the identity of this Lin clan member is not fabricated. The cold, piercing gaze of Yushan swept over Lin Chen, and upon sensing the mental energy that rivaled that of a four-sigil talisman master, his pupils constricted, and his expression darkened ominously. Undoubtedly, Yushan found himself in a precarious position, for offending a member of the Lin clan in the Great Jiang Dynasty was a consequence far beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Despite Yushan's considerable strength, Lin Chen did not represent the entirety of the Lin clan. It was evident that someone of Lin Chen's caliber, even within the Lin clan, was undoubtedly exceptional. This was the thought that occupied Yushan's mind, as the mere identity of Lin Chen as a member of the Lin clan rendered him unable to maintain his previous hostility. It was clearly impossible for him to simply relent. No wonder he is a genius of the Lin clan. However, while your Lin clan may be untouchable by my Blood Wolf Gang, your actions today require an explanation. Otherwise, how can my Blood Wolf Gang maintain its standing in Flame City? Yushan retorted coldly, refusing to display any semblance of humility or weakness in the face of Lin Chen's identity. While the Lin clan was formidable, there were certainly adversarial forces within the Great Jiang Dynasty, and Yushan was somewhat aware that their reach had yet to extend to Flame City. Thus, his rugged countenance betrayed no hint of fear, and his gaze towards Lin Chen remained as fierce and unyielding as before. Explanation? Yushan, I did not come here to provide you with one. Yushan, I have heard that you recently acquired a fire ice serpent scale fruit in the eastern mountains of Flame City. Is there any truth to this? Lin Chen shook his head, then fixed his gaze intently upon Yushan, pausing for a moment before inquiring thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Yushan's heart tightened, and his mind involuntarily sharpened as he momentarily set aside further contemplation. His acquisition of the fire ice serpent scale fruit was hardly a secret within Flame City. Indeed, there is such a matter. What is your intention in bringing this up? Despite Lin Chen's youth, Yushan regarded him as a peer in strength and therefore dared not harbor any underestimation in his demeanor. In response to Yushan's cold inquiry, Lin Chen remained composed and unhurried, allowing his gaze to drift momentarily over the approaching figures before returning to Yushan, answering with a calm and measured tone. Yushan, the fire ice serpent scale fruit holds no value for someone of your prowess at the pinnacle of the Elemental Dan realm. Should you be willing to exchange it with me, I can offer you an item of equivalent worth. I could even provide some minor compensation for the damage to the Blood Wolf Gang's entrance today. What say you, Yushan? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a trace of disdain flickered at the corner of Yushan's lips. Yushan did not doubt the words spoken by Lin Chen. Rather, he was unwilling to compromise like a mere youth, lest he be left with a mark of shame. The concepts of face and dignity, while occasionally significant, often come at a steep price when one prioritizes their own honor. The intricacies and simplicities of human nature are as unpredictable as they are profound, often hinging on a mere thought, where a fleeting moment can distinguish between survival and annihilation. The Ice-Fire Serpent Scale Fruit, although only effective for individuals beneath the Yuan Dan realm, holds immense potential for rapid advancement to the lesser Yuan Dan realm, making it invaluable to members of his faction. While it is true that his son's talent pales in comparison to yours, he is still commendable. The leader of this group intends to cherish this fruit for future use, and thus has no intention of parting with it at present. In response to Lin Chen's proposal, Yushan rejected it outright without a second thought, only to follow with a condition. Should you genuinely possess sincerity, then present me with 100,000 pure Yuan Dan, and I shall overlook your intrusion into the Bloodwolf gang. In return, I will bestow upon you the Ice-Fire Serpent Scale Fruit. As he spoke, a rugged smile flickered across Yushan's coarse features, and within the cold depths of his gaze, an uncharacteristic glimmer of greed emerged. The four great clans of the Great Jiang Dynasty are immensely wealthy. Thus, Yushan found himself somewhat tempted by Lin Chen's offer. However, to Lin Chen, Yushan's expression appeared rather sinister and uncanny. 100,000 pure Yuan Dan. Such a grandiose demand from the leader of the Bloodwolf gang. Do you not realize that such an amount could procure a fine high-grade spiritual treasure within the Great Jiang Dynasty, or even enable several hundred individuals at the Tianxuan Realm to advance to the lesser Yuan Dan realm? Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, his eyes gradually filling with a blend of amusement and chill as he regarded Yushan. The man was not as formidable as Lin Chen had anticipated, and the reasons to take action against him multiplied. Lin Chen was not surprised by Yushan's audacious demand. Unlike the Thunder Leopard of Qingyang Town, Yushan possessed a certain level of strength and ambition, only yielding after proving his mettle. Yet, even his submission would merely be a reluctant endurance, poised to exact a fatal strike upon those who had humiliated him when the opportunity arose. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. For ruthless individuals like Yushan, face and dignity outweigh many other considerations, and they cannot tolerate even the slightest insult. In Yin City, it is not the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm that reigns supreme, but rather individuals like Yushan who are reluctant to leave Yin City and lower themselves elsewhere. This desire for dominance mirrors the countless souls across the Tianxuan Continent and the vast world who remain enraptured by dreams of becoming local tyrants. Chapter 26, Extermination. Since you cannot produce 100,000 pure Yuan Dan, let us speak no more of the Ice-Fire Serpent Scale Fruit. Present me with 10,000 pure Yuan Dan, and your intrusion into the Bloodwolf gang shall be overlooked. Otherwise, even if you hail from the Lin clan, you shall not walk out of Yin City today. As more and more individuals gathered, Yushan's countenance grew increasingly grim, especially upon witnessing the gloating glint in his nemesis Xia Wanjin's eyes, which ignited a long-suppressed fury within him, erupting towards Lin Chen. Undoubtedly, today Lin Chen had brought Yushan to a point of disgrace, primarily due to the Bloodwolf gang's inability to conduct themselves with the propriety of the Wanjin Merchant Association, this bandit group masquerading as a gang. Even if Lin Chen refrained from engaging today, might soon be obliterated by others. Words were futile. Less engaged, Lin Chen casually uttered a few words, clearly uninterested in further discourse with Yushan. He had already extended an opportunity for Yushan to preserve his life, yet the latter had misinterpreted it. Clearly, he did not require such mercy. In the next moment, Lin Chen unleashed his mental energy from the Dantians, surging forth like a tide. The formidable mental force caused the already crowded area to tremble violently. In an instant, the onlookers witnessed a colossal imprint of a radiant palm materializing from the air, a terrifying mental wave erupting forth like a volcano. The previously intangible mental energy now shone more brilliantly than the sun itself. Divine Flame Palm. Following this, the magnificent palm of light, composed of formidable mental energy, surged toward Yushan's face upon Lin Chen's commanding shout. The Divine Flame Palm, an elite mental technique acquired from Lin Mu, honed to perfection, possessed enough power to obliterate an entire city with a single strike. It not only accompanied the shadows of mental energy, but also bore the fierce might of Yuan power. This was the strongest attack Lin Chen could muster, and he intended to hold nothing back, for with his current mental strength, he could only perform such an attack once. The unfolding scene transpired within mere moments, causing Yushan's expression to shift drastically as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself into the air, gathering an impressive pure Yuan energy around his fist, before launching a tremendous punch. Mountain Fist. A radiant sphere erupted from Yushan's fist, soaring like a meteor through the sky, colliding with the massive palm imprint that descended like the blazing sun, resulting in a resounding clash. From the outset, Lin Shun unleashed his most formidable trump card. While mental attacks are indeed peculiar and powerful, they lack endurance. To defeat Yushan, he must strive for a swift resolution, as the disparity in their yuan power was substantial, and prolonged combat would be detrimental to him. The same applied to Yushan. The Mountain Fist was the apex of his martial arts mastery. Should Lin Chen's attack be evaded, everything he painstakingly built within the Blood Wolf gang, along with his loyal subordinates, would be reduced to ashes beneath that palm. Boom! At the moment of impact, a terrifying wave of energy exploded in the air, akin to a torrential flood, causing those nearby to recoil in haste, with only a few formidable individuals managing to withstand the pressure. Break! Lin Chen's expression hardened as he gazed at the expanding energy wave, issuing a cold command. The dazzling palm of light, forged from highly refined mental energy, surged in power, expanding dramatically, and in the eyes of the astonished crowd, it violently erupted, shattering Yushan's ferocious yuan energy fist. However, the radiant palm, having expended its energy, quickly diminished. Dissipating into the air, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of white mist, his complexion somewhat pale, executing a technique like the Divine Flame Palm, which consumed considerable mental energy, was beyond the swift recovery capabilities of a mere four-seal Talisman master. In the instant, Yushan's martial technique was obliterated by Lin Chen's mental force. He coughed up blood, his face turning ghostly pale as he plummeted from the sky. The rapid sequence of events caused countless eyes to widen in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that Yushan, a renowned peak Yuan Dan expert within Yen City, had been defeated by a mere youth. Uncle Lin Lai, you may proceed to act. Under the reverent gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Chen suddenly uttered a soft call, causing the crowd to collectively shudder, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. In the next moment, they beheld a figure standing poised in midair, beneath which lay a radiant orb of sunlight. The terrifying fluctuations of primordial energy enveloping him, instilling a profound sense of dread. The manifestation of primordial energy indicated a formidable presence at the third realm of creation. Ignoring the reactions of those within Yen City, Lin Chen seated himself upon the ground, swiftly beginning to replenish his mental strength. He had no intention of participating in the remaining battle, for his own cultivation of primordial energy was far too inadequate. Eliminating the lingering threat of Yushan was, for him, an impossible task. Rather than incite further unnecessary turmoil, it would be wiser to decisively allow Lin Lai to take action and eliminate the threat. Throughout, Lin Shun had afforded no opportunity for Yushan to plead for mercy and found no desire to engage in further dialogue with him. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf gang posed little concern. Once Yushan was vanquished, whether the Blood Wolf gang could survive amidst their numerous enemies and the onslaught of the Wanjin Commerce Association was a matter that no longer required his contemplation. Chapter 27. Awakening the Little Weasel. In Qingyang Town, on the back mountain of the Lin family. After concluding matters with the Blood Wolf gang, Lin Shun took Lin Lai on a journey to the eastern mountain range of Yen City to seek out the whereabouts of the elixir immortal pool. Following this, the two parted ways, and Lin Shun, not wishing to disturb the Lin family upon his return, made his way directly back to Qingyang Town. The Lin family still needed some reassurance. In his chamber, Lin Shun sat cross-legged upon the bed, silently reflecting. Despite having ventured to Yen City accompanied by Lin Lai, acquiring the Ice Fire Serpent Scale Fruit from Yushan, and pinpointing the location of the Elixir Immortal Pool, he could not deem his journey wholly fulfilling. The unexpected incident involving Lin Zhentian left him feeling uncomfortably unsettled. Although he understood that excessive self-blame was unwarranted, he would need only to restore Lin Zhentian's arm and offer some recompense to the Lin family in due course. However, the pain endured by Lin Zhentian was irreplaceable, and the thought of someone who had worked tirelessly on his behalf suffering such misfortune left Lin Chun's emotions in a state of complexity. He would ultimately have to provide an explanation to the Lin family, even if Lin Zhentian had been harmed by his own enemies without Lin Chen's involvement. Such a fate would not have befallen him. To act is to bear the consequences, and before the Lin family, he had no need for pretense. At this juncture, all that remained was to await Lin Tao's return with Lin Zhentian. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Since the Lin family's mining of the Yang Yuan stone veins will take some time, I shall first awaken the little weasel and locate the mental grinding disc within the stone talisman. Once my mental strength reaches that of a junior spirit talisman master, I shall possess the capability to contend with those of the formative realm. Choosing to set aside the burdensome matters that plagued him, Lin Chen murmured to himself as he retrieved a purple box from his spatial bag, gently cradling it in his hands. Inside lay the Millennium Demon Spirit Ginseng that Lin Lai had gifted him. Unlike the Ice Fire Serpent Scale Fruit, which retained efficacy for humans, the Millennium Demon Spirit Ginseng was uniquely potent against demon beasts. Lin Chen had already devised a plan for persuading the awakened Little Weasel to become his ally. This posed no issue for him, whether it was the scheming Hao Jiaoyu, who had driven the Little Weasel's kin to treachery, or the father of the Little Weasel, who lay in slumber within the eternal illusion of the illusory flower. Either circumstance would elicit a response from the Little Weasel should he divulge even a hint of information. He was well aware of the Little Weasel's profound sense of loyalty, while perhaps not entirely pure in dealings with others. It was clear that the Little Weasel held genuine concern for its father, trusting that he possessed knowledge of certain secrets. He recognized that he was the Little Weasel's only path to salvation. The tales he told of the Heavenly Demon Weasel clan would compel the Little Weasel to believe in him, leaving it no alternative. Had the Little Weasel not been ensnared by Hao Jiaoyu's treachery and besieged by numerous unknown powerful beings, how could it have found itself adrift in the impoverished Xingyang town of the Great Jiang Dynasty? An injured demon spirit, without the aid of the stone talisman or outsiders, would struggle to return to the demon realm, let alone survive in the Great Jiang Dynasty. Even though the Little Weasel possessed various means, restoring its strength to peak condition would require more than mere self-reliance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen lifted his hand to open the jade box, revealing a ginseng of vibrant crimson, emanating a rich aura of demonic energy. How potent the aura! Indeed, it is formed from the blood of a Nirvana Realm demon beast. Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the thick demonic energy radiating from the crimson ginseng. While Nirvana Realm beings might not be formidable in his expansive worldview, they were undeniably a presence he could not provoke at this moment. However, he believed that it would not be long before the Nirvana Realm ceased to pose any threat to him. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen placed the stone talisman, which he had imbued with his own blood, upon the crimson ginseng. With a sizzling sound, as the stone talisman made contact with the ginseng, beams of light erupted from his palm, and in an instant, the ginseng, suffused with potent demonic energy, transformed into a thick, crimson liquid. Before the viscous liquid could linger in Lin Chen's sight for long, it was enveloped by a gentle white glow, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Within the chamber, it was as though nothing had transpired. The Little Weasel appears not to be finicky. In that case, I shall venture into the stone talisman space to explore further. Lin Chen lifted his gaze, his fingertips lightly tracing across his palm, a subtle smile gracing his fair visage. Within the stone talisman space, in the dark expanse of the mental realm, Lin Chen's almost tangible mental form advanced slowly. Though his pace was deliberate, with each step, his surrounding mental energy rippled outward, dispersing into the void. Lin Chen understood that, given the Little Weasel's cautious nature, it would not reveal itself to him directly. Though his mental strength was commendable, there were regions within the stone talisman space that his mental presence could not penetrate. In those areas, the injured Little Weasel would find it difficult to remain for any length of time. Thus, in order to locate the Little Weasel, he had no choice but to conduct a blind search. After an indeterminate period of wandering, Lin Chen's countenance finally revealed the slightest shift. A faint smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. I thought you would hide indefinitely. What is it that you cannot resist for even a single day? Lin Chen chuckled playfully towards a darkened area to his upper left, and swiftly, tendrils of mental energy began to coalesce before him, forming hundreds of slender, dense needle-like projections. If you do not reveal yourself now, my patience may soon wear thin. If you were to summon me, the Celestial Weasel, the consequences would likely be burdensome for you. Just as Lin Chen's words faded into the shadows, a youthful voice emerged from the darkness. Who are you? How do you know of my existence? As the tone of suspicion echoed, Lin Chen beheld a glimmering light darting forth from the gloom, which, after a few flickers, settled several paces before him. As the brilliance dimmed, a jet-black rodent, roughly the size of a hand, fully revealed itself to Lin Chen. What distinguished this black rodent was the clarity of its small, beady eyes, which were not murky, but instead filled with a distinctly human-like blend of curiosity and caution. I am well aware of your existence. Otherwise, you wouldn't have awakened so swiftly. Rest assured, I come to this stone talisman realm with no ill intent, solely to propose a collaboration between us. Collaboration? What do you seek from the esteemed weasel? The diminutive creature's eyes flickered with skepticism, its voice sharp and piercing. My proposal for collaboration is merely to expedite your familiarization with the stone talisman. I seek nothing from you. The peak of the dead Xian realm, celestial weasel spirit, may hold great value for others, but it bears no significance for me, Lin Chen explained calmly, alleviating the unvoiced unease harbored by the little weasel. He understood somewhat the reasons behind the weasel's reluctance to engage with him. The existence of the stone talisman and the weasel's past battle had rendered the once fearless creature more mature and cautious, instilling a sense of trepidation within it. After all, regardless of the weasel's formidable strength prior to its injuries, it was presently just a spirit unable to unleash its full potential. Who exactly are you? How do you possess this knowledge? The weasel's face, devoid of any discernible expression, tensed, its tiny eyes brimming with astonishment as it scrutinized Lin Chen, questioning him word by word. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is my ability to locate rare, spiritual herbs akin to thousand-year-old spirit ginseng. And I even know the whereabouts of a life-and-death wheel elixir. Furthermore, I possess the knowledge to return to the celestial weasel clan and awaken its slumbering leader, your father, who has lain dormant since your disappearance. As for how I know these things, it is perhaps best not to inquire further for whether now or in the future. Even if you were to ask, I would not disclose the answer. Lin Chen's dark, luminous eyes sparkled as he regarded the weasel with kindness. A gentle smile gracing his lips. What has happened to my father? Upon hearing mention of her father, the weasel's heart raced with alarm. Her tiny eyes suffused with urgency, as she could not help but direct a fierce inquiry towards Lin Chen. He is currently in no grave danger, to my knowledge. He has a considerable period of safety ahead of him. So trust me, assisting me in rapidly enhancing my strength is your best course of action. Of course, you could seek help from others with the stone talisman, but in this Great Jiang Dynasty, even if you manage to find a suitable candidate, by the time you exit its borders, your patience might very well be exhausted. After all, not just anyone can meet the requirements to join one of the super sects of the Eastern Xian domain within the next 5 years. In the Great Jiang Dynasty, no one can match my speed, nor would anyone dare to provide you with such guarantees. In the face of the weasel's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Chen shrugged, casually continuing his discourse, as if merely discussing some trivial matter. For him, the stone talisman and the weasel were merely tools to aid him. They did not dictate his future. Thus, even if the weasel made an unexpected decision, it would not fundamentally alter his course. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the weasel's tense rodent visage relaxed significantly, her small eyes darting about, evidently deep in thought. Not wishing to intrude, Lin Chen allowed the weasel her moment of contemplation. To him, she had only just awakened. Every matter required a process, and the secrets he held regarding the celestial weasel were not yet ripe for revelation. As long as the weasel agreed to collaborate with him today, the trust between them could gradually be established. An instant connection would not be suitable. After an indeterminate span of time, the weasel finally reached a decision, her small eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Helplessness, excitement, and guilt all mingling within her gaze. Very well, I shall begrudgingly agree to collaborate with you, assisting you in becoming acquainted with the uses of this stone talisman. However, should you dare to harbor any ill intentions against me, do not blame me if I turn against you with all my might. The weasel reluctantly acquiesced, issuing a stern warning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and shook his head. You needn't insist on the title of esteemed weasel. Do not think I am unaware that you are merely an adult by the standards of the celestial weasel clan. While Lin Chen was not averse to the weasel's self-reference, their relationship was currently one of collaboration. The bond between a man and a rodent had yet to reach the heights of perfect trust, and the weasel's insistence on such a title before him hinted at a certain bravado masking her vulnerability. You are quite mysterious, young man. I never anticipated you would possess such extensive knowledge of the esteemed weasel. It seems this Great Jiang Dynasty, though seemingly modest, is indeed a place of hidden talents. The weasel shot Lin Chen an incredulous glance, casually rendering her assessment. Hidden talents, perhaps, within the stone talisman, in the dark expanse of the mental realm. Lin Chen followed closely behind the weasel, their path twisting and turning until, after an unknown duration, the weasel suddenly vanished from view. Observing this development, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his fair, jade-like features, silently proclaiming his understanding of the weasel's departure. With the agreement established between them, their collaborative relationship had taken root. Although the weasel did not entirely trust Lin Chun, the gratitude born from his awakening actions lingered, prompting her to swiftly agree to his request regarding the search for the spiritual grinding disc within the stone talisman. At this moment, after traversing the mental realm for a while, they arrived at their destination, with the weasel merely serving as the pathfinder. Lin Chun did not wait long. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a soft white glow suddenly blossomed within the dark expanse before him. Amidst that radiance, Lin Chun beheld two enormous crystal grinding discs, slowly rotating, emanating a unique wave of energy. Is this truly the spiritual grinding disc for cultivating mental prowess? It certainly possesses an extraordinary allure. Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed upon the colossal crystal discs, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. This is the spiritual grinding wheel you seek. If you wish to elevate your mental prowess to the level of a talisman master within 5 months, it is likely that you must remain within this grinding wheel throughout that time. I sincerely hope you possess the fortitude to endure. Unbeknownst to Lin Chun, the little weasel had already scurried onto his shoulder, its tiny claws pointing towards the juncture of the two crystal wheels, remarking with a hint of malicious glee. Following the direction indicated by the weasel's claw, Lin Chun could distinctly observe a convergence of white radiance, as if the very fabric of space bore signs of distortion. Sitting there, the spiritual grinding wheel would utterly shatter your spirit, only to restore it, perpetuating this cycle. Should you endure, it would greatly enhance your mental capacity. However, should you falter, it is highly probable that your very essence would suffer, leaving behind severe repercussions. Chapter 29. Tempering the Spirit. I possess some understanding of the effects and side effects of this spiritual grinding wheel, yet I cannot afford to dwell on such matters now. The enhancement of one's power invariably accompanies risk and suffering. Cultivation is the act of transcending one's limits, battling oneself, and contending against the heavens. Gazing at the two colossal crystal grinding wheels, Lin Chun spoke to the weasel with an air of calm, his words devoid of any semblance of retreat. That is indeed a valid point. I hope you can endure, for I have no intention of causing you harm. If you were to perish or encounter any misfortune, I would likely face dire consequences as well. Upon hearing Lin Chun's resolute words, the weasel could not help but nod, its beady eyes reflecting a flicker of admiration. Yet, recalling the potential dangers posed by the grinding wheel and the enigmatic figure behind Lin Chun, its gaze grew tinged with apprehension. Regarding Lin Chun, a mere inhabitant of the diminutive Jiang Dynasty, the weasel harbored immense curiosity about how he was aware of the numerous secrets concerning both himself and the celestial weasel clan, as well as the applications of the stone talismans. However, as Lin Chun remained silent, further inquiry proved futile, leaving the weasel to speculate in the recesses of its mind. Thus, unbeknownst to them both, a mysterious presence had emerged behind Lin Chun. Though this notion stemmed solely from the weasel's one-sided perspective, it believed that only such an answer could elucidate Lin Chun's myriad mysteries. As for whether Lin Chun was a transcendent being reborn from the cycle of reincarnation, possessing fragments of memories from a previous life, the weasel had entertained this possibility. Yet, in light of its ingrained understanding and the prevailing knowledge of the Tianxuan Continent, such a thought was inevitably dismissed. A reincarnator, prior to attaining a certain level of power, may exhibit some unique spiritual qualities, yet they cannot awaken memories of their past lives, remaining largely indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. In other words, the so-called reincarnators would not grant Lin Chun such profound insights. Worry not. Success and failure lie within human hands, and the risks associated with this spiritual grinding wheel are hardly fatal, Lin Chun replied with a nonchalant demeanor, then leapt into the luminous sphere formed by the convergence of the two immense grinding wheels. Witnessing this scene, the weasel spread its tiny claws in disbelief and began to mutter to itself within the dark expanse of the spiritual realm. I truly cannot fathom which madman conceived of this method for cultivating mental strength, inscribing it upon this stone talisman. I could barely endure even one attempt back then. I can only hope this lad can persist unharmed, for the agony of having one's spirit shattered is not something everyone can withstand. On the other side, beneath the spiritual grinding wheel, a sudden force, irresistible and overwhelming, enveloped Lin Chun's entire being the moment he plunged into the convergence of the two colossal crystal wheels. Under the weight of such a terrifying power, Lin Chun's consciousness instantaneously lost its grasp over his spiritual form. Subsequently, he felt his spirit, as if made tangible, begin to fracture inch by inch. As his essence splintered, an indescribable pain surged forth, compelling Lin Chun to emit a cry of anguish. Time passed incrementally. The two crystal grinding wheels rotated at a constant pace, as if nothing in existence could impede their seemingly languid motion. Lin Chun's spiritual form, beneath the relentless pressure of the colossal wheels, was continuously crushed, rendered powerless like an ant. The excruciating torment forced his body into a tight curl, visible fissures spreading like a web across every inch of his being. Yet, despite experiencing this so-called agony, Lin Chun did not succumb to despair. Instead, he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain clarity of mind, exerting every ounce of strength to resist being overwhelmed by the onslaught of pain that felt akin to a deluge. Crack, crack. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Lin Chun's prolonged endurance led to an increasing number of cracks upon his form. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, and in that instant, it erupted into countless motes of spiritual light. His spiritual essence had been shattered by the grinding wheel. As Lin Chun's spiritual form burst apart, a gentle white radiance surged forth from the two crystal wheels, enveloping the motes of light. A fragment of Lin Chun's consciousness drifted among those luminous points, allowing him to sense the peculiar energy emanating from the light that flowed from the grinding wheels. Under the influence of this energy, the scattered motes began to coalesce around his consciousness. Sizzle, sizzle, as more and more motes of spiritual light converged. Lin Chun discovered that his recently shattered spiritual form was miraculously restored and refined in an instant. This fleeting occurrence brought a glimmer of joy to his dark, bright eyes. However, before he could revel in this triumph, the maddening pain that had previously assailed him returned with a vengeance. Boom! Outside the crystal grinding wheel, the weasel, observing Lin Chun's spiritual essence being obliterated yet again, clasped its tiny claws over its chest, its eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. This lad is truly an anomaly. Under such relentless spiritual pressure, his essence remains as pure and stable as ever. Nevertheless, I am eager to see how many more times this young one can endure. Within the softly undulating white light of the space, the two crystal grinding wheels continued their steady rotation, and with each rotation, torrents of fearsome power cascaded down upon the youthful figure at their convergence. Thud, thud. The faint sounds of Lin Chun's spiritual essence being crushed echoed softly within the realm. Yet each time this sound resonated, the weasel's claws would involuntarily tremble. The spiritual grinding wheels turned slowly, as if caught in an endless cycle, while beneath them, the youthful figure, akin to a mightiest of warriors, calmly honed his being amidst the relentless cycles of obliteration and restoration, guided solely by his will. Is that 20 times already? At some point, the weasel gazed at the youth between the grinding wheels with profound astonishment, sensing a marked increase in Lin Chun's mental strength, his essence remaining steadfast as ever. Thus, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the cyclical passage of time, Lin Chun, through the relentless use of the spiritual grinding wheel, has significantly enhanced his mental prowess compared to a month ago. Although he has yet to reach the level of a 5th-rank Talisman Master, his progress has been remarkably swift. Unlike ordinary practitioners of mental strength, Lin Chun possesses an innate primordial spirit, enabling him to crystallize a tangible mental entity. Under the relentless pressure of the grinding wheel, he merely endures the excruciating pain of his spirit being crushed, without incurring any damage to his spiritual essence. Upon realizing this, Lin Chun, apart from occasional brief rests, remains steadfastly engaged with the grinding wheel, refining his mental strength with increasing frequency. It was only with the arrival of Lin Dong that he finally withdrew from this prolonged state of cultivation. Inside the room, observing Lin Dong's concerned expression, Lin Chun comprehended the situation. Yes, dear brother Lin, he affirmed, nodding in response to Lin Chun's gaze, thereby confirming Lin Chen's suspicions. The cold energy within Qingtian has evidently erupted once more. Her unique physique, imbued with a chilling essence, suggests that the suffering she endures now will ultimately benefit her future cultivation of elemental power. The intensity of the cold within her manifests sporadically, serving as both a testament to her innate talent and the foundation for her future strength. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. Thus, as her elder brother, there is no need for undue concern regarding Qingtian. Seeing Lin Dong's anxious demeanor, Lin Chun offered a few words of reassurance before disregarding Lin Dong's dazed state and stepping out towards Lin Xiao's courtyard. A strong individual, Lin Dong murmured after Lin Chun departed, a glimmer of inexplicable emotion flickering in his innocent, bright eyes. In Qingtan's chamber, as Lin Chun gazed upon her petite form trembling upon the bed. A sense of gravity weighed upon his heart. Young Master Lin Chun. Will this eruption of cold energy within Qing Tan differ from previous episodes? Lin Xiao, unable to suppress his anxiety, inquired upon noticing Lin Chen's altered expression. There is no significant difference. However, I believe it is rather cruel for such a young girl like Qing Tan to endure such suffering at this age. Mere feet apart, Lin Chun could feel the waves of frigid energy emanating from Qing Tan, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his gaze towards her filled with compassion. It's all right, brother Lin Chun. Qing Tan gritted her teeth, her delicate body quivering uncontrollably. Her small face bore not only the marks of pain, but also an uncharacteristic stubbornness for one of her tender years. Though small, Qing Tan possessed a remarkable understanding, and her unique constitution endowed her with a sensitivity that transcended her age. She wished neither to trouble others nor to burden Lin Xiao or Lu Yen, and certainly did not want to inconvenience Lin Chun, a distinguished individual to whom the entire Lin family must show utmost respect. Initially, Qing Tan harbored some resentment towards Lin Chun, whom she viewed as the source of her family's relocation from the Lin family estate. However, upon learning of his rescue of her father, Lin Xiao, and his assistance to the Lin family, the discomfort dissipated entirely from her young heart. Ultimately, Qing Tan remained a child at heart. Let's not dwell on other matters. I shall first alleviate the cold energy within you. Resolutely, Lin Chun extended his right hand, grasping Qing Tan's delicate arm. This sudden gesture caused her to tremble even more violently. So cold, Qing Tan exclaimed, shaking her small head, her face pale, her snow-white hair dusted with frost. Although he merely held her arm, Lin Chun felt as if he were touching a piece of ancient ice, the bone-chilling cold piercing through him like 1,000 needles. In mere moments, a layer of frost began to form upon Lin Chun's body, thickening with each passing breath, while Qing Tan succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the agony. Witnessing this, Lin Chun quickly signaled for Lin Xiao, Lu Yen, and the others to exit the room. Once alone, he activated the power of the stone talisman. Absorb, he commanded, feeling a peculiar force emanate from his palm that caused his body to tremble slightly. He soon realized that the frigid energy raging within him was being entirely drawn away by this force, ultimately dissolving completely. The piercing cold energy swiftly departed from his body. However, Lin Chun did not relax, but instead utilized the gentle power of the stone talisman to draw forth the cold energy from Qing Tan as well. At that moment, his right palm radiated a soft white light, exuding a warmth reminiscent of the sun. While he could not entirely eradicate the issue of the cold energy erupting within Qing Tan, the unique power of the stone talisman allowed him to alleviate the pain of its manifestation to some extent. After a while, Lin Chun discovered what appeared to be the Shadow Pearl, a manifestation of the high-level cold energy within Qing Tan. Indeed, it was a product of that potent cold energy. Releasing the stone talisman, Lin Chun observed several pearl-sized, milky white crystals nestled within a small indentation at its center. Remarkable, he remarked to himself, carefully extracting the small crystals. A profound chill radiating from them as they settled in his palm. The coldness mirrored that of the frigid energy within Qing Tan, yet this crystal's chill was gentle, not nearly as violent, making it entirely suitable for direct absorption and refinement. This truly is a win-win situation. Gazing at Qing Tan's face, now slightly more flushed yet still peacefully asleep, Lin Chen's countenance bore a relieved smile. It was his duty to spare Qing Tan some suffering without jeopardizing her future, and the benefits he gained from her were merely a form of reciprocity. How is Qing Tan now? When will she awaken? After stowing the Shadow Pearl, Lin Chun was intercepted by Lin Xiao and his wife upon stepping outside. In response, he patiently explained, Qing Tan is no longer in any danger. She is resting, and for a considerable time to come, the cold energy within her will not erupt. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiao and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yen, disregarding Lin Chen's status, hurried into Qing Tan's room, while Lin Xiao maintained a semblance of calm, refraining from departing immediately and instead expressing his gratitude. I am grateful to young Master Lin Chun for rescuing Qing Tan. Lin Chun waved his hand dismissively, opting not to delve further into Qing Tan's situation with Lin Xiao. Instead, he inquired about Lin Jintian, who had returned to the Lin family half a month prior. Why has your father not come to see me? To speak candidly, this matter indeed originated from me. I shall compensate for the harm inflicted upon your father by the Lin clan, and as for his missing arm, I assure you that I will assist in its restoration in the future. Lin Jintian has returned under the escort of Lin Tao. Lin Chun is not oblivious to this situation, Yet he was engrossed in his mental cultivation at that time, and Lin Jintian did not wish to disturb him, which is why he refrained from seeking a meeting. Young Master Lin Chen, the reason my father has not come to see you is that he feels overwhelmed with shame for not having fulfilled your requests. As for the humiliation my father has endured within our clan, I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening for now. The Lin family will seek retribution. We only hope that in the future, young Master Lin Chen can alleviate the pressure we face from our internal clan. Lin Xiao said earnestly, bowing slightly to Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless. Initially, he had intended to offer some form of compensation to the Lin family, but it seems there is no immediate need for that. Very well, let it be as you have said. Lin Dong and Xing Tan both possess remarkable talents. If your Lin family nurtures them early on, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to return and seek vengeance against the clan. As for the grievances between the Lin family and certain factions within the Lin clan, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. Although he harbored some inclination towards the Lin family, he too belonged to the clan and, lacking absolute strength, deemed it unwise to assert himself too boldly. After briefly settling Lin Xiao, Lin Shun returned to his courtyard, preparing to enter the stone talisman space to continue his mental cultivation. However, before doing so, he first needed to replenish the energy of the stone talisman. The presence of the little weasel had alleviated many constraints on his understanding and control of the stone talisman. Although he possessed considerable knowledge of the secrets within this realm, his strength and perception could not compare to that of the little weasel. Is it truly safe to infuse the talisman with my elemental energy? Will there be no repercussions for me in the future? Lin Shun tilted his head towards the little weasel perched on his shoulder, uncertainty flickering in his dark, bright eyes. The ancestral stone was gravely injured, and, given his current level of elemental energy, it was evidently impossible for him to repair it. From what he understood, aside from elemental energy, only rare and special spiritual herbs would be of any use in restoring the talisman's current state. His inquiry was not born from doubt towards the little weasel, but rather from the understanding that, unlike humans, he was unsure whether the talisman would recklessly absorb his elemental energy, potentially impacting his future cultivation. Come now, you ponder too much, the little weasel retorted dismissively. The stone talisman possesses a certain spirit and would never engage in acts that could undermine your foundation. Although I am not privy to the talisman's origins, I am unequivocally confident that it will merely squander the elemental energy you have stored within your body without affecting your future cultivation. Lin Chen did not dispute this, for he understood that the current world was unlike the one before. He did not believe in the capriciousness of luck that would consistently favor him. It was prudent to act with careful planning and sufficient assurance. In that case, let us commence. With that, Lin Chen hesitated no longer, slowly closing his eyes as he summoned the elemental energy coursing through his meridians. A faint glow emanated from his skin, ultimately flowing entirely into the stone talisman resting in his palm. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him. In an instant, his complexion, once vibrant, turned pale. At the initial stage of the heavenly origin realm, his capacity to replenish the talisman's energy was severely limited. Not only was it questionable whether he could fully restore the ancestral stone's injuries, but sustaining the talisman's capabilities was also uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun paused momentarily to regain his composure before settling into a meditative stance. As he replenished his elemental energy, his mental energy also ventured into the stone talisman space alongside the little weasel, commencing a new round of mental cultivation. Although his mental energy had yet to reach the pinnacle of a four-seal talisman master, he was not far from it. Should he advance his mental energy further and imprint one more seal into his dantian, his strength would undergo a transformative change. The five-seal talisman master represents the entry level for spiritual talisman masters. Achieving this level of mental energy cultivation signifies a true initiation, as only a talisman master can condense a tangible mental flame, enabling them to forge divine weapons or refine potent elixirs with capabilities beyond those of individuals of the same elemental energy realm. Thus, the profession of talisman masters commands great respect, both in the Great Jiang Dynasty and beyond. The classification of talisman masters into 1 to 5 seals is a general categorization by the average person regarding the realm of mental energy cultivation, lacking in detail and comprehensive understanding. To be precise, once mental energy surpasses the 4-seal talisman master level, one should no longer refer to themselves as a 5-seal talisman master, but as a spiritual talisman master. This distinction arises because, upon breaking through to the 5-seal level, one's innate seals acquire sentience. At this stage, a mere thought can move mountains in battle. With a mere flicker of intent, one could even lift an entire mountain. Moreover, upon reaching this level, mental energy can coalesce into a mental flame. This is not only a hallmark of a spiritual talisman master, but also serves as one of their most formidable offensive techniques. The mental flame, while not excessively destructive to physical entities, inflicts damage far surpassing that of ordinary elemental energy when it strikes, causing a searing effect on the spirit and intellect. This round of cultivation may well be lengthy. In the dark expanse of the mental space, gazing at the two massive spiritual grinding wheels radiating a soft white glow, Lin Chun murmured softly before resolutely immersing himself within. Under the allure of becoming a spiritual talisman master, the spiritual entity he had refined once again entered the grinding state of the spiritual wheels, becoming ensnared in an endless cycle. This was not due to any self-destructive tendencies on Lin Chen's part, but rather an intense yearning for strength and power. As time flowed like a fleeting shadow, for months swiftly passed. Within the dark space of the stone talisman, Lin Chun pointed into the air, exclaiming with a commanding voice as a formidable surge of mental energy erupted from within him like a tempest, causing the entire space to tremble. In the next instant, a crimson flame rapidly took form at his fingertip. The flame, a deep red, appeared almost tangible, yet contained an exceptionally pure and immense mental energy that even those at the peak of the formative realm would not dare to underestimate. It seems that the most ordinary innate seal, when manifested as a mental flame, yields relatively limited offensive power. However, should it be a true innate spiritual talisman, this mental flame's assault could very well inflict injury upon a fully realized practitioner of the formative realm. In just 4 months, Lin Chun not only successfully ascended to the rank of a low-level rune master, but also made remarkable progress in his mental prowess, accelerating towards the realm of a mid-level rune master. Although he felt a surge of joy within, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Previously, before he became a 4th seal rune master, his infrequent engagements in combat and his possession of several mental tomes had resulted in a rather tepid pursuit of his innate runes and celestial runes. One could even say it was almost negligible. However, ever since his breakthrough to rune master over the past month and a half, this indifferent pursuit had suddenly intensified. The root of this transformation lay in the fact that the spiritual flame he had coalesced was exceedingly mundane. While its offensive capabilities surpassed those of others at a comparable cultivation stage, it was still insufficient to create a significant disparity in power. As for the 8 ancestral runes, which were formed from the rules of heaven and earth, Lin Chun had contemplated them. Yet given the current circumstances of the Tianxuan Continent, acquiring any of these ancestral runes posed enormous risks, not to mention the uncertainty of passing the trials associated with these runes. He was also bound by the necessity to join a powerful sect, which forbade him from bringing any ancestral runes along. Human greed is insatiable, and some matters are beyond estimation. He could not gamble with his life on such uncertain outcomes. It was not that Lin Chun was overly suspicious, but rather he could not guarantee that he would not attract the attention of hidden, formidable forces, leading to unforeseen calamities. Thus, his years of cautious planning and diligent cultivation could dissolve into mere illusions. The so-called butterfly effect had already been in play since his arrival on the Tianxuan Continent. Although he possessed the ability to foresee and perceive, this insight pertained to the original processes of heaven and earth in the current time frame. There were many unknowns that he should not recklessly approach. For him, the most prudent course of action remained to bolster his strength first, reserving the pursuit of such runes for a time when he had become sufficiently powerful. At that point, he would not only possess a degree of concealment, but also the means of self-preservation. Even amidst misfortune, he could remain unscathed. This matter seemed to require long-term deliberation rather than hasty pursuits. In the dark recesses of his mental space, Lin Chun murmured once more. This habit of speaking to himself had become second nature. The path of cultivation was inherently monotonous, and apart from himself, there was no one to share or listen. Unlike those ordinary individuals incapable of cultivation, cultivators often spent most of their lives engaged in training. Although the enhancement of their abilities brought about improved treatment, admiration from others, and substantial wealth, they often faced profound solitude in certain aspects. At the Lin family's Ironwood Manor, after a prolonged period of seclusion for cultivation, Lin Chen took a few days to rest before making his way to the site of the Yanyuan stone mine. During his brief respite, he also took the opportunity to meet with Lin Xiao and his family, offering a brief explanation for his prolonged absence and locked doors over the past few months. Qing Tan had attempted to visit multiple times without success, and while Lin Shun had sensed her concern, he had been too preoccupied with his cultivation to respond, thus postponing his reassurance until 4 months later. Lin Xiao's family accepted this with smiles, and even Qing Tan bore no grievances. Perhaps, for Lin Zhao's family, Lin Chen's respect was extraordinarily precious, so much so that it could dissolve any lingering imperfections. Young Master Lin, you have returned. Upon Lin Chen's arrival at Ironwood Manor, the brothers Lin Qin and Lin Meng eagerly came forth to greet him. Due to Lin Zhentian's disability, the affairs of the Lin family had been entrusted to Lin Xiao, with Lin Qin and Lin Meng assisting him. Lin Xiao presided over Qingyang Town, while Lin Qin and Lin Meng remained at Ironwood Manor, ensuring that the Lin family had not faced any turmoil during these past 6 months. Not only did they not suffer setbacks due to Lin Zhentian's injuries, but their overall strength had significantly increased owing to the abundant resources from the Yangyuan stone mine. Lin Meng had even broken through to the Tianxuan Realm, and many of the orphans adopted by Lin Zhentian and the disciples he had recruited had also seen substantial improvements. No longer confined to the initial or mid-stages of the Dun realm, let us dispense with formalities. Has there been any unusual activity at the Yangyuan stone mine below Ironwood Manor? Lin Chun directly inquired, cutting to the chase without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries. Upon hearing this, both Lin Qin and Lin Meng were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure. In response to young Master Lin's query, they reported that those who had descended for excavation had yet to discover any abnormalities in the Yangyuan stone mine beneath Ironwood Manor. Lin Qin slightly bowed in response. Not yet? It seems the time has not yet come. We may need to wait a few more days. Lin Shun calculated the time it had taken for the blood ancestor demon flower to appear and nodded at Lin Qin and Lin Meng, concealing any impatience. Even without waiting, with his current mental prowess as a rune master, he could fully detect the blood ancestor demon flower's location beneath the Yangyuan stone mine, though it would entail some complications. Moreover, there was no need for undue urgency at this juncture. Just as Lin Shun was conversing briefly with Lin Qin and Lin Meng, a long-awaited piece of news arrived through a worker from the Lin family, indicating that an anomaly had been detected in the Yangyuan stone mine beneath Ironwood Manor. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart jolted, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he envisioned a 9-star Yuan Dan beckoning to him. Chapter 33, The Rock Fragment Zone. Outside the Yangyuan stone mine, Lin Shun, accompanied by the brothers Lin Qin and Lin Meng, along with several other members of the Lin family, hurried along, reaching the entrance of the Yangyuan stone mine within minutes. Lin Chen's hands were clenched tightly, and his youthful visage betrayed an evident excitement. His voice quivering slightly as he spoke, let the one who discovered the anomaly lead the way. Hearing Lin Chen's unusually stern tone for the first time, Lin Qin and Lin Meng were taken aback, not daring to be careless, and immediately summoned the worker who had been waiting for some time and had discovered the anomaly to guide them. Naturally, the worker employed by the Lin family did not dare to voice any complaints, although the Lin family's power was not particularly significant within the grand scheme of the Jiang Dynasty. They were regarded as an exalted presence among the ordinary folk of Qingyang Town. When Lin Qin realized that Lin Chun intended to personally descend into the mine to investigate, he recalled some of Lin Zhentian's explicit instructions and quickly gestured for a dozen competent guards to surround them, following closely behind Lin Chun. Lin Chun, however, did not comment further. Though Lin Qin's actions seemed somewhat superfluous, he appreciated the sentiment and felt no need to refuse it. Lead the way. With Lin Chen's command, the group advanced swiftly under the guidance of the worker. After nearly half a year of extraction efforts by the Lin family, the Yangyuan stone mine now appeared exceptionally spacious, accommodating dozens of individuals without feeling crowded. Long ago, this place was once a volcano, which resulted in a multitude of fissures and pathways within the mountain. The sheer number of these fissures is such that even workers who have been excavating here for half a year cannot count them all. Thus, despite the presence of a guide, Lin Shun and his companions ventured deep into the mine, traversing the winding and highly branched tunnels for a significant duration of time. As Lin Shun halted his steps upon reaching the end of the mine, what lay before him was a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to enter. The excavation marks surrounding the fissure revealed at a glance that it had been unearthed not long ago. Reporting to you, my lord, the guide said respectfully after glancing at Lin Shun. I accidentally dug out this passage yesterday, and, out of curiosity, I ventured inside, only to be driven back by the intense heat that surged forth. The gas was exceedingly hot. I could barely endure it for a few breaths. Very well. You may withdraw. This gas can cause severe burns to the skin, and in worse cases, it can be fatal. It will be prudent for you not to enter, Lin Shun remarked, casting a glance at the fissure before dismissing the members of the Lin family. With a resolute step, he entered the narrow opening. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, the constricted fissure suddenly widened, revealing a vast expanse of crimson rocky terrain before Lin Chen's eyes. From a distance, this area resembled flowing magma, exuding a searing heat that distorted the very air around it. Before Lin Chen could observe further, he felt an instantaneous surge of heat enveloping his body, a fierce, blazing gas penetrating through his skin and infiltrating his core, ultimately filling his dantian. Instantly, an unfamiliar warmth surged from within him. Sensing the transformation occurring in his dantian, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This place was precisely as he had envisioned. With no significant deviation, the scorching gas that entered his body was the high-grade yang energy he had long sought. While outsiders may find it impossible to absorb this intense gas, he, endowed with the gentle purifying power of the stone talisman, could indeed do so. Truly, this high-grade yang energy was remarkable. If he were to cultivate here, combined with the absorption of the yin energy contained within the yin pearl, he could break through to the minor Yuan Dan realm in perhaps a month's time. Although the journey from the initial stage of the Tianxuan realm to the minor Yuan Dan realm was lengthy, Lin Shun possessed absolute confidence due to his unique constitution. As Lin Shun contemplated this, his gaze roamed across the vast space. The Tianxuan Continent harbors an innumerable variety of demonic beasts, and he pondered what kind of creature the beast before him had been in life. His eyes scanned the rocky expanse until they were drawn irresistibly to the center of the debris, where he muttered to himself. There, towering amidst the rubble, stood a massive, pristine white beast bone, approximately several tens of zhang in height. This colossal skeletal remnant was the largest creature Lin Shun had encountered in years. Although only bones remained, he could still sense the extraordinary presence emanating from it. Behind the beast skeleton, following his line of sight, he noticed a mass of rock formed from magma that had solidified as it surged from the depths. Atop these rocks blossomed a flower, vivid red and almost otherworldly, surrounded by a faint mist. The blood ancestor demonic flower. And this beast's remains, even the Lord Weasel desires them. Just as Lin Shun was lost in thought, a sharp voice broke his reverie, causing him to smile faintly. He turned slightly to see the small weasel that had appeared on his shoulder at some point. Lin Shun was not surprised by the weasel's request. Unlike the original world, the awakened weasel was fiercely eager to enhance its power and would not overlook any opportunity for growth, however limited it may be. While the blood ancestor demonic flower had some benefits for mental energy cultivation, its effects were rather limited and only applicable in the early stages. With his current low-level spirit talisman mastery, utilizing this flower would yield little difference. As for the beast, take what you wish. If you desire it, feel free to help yourself, Lin Shun said, pausing briefly before offering the weasel some reassurance. Haha, the Lord Weasel shall not be courteous. By absorbing and refining the essence of this blood ancestor demonic flower and the beast's remains, my strength can be restored to the forming stage. At that time, you will benefit significantly as well, the weasel exclaimed, its small claws moving animatedly as it spoke, its tiny eyes glimmering with greed. In its heyday, the weasel would have scoffed at the notion of the blood ancestor demonic flower, let alone at higher-grade spiritual herbs. However, having fallen from grace, the weasel now lacked the luxury of discrimination. Only by recognizing reality could it survive. Go ahead and refine it. I, too, should devote some time to cultivating my yuan power. The abundance of high-grade yang energy here suits me perfectly. Lin Chen nodded at the weasel, sharing his upcoming intentions. Chapter 34. The Bottom of the Dan Immortal Pool. Upon hearing Lin Chen's plans, a flicker of gratitude appeared in the weasel's small eyes, and it soared into the air, heading towards the massive skeletal remains and the blood ancestor demonic flower. Lin Chen merely smiled at this. After all, the items the weasel sought bore little relevance to him. As for the skeletal remains of the demonic beast, they would be necessary for the future evolution of the fire python tiger, Xiao Yin. This was a consideration Lin Shun had not overlooked. Yet, since Xiao Yin had yet to be born, even in its absence, the mutated bloodline would allow it to evolve smoothly, rendering this issue inconsequential. Time passed swiftly in cultivation, and before long, a month had elapsed. While the weasel gradually absorbed the energy from the blood ancestor demonic flower and the beast's remains, Lin Chen's yuan power, which had long remained stagnant, began to surge dramatically as he focused on his cultivation. In less than a month, Lin Chen ascended from the initial stage of the Tianxuan realm to its pinnacle. Although this rapid advancement was largely attributable to the unique yang energy of this rocky area, along with the yin energy contained within the yin pearl. His extraordinary constitution played an indispensable role. Gathering the power of heaven and earth, he harmonized with the essence of the world. Lin Shun possessed a perfect affinity for this environment. Thus, as long as he willingly absorbed the ambient yuan energy, combined with basic cultivation items like the pure yuan dan, his cultivation speed would reach a terrifying level. Moreover, this rapid enhancement of Lin Chen's strength would not destabilize his foundation or lead to superficial yuan power. On the contrary, due to his unique physique, his progress surpassed that of those who cultivated steadily. What cunning scheme do you have, young man? Why are you not condensing your yuan dan here? The Lord Weasel has already finished. The small ferret, having just emerged from a state of absorption and refinement, cast a glance at Lin Chen. A flicker of surprise ignited in its minuscule eyes as it inquired with a hint of confusion. The fluctuations in Lin Chen's internal energy were not concealed from the ferret's vast perceptive abilities, and having observed Lin Chen's cultivation talent over the past few days, the ferret was left with a significant question mark regarding Lin Chen's failure to break through to the minor yuan dan realm. It is not difficult to condense a yuan dan. However, the crux lies in the quality of the yuan dan being formed. Although there's a high probability of achieving a 9-star yuan dan in this location, a moment's negligence could lead to errors. Many do not pursue the quality of the yuan dan, unaware that today's efforts dictate tomorrow's outcomes. Hence, this is not the ultimate place for my yuan dan condensation. Lin Chen looked at the levitating ferret and offered a brief explanation, his usually delicate features now bearing an uncommon seriousness. So, where do you intend to go? The ferret retorted immediately. To the Dan Immortal Pool. Had it not been for waiting for you, I would have set off several days ago, Lin Shun replied softly, his dark, bright eyes flickering. The Dan Immortal Pool? What sort of place is that? I've never heard of it. The ferret pondered aloud while perched on its paws. The so-called Dan Immortal Pool is, in fact, a rather rare natural wonder, imbued with exceptionally pure yin and yang energies. If one could absorb the energy within, it would not only facilitate a rapid ascension to the Yuan Dan realm, but also enhance the quality of the condensed Yuan Dan. There are many places you've yet to hear of. You will come to know them when you arrive, and it is indeed a favorable location for you. Lin Chen remarked. With his current strength, he could traverse the distance from Qingyang Town to Yin City in under half an hour, a speed unrivaled compared to his past capabilities. Thus, after leaving a message for the Lin family, Lin Shun soared swiftly to the site of the Dan Immortal Pool. The Dan Immortal Pool is nestled within a deep mountain in the eastern part of Yin City. Not long ago, with Lin Lai's assistance, Lin Chen pinpointed the exact location of the Dan Immortal Pool and cleared some obstacles to enter it. However, at that time, he had not yet absorbed the higher-level yin and yang energies, so he refrained from entering the pool to cultivate. What pure yin and yang energies! Such a place is indeed rare. Even I have only encountered it a few times, the ferret exclaimed, its lofty gaze momentarily awed as it stood on Lin Chen's shoulder. Observing the verdant waters of the pool below a steep cliff, Lin Chen nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable. All the good things are at the bottom of this pool. Let's not waste time. To be candid, I am rather impatient to begin. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen enveloped himself and the ferret with his energy and leapt into the Dan Immortal Pool. Splash! Upon his entry, the surface of the pool erupted into a swirling vortex, growing larger by the moment, the sound of cascading water echoing throughout the area. Indeed, this is a splendid location. As Lin Chen submerged, he felt the powerful energy saturating the waters, rivaling the superior yin and yang energies he had absorbed recently. While Lin Chen savored this realization, he did not halt his advance, but continued to plunge towards the depths of the Dan Immortal Pool. In this realm, endowed with a degree of foresight, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the existence that awaited him at the bottom of the pool. Beyond the rich yin and yang energies, he sought the source of energy within the pool, the 3 yin-yang pearls and the spirit beast at the bottom that would benefit the ferret. After a brief TS time, having traversed rapidly, Lin Chen finally reached the bottom of the Dan Immortal Pool. Once the ferret hastily dealt with the guardian spirit beast, the azure water python, Lin Chen's desires were ultimately fulfilled. This azure water python spirit was comparable to a proficient Yuan Dan cultivator. No wonder you were so at ease, not having taken the 3 yin-yang pearls earlier. After refining the azure water python spirit, sensing a restoration of his own strength, the ferret cast a satisfied glance at Lin Chen, its gaze finally resting upon the 3 round pearls, black and white, suspended before Lin Chen. You truly are fortunate, it remarked, even from a distance still able to perceive the pure yin and yang energies emanating from the pearls. Such purity far surpassed the dense energy contained within the waters of the Dan Immortal Pool. Hearing the ferret's musings, Lin Chen merely smiled, choosing not to respond, and instead settled onto the ground, slowly closing his eyes. The bottom of the Dan Immortal Pool was indeed the most concentrated area of energy, the most suitable for him to cultivate his Yuan power and condense the Yuan Dan. Chapter 35. The Great Jiang Dynasty. At the bottom of the Dan Immortal Pool, Lin Chen sat upon the ground and swallowed one of the yin-yang pearls. A visible swirl of Yuan power soon enveloped him, resembling a fog. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared exceptionally tranquil on the outside, yet within, the reality was starkly different. Inside his dantian, the Yuan power mass, continuously expanding since his entry into the Earth Yuan realm, now occupied a significant portion of space, with one yin and one yang attribute slowly merging within it. The yin and yang energies that should have repelled each other did not resist upon contact. Instead, they began to blend harmoniously under Lin Chen's subtle control. Observing the gradually merging Yuan power mass within his dantian, Lin Chen understood its significance, and a thrill surged within him. However, he quickly steadied himself, concentrating his mind as he prompted the Yuan power mass to rotate slowly. With a whoosh, as the Yuan power mass began its rotation, the robust energies emitted a crystalline sound reminiscent of flowing water, with moist energy mist continuously wafting from within. The rotation accelerated, producing a low humming sound, causing the entire dantian to tremble. As the speed of the Yuan power mass reached its zenith, the merging of the yin and yang energies intensified. Yin and yang in harmony, condensing the Yuan Dan. This step was crucial in the process of Yuan Dan formation. At this moment, Lin Chen dared not exhibit any negligence. He focused all his attention on his dantian. As the Yuan power mass spun frantically, the once vast energy within began to visibly diminish, and with its reduction, an increasing amount of energy mist diffused outward. This energy mist differed fundamentally from ordinary Yuan power. It perfectly contained the essence of yin and yang, which, in the past, would have vehemently resisted each other, now melded seamlessly into a new, more potent entity. The minor Yuan Dan realm opened up a new world. The back mountain of the Lin family. Lin Chen returned once again, and within Qingyang town, no one was aware of his presence. This was not solely due to his deliberate concealment. Rather, it was a testament to the significant advancement in his overall strength, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to detect his movements. Kid, I truly cannot fathom why you, having condensed the 9-star Yuan Dan, would return to this desolate place. The little weasel remarked. In the confines of his room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged upon his bed, gazing at the still indignant little weasel with a gentle chuckle and a shake of his head. I've already explained this to you numerous times along the way. It is precisely because I have condensed the 9-star Yuan Dan that I require a tranquil environment to cultivate in peace. Although I could venture into the Great Jiang Dynasty and surrounding kingdoms with your assistance, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, our current strength would render us unable to resist. It is wiser to wait until I have further enhanced my abilities. Lin Chen once more elaborated to the little weasel, despite his own desire to explore other realms. He understood that the timing was not yet ripe. While the presence of a low-level talisman master could indeed take him anywhere within the Great Jiang Dynasty, the risks remained ever present. His Yuan power was still feeble, lacking the trump card necessary for combat against stronger foes. Therefore, it was far more prudent to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength than to hastily seek opportunities elsewhere. Very well, since you possess such remarkable patience, I shall refrain from chiding you further. After all, you have an ample supply of pure Yuan Dan, and remaining here will undoubtedly accelerate your strength far more than venturing out for training. However, this means my own strength will not be restored, the little weasel said, scratching its head with a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and reassured, you need not be so anxious regarding the restoration of your strength. The pure Yuan Dan I possess is sufficient for me to cultivate to the minor completion of the Qi formation realm. Furthermore, the spiritual grinding wheel within the stone talisman continues to function, allowing me to elevate my mental power to the level of a high-level talisman master. When the time comes for us to venture out again, your strength will surely recover at an expedited pace. The spiritual grinding wheel, the little weasel exclaimed, having momentarily forgotten Lin Chen's extraordinary nature. 2 years later, time flowed languidly, and although 2 years may seem prolonged, for Lin Chen, it felt but a fleeting moment. Memories of the past remained vivid, as if they had transpired only yesterday. Little Weasel, it is time for us to depart. On the precipice of a steep cliff behind the Lin family estate, Lin Chen slightly inclined his body and sighed towards the little weasel hovering in midair. 2 years had elapsed, and the once youthful features of Lin Chen had sharpened, shedding much of their boyishness. During his 2.5 years in Qingyang town, Lin Chen's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Over this period, he had not only advanced his Yuan power from the early stages of the celestial Yuan realm to the pinnacle of the Qi formation realm, but his mental prowess was also merely a step away from attaining the level of a celestial talisman master. The celestial talisman master was equivalent to a Nirvana Realm powerhouse. In other words, he had now entered the ranks of the elite within the Great Jiang Dynasty and its neighboring territories. Aside from a select few Nirvana Realm experts, others posed little threat to him, unlike 2 years prior, when even a Qi formation realm individual could endanger him. He now merely needed to exercise caution to ensure his safety throughout the Great Jiang Dynasty and its vicinity. Approaching the age of 18, his accomplishments, though not of prodigious talent, could still be considered commendable among the myriad beings of the Tianxuan Continent. Are you certain you do not wish to first explore the Great Wasteland Prefecture before heading to the Great Qing Dynasty? Sensing the formidable power concealed within Lin Chen, the little weasel regarded him with admiration but questioned his choices. Trust me, venturing into the unknown of the Great Qing Dynasty will yield greater benefits than exploring the Great Wasteland Prefecture, Lin Chen replied confidently, a smile gracing his handsome visage. The opportunities in the Great Wasteland Prefecture that I have mentioned can wait for 5 or 6 years. There is no rush, though you were formidable before your injuries. Your origins from the demon domain mean you may have heard of the super sects in the Eastern Xian region, yet you are not intimately acquainted with the many kingdoms under their dominion. The Great Jiang Dynasty is insular, and while enhancing one's strength is crucial, I cannot afford to wait idly. 2 years ago, I remained unmoved due to my weakness. Departing from the Great Jiang Dynasty then would have been perilous. Now, however, the situation is different. To quickly join a super sect, I must seek out higher-level kingdoms to obtain useful information. Otherwise, even if my mental power breaks through to the Celestial Talisman Master level, I would merely be waiting in the Great Jiang Dynasty for the 100 Kingdoms War, wasting precious time. Upon hearing this, the little weasel lowered its paw, chuckling softly. It seems that heading to the Great Qing Dynasty is not your direct objective. Naturally, as I understand it, the closest super kingdom to the Great Jiang Dynasty is the Immortal Kingdom, one of the 10 super kingdoms in the Eastern Xian region, directly subordinate to the Jiuqian Taqing Palace, one of the 8 super sects in the region. In the Eastern Xian region, super kingdoms like the Immortal Kingdom allow their subjects to join super sects without necessarily participating in the 100 Kingdoms War. As long as their talents are exceptional enough to meet the recruitment criteria, they may be accepted, while the Great Qing Dynasty is merely a mid-level kingdom. It far surpasses the Great Jiang Dynasty. There should be pathways to one of the 10 super kingdoms, specifically the Immortal Kingdom. Even if there are none, traveling to the Great Qing Dynasty is an essential route towards the Immortal Kingdom, a fact I once inquired about with Lin Mu during my childhood. Chapter 36. Su Kuei and Su Rou. The Eastern Xian region, vast and expansive, is distinctly divided into levels of kingdoms: low, mid, high, and super. Countless kingdoms exist, akin to the stars in the sky. Almost every day heralds the rise and fall of kingdoms. The Great Jiang Dynasty is merely a low-level kingdom among the many in the Eastern Xian region, virtually transparent in terms of strength and reputation. When comparing the Great Qing Dynasty to the Great Jiang Dynasty, the distinction between mid-level and low-level kingdoms may appear slight. Yet the disparity in overall strength is monumental and utterly incomparable. This gap in power is exponentially magnified when juxtaposed against high-level and super kingdoms. For instance, a powerhouse casually dispatched from super kingdom could effortlessly obliterate a low-level kingdom. The Great Qing Dynasty, situated in the Qingyan Prefecture, was once a borderland between 2 great kingdoms, hence its name. Presently, this territory has completely fallen under the dominion of the Great Qing Dynasty. Since departing from a Lin family home, Lin Chen had pushed both his Yuan power and mental prowess to their limits, swiftly traversing the distance in 10 days. Finally emerging from the Great Jiang Dynasty's borders and entering the county city of Qingyan, known as Qingyan City. This arduous journey proved immensely beneficial for Lin Chen. Not only did it enhance his mastery over his internal powers, but even during moments of fatigue. The brief rests he took to meditate allowed for a noticeable increase in both his mental and Yuan power. While this growth may not have been overtly significant, it was undeniably real. Please lead the way to the guest room. Lin Chen did not linger on the bustling streets of Qingyan City for long. Instead, he proceeded directly into the nearest inn. He casually produced a handful of sun essence pills and presented them to the innkeeper, who wore a beaming expression. With a calm command, he instructed the man. Although the Jiang Dynasty was considered a lesser kingdom, its expanse was remarkably vast. Were it not for his current strength, rivaling the peak of the Transformation Realm, it would be uncertain whether he could even leave the Jiang Dynasty, let alone arrive in Qingyan City. At this moment, he yearned for a brief respite to alleviate the exhaustion that had accumulated over the past few days, while also seeking to gather intelligence about the internal affairs of the Taqing Dynasty. He understood well the adage that wealth can open doors, and he certainly did not lack sun essence pills. Had time permitted, he would have exchanged all 4 million of them for pure essence pills, despite the unfavorable exchange rate. Please, my lord, upstairs, the innkeeper responded respectfully, his face alight with joy as he accepted the sun essence pills, offering Lin Chen a forced smile. Do not disturb me without my permission, and send over some maps of the Taqing Dynasty. As for their cost, we could discuss it later. Lin Chen nodded, reiterating his request to the innkeeper, who dared not show any signs of negligence, and nodded vigorously in agreement. Once back at his room, Lin Chen exchanged no words with the little ferret and collapsed into sleep. He was in dire need of rest. Despite his ability to endure long periods without food or sleep, he despised the weariness that accompanied such states. Does this kid truly think of me as a mere doorkeeper? The little ferret, upon observing Lin Chen sleeping soundly, felt a surge of boredom and took it upon itself to remain vigilant. Perhaps such behavior was unnecessary in Qingyan City, but the little creature did not dare to be careless. Its own chance of regaining a corporeal form and restoring its former strength hinged upon Lin Chen's safety. Thus, at times, the little ferret was more concerned about his well-being than Lin Chen himself. The following day, Lin Chen awoke to find the little ferret staring at him intently, its small eyes filled with indignation, causing a shiver to run through Lin Chen. Little ferret, I must say something you may not wish to hear. In your current form, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a large black rat. As soon as Lin Chen uttered those words, he felt a twinge of regret, having overlooked the little ferret's sensitivity. However, its reaction was surprisingly mild. It simply chuckled and lazily retorted, "Hee hee, if I were to reveal my true form, even if it did not affect you, it would likely terrify the entire county." Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, and neither party wished to dwell on the topic. The destruction of the little ferret's physical body and its prolonged existence within the confines of a dark talisman were realities it preferred to avoid discussing. This Qingyan City lies on the fringes of the Taqing Dynasty. You may find it difficult to acquire any useful information here. I inquired about many locals yesterday, but the results were scant. The little ferret remarked, its tone turning serious. You speak the truth. Indeed, in such a place, extracting valuable information from the innkeeper seems rather improbable. To obtain any worthwhile intelligence, we must journey to the imperial city of the Taqing Dynasty, Taqing City. Lin Chen sighed, a look of solemnity crossing his otherwise handsome, jade-like features. By the way, little one, your reasons for coming to the Taqing Dynasty, apart from heading to the Xianwang Dynasty, must involve something else. The little ferret suddenly scrutinized Lin Chen, as if struck by a revelation, and inquired with a hint of suspicion. Naturally, my determination to travel to the Taqing Dynasty is founded on my own motives, Lin Chen affirmed, nodding and offering a faint smile in response to the little ferret's doubt. In the Taqing Dynasty, we should endeavor to befriend 2 individuals. 2 individuals? Which 2? Have you been to the Taqing Dynasty before? The little ferret could not help but retort. Hearing the little ferret's probing inquiry, Lin Chen chose not to conceal anything. While I have never visited the Taqing Dynasty, I am well aware of the talents that will partake in the forthcoming 100 Dynasties War. If we can forge connections with them, our endeavors within the Taqing Dynasty will be considerably more convenient. These 2 individuals are a brother and sister, named Su Kuei and Su Ro. A flicker of confusion crossed the little ferret's small eyes as it muttered, Su Kuei, Su Ro. Enough of this for now. Let us hurry to the innkeeper and obtain those maps. Time is of the essence. We have only 2 years to reach the Xianwang Dynasty, which presents a significant challenge. Moreover, we cannot afford to neglect our cultivation during the journey. Thus our time is quite limited. Remember, I promised to join a prestigious sect within 5 years, and nearly half that time has already elapsed. Chapter 37, Qingmu Sect. In the northern region of Qingyan City, Lin Chen did not tarry long at the inn. After exchanging a few sun essence pills, he acquired several common maps of the Taqing Dynasty from the innkeeper. After a brief conversation, he exited the inn and made his way to the heart of the northern area of Qingyan City. Although Lin Chun did not glean much useful information from the innkeeper, he did learn of a route leading out of Qingyan County directly to the imperial city of the Taqing Dynasty, Taqing City. It appeared that this was indeed the branch of the Qingmu sect that the innkeeper had previously mentioned. Lin Chen raised his gaze to the dark green characters before him and murmured to himself, recalling the innkeeper's casual remarks. The Qingmu sect, a sect within the Taqing Dynasty, extended its influence to several counties within the neighboring Dian Dynasty. Its overall strength was modest within the Taqing Dynasty, barely qualifying as a third or fourth-tier power. The strongest member, the sect leader Yuan Qingmu, was merely a minor figure in the Transformation Realm. Such strength might be considered formidable in the Dian Dynasty, but it was rather commonplace in the Taqing Dynasty. However, despite this, the Qingmu sect held a notable position in the Taqing Dynasty due to its unique transportation methods, earning a considerable reputation in Qingyan County and its surrounding areas. If nothing unexpected occurred, this Qingmu sect was likely the same sect that had briefly appeared before the ancient monument in the Celestial Realm. Yet, Lin Chen had not anticipated that the Qingmu sect possessed such rare transportation means. While they may not attract the attention of those with moderate strength, they certainly served as a time-saving and labor-saving option for those of lesser power. As Lin Chen contemplated, his pace did not falter as he crossed the threshold of the Qingmu sect branch. His purpose in visiting the Qingmu sect was unequivocal: to board their six-winged azure eagle and travel directly to the heart of the Taqing Dynasty, Taqing City. Only within the core of the Taqing Dynasty could he hope to swiftly uncover the identities and backgrounds of the Su siblings, thereby paving the way for subsequent intelligence gathering and his journey to the Xianwang Dynasty. In Lin Chen's estimation, in the Taqing Dynasty, compared to the currently obscure and youthful Su Ro, her elder brother Su Kuei, who was of a similar age to him, should have gained some renown by now. If both of these siblings remain elusive, he would have no choice but to seek out a woman named Luya. These three individuals would eventually represent the Great Qing Dynasty in the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, surviving against all odds. He could not fathom that they were mere upstarts without any background. That notion was utterly implausible to him. As for whether he could obtain some beneficial assistance from them, that was contingent upon human endeavor. Given his current prowess, as long as they were not imbeciles, he was certain that many would be willing to do him a favor. After all, if it truly proved to be an arduous task, he could always contemplate alternative methods. As he approached the Qingmu sect's branch in Xinyuan Forest, he was warmly greeted by a middle-aged man. Lin Chun displayed no surprise at this reception, with the surging aura of Yuanli emanating from him. Receiving such special treatment was entirely to be expected. At his age, having cultivated his Yuanli to the pinnacle of the shaping realm, he could indeed be deemed a genius among geniuses within the Great Qing Dynasty. The steward of the Qingmu sect regarded Lin Chun with a look of astonishment, his gaze imbued with both goodwill and a hint of reverence. I have come to the Qingmu sect with the intention of securing passage on your six-winged green falcon to the imperial capital, Qingqing. Might I inquire if there are any requirements for this? Lin Chun asked with a slight smile, straightforwardly articulating his purpose. The six-winged green falcon, a magnificent avian beast with a dark green hue, possesses formidable strength, reaching the pinnacle of the Yuan-Dan realm. Named for its 6 wings, it dwells in the southern Aluo mountain range of the Great Qing Dynasty and is known for its gentle demeanor. However, its extraordinary speed rivals that of even the most accomplished individuals in the shaping realm, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Only through the intricate formations laid by the Qingmu sect could these creatures be apprehended and tamed, which in turn has contributed to the sect's esteemed reputation. For Lin Chen, having the 6-winged green falcon as a guide would spare him the aimless wandering through the Great Qing Dynasty, thus conserving both time and energy. Furthermore, this journey would afford him the opportunity to cultivate his Yuanli and mental fortitude. Although his Yuanli had just reached the apex of the shaping realm and was stable, he still faced a considerable distance before attaining minor success in the Qi gathering realm, even with the assistance of pure Yuan Dan, which expedited his absorption of heavenly Yuan Qi. A breakthrough without months of diligent cultivation remained an impossibility. In the realm of cultivation, innate talent is merely a foundation and cannot be deemed absolute. Effort is the true cornerstone of becoming a formidable force. Without diligent practice, even the most promising talent would ultimately decay into mere bones within a grave. His mental acuity had reached the level of a senior talisman master, yet he dared not grow complacent. To reach the Xian dynasty swiftly, he must elevate his mental prowess to that of a heavenly talisman master. Without such strength, his speed would languish, akin to that of a snail. Moreover, The prospect of gaining the recognition of a prestigious sect and successfully joining one loomed large on the horizon. Ah, so you wish to board the six-winged Green Falcon. Perfect. There is a flight available tomorrow morning. The middle-aged man responded with a smile. As for the fare, since you are new to our Qingmu sect, we can extend a discount. It will only be 2,000 pure yuan dan. Momentarily taken aback, he then replied with a grin. In that case, I appreciate your assistance. Esteemed sect. Lin Chen nodded and promptly retrieved 2 Tianxuan bags, handing them over to the slightly perplexed Yuan Lin. Do not ponder too much, my friend. I also wish to exchange the 400,000 yuan dan in the other Tianxuan bag for pure yuan dan. May I ask how much pure yuan dan your sect would be willing to offer in exchange? Over the course of 2 years, Lin Mu's supply of pure yuan dan had dwindled considerably, while his reserve of yang yuan dan remained abundant. Thus, he needed to devise a plan for handling the surplus yang yuan dan that he no longer required. Disposing of them? Bestowing them upon others? Clearly, such options were out of the question. Though his strength had markedly improved, his wealth had not kept pace. Had he not been disinclined to waste time, he might have found himself engaging in some noble endeavors to replenish his increasingly depleted Qingquan bag. Upon hearing Lin Chen's proposition, Yuan Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. Theoretically, 400,000 yang yuan dan could be exchanged for 400,000 pure yuan dan. However, in reality, obtaining 300,000 pure yuan dan would be somewhat challenging. He added, as you're aware, yang yuan stones and yang yuan dan are exceedingly common. With a little concentration of yang qi, they can be easily condensed. Pure yuan dan, however, is a different matter, largely reliant on human effort. As for the quantity of 300,000 pure yuan dan, I cannot make that decision unilaterally and will need to consult with the elders before providing a definitive answer. Recognizing Yuan Lin's courteous demeanor, Lin Chen refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. No worries. Since we are not departing until tomorrow, please take this Qianquan bag to consult with your sect's elders. I shall await your return here. While it is true that one should not flaunt their wealth, Lin Chen felt no apprehension at this moment. Though the Qingmu sect possessed some strength, they posed no threat to him. With his peak mental acuity as a senior talisman master, even the sect leader himself would find it difficult to create any trouble for him. Observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Yuan Lin's eyes narrowed slightly in intrigue as he hastened toward the back room. After a brief interval, a resonant voice broke the silence. You are the young friend wishing to exchange for the 400,000 yang yuan dan. As Lin Chen awaited patiently with his eyes closed, he turned slightly at the sound of the cheerful laughter that reached his ears. Minor success in the Qi gathering realm. Lin Chen assessed the lean, elderly man before him, sensing the robust waves of Yuanli emanating from within him. His heart stirred slightly. While such strength posed no threat to him, the elder's Yuanli prowess was indeed formidable. Without his mental acuity, the subtle pressure of the elder's Yuanli could have affected him. Indeed, that is correct. May I know how to address you? Esteemed elder? Lin Chen replied with a calm and composed demeanor. An individual at the minor success level of Qi gathering was hardly enough to provoke any reaction from him. I am Lu Mu, currently serving as an administrative elder of the Qingmu sect in Qingyan County. It is indeed a fortunate occasion for our sect to encounter someone of your caliber, the lean elder remarked, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Chen. We are willing to exchange 300,000 pure yuan dan for your 400,000 yang yuan dan. What say you? Recognizing Lin Chen's accomplishments at such a young age, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual, and behind him must lie a formidable force. Lin Chen remained unaware that, in that fleeting moment, Lu Mu had already reached a conclusion regarding him. Acknowledging Lu Mu's overtures of goodwill, Lin Chen offered a knowing smile and nodded in agreement. In that case, I kindly ask you to allow me to wait here at the Qingmu sect for a short while. I have instructed them to gather the 300,000 pure yuan dan, and they will deliver it to you shortly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreeable response, Lu Mu promptly added, no need to rush. I trust the Qingmu sect would not engage in unscrupulous dealings. Lin Chen jested. Indeed, it would be unbecoming. In response, Lu Mu shook his head with a smile, saying, my young friend is jesting. While the Qingmu sect possesses some strength, we would not dare to act lawlessly before you. He continued, let us speak plainly. The Qingmu sect merely seeks to forge a friendship with you, devoid of any ill intent. Merely jesting. Brother Lu is being overly courteous. Lin Chen interjected. Lu Mu, sensing the mood, remarked, in that case, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Might I inquire where you hail from? What brings you to the grand city of Taqing? He regarded Lin Chen as a close ally, pausing thoughtfully before asking, then quickly added, of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, feel free to remain silent. I would not take offense. It must be said that Lin Chen's youth and the prowess he exhibited not only astonished Yuan Lin, but also captivated Lu Mu, the de facto authority of the Qingmu sect. This revelation ignited within Lu Mu a desire for camaraderie. Strength dictates one's standing, and Lin Chen's displayed abilities subtly elevated his status. A prodigy of such caliber at this age was a rarity Lu Mu had never encountered, stirring within him a profound curiosity, albeit tempered by his years. Brother Lu, you need not worry. There are matters I intend to inquire about, regardless of your questions. Lin Chen stated, I am Lin Chen, hailing from the Jiang Dynasty, not of the Taqing Dynasty. My purpose in visiting the Qing city is merely to gather information regarding the Xian dynasty and to inquire about certain individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his brow. Not of our Qing dynasty? That is understandable. The Xian dynasty, if my memory serves me right, is a superpower, is it not? Seeing Lu Mu's awareness of such matters brought a glimmer of delight to Lin Chen's eyes as he affirmed, indeed, the Xian dynasty is a superpower. One of the top 10 in the Dong, Xian domain. Lu Mu chuckled. The Xian dynasty was spoken of by the elders in my youth. However, in the Qing, only the Qing Xian sect and our royal family possess substantial knowledge of it. Qing Xian sect, the Qing royal family, Lin Chen murmured. Indeed, if you seek information, the Qing city may yield some answers. You may be unaware, but apart from the Lu clan of the Qing royal family and the Qing Xian sect, there are few formidable factions in our realm. Unlike the intricate web of powers within your Jiang dynasty, such as the royal family and the 4 major clans, the Qing Xian sect and the Qing royal family govern our dynasty. However, whereas the royal family exercises strict control, the Qing Xian sect remains discreet, appearing aloof. Yet their disciples are widespread throughout the Qing, with a hidden strength that should not be underestimated. Listening to Lu Mu's generous elucidation, Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he regarded Lu Mu with a hint of skepticism. Brother Lu, sharing your surname and being connected to the Qing royal family, might there be a relation? You are astute, my young friend. I indeed hail from the Qing royal family, but in my youth, I was reckless and brought great trouble upon my clan, leading to my exile and this current predicament. Lu Mu reflected, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Chapter 39. A long conversation. Who would have thought, Brother Lu, that your identity is so extraordinary? Lin Chen acknowledged Lu Mu's past without appearing overly distant. Young friend Lin, you jest. Lu Mu chuckled lightly. Then his gaze sharpened as he remarked, you bear the surname Lin and hail from the Jiang dynasty. Could it be that you belong to one of the 4 major clans? Lin Chen nodded gently, neither confirming nor denying. Brother Lu's deduction is accurate. I am indeed of the Lin clan from the Jiang dynasty. However, I would appreciate your discretion regarding this matter. I do not fear trouble, but I prefer to avoid it. Understanding Lin Chen's underlying concerns, Lu Mu smiled. It is only natural that the prodigies of the Taqing dynasty would feel troubled knowing they're overshadowed by someone from a lower-tier dynasty. Rest assured, your identity shall remain a secret. Lu Mu was more than willing to grant this simple favor, seeing in Lin Chen a potential far exceeding his own. Thank you, Brother Lu, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile and a respectful gesture. After acknowledging Lin Chen's gratitude, Lu Mu paused before continuing. Earlier you mentioned wanting to inquire about certain individuals. Might I ask whom you seek into Qing City? Though I'm a member of the Qingmu sect, my background affords me some connections within the royal family and the Qing Xian sect. While they may not be powerful, they are well informed. Eager to discuss the very topic Lu Mu had prompted, Lin Chen smiled softly and responded, in that case, may I ask if you have heard of Su Kuei and Luya? Su Kui? Liujia? Lu Mu regarded Lin Chen with a hint of confusion, a look of surprise spreading across his kindly features as he murmured in contemplation. Indeed, I speak of Su Kuei and Luya, Lin Chen confirmed without hesitation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's unwavering assertion, Lu Mu was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity deepening. He could not fathom why Lin Chen was inquiring about 2 individuals he had never met. The 2 you mentioned, I have not only heard of, but they are indeed renowned, Lu Mu replied, nodding gravely. Su Kuei and Luya have made quite a name for themselves in our Taqing dynasty. Su Kuei is the son of Su Li, the current leader of the Qing Xian sect, a prodigy rarely seen in a century, having ascended from the body refinement stage to the peak of the Qi formation stage in merely 8 years. Luya, while perhaps not as dazzlingly gifted as Su Kuei, possesses considerable talent, having attained the small success stage of the forming shape realm in just 7 years. Compared to Su Kuei, Luya's status is by no means inferior. She is the cherished jewel of our esteemed Emperor Lu Yun of the Great Qing Dynasty. Not only that, but Luya is also renowned as the most beautiful woman in our empire. Lu Mu gazed at Lin Shan with a hint of amusement and began to elaborate. He paused slightly before adding that, in fact, Luya's beauty is even more celebrated than her prowess within the Great Qing Dynasty. Could it be that young friend Lin Shan, inquiring about the two, harbors ulterior motives? Upon hearing Lu Mu's jest following his explanation, Lin Shan gently shook his head and began to clarify. Haha, brother Lu Mu, you overthink it. I am not one to be swayed by mere proclamations of beauty. Losing my senses and becoming infatuated. The vast Tianxuan Continent is home to countless beings, and there are many beautiful women. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one will not lack for willing companions. The beauty of a single woman from the Great Qing Dynasty does not warrant my particular interest. As for the desires of man, I currently have no inclination to ponder such matters. I merely wish to forge friendships with the prodigies of the Great Qing Dynasty, with no ulterior motives. Observing Lin Shan speak so eloquently, Lu Mu could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Ah, since you have such aspirations, I'm willing to offer my full support. I can introduce you to a formidable figure from our royal family. However, whether you succeed in meeting Miss Lu, you will ultimately depend on your strength. As for Su Kuei from the Qingxian sect, I fear I cannot be of assistance there, as I have no contacts among the higher echelons of the sect. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude with a cupped fist and assuring Lu Mu that he had already done his utmost and bore no need for self-reproach. It is indeed a good thing for you to wish to befriend them. Although Su Kuei and his companion may not currently be the foremost talents of the Great Qing Dynasty, their potential achievements in the future are boundless, and within the empire, few can rival them. Even when compared to you, young friend, they are not to be underestimated, and may indeed surpass you. The more friend one has, the more paths one can take. Although the Great Qing Dynasty has not seen conflict with the Great Yin Dynasty for many years, and the two empires have little connection, who can say what the future holds? The Great Qing Dynasty spans a vast area, nearly twice that of the Great Yin Dynasty, comprising 63 prefectures, each of which could rival the Tiandu Prefecture of the Great Yin Dynasty. The Great Qing City is situated at the heart of the Great Qing Prefecture, and to reach it from a border prefecture like Qingyan Prefecture, one must traverse through several others. After a lengthy conversation with Lu Mu, Lin Shan received the pure Yuan Dan that Lu Mu had prepared for him, along with a specially penned introduction letter. Lin Shan graciously accepted Lu Mu's hospitality and chose to rest for the night at the Qingmu sect's branch. When dawn broke the following day, Lin Shan boarded the six-winged green eagle of the Qingmu sect, departing Qingyan City without hesitation. Regarding Lu Mu's deliberate efforts to cultivate a friendship, Lin Shan believed that one day, the latter would reap rewards beyond his imagination. Chapter 40, A Month's Time. In the vast expanse of a crystal-clear sky, a six-winged green eagle soared rapidly. The eagle's body was colossal, each pair of wings extending over 3 zhang, and upon its smooth back, which could accommodate nearly 100 individuals, were scattered numerous rooms formed from light green elemental energy. If the six-winged green eagle is considered a free labor for the Qingmu sect, then these rooms, which require a considerable amount of pure Yuan Dan to operate, represent the true labor of love of the sect. Elemental energy manifestation can be achieved by those who have reached the third realm of transformation, and many within the Qingmu sect have attained this level. However, maintaining such a state of elemental energy manifestation over time incurs significant costs, which, while not comparable to the sect's income from transporting goods, still amount to a substantial figure. The Qingmu sect indeed possesses a remarkable method. I have heard of similar means of aerial transport within the Great Yin Dynasty, but such methods are inaccessible to those without sufficient strength. In the cramped quarters, as Lin Shan conversed with the little weasel, his elemental energy surged slightly, isolating the sounds within the room. With ears everywhere, this journey from Qingyan City to Great Qing City was not undertaken by him alone, although those accompanying him were of lesser strength. He had no desire for his secrets to be easily overheard. What an unsophisticated fellow! What is so extraordinary about this? The little weasel responded lazily, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, ignoring the weasel's mockery. Over the years, he had come to understand the little weasel more deeply. Aside from its occasionally annoying tongue, it was generally quite agreeable. If this relatively ordinary six-winged green eagle was so extraordinary, one could only imagine the true form of a phoenix. If given the chance, he would certainly like to witness it. Using this somewhat unconventional means of travel for the first time, Lin Chen found himself reflecting on many things. The six-winged green eagle varied in size, its wings flapping with both speed and stability. The one he rode possessed the strength of a perfected Yuan Dan realm, making it nearly impervious to ordinary winds, rain, and lightning. Huh, kid, what is the big fuss? This is just a mixed breed bird that doesn't even bear the blood of a phoenix. Back in the heyday of Lord Weasel, even those from the Nine Phoenix clan, one of the four dominant clans in the demon domain, were no exception. The little weasel disdainfully glanced at Lin Chen before continuing to boast about its past exploits. In response, Lin Chen simply shook his head, choosing not to argue with the weasel. In the demon domain, strength reigned supreme. Given the little weasel's status and power, it would be trivial to hunt a few of the lesser Nine Phoenixes. Even if the Nine Phoenix clan were aware, they would not take offense. Moreover, in Lin Chen's eyes, the true phoenix was not the Nine Phoenix clan, which bore but a trace of the former's bloodline. At this moment, the two were simply not speaking of the same thing. Within the room, Lin Chen did not engage in idle chatter with the little weasel for long. After exchanging a few words, he began to cultivate his elemental energy and mental fortitude. Elemental energy cultivation requires not only the continuous absorption of elemental essence from the heavens and earth to strengthen the body, expand one's Yuan Dan, and elevate the realm of elemental energy reserves, but also the practice of martial techniques. Otherwise, no matter how high one's elemental energy realm, it would merely be an empty shell, lacking any resistance against equally matched opponents. In Tianxuan Continent, martial arts are divided into 9 grades and 3 levels. Above the 9 grades are the transformation martial arts, spiritual martial arts, and heavenly martial arts, each of which is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The highest level martial art Lin Chen currently possesses is merely a 9th grade technique, the Shattering Heaven Demon Tablet Palm, obtained from Lin Mu. When departing from the Great Jiang Dynasty, Lin Chen had considered obtaining the cultivation method for the Lin clan's ancestral transformation technique, the Great Heavenly Phoenix Seal, from Lin Mu, but eventually abandoned the idea. The reason being that within the Lin clan, those who have not reached at least the first step of the transformation realm are not permitted access to such cultivation legacies. Even Lin Mu, as the clan's elder, could not bend the rules in certain matters. Going to him would yield no benefit and would only place Lin Mu in a difficult position. In the chamber atop the back of the six-winged eagle, it was evidently impractical for Lin Chen to cultivate martial arts of immense destructive power. Consequently, the only course of action available to him was to continue absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth, elevating his own ethereal strength and progressively fortifying his being. As for the deficiencies in martial arts, he could only seek to remedy them over time. In contrast to the clearly stratified and complex levels of martial arts, the esoteric texts for opening the human meridians, absorbing the vital energies, and cultivating ethereal power were categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier being the most formidable, the second tier following, and the third tier being the weakest. However, due to the nature of his constitution, Lin Chen was innately attuned to all 100 meridians. Thus, no matter the tier of the esoteric text, it bore little significance for him. He did not require the cultivation of any such text to surpass those who had fully mastered the first-tier esoteric texts in the speed of absorbing the vital energies. As Lin Chen gradually closed his eyes, a visible stream of pale, yellow energy emanated from his body, continuously flowing into him, gradually amplifying the subtle ethereal fluctuations surrounding him. After each day of cultivating his ethereal power, Lin Chen would take a brief respite before entering the stone talisman, undergoing the rigorous refinement of the mental grinding mill within. Upon reaching the level of a high-tier spiritual talisman master, he discovered that the effects of the grinding mill within the stone talisman differed significantly from before. Even with the replenishment of the stone talisman's energy, it became increasingly challenging to achieve substantial growth in his mental strength. This was not due to the grinding mill losing its efficacy, but rather because his mental strength had evolved beyond its previously feeble state. Thus, the requirements for further enhancement were no longer comparable. Nonetheless, as long as the grinding mill's effects persisted, he remained confident that he could attain the level of a celestial talisman master within a year. Upon arriving in this realm, it had bestowed upon him numerous gifts, which he had scarcely recognized due to his prior lack of strength. Now that his mental power had reached the level of a spiritual talisman master, the vast expanse within his Naiwan palace became a source of confidence for him. Time flowed gradually, and under the ceaseless flight of the six-winged eagle, a month swiftly passed, during which Lin Chen's strength experienced further enhancement. Although there were no remarkable changes compared to the previous month, Lin Shun understood that after this month of relentless cultivation, he had made progress toward the threshold of becoming a celestial talisman master. His ethereal cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the forming shape stage, with only a step remaining to achieve the initial success of the chi forming stage. In a few days, he would be poised for a complete breakthrough. Chapter 41. The Great Qing City. Great Qing City, the imperial capital of the Great Jiang Dynasty, is situated in the heart of the dynasty and serves as its core city. After a month of waiting and cultivation, Lin Chen finally caught sight of this city, which was even more magnificent than Lin City. This was indeed Great Qing City. Due to the prohibition against flight above the city, those wishing to enter must exit the valley on foot for a distance and pay an entrance fee. Of course, for those who prefer not to walk, a few yuan pills would suffice to hire a carriage provided by the local factions within the city. In a small, flat valley, as the six-winged eagle descended gradually, the steward of the Qingmu sect, who controlled the eagle, imparted a few words of guidance to the group. Due to his relatively unique status and being the most powerful among the crowd, the steward's gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Shan as he spoke. "We are grateful for the assistance of the Qingmu sect." Lin Shan nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude softly before turning away, eagerly making his way out of the valley without further regard for others. Lin Shun had no intention of taking a carriage. In his view, the distance was not far, and experiencing the local customs and culture of the Great Jiang Dynasty on foot seemed quite appealing. Only those below the forming shape stage must pay 10 pure yuan pills to obtain an entry token to enter the city. Those at the Great Perfection stage of the yuan pill realm and above may pass directly through the main gate after undergoing the detection light curtain. One by one, the crowd formed a queue, maintaining silence. Amidst the throng, Lin Shun could hear the guards at the Great Qing City gate issuing stern commands from a distance, prompting a sense of reflection within him. Regardless of where one found themselves, possessing strength was always advantageous. The Great Qing Dynasty was merely a mid-tier dynasty, and its citizens were treated differently, categorized into various ranks. It was easy to imagine the conditions within higher-tier dynasties, super dynasties, and super sections. Following the guard's gestures for guidance, Lin Shin proceeded straight toward the main road leading to the Great Qing City Gate. As he unleashed his ethereal power, a wave of forming shape energy radiated from him, allowing him to seamlessly pass through the thin light curtain formed by the ethereal energy. His actions stirred little commotion among the densely packed crowd at the city gate. In Great Qing City, one could find countless talents. Although Lin Shan was remarkably young and possessed rare talent, he was by no means unique in this city. The atmosphere was far more bustling than Lin City. Upon entering, Lin Shun was immediately enveloped by a vibrant and lively ambience, prompting an internal comparison. "Kid, are you really planning to seek out the person Lu Mu recommended for you directly?" During Lin Chen's moment of distraction, the small weasel within the stone talisman suddenly inquired telepathically. "Is there a problem with that?" Lin Chen replied with slight surprise. "None at all. But the Great Qing Dynasty is considerably stronger than the Great Flame Dynasty. I believe it will be prudent for you to first visit some merchant guilds and auction houses. This way, you can gather information about the person Lu Mu intends to introduce you to, rather than searching aimlessly like a headless fly. Additionally, you can also look for news regarding your destined spiritual talismans and celestial talismans within these merchant guilds and auction houses. If you manage to find some unique destined spiritual talismans or celestial talismans, enhancing the intensity of your spiritual fire and the characteristics of your mental strength will significantly bolster your combat capabilities." The small weasel made a suggestion, its tone unusually devoid of the usual sharpness. Hearing this, Lin Shin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You make a valid point. I should indeed explore some merchant guilds and auction houses in the Great Qing Dynasty." This was something he had overlooked in his previous haste to travel. Nevertheless, destined spiritual talismans and celestial talismans, while not as rare as ancestral talismans, still bore considerable risks due to their desirability and were not easily found. Ordinary talisman masters would rarely share the methods of imprinting them. Although the Great Qing Dynasty was significantly more prosperous than the Great Flame Dynasty, such unique items as destined spiritual talismans and celestial talismans were still likely to be difficult to procure. However, it would be beneficial to gather information about these items as soon as possible. In the Great Flame Dynasty, aside from the ancient Vortex Talisman imprint that was expected to emerge in 4 to 5 years, Lin Shin had no other leads, leaving him with limited options. The weasel's reminder was indeed timely. With a gentle sigh, Lin Shin did not hesitate in his steps and proceeded along the main road toward the heart of Great Qing City. Despite the prohibition against flying within the confines of the Great Qing City, Lin Shin's swift strides powered by the energy of a Lin dust, allowed him to traverse the area with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the heart of the city at the Southern Forest Auction House, the Feixiao Merchant Association. After meandering through various merchant auction houses, he finally came to a graceful halt at the Great Qing Merchant Association. Bearing the name of the Great Qing, this association undoubtedly had the backing of the imperial family, making it his final choice. In a fleeting moment, Lin Shun made his decision. Within a private room of the Great Qing Merchant Association, Lin Shun, having expended 5,000 pure yuan pills, finally garnered the attention of the association's staff, who welcomed him into the VIP room. To this, Lin Shun felt not a hint of disdain. Rather, a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. The greater the attention he received, the more it testified to the exceptional caliber of the Great Qing Merchant Association. The Great Jiang Dynasty boasts numerous factions, although it may lack the preeminence of top-tier forces such as the Qingxian sect and the imperial family. It is replete with second-tier powers. While these may not rival the four great clans of the Yan dynasty, the disparity is not insurmountable. The strength of a merchant association largely depends on the might of the forces behind it. Just the name Great Qing Merchant Association alone evokes a sense of credibility. Is it true that this young brother is willing to spend a considerable sum in search of a life-bound spirit talisman? Might it be that beyond his prodigious talent in cultivating yuan power, he also possesses an aptitude for spiritual energy, marking him as a talisman master? Lin Chen did not have to wait long in the VIP room before a warm voice accompanied by the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Before him stood a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes. Sensing the faint fluctuations of yuan power emanating from the man, Lin Shun felt a subtle pressure that caused him to stir. Such presence indicated the man had reached the initial stage of the creation realm. Was it possible that he had spent too much on the pure yuan pills? However, 5,000 pure yuan pills hardly seemed sufficient to attract the attention of a creation realm individual. While Lin Shun pondered this perplexity, he maintained a calm demeanor and responded mildly, "I have dabbled slightly in spiritual energy, so I suppose I can be considered a talisman master." Upon hearing Lin Chen's reply, the middle-aged man nodded in understanding. If you are indeed proficient in both yuan power and spiritual energy, and have achieved commendable levels in both, you would be regarded as an exceptional talent within our Great Qing Dynasty. My name is Lu Cheng. Let's engage as equals. Chapter 42, Opportunity. Receiving Lu Cheng's courteous demeanor, Lin Shun felt no embarrassment. After all, Lu Cheng was considerably older than him. In that case, you may call me Lin Chen. Lu Cheng scrutinized Lin Shun for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly as he murmured to himself before speaking. "Young brother Lin Shun, I gather you are not originally from the Great Qing Dynasty? To be frank, young brother Lin Shun, our Great Qing Merchant Association has branches in various prefectures of the Great Qing Dynasty, and we pride ourselves on our extensive network. Moreover, we have direct channels for information from the imperial family. A talent of your age should have come to my attention." Acknowledging Lu Cheng's direct inquiry, Lin Chen did not deny it, nodding as he introduced his background. "Indeed, I am not from the Great Qing Dynasty. I hail from the Yan Dynasty." After a brief exchange, Lin Chen's curiosity about Lu Cheng's sudden appearance diminished. It was entirely normal for one with such strength and talent to attract notice. Lu Cheng's presence was no surprise. He was certain that the detection light at the city gate was not merely for show. It was not unusual for someone of Lu Cheng's caliber to wish to associate with peers, especially given the potential that lay ahead for Lin Chen. It is unexpected to find such a prodigy emerging from a lower-tier dynasty like the Yan, Lu Cheng remarked, genuinely impressed. "You flatter me, Lu Cheng," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head, choosing to remain modest. True genius is always relative. There are always those who surpass, and while confidence is vital, arrogance is not. Even though his worldview was vast and his perspective high, he still needed to navigate relationships with a creation realm individual. This was dictated not by anything else, but the inherent value of one's abilities and the standards by which one treats others. "You underestimate yourself, young brother." Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Cheng continued, "We at the Great Qing Merchant Association happen to have information regarding the life-bound spirit talisman. In 10 days, at the Great Qing auction, a method for crafting such a talisman will be auctioned. If you're interested, you may wish to participate. 10 days hence." At the Great Qing auction, Lin Chen murmured, a newfound determination igniting in his dark, bright eyes. He then turned to Lu Cheng and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Cheng, for sharing this information. I shall certainly attend the Great Qing auction in 10 days. Since you are so keen, it'll be prudent to prepare a few more pure yuan pills. If this life-bound spirit talisman originates from my hands, I would not hesitate to offer it to you. Of course, I only jest. The association has its rules. Once news of the talisman is out, even I cannot intervene. Lu Cheng advised Lin Chun, offering a brief explanation. Lin Chun did not ponder this too deeply. Receiving such a precious item from Lu Cheng without merit would indeed raise questions. Rest assured, Lu Cheng, your personal insight into this matter is already a tremendous aid. However, I do have a few trivial matters that I would like to trouble you with, Lu Cheng. Lin Chun said earnestly, gazing at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng paused momentarily before asking, "What is it? Please do not hesitate to speak. As long as it is not overly burdensome, I can assist you." Hearing the sincerity in Lu Cheng's words, Lin Chen's previously serious expression softened into a gentle smile. "It is not anything too pressing. I merely wish to inquire about some information. Are you acquainted with a certain Lu Jiang? Or would you be able to introduce me to Miss Lu Ya?" Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng looked at Lin Chun with a puzzled expression. "Liu Hian, Oncle Liu Ya? What is your interest in these two?" Lin Chun exhaled softly, realizing he had overlooked the fact that Lu Cheng also bore the surname Lu, suggesting a likely connection to the imperial family. It was normal for him to have a familial relationship with Lu Jiang. "My purpose for coming to Great Qing City is primarily to forge connections with the talents of the Great Qing Dynasty. I mentioned Uncle Lu Jiang because a friend has prepared an introduction letter for me, requesting assistance from him. This friend, Lu Mu, is also a member of your esteemed Lu clan of the Great Qing imperial family." With Lin Chen's clarification, Lu Cheng's doubts dissipated immediately. If that were the case, it was not a significant matter. An excellent opportunity was at hand. In just 3 days, the royal family of the Great Qing Dynasty will host a ceremonial coming-of-age event for its members. This grand occasion is held once every 3 years, during which the royal family extends invitations to various factions within the Qing Dynasty to witness the festivities. My young brother, if you arrive on that day bearing my invitation, and showcase your prowess in the arena contests following the ceremony, your aspirations can be effortlessly fulfilled. The arena battles that ensue post-ceremony are open to participants under the age of 30, regardless of their affiliation with the Great Qing Dynasty. The ultimate victor will not only gain fame throughout the Qing Dynasty, but will also receive a lower-grade cultivation technique from the royal family. However, to secure victory in those arena contests, possessing the prowess of a fully realized realm of cultivation is nearly indispensable. Nevertheless, my young brother, it would be wise to temper your ambitions. Simply demonstrating your abilities and innate talent will surely attract worthy companions. With a smile that radiated appreciation, Lu Chun regarded Lin Chun with admiration, offering him several pieces of advice. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun felt an immediate sense of resolve. Lu Cheng's words resonated with him. Indeed, the arena contest following the coming-of-age ceremony presented an excellent opportunity, especially since he had little time to linger in the Great Qing Dynasty. Establishing connections and discovering the pathway to the Immortal Dynasty were the true purposes behind his visit to Qing City. As for Lu Cheng, Lin Chun had considered inquiring further, yet he decided against it. Some matters must unfold gradually, and it was not appropriate to bombard him with questions upon their initial meeting. With 3 days remaining, achieving a breakthrough to the minor accomplishment of the Qi gathering realm should not pose much difficulty. Nodding at Lu Cheng, Lin Chun began to formulate his plans. After a brief exchange, Lu Cheng departed from the VIP room, leaving Lin Chun with accommodations, which he accepted without hesitation. For he had indeed compensated the Great Qing Commerce Association with 5,000 pure yuan dan. As night gently descended within a lavishly adorned chamber, Lin Chun sat cross-legged upon his bed, eyes closed, as the yuan force surged around him. Threads of natural energy continually coalesced from the environment, flowing into Lin Chun's body, nourishing his increasingly radiant golden core. Moreover, this celestial energy coursing through Lin Chun's skin and meridians was refining his corporeal form, crafted from the essence of the world. Although Lin Chun's physical strength did not match those who specialized in body refinement, it was nonetheless formidable, having surpassed the majority of beings on the Tianxuan Continent from the outset. In this realm, the most potent force was not the yuan force, but the power of the heavens and earth, often referred to as the Supreme Force. Chapter 43, Half-Step Nirvana. In the inner city of Qing City, outside the Great Qing Hall, the vast bluestone square could accommodate tens of thousands of practitioners simultaneously. Above, a multitude of rudimentary seats, shaped from condensed yuan force, were arranged in neat rows, while the air was thick with the presence of hundreds of formidable beings above the realm of creation, guiding those bearing crimson invitation scrolls to their seats. With over 200 individuals gathered, Lin Chun found his place among them. which was quite favorable compared to the multitude of attendees present today. Have you broken through to the Qi gathering realm? Lu Cheng, approaching Lin Shun, was taken aback by the distinct fluctuations of yuan force emanating from him. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, Lin Shun replied, rising to greet Lu Cheng with a modest smile. Lu Cheng's handsome demeanor remained composed, but the elderly man with white hair beside him visibly reacted, his pupils narrowing in surprise. The fluctuations of mental energy. Noticing Lin Chen's sudden change in focus, Lu Cheng smiled slightly and gestured towards the elder beside him, introducing him. Lin Chen, allow me to present to you Uncle Lu Jiang. I mentioned your situation to him yesterday, and upon learning of your introduction by Lu Mu, he insisted on meeting you today. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. His caution was justified, as the man before him was the most formidable individual he had encountered outside of the Lin family patriarch, Lin Fan. Half-step Nirvana. Such prowess posed a significant threat to him. A single misstep could lead to his obliteration. Fortunately, the presence of the little weasel granted him some solace. Although its strength had yet to be restored, it possessed numerous methods. With the current power he wielded, escaping from a half-step Nirvana being would not be insurmountable. Greetings, Senior Lu Jiang, Lin Chen said, cupping his hands in respect. Indeed, aside from Su Kuei of the Qingxin sect, it has been many years since I have encountered a junior of your caliber. My brother Lu Mu has truly done well this time, steering clear of foolishness and instead seeking a talent like you for our Great Qing royal family. Lu Jiang chuckled, his slightly murky gaze filled with appreciation as he regarded Lin Chen with satisfaction. Lu Jiang's appearance and his commendation immediately stirred a commotion, and in an instant, Lin Chen felt countless gazes directed toward him, various subtle perceptions probing into his being. Such a young individual in the Qi gathering realm. Who could this prodigy be? Worthy of the Great Qing royal family, Lu Jiang, personally intervening to foster connections? His strength and talent were indeed impressive, complemented by an appealing appearance. In the Great Jiang Dynasty, while not the strongest, a half-step Nirvana cultivator was already a top figure within a prominent faction. Lu Jiang's involvement naturally drew scrutiny and attention toward Lin Chen. It was unexpected to discover the relationship between Lu Mu and Lu Jiang. Yet, even with Lu Jiang's support, Lu Mu could not return to the royal family, indicating that the individuals he had offended in the past were indeed formidable. Pondering this, Lin Chen's yuan force stirred within him, dispelling the probing perceptions that enveloped him, and he let out a soft sigh. Perhaps at this moment, he had already entered the sights of certain discerning individuals. While this aligned with his intentions in Qing City, it also came with risks and complications. Fortunately, his strength was far from the feeble state of a few years prior. As long as he did not court disaster and remained vigilant, he could ensure his own safety. I appreciate Senior Lu Jiang's praise, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, choosing to remain non-committal in response to Lu Jiang's subsequent remarks. Aligning himself with a top faction of a mid-tier royal family might yield considerable benefits. Yet he had no intention of lingering in the Great Qing Dynasty for long. Uncle Lu Jiang, please take your seat first. The coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. Should we disrupt the order of the event? It would be rather difficult to account for our actions to the Grand Elder. After the observance ceremony concludes today, you may engage in a lengthy conversation with young brother Lin Chen. What do you think? Observing Liu Jiang's renewed intent to converse with Lin Chen, Lu Cheng's eyes flickered with a hint of urgency, prompting him to speak up quickly. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jiang nodded slightly and proceeded to his seat. As Lu Jiang settled not far from him, Lin Chen's gaze shifted downwards to the center of the expansive square. At that moment, he beheld a number of extraordinary young men and women, each distinct in temperament and appearance, standing in orderly lines at the heart of the vast blue stone plaza. A cursory glance revealed that each line comprised as many as 100 individuals. Before these youths stood several figures, among whom the foremost was a middle-aged woman clad in purple. In her hand, she held a golden pen, a stark contrast to the jade scrolls wielded by her companions, subtly indicating her esteemed status. Commence, the middle-aged woman declared, casting her gaze skyward. Noticing that the representatives of various factions were seated calmly, she issued a sharp command. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Qing Dynasty royal family was devoid of overly intricate procedures, merely recording the names of the adult royal members at 3-year intervals, along with their current ages, strengths, and evaluations of their cultivation talents, all meticulously documented. Lu Ming, 21 years old, minor success in Shaping Realm, exceptional talent. Lu Qi, 19 years old, great perfection in Yuandan Realm, exceptional talent. Lu Man, 21 years old, minor perfection in Yuandan Realm, moderate talent. Lu Wei, 20 years old, Tianxuan Realm, low talent. Lunan Wang, 18 years old, small Yuandan Realm, moderate talent. In the square's center, individuals stepped forth from the lined ranks, subject to examination by the middle-aged woman and her associates. Each time her dispassionate voice echoed through the plaza, a chorus of varying murmurs arose from both within and outside the square. Luya, 19 years old, great success in Shaping Realm, exceptional talent. At some point, as a slightly excited voice rang out, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to a woman clad in red. Chapter 44, The Worthless Quota. The woman possessed an elongated, graceful figure, her flowing red gown accentuating her alluring curves. Her fair skin and exquisite features, paired with a delicate smile adorning her fair cheeks, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Thus far, apart from Xuansu, Luya was the most stunning woman Lin Chen had ever encountered. However, beyond her beauty, Lin Chen felt no particular intrigue towards Luya, merely appreciating her as a man instinctively would. The myriad of beings inhabiting the Tianxuan Continent numbered in the billions, within the Dongxian domain alone. Countless dazzling women could be found. It was all too common to encounter individuals like Luya, whose extraordinary talents within a dynasty faded into mediocrity outside its boundaries. That said, Lin Chen could still perceive the palpable shift in the atmosphere surrounding the square since Luya's appearance. Within the Qing dynasty, Luya's admirers were countless. Often, her beauty garnered more attention than her commendable cultivation talents. Young brother Lin Chen seemed smitten. As Lin Chen gazed thoughtfully at Luya, Lu Cheng, seated nearby, suddenly patted Lin Chen's arm and inquired playfully. "Ha, brother Lu Cheng, you jest," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, shaking his head lightly. The road ahead is long. He would not linger too long within the Qing dynasty. Luya's cultivation talent, though commendable among mid-tier dynasties, paled in comparison to the broader context of the Tianxuan Continent, rendering her prospects rather limited without extraordinary circumstances. He had no desire to cultivate a mere ornamental figure with constrained potential. His abilities were limited, and his energies even more so. Luya was insufficient to make him pause, even less so for Su Ro, who also possessed notable talents. His intention to engage with Luya, Su Kuei, and others was solely to gather information within the Qing dynasty. Having more friends would indeed be beneficial. However, with the appearances of Lu Cheng and Lu Jiang, that inclination had diminished significantly. When departing Qingyan City, Lu Mu had not elaborated on Lu Jiang's identity or strength. Only moments ago did he grasp why Lu Jiang, recommended by Lu Mu, possessed such influence to introduce him to Luya. Moreover, he had never anticipated such warmth from the Qing dynasty's royalty, or that he would befriend someone of Lu Cheng's stature and capabilities. If you are truly interested, your chances are likely far greater than others. Your talents are not significantly inferior to Su Kuei's. My earlier assessment of you was rather unkind. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely smiled and shook his head once more, refraining from engaging further. If he were to be swayed by beauty, Luya would indeed be a choice. However, that was not his current desire. Engaging with a woman devoid of emotional connection would yield only instinctual gratification, a fleeting pleasure, as the saying goes. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Lu Cheng chuckled playfully, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. Lu Yin, 20 years old, minor perfection in Yuandan Realm, moderate talent. As time slowly passed, the youthful contingent of the Qing dynasty, once arrayed in lines, began to disperse toward their respective seats after their names were recorded, ultimately vacating the square entirely. Compared to the coming-of-age ceremony hosted by the Qing dynasty, the ensuing arena battles were the true highlight of the occasion. The allure of renown within the Qing dynasty and the promise of low-tier transformative martial arts held an irresistible charm for the younger generation. However, the crux of the matter extended beyond mere allure. It was the coveted quota for participation in the 100 Dynasties War, set to occur 8 years hence. It was only yesterday that Lin Chen comprehended the true value of the arena battles following the Qing dynasty's coming-of-age ceremony. The 100 Dynasties War, held once every 2 decades, allowed the Qing dynasty, as a mid-tier dynasty, to secure over 20 slots for entry into the ancient battlefield. Within the Qing dynasty, one could only participate in the 100 Dynasties War through the channels of the Qing Xian sect and the Qing dynasty royal family. Thus, every 3 years, the Qing dynasty royal family would dangle such opportunities during the arena battles following the coming-of-age ceremony, aiming to bolster the dynasty's strength in the ancient battlefield. The Qing Xian sect similarly held competitions every 3 years, offering slots and attracting talents from various factions within the Qing dynasty. as super sect governed many dynasties in the Dongxian domain, the Qing sect and the Qing dynasty royal family, which had received the super sect endorsement, maintained no conflicts of interest. Rather, the two factions collaborated, fostering mutual reliance to uphold their dominion over the Qing dynasty. The outcomes of the Hundred Dynasties War not only determined the immediate interests of the Qing sect and the Qing dynasty royal family, but also bore significance on the stability of the Qing dynasty's foundation and its aspirations to ascend to a higher-tier dynasty. In the arena contest following the adult ceremony, anyone under 30 years of age, possessing strength no less than the formative realm and holding an invitation, is welcome to participate. The ultimate victor shall be bestowed with the privileges of the Qing dynasty royal family, rewarded with 3,000 Nirvana pills, along with a low-tier creation martial art, and a coveted spot to partake in the Hundred Dynasties War after 8 years. As the words of the elegantly clad, middle-aged woman in purple, tinged with a hint of aloofness, echoed through the square, an immediate stir ensued both within and beyond its confines. The air buzzed with excited whispers, palpable like the rustle of fallen leaves, immersing everyone in the charged atmosphere. Observing the eager figures in the arena, Lin Chen's dark, luminous eyes twinkled with interest. While he had no desire for the opportunity to join the Hundred Dynasties War, he was indeed intrigued by the 3,000 Nirvana pills and the low-tier creation martial art. To successfully bid for the life symbol that was to be auctioned in 7 days, the pure yuan pills he currently possessed would be insufficient. The only valuables he had were a few high-grade martial arts and a high-level spiritual treasure, the Xianjin sword, which had little use for him now. Initially, he had considered allowing his weasel companion to auction several top-tier martial arts above the 9th rank, but such a move would be excessively ostentatious, likely attracting the avarice of greedy individuals and inciting unnecessary troubles. After all, in a mid-tier dynasty like the Qing, while pure yuan pills and nirvana pills held considerable value as trading currency, they were not particularly rare compared to the elusive martial arts of the 9th rank and above. With 3,000 Nirvana pills in hand, he could effortlessly acquire the life symbol, which would significantly benefit his forthcoming journey to the Immortal Dynasty. At the very least, until he reached the pinnacle of the creation realm, he would not need to prepare resources for cultivation deliberately. The worth of 3,000 Nirvana pills far surpasses that of 300,000 pure yuan pills. It seemed today would serve as a valuable opportunity to compensate for his lack of combat experience. Only by showcasing his talents could he realize his aspirations. As of now, he had no need to remain inconspicuous within the Qing dynasty. Chapter 45, The Initial Battle. With a silent resolve, Lin Chen rose from his seat in the air, drawing the gaze of those around him, and gracefully leaped into the arena, which had been divided into 4 segments by the woman in purple's manipulation of her yuan force. Having gauged Lu Zhang's half-step nirvana strength, Lin Chen felt little astonishment at the woman's far superior yuan fluctuations. The Nirvana Realm not only greatly enhances one's physical strength, resulting in a qualitative transformation and the acquisition of a Nirvana golden body, but also alters one's lifespan and permits the direct manipulation of the yuan force from the heavens and earth, though only a small amount could be harnessed. The overall strength was incomparable to that of a mere half-step Nirvana Realm practitioner. Compared to the Jiang Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty's power and wealth were significantly more robust. Core members of the Qing royal family and the Qing sect possessed ample Nirvana pills to ascend to the half-step Nirvana Realm. This stark contrast was evident when considering Lin Mu, the elder of the Lin clan, who could only reach the pinnacle of the creation realm. As Lin Chen observed the young man in the yellow robe who had arrived alongside him, he politely introduced himself. The response was a chillingly indifferent voice. Lu Duo of the Golden Feather Sect. Meanwhile, figures began to flash into the other 3 arenas, prompting the woman in purple to wave her hand. Several powerful members of the Qing royal family activated their yuan force, creating barriers that separated the arenas. Through the thin golden yuan force shields, Lin Chen could distinctly sense the formidable yuan fluctuations emanating from the individuals in the other arenas, rivaling that of the young man in yellow before him. For we're at the peak of the formative realm, while 3 had barely entered the Qi realm. The Qing dynasty boasted numerous prodigies, and although they were slightly older, any group could nearly rival the top talents of the 4 great clans. As Lin Chen marveled internally, the young man in black before him made the first move. Golden Feather Fan Slash. Perhaps aware of the vast disparity between the peak formative realm and the Qi realm, Lu Duo leaped into the air, retrieving a 3-foot-long gilded feather fan from his bag. With a surge of yuan force, he swung his arm, unleashing a golden fan blade that sliced through the sky, hurtling straight toward Lin Chen below. The piercing sound of the blast resonated through the air, capturing everyone's attention, including those poised to strike in the adjacent arenas. Faced with Lu Duo's immediate assault utilizing a high-level spiritual treasure, Lin Chen's expression shifted subtly, and his gaze turned steely. Dissipate, confronted with the incoming golden fan blade. Capable of severely injuring a peak formative realm practitioner, Lin Chen shouted, channeling all his yuan force into his half-raised palm, then clenching it fiercely toward the blade that was mere inches away. In an instant, the lengthy golden fan blade twisted and gradually dissipated. Just days prior, Lin Chen would have been unable to easily counter Lu Duo's attack with a high-level spiritual treasure, but today was markedly different. The chasm between the peak formative realm and the initial Qi realm was significant, despite belonging to the same tier of cultivation. The quality and power of Yuan force exhibited a notable distinction. Were it not for any particularly advanced martial arts in Lu Duo's possession, the outcome of their confrontation would hold little suspense regarding their respective Yuan forces. Indeed, surpassing the Qi realm proved to be a formidable challenge. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Lu Duo's expression darkened, tinged with bitterness. While losing in the royal arena posed no severe consequence, being eliminated in the first round would be a source of embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who had no interest in engaging further with Lu Duo, he was undeterred by the latter's boldness. Lu Duo's strength was insufficient to pose a challenge, rendering him unworthy of Lin Chen's time. Although he was unaware of the prowess of the strongest contenders in the Qing royal arena, he held ample confidence in his own abilities. As a peak high-level spiritual talisman master, his mental prowess could rival even the pinnacle of the creation realm, and within the same realm, mental attacks were undeniably more formidable than Yuan force. Perhaps it is still not too late for you to concede, Lin Chen remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Lu Duo. Unfazed by the multitude of scrutinizing eyes in the arena, Lin Chen's bolstered confidence was unmistakable. As Lin Chen and Lu Duo faced each other in a brief standoff, the battles in the other three arenas escalated into a heated intensity. The Qing Royal Arena contests were not devoid of time constraints, and the extent of these limits was determined by the powerful figures of the royal family, compelling those on stage to avoid excessive delays. Defeating me will not be an easy feat. After a moment of hesitation, determination flickered across Lu Duo's face as he made his choice. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, urging him to act. Otherwise, you shall find no further opportunities. As Lin Chen's words hung in the air, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Duo's eyes as he let out a mighty shout. Golden feather explosion. Observing Lu Duo forcefully suspend the gilded feather fan in midair, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling all his elemental power into the fan. Subsequently, a resplendent golden radiance flickered across the sky, and a massive golden seal, spanning several feet, gradually materialized, enveloping the entire expanse of the heavens with its luminous glow. Lin Chen's expression remained undisturbed, despite the formidable and terrifying power of the golden seal conjured by the high-level spiritual treasure, which would cause even those at the minor completion stage of the Qi transformation realm to regard it with caution. It posed little tangible threat to him. In comparison to his somewhat feeble elemental force, it was his mental strength that served as his true bastion. So, this was the 9th grade martial art of the Golden Feather sect. It was unexpected that Lu Duo would reveal such a trump card so swiftly. It seemed he was indeed facing an exceptional opponent. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, likely even younger than Su Kuei. Lu Duo was indeed a prodigy, capable of executing the Golden Feather sect's 9th grade martial art to such an extent. Nevertheless, such a level of assault should not pose any significant threat to Lin Chen's younger brother. On the observation platform, Lu Cheng, hearing the incessant murmurs around him, glanced at the arena where Lin Chen stood, muttering to himself. From a moment he first laid eyes on Lin Chen, Lu Cheng sensed that he was far from simple, which prompted him to approach out of curiosity. Although he could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, he was certain that Lin Chen possessed undisclosed trump cards. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed in the presence of someone at the creation realm? Chapter 46, The Spectators. Boom! Just as the golden seal coalesced, Lu Duo let out a ferocious shout, his complexion paling instantly. A commendable martial art, but alas, such an attack is futile against me. Gazing at the golden seal descending angrily from above, Lin Chen sighed softly. At that moment, his already dark yet luminous eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to polished obsidian, rendering them nearly blinding. Mental flame, ignite. A vast surge of mental power erupted from Lin Chen's mind palace, swiftly radiating through the surrounding world. Then, with a flick of his finger, a crimson flame took shape above it, gradually meeting the oncoming golden seal. Although the red flame was diminutive, merely a few feet in length, it harbored an immense mental force that caused the elemental barrier surrounding the arena to tremble precariously. In the next instant, the luster of the golden seal dimmed abruptly, and the golden feather fan above it lost its spiritual essence, the golden light receding. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of burning flames, the golden seal plummeting from the sky was instantly obliterated. As a result, Lu Duo coughed up blood, his complexion turning an ashen hue, and he staggered, neglecting to retrieve the now lifeless gilded feather fan. In the blink of an eye, he began to descend slowly from the sky, losing consciousness. The pinnacle of high-level spiritual talismans. The scene that unfolded in mere moments left the entire realm momentarily stunned. The first to react was the elegantly garbed woman in purple, who had been hovering above the arena. At this moment, as she reinforced the arena with her elemental power, her gaze remained fixed on the calm Lin Shun, her elongated eyes filled with profound astonishment as she whispered softly. Celestial talismans are equivalent to those at the Nirvana Realm. Yet throughout the entire Great Jiang Dynasty, while there were many Nirvana Realm powerhouses, even a few at the tri-element Nirvana stage, there was not a single celestial talisman master to be found, and high-level spiritual talisman masters were exceedingly rare. In contrast to elemental power, cultivating mental strength demands far greater talent, and the worth of a talisman master surpasses that of an individual of equivalent elemental cultivation. Even a most mundane weapon, when wielded by a talisman master, becomes extraordinary. At the level of high-level spiritual talisman masters, they can forge unique runes with their mental power, crafting advanced spiritual treasures. Celestial talisman masters can inscribe and forge earthly-grade spiritual treasures, and it is easy to imagine the immense value of a high-level talisman master. Should this individual reach the level of celestial talisman master within 8 years, representing our Great Jiang Dynasty in the 100 Dynasties War, even when facing advanced dynasties, our Great Jiang Dynasty would possess substantial confidence. Without delving into the thoughts of the woman in purple, as Lin Chen's unreserved mental power was revealed, the plaza erupted into a cacophony of shock and awe. After all, Lin Shan appeared exceedingly youthful, if his elemental cultivation talent could be accepted. The sheer magnitude of his mental strength exceeded the comprehension of many. Unlike when Lu Jiang made his entrance, where Lin Chen's elemental fluctuations drew deliberate attention, he had now transformed in the eyes of the crowd from a gifted youth into a formidable powerhouse, a distinguished talisman master. Such remarkable mental strength. Lu Duo truly drew the short straw this time, encountering such a prodigious talent, with such youth, to possess such a level of mental strength. Even Su Kuei from the Qingxian sect would likely find it difficult to compare. Not just difficult to compare, but utterly incomparable, judging from this individual's mental prowess. He was likely not far from reaching the celestial talisman master level. I have heard of the Great Jiang Dynasty. It is merely a low-grade dynasty. Yet I did not expect to witness such a genius emerge. High-level spiritual talisman master. Upon sensing Lin Chen's vast and formidable mental strength, Lu Cheng's handsome visage was filled with astonishment. Yet it also bore an undercurrent of bitterness, his gaze toward Lin Shun now tinged with a hint of reverence. The disparity between someone at the minor completion stage of the creation realm and a high-level spiritual talisman master was immense. In Lu Cheng's eyes, based on the talent and strength Lin Shun had displayed, he was no longer in the same league as him. One day, Lin Shun would undoubtedly leave him far behind. On the other side, below the plaza, on a spacious viewing platform. Sister, it seems I truly must congratulate you this time. Congratulate? Congratulate me for what? Luya furrowed her brow slightly, casting a puzzled glance at her younger sister, Lu Xian. It seems my sister has indeed become muddled in her cultivation. Lu Xian gently shook her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her delicate features. In the entirety of our Great Jiang Dynasty, have you ever heard of someone with such extraordinary cultivation talent? No. Lin Chen's talent likely surpasses that of some geniuses from advanced dynasties. Luya pondered before responding. Indeed, precisely because of this, after this arena competition, Aunt Qian will undoubtedly devise ways to win him over. Perhaps even father will personally intervene in this matter. He cannot possibly remain indifferent. And in the royal family's typical fashion of recruiting such talents, it will invariably involve us royal daughters. Since father has only us 2 daughters, I am no longer a candidate. So it seems this time it will be you, sister, who has the greatest chance. Lu Xian's voice was light, yet it carried an unspoken resentment in her ethereal eyes. Let us not discuss this anymore. I shall go find Sister Su Ro. Yesterday, Brother Su Kuei brought back quite a few good things from Qingfu County. As soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, she departed, leaving Lu Ye with an inexplicable sense of trepidation, and a hint of worry graced her exquisitely pale cheeks. In this moment, she finally began to comprehend why her younger sister was so precocious, with thoughts as delicate and transparent as crystal. As the crowd gradually regained their composure, the contests on the other 3 stages continued unabated, while Lin Chun retracted the surging mental energy back into a sea of consciousness. With 2 guards carrying Lu Duo off the stage, Lin Chun found himself alone on his platform, rendering the necessary continuation of the trial moot due to the absence of challengers. In the air above the square, those who had previously been eager to participate now hesitated, their gazes shifting unanimously toward the other 3 stages upon witnessing Lin Chen's formidable mental prowess. Even the prodigies from the Great Jiang Dynasty, possessing profound cultivation levels, found themselves no exception to this reluctance. It was not that they were unwilling to compete promptly. Rather, they could not assure themselves of achieving desired results on Lin Chen's platform. Although the royal stage contests offered no rewards beyond the victor's glory at their level, every action bore significance for their sect's reputation. To rashly exhaust Lin Chen's strength would merely serve to benefit another. As no one dared to challenge him, Lin Chun, having won without a fight, chose to observe the proceedings, directing his gaze toward the other 3 platforms. Time dripped away steadily. Bang! Bang! With the resounding clash of 2 immense bursts of elemental energy, the 2 young figures on the stage each retreated 100 steps, their faces pale and drained. The disparity in their strengths was minimal, and determining a victor would likely require more time. Indeed, the brothers' words were accurate. The Day's sect and Baiyang Peak were among the more prestigious factions of the Great Jiang Dynasty, nurturing prodigies who stood as paragons within the realm. Each possessed their own hidden trump cards. While these 2 could not compare to Lin Chun, they were nonetheless superior to the competitors on the other platforms. In contrast to Lin Chen's swift defeat of Lu Duo, the battles on the other 3 stages were fraught with tension, the seemingly minor differences in strength rendering the outcomes uncertain. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. Following the rapid succession of challenges from 6 accomplished cultivators, within a mere 2 hours, only 3 contestants remained on the platforms besides Lin Chen. From beginning to end, no one had emerged to provoke Lin Chun. It must be noted that Lin Chen's mental prowess, rivaling that of the peak of the creation realm, exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation, further amplified by his youthful visage and confident demeanor, which instilled a sense of enigmatic allure among the spectators. In the Great Jiang Dynasty, there were indeed prodigies who could challenge their seniors, yet not all were fortunate enough to possess extraordinary hidden strengths capable of surmounting the vast chasms of power. The gap between the minor and peak levels of the creation realm was formidable, and the disparity between a high-level spiritual talisman master and a celestial talisman master was even more pronounced. It was remarked that the royal tournament paled in comparison to the Qing Xian sect competition. However, we mustn't dismiss the number of peak talents within our Great Jiang Dynasty. Most of them hail from our royal family and the Qing Xian sect. Even those of exceptional caliber were often discovered long before the triennial tournaments, one remarked. The appearance of Lin Chun has indeed been an unexpected surprise. Indeed, as third brother rightly states, though this lad hails from the Dian dynasty, we could still consider drawing him into our fold. The conversation continued amongst the individuals surrounding the beautiful woman in purple attire. With the outcomes of the contest on the 3 platforms now determined, the purple-clad beauty scanned the figures below and spoke softly. In a swift motion, she leaped into the air, radiant golden light emanating from her, and an overwhelming force of elemental energy swept across the arena. A Nirvana Realm powerhouse. Upon sensing the true extent of her strength, silence enveloped the entire square, as no one dared to speak or murmur. In this tournament, if no one challenged within 10 breaths, the ensuing battles would feature the 4 remaining contestants, who would face each other in pairs. The ultimate victor would be bestowed with the royal patronage of the Great Jiang Dynasty, a place in the 100 Dynasties War, and 3,000 Nirvana pills. Now, let the countdown commence. As the critical moment of the tournament arrived, no dark horse or unexpected contender emerged. Witnessing this, the purple-clad beauty waved her hand, causing the elemental energies to surge violently, merging the 4 platforms into one. Opposite Lin Chun now stood a young man in blue robes. However, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, calm as before. Although he was no longer a mere spectator, he held sufficient confidence to anticipate the outcome. I am Su Zheng of the Southland sect. Aware that I am no match for Brother Lin Chun, I shall refrain from contesting against you. should you wish to visit my South Lin sect in the future. You are most welcome. Before Lin Shun could consider further, the young man in blue readily conceded, engaging in polite conversation with Lin Shun. The situation struck a somewhat comical note. The anticipated battle did not unfold, and Lin Shun couldn't help but smirk slightly, though he felt little surprise. After revealing his true strength, Su Zheng's actions were entirely reasonable. Not everyone possessed the audacity to challenge someone more powerful than themselves, inviting humiliation and discomfort. I appreciate your kind intentions, Su brother. If time permits in the future, I shall certainly pay a visit to your esteemed sect, Lin Shun replied courteously, nodding with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Su Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features as he lamented, I cannot compare to brother Lin's youth. Even participating in the 100 Dynasty's war 8 years hence, I will be too old by then. While there were no age restrictions for participating in the 100 Dynasty's war, those over 30, despite any extraordinary experiences on the ancient battlefield, would find it difficult to gain true recognition from the super sections. Thus, granting this opportunity to brother Lin Shun is indeed a wise allocation. I shall refrain from participating, Su Zheng remarked. Having spoken, he flashed a smile at Lin Shun and exited the arena, returning to his seat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shun shook his head and turned his gaze toward another arena within the venue. To his surprise, the skirmish in that arena concluded even more swiftly, ending in a mutual retreat. He had never anticipated that the final contest among the last few combatants would culminate in such a result. From the moment he ascended the stage until now, he had merely showcased a glimpse of his mental prowess and thus secured the ultimate victory. Upon witnessing Lin Shun triumph without engaging in battle, the elegantly attired woman in purple above nodded in affirmation and promptly declared him the champion of this arena. With the conclusion of the competition and the champion established, she invited everyone to return in 3 years' time. In the resplendent inner hall of the Qing Dynasty's imperial city, Lin Shun stood quietly upon a golden-hued stone slab, gazing at Lu Jiang, Lu Cheng, and the others who regarded him with smiles. An inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. Given the present circumstances, if he still failed to comprehend the thoughts harbored by Lu Jiang and the others, it would indeed signify his own folly. While the revelation of his strength would facilitate his endeavors, it would inevitably attract certain troublesome complications. The notion of joining the illustrious Lu clan of the Qing dynasty had never crossed his mind, nor would he entertain it now or in the future. Despite the Qing dynasty being a formidable mid-tier realm, far superior to the Dian dynasty, it still fell short of meeting his aspirations. His intention for joining a super sect was purely motivated by the pursuit of cultivation resources, devoid of any personal entanglements. Though he was not entirely unfamiliar with the super sects of the Eastern Xian domain, possessing a general impression of them, his knowledge remained elusive and vague. A deeper understanding of specific sects and individuals would require time and experience. Presently, however, he had developed a relatively profound understanding of the Qing dynasty, which stood in stark contrast to his initial perception, limited to its status as a mid-tier realm and the surviving figures from the 100 Dynasty War, namely Su Kuei and the Lu siblings. Lin Shun grasped the implications of Lu Jiang and Lu Cheng's earlier words. Yet he did not intend to linger in the Qing dynasty for long, nor did he plan to return to the Dian dynasty. His visit to the Qing city was merely a fleeting passage, and thus he could only silently acknowledge the goodwill extended by the imperial family. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng sighed softly, opting not to elaborate further, while Lu Jiang appeared somewhat restless, a hint of urgency etched upon his slightly aged visage. Young friend Lin Shun, my brother Lu Muxin has already conveyed your intentions, yet forgive me for speaking candidly today. The journey from the Qing dynasty to the Xian dynasty is one that even those in the Nirvana Realm would not dare to undertake lightly. Your mental acuity, though rare in this world, does not yet reach the level of a celestial talisman master. Moreover, your elemental energy is merely at the minor completion stage of the Qi gathering realm. With such capabilities, embarking on the journey to the Xian dynasty without a decade of diligence would likely render your aspirations as elusive as a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. With the true extent of Lin Chen's strength being revealed, Lu Jiang's demeanor transformed into one of increased politeness, devoid of the previous arrogance. Subtly hinting at a camaraderie of equals, Lin Shun, taken aback by this observation, responded earnestly, acknowledging Lu Jiang's wisdom. Indeed, I believe my strength will not remain static. The path to the Xian dynasty shall serve as a trial, ultimately benefiting my growth. In response to Lin Chen's resolute assertion, Lu Jiang sighed again, then earnestly continued. You may be unaware, but according to the records left by the ancestors of the Lu clan who entered super sects, The journey from the Qing dynasty to the Xian dynasty necessitates traversing eastward through the neighboring Ji dynasty. Following this, one must navigate through over 100 mid to lower tier realms, 16 major high tier realms, and 3 super sects before arrival. The distances involved are vast, and the risks concealed within are beyond what an ordinary person can fathom. Even for those in the Nirvana Realm, traveling day and night without hindrance would require at least a year. Moreover, during this period, you would be without support, even if your strength were to increase. Without sufficient Nirvana elixirs, how can one discuss ascending to the Nirvana Realm and solidifying their foundation for cultivation? Upon absorbing this pertinent information, Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes flickered with intensity, and his alabaster hands clenched slightly. It appeared that Lu Jiang possessed a considerable understanding of the path to the Xian dynasty. Indeed, Lu Jiang's words struck a profound chord within Lin Chen's heart. The journey from the Qing dynasty to the Xian dynasty was undeniably arduous, laden with challenges, something Lin Chen had always understood, albeit lacking Lu Jiang's insights into the specific route. The multitude of realms, encompassing over 100 mid to lower tier kingdoms, 16 major high tier dynasties, and 3 super sects, merely represented the passage from the Qing dynasty to the Xian dynasty. The vastness of the eastern Xian domain, the expanse of the Tianxuan Continent, and the boundlessness of the Qian world were starkly evident. Sighing, Lu Jiang lamented, "When one's strength resides in such an ambiguous realm as mine, how can one remain indifferent to the world beyond the Qing dynasty?" Yet, the road ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, with some paths fraught with peril. Many from the Qing dynasty, unable to participate in the 100 Dynasty War for various reasons, have sought alternative routes. Yet most have returned in disgrace before even escaping the nearby Ji dynasty. A few determined souls, though they did not return, have since vanished without a trace. Not all realms are as accommodating as our Qing dynasty, which welcomes and treats outsiders with kindness. Perhaps you have yet to fully appreciate this reality. My awareness of these hidden truths stems from my current strength and my position within the Lu clan. Otherwise, my brother Lu Mu would have clarified this with you in Qingyan City. Having expressed his sentiments, Lu Jiang reiterated his explanations, with an unmistakable hint of admonition woven throughout his words. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, Lin Chen resolved to journey to the Xian dynasty and join that super sect. In the face of Lu Jiang's subtle counsel, Lin Chen felt no inclination to retreat. His voice resonated with unwavering determination. Just as Lin Chen concluded his statement, a somewhat indifferent voice suddenly rang out from within the Grand Hall. "There are numerous paths to joining a super sect. Why must you insist on this particular route?" Lin Chen raised his gaze to the source of the voice, recognizing it as the purple-clad beauty Lu Qian, who had previously instructed him to await her presence in this hall, accompanied by several half-step Nirvana experts. To his astonishment, Lu Ya, who had garnered significant attention during the coming-of-age ceremony, had also followed along. Senior Lu Qian is correct. The paths to join a super sect are indeed manifold. Yet this particular route suits me best. Among the countless dynasties within the Eastern Xian domain, for individuals of my standing to gain entry into a super sect, the method of the 100 Dynasty War is perhaps the most feasible. However, the 100 Dynasty War occurs only once every 20 years, and 8 years is an excessively long time to wait. Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by Lu Qian's admonishments, providing a slight explanation. "Is it that you are resolute in your intent to venture to the Xian dynasty?" Upon hearing Lin Qian's rationale, Lu Qian refrained from further persuasion, opting instead for a straightforward inquiry. Lin Chen, choosing not to respond verbally, simply nodded. Though rejecting the counsel of a Nirvana Realm expert carried significant risks at this juncture, he had little choice but to press forward. Moreover, he could discern that the Qing royal family bore him no malice. Whether it was Lu Cheng, Lu Jiang, or the present Lu Qian, their intentions revolved around how to win him over. As for whether they would ultimately become exasperated, that was beyond his power to predict. Although you are not of the Qing dynasty, I do not wish to witness a true genius fall victim to misfortune. The path to the Celestial dynasty indeed lies in joining a super sect, for within that dynasty reside elders from the heavenly pure palace, far more reliable than the scouts lingering around the higher-ranked dynasties. However, the journey to the Celestial dynasty is fraught with challenges. Since your resolve is so unwavering and you insist on pursuing the Celestial dynasty, further discourse is futile. From this day forth, when your mental prowess reaches the level of a Celestial master, that shall be the moment the Qing royal family grants you your freedom. In time, you will understand the rationale behind my actions. As for whether you ultimately wish to join the Qing royal family, that decision will rest solely with you. Chapter 49. profound flame dominance. Before Nirvana Realm expert, Lin Chen seemed to possess no real choice. To accept with composure or nurture resentment to settle scores later lay entirely within Lin Chen's contemplation. He had considered that Lu Qian and the others from the Qing royal family might become enraged and turn against him. Yet he never envisioned that Lu Qian would confine him within Qing City, reluctant to let him depart. Little weasel, if I were to relinquish control of my internal energy and mental strength to you, what are the odds of escaping this woman-esque grasp within Qing City? Upon witnessing the decisive actions of the elegantly dressed woman, Lin Chen hastily consulted with the little weasel within the stone talisman. Less than 30%. The speed of a Nirvana Realm expert is not something a Creation Realm individual can compare to, even if I employ certain methods to harness your full strength. The gap between you and her is insurmountable. The chasm between the Creation and Nirvana Realms is formidable. Taking reckless risks would yield no reward. The little weasel spoke with calm assurance. It appears I must remain in Qing City for a while longer. However, if that is the case, my timeline for reaching the Celestial Dynasty will become rather pressing. Sometimes, I truly do not comprehend why you insist on joining that super sect. Given the formidable figure backing you, do you truly lack for Nirvana pills? Lin Chen found himself obstructed in his path, and the little weasel, momentarily indignant, allowed the long-suppressed doubts to resurface. Some matters cannot be elucidated to you. Often, what you believe is not the reality. In this Tianxuan Continent, I can rely solely on myself. In response to the little weasel's inquiry after more than 2 years, Lin Chen provided a rather vague explanation and chose not to dwell further on this sensitive topic. With a reasonably sound mind, he was not a foolhardy individual. Observing Lin Chen's indifferent demeanor, Lu Qian nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing her slightly wrinkled yet beautiful visage. You flatter me, Senior Lu Qian. I simply do not wish to engage in fruitless verbal disputes. Lin Chen replied coolly. At times, patience is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it serves as a measure of one's understanding of human affairs. In the absence of sufficient strength, only by enduring can one hope to survive longer. Today, in the name of the Qing royal family, I shall confine you within Qing City. The fact that you can conceal your inner fury speaks volumes of your superiority over the talents of our Qing dynasty. The East Xian domain boasts countless prodigies and formidable beings. You ought to consider yourself fortunate to be among the Qing dynasty. Had you encountered talents from other mid-tier dynasties, you might have been condemned to a life of servitude or met a tragic end. I share this not to excuse myself, but as I mentioned earlier, some matters will be resolved in due time. Lu Qian regarded Lin Chen with admiration and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression remained impassive. Though he felt ambivalent within, he refrained from engaging Lu Qian in debate. Given the current circumstances, all he could do was strive to break through to the Celestial Master level as swiftly as possible, thus shattering this superfluous cage. Without absolute power, even the most eloquent words could not effect change. While an ordinary Nirvana Realm expert may be insignificant in the Tianxuan Continent at this moment, they posed a lethal threat to him. To offend them recklessly would yield no advantage in his current situation. He could not wager on Lu Qian and the Qing royal family's so-called affection for talent. The Qing royal family is true to its word. This is the reward for your victory in the arena. Within this Shengxuan pouch are 3,000 Nirvana pills, along with a low-tier creation martial art from our Qing royal family, the profound flame dominance. Noticing Lin Chen's expression soften, Lu Qian casually tossed him a Shengxuan pouch. Profound flame dominance. Lin Chen murmured upon receiving the pouch Lu Qian had handed him. It is merely a robust creation martial art. When cultivated to perfection, its power is indeed formidable. However, aside from its direct offensive capabilities, it possesses no extraordinary attributes. Were it not for this, the Qing royal family would not have made it available. Seeing Lin Chen's confusion, Lu Qian offered a brief explanation. Thank you. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. Although the profound flame dominance martial art may not be remarkable for him at this juncture, its cultivation would indeed enhance his strength. Moreover, those 3,000 Nirvana pills would facilitate his acquisition of the personal spirit talisman being auctioned by the Qing Merchant Association in 7 days. Lin Chen had also contemplated the little weasel-esque potential, yet most of its knowledge pertained to body-refining martial arts and the cultivation methods of beast clans. Currently, the only suitable material for him was the quasi-creation martial art, the demonic cloud shadow palm. Thus, the profound flame dominance was indeed a commendable asset for him. Having concluded this matter, let us discuss other topics. Do you know who she is? Lu Qian inquired, gesturing towards Luya beside her. Previously, at the coming-of-age ceremony, I became acquainted with your Qing royal family's talented woman, Lu Ye. Lin Chen replied, having gained some insight. What is your assessment of her? Lu Qian continued, disregarding the visibly apprehensive Lu Ye. She possesses pleasing looks, her talent is passable, yet I am not well acquainted with her temperament. Lin Chen assessed Lu Ye, who appeared somewhat unnatural, responding with neither deference nor arrogance. You are correct. Her talent can indeed be deemed average, and her beauty merely satisfactory. Within the Qing royal family, she is undoubtedly a distinguished figure, yet once she steps beyond this realm, she becomes quite ordinary. In super sects, women of her caliber are ubiquitous. Lu Qian nodded in agreement with Lin Chun's evaluation. Upon hearing the comments from both Lin Chun and Lu Qian, a trace of despondency flickered across Lu Ye's fair cheeks. If Senior Lu Qian has something to convey, please do so plainly. This hall is filled with your royal family's kin, so there should be no need for discretion. Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes glinted as he inquired earnestly. Then I shall speak candidly. Lu Qian sighed softly before continuing. As long as you can break through to the celestial master level, regardless of what you do to Lu Ye, our Lu family will harbor no objections whatsoever. Although Lu Ye possesses considerable talent, she does not measure up to your stature. Should you take an interest, you may consider her as a concubine in the future. However, if such an intention does not reside in your heart, I would still hope you could extend her some care, preferably assisting her in joining a prominent sect. In return for your patronage of Lu Ye, once you attain the rank of Celestial Talisman Master, our Lu clan is prepared to offer you a substantial sum of 100,000 Nirvana pills to aid you in your endeavors. You must understand that such an advanced investment carries the risk of being a one-way transaction. Yet this is the wish of Lu Ye's father, who has been discreetly observing you for some time now, even if you remain unaware of it. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chun felt a sudden chill. To be under the covert scrutiny of an individual at the three-origin Nirvana Realm, while he and the little weasel remained oblivious, was hardly reassuring. It appears he must hasten to help the little weasel regain her strength, for in her current form of the Shaping Realm, her exceptional perception would be severely limited. Lin Chen's thoughts were unknown to Lu Qian, who, witnessing his silence, assumed he was contemplating her earlier proposal. In truth, Lin Chen saw no need to deliberate over Lu Qian's suggestion. Rather than taking on a burdensome concubine, he was far more inclined toward the offer of 100,000 Nirvana pills. Perhaps entangling himself with Lu Ye would yield greater benefits in the future. Yet, given their mere acquaintance, he believed it paramount to afford her the most basic respect. In the realm of Tianxuan, while strength reigns supreme, one must still adhere to certain moral boundaries and principles. To indulge in carnal desires without regard for a woman's feelings would be no different from the actions of beasts and lecherous criminals. Chapter 50, The Great Qing Auction. Regarding Miss Lu Ye's personal honor, there is no need for you, Senior Lu Qian, to impose such burdens upon me and make me play the villain. As for the transaction you propose, I opt for the latter, those 100,000 Nirvana pills. After all, my initial purpose in coming to Great Qing City was merely to befriend Miss Lu Ye. Therefore, if I ever possessed the ability to fulfill Senior Lu Qian's request in the future, it would pose no issue. Lin Chun cast a brief glance at Lu Ye, not lingering on her slender, graceful form, but instead turned his gaze firmly toward Lu Qian, speaking in a solemn tone. Perhaps you are correct, but we of the dynasty cannot be compared to the disciples of those supersections. With pride in our hearts and a spirit of self-improvement, losing a talented royal woman today may lead to an abundance of cultivation resources tomorrow, thereby enhancing the strength of the Great Qing Dynasty and the Lu clan alike. Lu Ye, being born in the Great Qing Dynasty, should rightfully contribute to its cause. Whether she is willing or not is of little consequence, as she lacks the agency to choose. In this matter, if we're to speak frankly, I hold more sway than Lu Ye. However, these are merely bygone affairs best left unspoken, and for now, we need not dwell on them. Should you fail to attain the rank of Celestial Talisman Master, all will amount to naught, as ephemeral as a dream. 100,000 Nirvana pills is no trifling sum for my Great Qing Royal Lu clan. And if you wish for us to place our stakes upon you, you must first meet that standard. Otherwise, all is but mere talk. Upon hearing Lu Qian's remarks, Lin Chen nodded lightly, his remarkably handsome face betraying little emotion, only an unwavering calm. To Lin Chen at this moment, 100,000 Nirvana pills represented a considerable sum, stirring his interest, yet that was all it amounted to. The fact that Lu Qian had casually confined him within Great Qing City had certainly left him with some resentment. But given the stark disparity in strength, he found himself in a position of weakness, devoid of the luxury of choice. Presently, Lu Qian's offer of 100,000 Nirvana pills could be seen as a form of compensation, akin to the age-old practice of offering a sweet date after a beating. Throughout, Lin Xun had remained indifferent to the notion of assisting Lu Ye in joining a prominent sect, as he perceived it to be a mere, trifling matter in his future endeavors. Lu Jiang, please make arrangements for his accommodation. For the time being, stay by his side. My Great Qing royal family has finally discovered a genuine talent. Should he falter along the way, it would result in a significant loss for our dynasty. Additionally, send someone to the Lin clan of the Great Jiang Dynasty to establish a rapport and clarify our intentions. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The Great Qing Merchant Association held its event as usual, drawing attention from various quarters. During this period, Lin Shen's name had thoroughly echoed throughout Great Qing City and its surrounding districts, with everyone aware of the presence of a young prodigy from the Great Jiang Dynasty. A top-tier advanced talisman master. 7 days may not alter much, yet for Lin Shun, it felt like an agonizing ordeal. The path of cultivation, whether in terms of elemental energy or mental fortitude, requires gradual accumulation, akin to building a tower from grains of sand. With Lin Shen's current level of mental strength, reaching the level of Celestial Talisman Master would demand at least 6 months of relentless effort, even under the most rigorous conditions. This realization stirred a sense of frustration within him. Yet he found himself powerless to change his circumstances. While departing under Lu Zhang's guidance may not pose a problem, provoking Lu Qian or other higher-ups in the royal family could lead to dire consequences. Through casual conversations with Lu Jiang over the past few days, Lin Shen had gained a general understanding of the hierarchical structure of powers in the Eastern Xian domain, clearly discerning the differences between intermediate, advanced, and super dynasties. Unlike the low-level Great Jiang Dynasty, the Great Qing Dynasty, being an intermediate power, typically had its strongest practitioners at the 3 or 4 origin Nirvana Realm. And it was evident that the Great Qing royal family and the Qingxian sect housed more than one such figure. In contrast, the strongest practitioners of advanced dynasties generally reached the 7 or 8 origin Nirvana Realm. As for super dynasties, not only do they possess strong practitioners above the Birth Xian realm within their ranks, but their affiliated super sects also deploy elders of the Birth Xian realm or higher to oversee their affairs. In a sense, once a dynasty attains the status of a super dynasty, it becomes a veritable garden for nurturing disciples for these super sections. With this newfound knowledge of the Eastern Xian domain, Lin Shen's previously restless heart gradually settled, allowing him to fully accept the reality of his confinement within Great Qing City. The Nirvana Realm is divided into 9 origins, with vast disparities in both physical prowess and elemental energy between each origin. Without special means, it is virtually impossible to engage in battles across these tiers. The difference between an ordinary Nirvana Realm practitioner and one at the 3 origin Nirvana Realm is unfathomably immense, which is why Lin Shun dared not act recklessly, mindful of the attention from such formidable existences. The auction items appeared to be prepared, yet the proceedings had yet to commence. Within the opulent VIP section of the Great Qing Merchant Association, Lin Shun sat before a crystal blue window, gazing at the array of dazzling auction items suspended upon the stage. Feeling somewhat disenchanted, he turned to Lu Jiang beside him and inquired, "Why has the auction not yet begun?" At a glance, Lin Shun found nothing among the items that piqued his interest. Notably absent was the life talisman he sought, though he did not find this surprising. Rare items, such as life talismans, are typically the grand finale, reserved for the final showcase. The potency of a personal talisman hinges upon the prowess of the talisman master who inscribes it. Generally speaking, those capable of engraving such talismans are typically individuals of the Celestial Talisman Master rank or higher. The upcoming Great Qing auction is of considerable significance. However, the members of the Qingxian sect have yet to arrive, suggesting that pressing matters have delayed their attendance, and thus, we await their presence. Just as Lu Zhang's words fell silent, the grand purple-gold doors connecting the auction hall to the outside swung open once more, ushering in a formidable throng of individuals. Chapter 51. The Soul Herb of Green Vines. The members of the Qingxian sect have arrived. Lin Shun's gaze drifted toward the now hushed source of the crowd's attention, where he beheld a procession of over 20 individuals. The aura emanating from this group, while not extraordinarily formidable, evoked a palpable sense of reverence from those around them. At the forefront stood a robust young man, whose rugged features bore a hint of gentleness, rendering him devoid of any apparent malice from afar. Flanking him were 2 lean, middle-aged men dressed in identical blue robes, their faint aura indicating that they were indeed powerful figures at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm. Following closely behind was a young girl clad in green, her large, dark eyes betraying a flicker of timidity. She appeared to be of a similar age to the current Qing Tan, around 8 or 9 years old, with delicate features and porcelain skin, a rare beauty in the making. Su Kuei and Su Ro, Lin Chen murmured to himself, having gleaned their identities from the whispers circulating in the hall. Yet at that moment, he felt no inclination to engage in conversation. The auction was on the verge of commencing, and his primary objective remained the acquisition of the personal talisman. Moreover, given the present circumstances, the prospect of forging connections with the duo seemed increasingly trivial, as plans are often eclipsed by the whims of fate. As the entourage led by Su Kuei of the Qing sect took their seats, the long-anticipated Great Qing auction finally commenced. In the realm of the Great Jiang Dynasty, the Qing sect is the only entity deserving of equal regard from the royal family, and the rapport between the two has always been amicable. Thus, despite the auction's slight delay, none of the attendees dared to express dissatisfaction. At the central platform of the expansive auction hall, which could accommodate tens of thousands, a commanding shout from Lu Cheng drew the attention of nearly all present, fixating their gazes upon the elegant woman bearing a series of silver platters. In that moment, even Lin Chun in the VIP room was no exception. Esteemed guests, the first item to be auctioned today is the green flame blade, crafted by Master Qing, a revered artisan of our Great Qing imperial court. Upon appraisal, it has been deemed to possess the peak quality of a mid-tier spiritual treasure. Should a practitioner of the Transformation Realm wield it in battle, their strength will be significantly augmented. The starting bid for this item is 30,000 pure yuan dan. With a swift motion, Lu Cheng lifted a silver platter, unveiling a long emerald blade that hung suspended above, emanating a subtle warmth. While Lin Chun possessed the capability to forge mid-tier spiritual treasures with his current mental acuity, the requisite materials proved somewhat elusive. Gazing at the half-zhong-long emerald blade, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Given his current prowess, he found such a mid-tier treasure somewhat beneath his notice. As a talisman master, the true worth of his spiritual energy lies not merely in combat, but in the crafting of spiritual treasures. Nonetheless, while Lin Chun and others of the Transformation Realm may scoff at this mid-tier treasure, many practitioners of the Shaping Realm remained intrigued. For possessing such an offensive treasure could greatly enhance their odds of victory in combat against similarly matched opponents. 35,000, 61,000. Amidst the fervent bidding, the price of the green flame blade escalated from 30,000 pure yuan dan to 61,000, ultimately falling into the hands of a middle-aged man adorned with a rugged stubble. Do not fret, young Lin Chen. According to my knowledge, in addition to the personal talisman engraving method you seek, there is also a ground-tier spiritual treasure slated to be the piece de resistance of this auction. It is highly likely that Su Kuei of the Qing sect is here primarily for that item. Noting Lin Chen's lack of enthusiasm, Lu Jiang felt compelled to offer a few words of caution. Glancing sidelong at the smiling Lu Jiang, Lin Chen murmured about the ground-tier spiritual treasure before shaking his head. Having the ability to forge such treasures post-breakthrough to Celestial Talisman Master seemed far more prudent than spending exorbitantly on something he could soon create himself. Since his breakthrough would allow him to leave the Great Qing city, he intended to seize any available opportunity to master the art of crafting spiritual treasures, which would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. In an instant, clarity washed over Lin Chun. The avenues to obtain the Nirvana Dan were never singular. However, the price of a ground-tier spiritual treasure typically hovered in the thousands of Nirvana Dan, and given the rarity of the requisite materials, relying on such methods to amass substantial Nirvana Dan seemed rather impractical. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lu Jiang. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chun nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that the initial offerings of the auction were merely trifles. The true treasures often revealed themselves later in the proceedings. Embracing this nonchalant mindset, Lin Chun found his spirit remarkably tranquil, akin to a spectator at a theatrical performance, observing as others vied for the earlier auction items without making a single bid himself. As time progressed, the items on Lu Cheng's auction platform diminished in number while simultaneously gaining significance, igniting a progressively fervent atmosphere within the hall. In the realm of rare and exquisite spiritual herbs, we present the green vine soul herb, an exceptionally rare 9th-tier spiritual medicine, a mutation of the 7th and 8th-tier green vine grass. It has been known to have remarkable effects on the gathering of demonic spirits and breaking through realms. The opening bid is 70,000 pure yuan dan. With his eyes momentarily closed, Lin Chun, in a state of anticipation, was suddenly jolted awake upon hearing this announcement. An expression of surprise gracing his features. Earlier, His mental prowess had detected the presence of this spiritual herb on the platform, but he had not anticipated its extraordinary efficacy, which even the little weasel had failed to notice. Kid, this is the item I want. Hee, I never expected to find something so delightful here. I have encountered plenty of 7th and 8th tier green vine grass, but this mutated green vine soul herb is a first for me. No wonder I sensed a fluctuation in my spirit just now. It turns out there is such a boon. Just as Lin Shan was regaining his composure, the little weasel within the stone talisman hastily transmitted its thoughts to him. Understood. Lin Shan offered a brief reply to the little weasel before directing his full attention back to the auction. Chapter 52. The Xian Ice Talisman. Noticing Lin Shan's sudden awakening and keen interest in the 9th tier spiritual herb, Lu Zhang's aged visage bore a hint of surprise, yet he refrained from probing further. Regarding Lin Shan, although Lu Zhang's acquaintance with him is somewhat superficial, he harbors a degree of admiration and a deliberate intention of fostering goodwill. This sentiment arises from the fact that if Lin Shan proves powerful enough to impress the Lu clan, there exists a genuine possibility for his long-lost brother, Lu Mu, to fully reintegrate into the Lu family. The bidding in the hall continued fervently. Despite the relatively few individuals vying for the spiritual herb, there were still a dozen or so who were intrigued, leading to a rapid escalation in the price of the Baitang Hunchao to an astonishing 130. 000 pure yuan pills. 200 pure yuan pills. Lin Shan declared, unwilling to endure any unnecessary delay, offering an exorbitant price. For an ordinary cultivator at the Qi gathering stage, this amount would be staggering. However, for Lin Shan at this juncture, it was a trivial sum. The pure yuan pill was poised to become as obsolete as the yang yuan pill in his endeavors across the Tianxuan Continent. A sudden, indifferent voice reverberated through the hall, causing those who had been contemplating their bids to pause momentarily, their gazes shifting towards the source of the sound. Where Lin Shan sat, in the VIP section. Never mind, this spiritual herb is beyond my reach. Upon realizing that Lin Shan was indeed the one who had placed the bid, the few who had initially contended for it promptly withdrew. In just 7 days, Lin Shan had become a figure of renown throughout Taqing City. After all, in certain respects, the aura of a top-tier high-level talisman master was no less formidable than that of a half-step Nirvana Realm expert. 200 pure yuan pills, going once. 200 pure yuan pills, going twice. Sold. As no one else dared to bid, Lu Chang called out thrice without a response, and the Baitang Hunchao was successfully acquired by Lin Shan. He merely smiled faintly, his expression betraying little joy, as his gaze remained fixed on the high platform, seemingly unperturbed by the events that had transpired. In the subsequent auction, Lin Shan did not encounter any items that captivated him as the Baitang Hunchao had. With his current strength and perspective, there was little of significance left to entice him in a mid-level dynasty like the Qing, aside from his inherent talisman. If one were to argue otherwise, the Nirvana pill held considerable allure for him. With a body attuned to the essence of heaven and earth, it was a daydream to think he could lay a solid foundation for future cultivation without sufficient Nirvana pills. Though he could not be entirely certain, he understood that times had changed. In the past, his power had been too feeble to perceive any differences. Now, after years of cultivation and significant enhancements to both his yuan force and spiritual energy, he could ascertain that his thoughts were not far removed from reality based on various signs. Time flows inexorably, and, on the high platform, Lu Chang continued to present and auction off items. As the auction approached its conclusion, the items Lu Chang produced from a specific channel grew, increasingly rare and precious, raising Lin Shan's anticipation significantly. The finest treasures often emerge at the end. This adage is never mere folly. We now commence the auction of the final 2 rarest items of this event. Lu Chang, slightly parched, swallowed nervously before seizing a silver plate, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell throughout the auction hall. The first item is the engraving method for a life talisman, the Xin Bing Ling Fu. He then gently unveiled a silk cloth, pointing to a small, azure ice block inscribed with a mysterious talisman, and began his introduction. This item hails from a 7-seal celestial talisman master within the super sect of the Dongxian region, derived from an observation of the ice celestial talisman. It is a sect reward bestowed upon an ancestor of the Taqing royal family after entering the Talisman Valley, and has been preserved within our royal lineage for over 3 centuries. The reasons for its auction are better left unspoken. I urge all practitioners of spiritual energy to seize this rare opportunity. The distinctions between life talisman engravings, life talismans, and celestial talismans are well understood by those adept in spiritual practices, thus requiring no further elaboration from me. One must grasp that while the Xin Bingling Fu may not rival the powers of the Ice Celestial Talisman, it stands as a commendable example among life talismans. Hence, the starting bid must not be less than 1 million pure yuan pills. As Lu Cheng's clear voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall, only to be swiftly followed by a wave of commotion. In the realm of heaven and earth, ancestral talismans are formed from the laws of nature. Anything remotely connected to them is deemed extraordinary, a common understanding among the denizens of the Tianxuan Continent. Although the Xin Bingling Fu was not directly inscribed from an ancestralized talisman, it still holds an indirect relationship. Thus, Lu Cheng's introduction undoubtedly stirred a significant upheaval in the auction hall. The Xin Bingling Fu, derived from the Ice Celestial Talisman. In the VIP section, Lin Shun leaned against the railing, his striking and upright brow furrowed, excitement bubbling within as he fell into contemplation. He distinctly recalled that in the original realm, apart from the ancient vortex engraving of his life talisman, no other life talismans or celestial talismans had emerged. In the cosmos, there are 8 ancestral talismans, condensed from the laws of heaven and earth, each possessing a unique essence. However, these 8 forces are not singular. Any being, aside from the anomalous demons of the Tianxuan Continent, can wield and utilize these powers. Life talisman engravings, life talismans, and celestial talismans represent applications of a talisman master's spiritual energy upon the laws of nature. Though not as pure as ancestral powers, they are nonetheless extraordinary compared to mere yuan force. It appears that the opportunities originally concealed within the cosmos are not limited to the Jiang Dynasty. Every dynasty may harbor its own fortuitous prospects, albeit unpredictable and undiscovered. Lu Cheng's discretion was commendable. The Jiang Dynasty, a mere low-level dynasty, boasts numerous celestial opportunities. One can only imagine what treasures lie within the Taqing Dynasty. Since the inception of the Tianxuan Continent within the vast world, countless epochs have passed, and the so-called realms of fortune are certainly not confined to a single location. In a moment of reflection, Lin Shun found himself mildly moved. 110. 000 pure yuan pills. Just as Lin Shun pondered, on the opposite side of the high platform, a white-robed, white-haired elder from the VIP section initiated the bidding, his slightly trembling voice revealing his inner turmoil. Chapter 53. Acquired. Unexpectedly, Master Lu from Hongchong Tower has come. He is not only a mid-level talisman master, but also a formidable expert at the minor completion of the creation realm. It is no surprise that Master Lu traveled great distances upon hearing the news of the life talisman being auctioned at the Taqing Merchant Association. However, it remains uncertain who will ultimately claim this life talisman. Today, the forces drawn here for this life talisman encompass nearly a dozen surrounding prefectures of our Taqing County. Such a rare and precious life talisman holds immense allure for talisman masters. This auction is bound to be fiercely competitive. As the elderly Master Lu with his withered hair made his move, the auction house, after a brief uproar, fell into a hushed anticipation, awaiting the next contender. The sum of over 1 million pure yuan dan is no trifling matter. Even some formidable cultivators of the Transmigration Realm might find their fortunes insufficient. And this was merely the current bidding price. While a high-ranking talisman master like the elderly figure can effortlessly amass pure yuan dan, many materials required for crafting spiritual treasures must still be personally gathered. Hence, not all talisman masters are excessively wealthy or indifferent to the so-called pure yuan dan. It must be said, the mere figure uttered by the elderly master daunted the vast majority. Nevertheless, despite the indifference of most practitioners of yuan power towards the mysterious ice spirit talisman and their inability to bid, it did not hinder them from observing the spectacle with keen interest, for items like the life spirit talisman are seldom seen in auctions, sometimes taking years to appear. What could possibly prompt the Qing dynasty to auction such a rare life spirit talisman? Surely there are numerous talisman masters within the royal family. Why not retain it for personal use? Disregarding the clamor of the auction house, Lin Shun, after regaining his composure, cast a curious glance at Lu Jiang and inquired with surprise. 10 days prior, Lu Cheng merely mentioned that a life spirit talisman was soon to be auctioned by the Qing dynasty, lacking the detailed introduction presented today. If there were no extraordinary reasons behind this, it would be a remarkable coincidence. My young friend, you are unaware. Lu Jiang gently shook his head, offering a smile. Some talisman engraving techniques cannot be easily mastered by any talisman master who merely cultivates spiritual power. If one's spiritual energy does not resonate with the talisman, then even possessing it will be of no practical use. For the past 300 years, my Lu clan's ancestors who cultivated spiritual power have indeed sought to imprint this ice spirit talisman. Yet none have succeeded in harnessing the icy essence required for this life spirit talisman, as recorded by our ancestor who joined the Talisman Valley. There are thousands of such life spirit talismans derived from observing the engraving of the cold ice sky talisman, but only one has been allocated to our royal family, and it is not particularly noteworthy. To successfully imprint this ice spirit talisman, one must possess a certain resonance with it and attain the level of a senior talisman master. Yet, even with such prerequisites, no member of the Qing royal family has managed to achieve this in over 300 years. Thus, this ice spirit talisman is being auctioned. After all, if our dynasty had more powerful figures, we could also benefit somewhat. Lu Cheng did not elaborate to you earlier, partly due to uncertainty regarding your true strength, and partly because he himself was not well informed about this item at that time. Lu Jiang observed Lin Chun, who was attentively listening, as he earnestly explained, seemingly oblivious to the rising bidding war around them. It appears that the ease of engraving life spirit talismans varies significantly and is entirely dependent on the engraver. If this ice spirit talisman were akin to the ancient vortex talisman, it would certainly simplify matters greatly. Though the Qing dynasty boasts some talents, how could they possibly compare to the disciples of the super sects within the Talisman Valley? It is hardly surprising that no one has succeeded in engraving it. Lin Chun pondered silently, then nodded at Lu Jiang, his earlier doubts dissipating considerably. The intricacies of spiritual power are profound and elusive. Whether it be the enigmatic and potent ancestral talismans or the most ordinary life spirit talismans, mastering and solidifying them is no small feat on the Tianxuan Continent. With its billions of living beings, the chance of encountering one capable of cultivating spiritual power to solidify even the most mundane life spirit talisman is perhaps 1 in 10,000. And those possessing life spirit talismans or celestial life talismans are even scarcer. 3 million pure Yuan Dan. As time progressed, after a fierce bidding war among several elderly figures clad in black robes, a cold and deep voice resonated, driving the auction price of the ice spirit talisman to an astronomical figure. A man shrouded in a hood obscured his features, and as the chilling bid escaped his lips, the entire auction house fell silent. 3 million pure Yuan Dan could, in a sense, be exchanged for 3,000 Nirvana Dan. While no one would foolishly trade Nirvana Dan for pure Yuan Dan, this price is undoubtedly substantial. Quite impressive spiritual power, Lin Chun mused, observing the figure in the VIP section that had drawn the attention of many. He sensed a robust spiritual energy emanating from him. Although not as formidable as his own, it was still quite remarkable. This individual is Moya, the lord of the Liqiu Mansion in Beiyin County, who has been a senior talisman master for many years and can be regarded as Lin Chen's primary rival in the competition for this ice spirit talisman. Noticing Lin Chun's expression of concern, Lu Jiang proceeded to elucidate. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, but his countenance suddenly shifted, and he sighed. Originally, he believed that with 3,000 Nirvana Dan, acquiring a life spirit talisman would be effortless, sparing him the need to trouble the little weasel. However, it now seemed that such an assumption was misguided. Plans often fall short of unforeseen changes. Who could have anticipated that the Qing Chamber of Commerce would auction such a life spirit talisman, which bears a connection to the celestial life talisman? My young friend, are you in need of Nirvana Dan? Lu Jiang inquired with a smile, observing Lin Chen's troubled expression. Without waiting for a response, he added, "Today, I am willing to lend you 2,000 Nirvana Dan, with the hope that one day, when you are capable, you can facilitate the return of my incompetent brother, Lu Mu, to our Lu clan. His arrogance and misdeeds nearly led to the ruin of our family, which is why he has been ostracized. Even now, many elders harbor grievances against him. Thus, I must ask for your assistance in this matter." Upon hearing this, Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a brief hesitation, he readily agreed. "In that case, I thank you, Brother Lu Jiang. In matters of reciprocity, human emotions are not difficult to repay," and thus Lin Chun felt no need for hesitation. With the 2,000 Nirvana Dan lent to him by Lu Jiang, Lin Chen's confidence in bidding surged. 5,000 Nirvana Dan. As Lin Chen's resonant voice reverberated throughout the auction house, the ice spirit talisman swiftly became a coveted item. Upon hearing Lin Chun raise the price of the ice spirit talisman to such heights in one go, Moya immediately withdrew his bid. In the Qing dynasty, Nirvana Dan holds far greater value than pure Yuan Dan. while some might contend for the price of 3,000 Nirvana Dan. 5,000 Nirvana Dan exceeds the worth of a mere life spirit talisman. To expend such tremendous financial resources for a life spirit talisman that may not even be successfully refined seems imprudent to many. Yet for Lin Chen, the value of the ice spirit talisman transcends the simplicity of a life spirit talisman. Chapter 54, Conclusion. In the Tianxuan Continent, where the elements are indistinct, and the human body lacks distinct attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., the concept of resonance with the world is indeed profound, and the affinity of ancestral talismans stems from this principle. The ancestral symbols are condensed from the laws of heaven and earth within the celestial Xian continent, with the 8 grand ancestral symbols representing 8 distinct forces of the universe: ice, primordial, devour, space, darkness, thunder, flame, and life and death. Thus, the ability to harmonize with these celestial forces and to wield these 8 diverse powers can be regarded as a unique differentiation of attributes, a distinction of innate talent. Some individuals progress in their cultivation without encountering the so-called bottlenecks. Even if their initial growth is slow, they may eventually surpass others over time, a gift from this realm. While diligence is indeed the foundation of success, fortune and strategy are equally significant to aspire to become the paramount being of the world. The absence of any crucial factor is unacceptable. For Lin Chen, whether he possesses an affinity for the ancestral symbols must be validated through the symbols themselves. Although his body is a manifestation of the world, granting him a perfect synergy with this realm, absolutes do not exist. The celestial Xian continent belongs to the vast universe, and there are numerous distinctions between this grand and minor plane. His current judgments may not be wholly correct or singular. The Xian ice spirit symbol, derived from the ice heavenly symbol, is somewhat related to the ice ancestral symbol. Should he succeed in inscribing it, his mental strength would exhibit characteristics of the ice element, leading to a substantial enhancement in power and, in certain aspects, affirming his own capabilities. Young friend, you truly possess remarkable audacity, not batting an eye at 5,000 Nirvana pills. Upon witnessing Lin Chen swiftly secure the bid, Lu Jiang, filled with admiration, remarked. It was evident that, in Lu Jiang's eyes, 5,000 Nirvana pills represented a considerable sum, making the exchange for such a life spirit symbol seem somewhat impractical. Although the 5,000 Nirvana pills eventually returned to the Great Jiang royal family, this transaction was akin to trading their own possessions. Nonetheless, once Lin Chen became involved, the significance of the matter transformed dramatically. Brother Lu, you jest. This Xian ice spirit symbol is indeed worth every bit of its price to me, even surpassing the utility of a top-tier cultivation technique. Lin Chen replied with a serene smile, an unspoken satisfaction bubbling within him. As the two conversed, the individual dispatched by Lu Cheng had already delivered the Xian ice spirit symbol into Lin Chen's hands. However, Lin Chen did not hasten to inscribe it. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the VIP seats not far away, resting his eyes on Su Kuei and others from the Qingxian sect. Young master, Su Kuei's companion, a lean middle-aged man, suddenly startled upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, promptly nudging Su Kuei's shoulder to alert him. It seems Lin Chen's strength indeed far surpasses my own. I never anticipated being outdone by one from a lower-tier dynasty. Su Kuei raised his head to glance in Lin Chen's direction, offering a courteous smile. At that moment, sensing the faint yet palpable aura of danger emanating from Lin Chen, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Kuei, filled with profound reflections. Earlier, when Lin Chen had bid for the Bai Tong soul herb, Su Kuei had felt a flicker of curiosity towards him, but before he could assess further, he was enveloped in a formidable energy barrier surrounding Lin Chen, only able to discern his visage without perceiving any other details. Only after Lin Chen acquired the Xian ice spirit symbol did that energy barrier dissipate, allowing him to sense Lin Chen's true strength. Noticing Su Kuei smile at him, Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and returned the gesture. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Cheng atop the platform before beginning to meditate. While he held interest in the impending auction of the earthly grade spirit treasure, Lin Chen understood that such an item was beyond his reach. Firstly, he lacked the financial means to bid for the earthly grade treasure, and secondly, as one about to become a celestial symbol master, he had no need for an item that required the manipulation of energy. If he desired such a treasure, he could craft one himself in due time. The journey to the Great Jiang auction had proven quite satisfactory. Upon returning to his residence in the Great Jiang imperial city, Lin Chen exhaled softly, addressing the impatient little weasel that had been clamoring for the Bai Tong soul herb. I say, little one, do not be so hasty. I have not had the chance to restore my strength in over 2 years while accompanying you. Hurry, bring forth the by tongue soul herb. Hearing this, Lin Chen merely shook his head, a hint of disdain for the little weasel's impatience surfacing. Yet his actions remained unhalted as he retrieved a jade box from his Qingquan pouch. Let us not rush the refinement. We are still within their territory. Should your aura become evident once you regain some strength, it could lead to complications. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the little weasel swiftly calmed, chuckling softly in agreement. You are indeed prudent. You are right. The priority is for you to enhance your strength and achieve a breakthrough as a celestial symbol master. So we can depart this Great Jiang Dynasty. There will be plenty of opportunities to refine the by tongue soul herb later. However, becoming a celestial symbol master represents a significant threshold in mental strength cultivation. Only within the Dantian can one create a realm of their own, allowing their mental power to undergo a qualitative transformation. In this Great Jiang Dynasty, can you truly seize the opportunity to cultivate and find your path within a year? The little weasel inquired earnestly, a flicker of anxiety evident in its small eyes. Lin Chen's strength directly affected when the little weasel could recover and return to the demon domain. Thus, the little weasel shared Lin Chen's discontent at being confined within the Great Jiang city. Despite the little weasel's recognition of Lin Chen's potential, it could not guarantee that he would inevitably break through the significant bottleneck of cultivation. I am well aware of the distinction between a spirit symbol master and a celestial symbol master. Such a breakthrough may pose a challenge for others, but for me, it is merely a matter of time and the refinement of my mental strength. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Then you should focus on your cultivation. Strive to elevate your energy to the pinnacle of the creation realm. Your physical form is inherently more robust than that of the average person. Although I am uncertain of the reasons, once your energy reaches that peak, you will be able to cultivate a method for refining the lesser Nirvana golden body. At that point, even your strength at the peak of the creation realm will enable you to contend with those at the brink of Nirvana. Furthermore, mastering this body refinement technique will enhance the quantity of Nirvana pills required for your breakthrough, solidifying your foundation. The little weasel regarded Lin Chen solemnly, emphasizing the importance of this matter. There is no need for haste. We have ample time ahead. For now, our focus must be on serene cultivation. Chapter 55, Celestial Symbol Master. Time flowed effortlessly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Within a lavish chamber of a side hall in the Great Jiang City Royal Palace, Lin Chen, who had been in deep meditation, slowly opened his eyes, revealing iridescent orbs akin to crystal, seemingly capable of perceiving the very fabric of reality, captivating all who beheld them. Young one, had you broken through? The unprecedented aura emanating from Lin Chen stirred a tide of excitement within the little weasel, prompting it to ask with bated breath. Observing the little weasel hovering with exhilaration, Lin Chen smiled gently and nodded, and then a wave of overwhelming mental power began to emanate from within him, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yet in the next moment, it seemed to dissipate into nothingness, as if nothing had occurred in that fleeting instant. At this moment, the realm within Lin Chen's Naiwan Palace had been completely divided, the heavens clear and the earth murky, and within that faintness, there echoed the sound of thunder. His Naiwan Palace, a vast expanse of its own, had long ceased to be the lifeless void it once was. Now, he could command and manipulate this realm, drawing upon the immense spiritual power contained within it. With but a thought, the spiritual energy within that domain would gather in a flash, coalescing into a true ethereal form. The manifestation of Lin Chen's spiritual body. However, unlike before, this spiritual body had grown exponentially stronger. The surging waves of spiritual power emanating from it were as cold and piercing as ancient ice. Not only did it surpass the limits typically possessed by advanced spiritual talismancers, but also bore certain properties of ice. He had finally ascended to the rank of Celestial Talisman Master, a level equivalent to that of a Nirvana Realm powerhouse. After a year's interval. Now, even when faced with someone like Lu Qian, who was also at the Nirvana Realm, he felt confident in effortlessly overcoming her. Most Nirvana Realm powerhouses born within the intermediate dynasty, barring a few with extraordinary encounters, seldom consumed more than 200,000 Nirvana pills. Such a level of Nirvana strength was not particularly formidable. Indeed, it could be deemed one of the weakest existences within the Nirvana Realm of Tianxuan Continent. Lu Qian, while holding a notable status within the Great Jiang Dynasty, was only relatively powerful within this narrow scope and did not warrant much acclaim. Presently, He could contend with those who had ascended to the Nirvana Realm with 500,000 Nirvana pills, and even with those who had failed their first Nirvana tribulation. He could offer some resistance. Although he was a novice celestial talisman master and lacked experience in wielding this level of spiritual power, the expanse of his Niwen palace was significantly vast, while it could not be entirely commanded. It was vastly different from the cramped conditions typical of a newly ascended celestial talisman master, and the reservoir of spiritual energy was incomparable. Moreover, the quality of his spiritual power was notably high, as the transformative state he had achieved today was in no small part due to the spiritual grinding mill within the stone talisman. Furthermore, within the same realm, spiritual power, in comparison to elemental power, holds a certain uniqueness. A celestial talisman master's manipulation of the forces of heaven and earth is far beyond that of an ordinary Nirvana Realm cultivator, who excels in physical form and in the utilization of elemental energy. The distinctions between the two are starkly evident. Having spent a year in tranquil cultivation within the Great Jiang city, had it not been for the time wasted on cultivating elemental power, he would have undergone his transformation into a celestial talisman master months ago. As Lin Chen's mind swelled with a sense of satisfaction, he responded to the little weasel. Since you have broken through, what are your plans next? The little weasel nodded, calming its somewhat agitated heart, and asked in a deep voice. Plans? Naturally. I intend to collect the 100,000 Nirvana pills offered by the Great Jiang Dynasty and then hasten to the Immortal Dynasty, aside from that amusing little girl. Suro, the rest are rather mundane and tedious. The disparity in strength and differences in talent often create barriers to communication between individuals, a notion that left Lin Chen somewhat speechless. During his year's sojourn in Great Jiang City, Lin Chen could not possibly remain in a constant state of cultivation. Through an introduction by Luya, he had some practical interactions with the Su siblings. Although they did not become inseparable friends, they could be considered acquaintances. In contrast to the relatively pure Su Ro, the Su Kuei and Luya's siblings were undoubtedly rather mundane, overly preoccupied with trivial concerns. Su Ro, though somewhat timid in nature, possesses commendable talent, comparable to that of Qing Tan from the Lin family in Qingyang Town, the little weasel interjected. Enough of that. The spiritual power fluctuations I just exhibited will surely be sensed by some of the formidable figures within the royal family of the Great Jiang. They are likely fully prepared by now. Lin Chen shifted his tone, addressing the little weasel. Hearing this, delight flickered in the little weasel's small rodent eyes, and it chuckled. This is excellent, with your current mastery of elemental power reaching the pinnacle of creation realm. The 10,000 Nirvana pills will enable you to cultivate the small Nirvana golden body technique, thus preparing you for the breakthrough to Nirvana Realm. It seems my aspirations are nearing realization. Observing the little weasel's elation, Lin Chen felt increasingly buoyant, and the negative emotions from being trapped by Lu Qian for a year gradually dissipated. Some matters are futile to dwell upon. Although the royal family of the Great Jiang had delayed him considerably, they had also provided him with many opportunities and compensations during this process. In all things, there are pros and cons, and there is no need for him to approach problems with such extreme thinking. Regardless of how much his strength might increase or how powerful he may become, he has always remained a rational individual. Some truths do not change with the passage of time. In the royal city of Great Jiang, within the Great Jiang Hall, Lin Chen left his quarters and arrived at this place with a singular purpose: to finalize the transaction with the royal family of the Great Jiang. Exchanging a promissory note for future assistance in Luya's entry into a super sect for the 100,000 Nirvana pills. You have indeed broken through, Lu Qian remarked with a hint of emotion from her position at the side of the hall. I have little time. If the Great Jiang royal family has no intention of proceeding with this transaction, I shall take my leave. Lin Chen refrained from engaging in small talk with Lu Qian. While he bore no hatred for the Lu family, he felt no particular fondness for this beautiful woman before him. Seeing Lin Chen's straightforwardness, Lu Qian sighed and tossed a spatial pouch to him, speaking in a calm tone. This transaction was originally meant to be conducted by Lu Ya's father with you, but he is currently in seclusion to face his fourth Nirvana tribulation and cannot attend. The other elders of the clan of the Nirvana Realm are not well acquainted with you and have expressed some reservations regarding this matter. Thus, this transaction can only be conducted by me on your behalf. Regardless of who comes today for this transaction, I will undoubtedly fulfill today's agreement and repay the Lu family for the favor of these 100,000 Nirvana pills, Lin Chen stated earnestly, emphasizing his attitude. Having taken their wealth, one must surely alleviate their worries. Given Lu Ya's own cultivation talent, joining a super sect would indeed be challenging. However, in the future, his strength and influence would not remain as feeble as they were today, and assisting Liu Ye could become a matter of mere words. Seeing Lin Chun's solemn declaration, a flicker of relief crossed Liu Qian's gaze, though her expression remained largely unchanged, even colder than before. That said, there are matters that must be made clear to you. The Great Jiang Dynasty is adjacent to the Great Jiang Dynasty. Should you fail to honor your promise within 10 years, forget today's agreement, or encounter personal issues that lead to failure, it is likely that some uncontrollable consequences may arise. This is not a threat, but rather a hope that you understand the implications. The 100,000 Nirvana pills could nearly cultivate a Nirvana Realm powerhouse for my Great Qing royal family, and such an advantage cannot be easily relinquished by the elders nearing the end of their lifespans. You ought to comprehend that the realm of Nirvana not only enhances one's own strength, but also encompasses the lifespans for which countless beings strive and pursue. The willingness of these individuals to demonstrate such humility today is merely a reflection of their regard for the benefits you can bestow upon our Qing dynasty, nothing more. This is a transaction of equality, and the subsequent developments will entirely hinge upon your own actions. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chun felt little turbulence within his heart. Sensing an unsettling discomfort, he recognized that since this was a transaction, it naturally required certain assurances. To consider imparting such an exorbitant quantity of Nirvana pills to an outsider without due consideration would either reflect the foolishness of the Qing royal family or suggest that they were so affluent that they were indifferent to the value of these pills. There is no need for you to fret over this matter. As long as Liu Ye enters the ancient battlefield and participates in the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, I shall ensure that by the end of that conflict, the Qing royal family will have their desires fulfilled. Lin Chun cast a glance at Liu Ye, who stood behind Liu Qian, and spoke resolutely, his words brimming with unwavering conviction. Thank you. Gazing at Lin Chun's handsome and gentle visage, Liu Ye found herself momentarily lost in thought, a subtle sense of despondency washing over her, and the words of gratitude that had nearly escaped her lips fell silent. Perhaps Lin Chun remained oblivious to Liu Ye's current thoughts, as he was now eager to depart from the capital of the Qing dynasty, even wishing to leave the dynasty itself. His feelings toward Liu Ye had never strayed from indifference in Lin Chun's eyes. Amidst the myriad of extraordinary women in the Tianxuan Continent, Liu Ye would struggle to be considered even average in terms of looks, talent, and demeanor. Liu Ye, I beg you to relay a message to Su Kuei and Su Ro, the siblings. We shall meet again during the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, in the Ji Dynasty, in the Lianhan County, as one of the 3 principal counties on the western frontier of the Ji Dynasty. Lianhan County's overall strength is not inferior to that of Qing Dynasty's Qingyan County, though the Ji Dynasty is merely a lower-tier dynasty. It once enjoyed a period of splendor. 500 years ago, the Ji Dynasty stood as a high-tier dynasty, yet incurred the ire of a super dynasty, leading to a series of talent gaps within its ranks during the Battle of the 100 Dynasties. Subsequently, in a mere century, under the pressure of neighboring rival high-tier dynasties, the territory of the Ji Dynasty swiftly diminished, gradually being consumed until it now comprises less than half the land of the Great Jiang Dynasty. After leaving the capital of the Qing Dynasty, Lin Chun traversed nearly half the Qing Dynasty in less than 3 days, journeying eastward to arrive at Lianhan County. With a significant enhancement in both his elemental and mental prowess, his strength had reached unprecedented heights, particularly after achieving the level of a celestial talisman master. His speed of travel resonated with the essence of the heavens, marking a stark contrast compared to a year prior. Moreover, during his year-long stay in the capital, aside from his training, he diligently prepared for his journey to the Celestial Dynasty. Not only did he acquire a route map to the Celestial Dynasty from Liu Jiang, but he also gained insights into the cultural nuances and noteworthy aspects of the dynasties he would traverse. Regarding the Ji Dynasty, Lin Chun was not in a state of ignorance. Due to years of oppression from neighboring dynasties, this dynasty harbored a significant degree of xenophobia, making outsiders easily subject to hostility. However, within Lianhan County, my senses revealed no formidable beings above the Nirvana Realm. Thus, cultivating the lesser Nirvana Golden Body here would be feasible. Beneath the cerulean skies, Lin Chun stood aloft, gazing at the magnificent city before him, which rivaled Qingyan City, and communicated telepathically with the little weasel. Since you are so cautious and have conducted your inquiries, find a secluded mountain to cultivate the lesser Nirvana Golden Body. Given your current strength, even if a Nirvana Realm expert were to appear, they would not pose a threat to you. After receiving the little weasel's response, Lin Chun's figure flickered once more, gradually vanishing into the horizon. A day later, within a concealed cavern, Lin Chun sat quietly upon a stone slab, his dark yet brilliant eyes glimmering as he glanced at the little weasel hovering nearby, nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, his mental state had reached its zenith, and the elemental energy within him was at its most abundant. Since he aimed to cultivate the lesser Nirvana golden body, every minute detail required utmost precision. The distinction between the Nirvana realm and the three realms of creation is akin to a chasm. The primary difference lies in the Nirvana body of a Nirvana realm expert, a physical form vastly superior to that of an individual at the creation realm. Faced with a being possessing a Nirvana body, even a full-force strike from a peak creation realm expert would likely fail to inflict any substantial harm. The Nirvana golden body is indeed the hallmark of Nirvana realm experts. Although the lesser Nirvana golden body is merely one of myriad body-refining martial arts, mastering it to perfection equates to a diminutive and weakened version of the Nirvana body. Not quite as formidable as the true Nirvana body, yet remarkably close. Furthermore, in this preliminary phase of refining the body and enhancing physical strength, the number of Nirvana pills required for him to ascend to the Nirvana realm would also increase, ensuring a more solid foundation for his cultivation during the actual Nirvana process. Moreover, prior to his breakthrough into the Nirvana realm, this lesser Nirvana golden body would serve as a shortcut for rapidly enhancing his elemental power. Regardless of the time or place, possessing an additional trump card is invariably advantageous. Of course, cultivating such a body-refining martial art of creation level necessitates a considerable quantity of Nirvana pills. For the essence of Nirvana is the most potent energy for refining the body and is indispensable for mastering the lesser Nirvana golden body. Chapter 57. The Lesser Nirvana Golden Body. In the Tianxuan Continent, the quality of elemental energy varies across different regions. This is not an intentional injustice by the heavens, but is primarily related to the natural formation of the Tianxuan Continent, aside from a few human factors. Within the myriad dynasties of the eastern Xian region, the Ji dynasty bears no particular distinction. The concentration of Nirvana energy within the elemental energy of this realm is comparable to that of the Great Jiang Dynasty, woefully sparse and weak. Compared to ordinary elemental energy, Nirvana energy undoubtedly possesses far greater complexity and profundity. This energy not only has the capacity to refine elemental force, but also boasts numerous miraculous effects, including the purification of the physical body. However, due to the formidable nature of Nirvana energy, prior to entering the Nirvana realm, most beings are reluctant to absorb it liberally. The very term Nirvana implies inherent risks associated with this level. Consequently, as the ordinary bodies of those at the creation realm cannot withstand substantial amounts of Nirvana energy, before they attempt to break into the Nirvana realm, they typically absorb Nirvana energy in small increments, gradually refining it to strengthen themselves and prepare for the true Nirvana. Yet, exceptions do exist. The Tianxuan Continent is not devoid of individuals with unique constitutions, robust physiques, or those who have begun body refinement prematurely. Lin Chun could be considered one of them. Although he had never practiced any body-refining martial arts, his body was forged by the essence of heaven and earth. For him, Nirvana energy was essentially no different from ordinary elemental energy. This realization dawned upon Lin Chun a few months ago when he broke through to the minor completion of the creation realm, as he could sense energies within the world that differed from ordinary elemental energy. For Lin Chun, the energy inherent in the Nirvana Chi, a fundamental essence of the universe, was something he could absorb and refine with ease. However, due to his previous lack of strength and the scarcity of Nirvana Chi in his surroundings, he remained oblivious to its nuances and incapable of separation before reaching the Transformation Realm. His current state was promising, indeed, and it was time to commence. The little weasel cast a satisfied glance at Lin Chun, its voice unusually less piercing than usual. Upon hearing the weasel's response, Lin Chun hesitated not for a moment. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing the weasel's method for cultivating the small Nirvana golden body to flow through his mind like a gentle stream. In that instant, Lin Chun's spirit found a serene tranquility. This state persisted for a full quarter of an hour, after which a puff of white vapor was exhaled from Lin Chun's lips, and his newly opened eyes revealed a glimmer of gravity. Cultivating this small Nirvana golden body was akin to experiencing true Nirvana. In Lin Chun's perspective, although his physique was extraordinary, the successful cultivation of this small Nirvana golden body required his body to endure a substantial baptism of Nirvana Chi, necessitating exquisite refinement. However, the level of Nirvana Chi required was somewhat overwhelming for someone like him, who had merely attained the peak of the Transformation Realm, promising a torturous ordeal. Nevertheless, Lin Chun felt no inclination to retreat. This endeavor was not merely a burden, but a fortuitous opportunity, even if it demanded inhuman suffering. The true benefits would only manifest at the moment of his genuine nirvana. Little weasel, prepare the nirvana pills. Lin Chun inhaled deeply and gestured toward the weasel. Without delay, the weasel raised its dark claws, tossing a well-prepared pouch into the air, from which a cascade of nirvana pills descended towards Lin Chun. 50,000 nirvana pills should suffice to elevate this young man's small nirvana golden body to great success. But the ensuing pain would likely rival that of the mental grinding wheel. Thankfully, this peculiar lad seemed resilient. He should manage. Observing Lin Chun begin to absorb the nirvana chi from the pills, the weasel couldn't help but reflect aloud. Lin Chun, however, had no time to entertain the weasel's musings. At this moment, the concentrated and pure nirvana chi from the pills above him continuously poured into his body. Gradually, strands of red energy began to coalesce on the surface of his skin. This red energy, though not overwhelmingly forceful, emanated an astonishing vibrancy and warmth, embodying the essence of nirvana chi. Just as Lin Chun became entranced by this phenomenon, the fiery energy enveloped him entirely. Upon contact with his skin, he felt an intense heat surge through him, accompanied by sizzling sounds reminiscent of meat being grilled. The nirvana chi was indeed formidable and wondrous. Yet assimilating it was no trivial task. Many at the brink of nirvana would approach its absorption with utmost caution. After all, excessive intake could lead to catastrophic bodily destruction. While this nirvana chi posed no direct threat to Lin Chun, it was undeniably a form of relentless torment. Amidst this searing pain, Lin Chun gritted his teeth, determined to guide the nirvana chi to refine every muscle and bone within him, facilitating his transformative nirvana. This was not only crucial for cultivating the small nirvana golden body, but would also greatly benefit his future endeavors to break through to the Nirvana Realm, solidifying and strengthening his foundational training. With intentional guidance, the blazing nirvana chi surged into his body, flooding every inch of him. In an instant, he was engulfed in a scorching sensation, as if flames were consuming him from within. Young man, this nirvana fire is the pivotal test for your success in cultivating the small nirvana golden body, and it will significantly aid your future breakthroughs into the Nirvana Realm. You must endure for the sake of the weasel. As Lin Chen's forehead glistened with sweat, the weasel's tiny eyes widened with concern. Time trickled by, and before long, Lin Chen's perspiration had morphed into streaks of blood. Under the excruciating agony, he could distinctly feel that with each wave of nirvana chi washing over him, his muscles and bones were gradually becoming more resilient. At this moment, a potent warmth surged within his muscles, as if they were on the brink of unleashing a terrifying power. After an indeterminate period, faint glimmers of golden light began to stir beneath Lin Chen's skin. A single glimmer of gold heralded the forging of a golden body. Chapter 58, 10 months later. 5 days later. Inside the cavern, Lin Chun calmed the fluctuations of his energy after successfully cultivating the small nirvana golden body, taking a deep breath to conclude his 6-day-long training session. Absorbing and refining 50,000 nirvana pills to achieve great success in the small nirvana golden body was largely attributable to his unique physique. But even more crucial was the ample supply of nirvana pills prepared for him. After all, 50,000 nirvana pills could elevate some at the pinnacle of the transformation realm to a half-step into nirvana. And the volume of nirvana chi contained within was undeniably vast for someone like him, who had merely reached the peak of the transformation realm. This small nirvana golden body truly lived up to its reputation as a transformation-level body refinement martial art. Feeling the formidable power within him, Lin Chun now held the confidence that, without deploying his mental energy, he could contend with individuals such as Lu Jiang, who stood at the half-step nirvana threshold. "Huh, you certainly did not disappoint me, young man." Upon witnessing Lin Chun conclude his training, the weasel let out a dry chuckle, leaping onto Lin Chen's shoulder. This training was somewhat taxing. After all, I had never practiced any body refinement martial arts before, which limited my physical strength. Had it not been for my body's compatibility with the nirvana chi, mastering the small nirvana golden body to this extent would have been impossible. Fortunately, this session of training encountered no unexpected interruptions, or else that nirvana fire would have posed a significant challenge. Lin Chun remained humble, offering a calm summary of his experience. 50,000 nirvana pills, and achieving great success is nothing extraordinary. While the items you provided, Weasel, are commendable They are merely average transformation-level body, refinement martial arts. With limited utility. The weasel interjected sharply. Lin Chen gently shook his head, choosing not to engage further on that topic, instead shifting the conversation. Let's not dwell on this matter. Time is of the essence, and we must prepare to depart. 10 months later, the Great Jiang Dynasty, Jianghe County Governor's Mansion. A spacious hall paved with bluestone and adorned with crystal jade ceilings. In the center of the grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in white stood with a respectful bow, gazing towards the elderly woman in yellow seated at the main position, his eyes betraying a profound sense of reverence. Jiang Chen, how has the matter progressed? The sudden, soft inquiry from the elderly woman in yellow caused the middle-aged man to tremble slightly. In response to the wind observer of Nanli 2 days ago, Lin Chen departed from the Great Jiang Dynasty, heading towards the Thousand Crane Dynasty. At that moment, I intended to detain him and present him before the wind observer. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen concealed his capabilities. He is not merely an ordinary talisman master, but rather a second-tier talisman master. As Jiang Chen spoke, a hint of shame flickered in his gaze. Between individuals, there are times when comparison is indeed futile. A second-tier talisman master? He is likely not yet 20. The elderly woman in yellow mused, expressing her astonishment. Alas, had it not been for this situation, even if I could have brought him back, I would not have returned empty-handed and would not have incurred ill fortune with such a talent. Jiang Xian's countenance fell, his spirit dampened as he spoke bitterly. Fear not. Such talents are bound to exhibit a degree of arrogance. Forcing him to return in such a manner, while perhaps imprudent, was a consideration to prevent unforeseen complications. He harbors no ill will towards you. If he holds grudges against you in the future, such a disposition will surely limit his achievements. There is no need for you to fret. The elderly woman offered a few words of consolation to the middle-aged man before pondering aloud. Since Lin Chen is heading to the Thousand Crane Dynasty, his ultimate goal must be the Taqing triple selection of the Immortal Dynasty. Otherwise, it is quite abnormal for someone from a lower-tier dynasty to traverse thousands of mountains and miles with such urgency. Unexpectedly, due to the elderly woman's momentary oversight, she allowed such a prodigy, who cultivates mental strength, to depart from the Great Jiang Dynasty, resulting in a significant loss of sect rewards. Meanwhile, outside a towering building shaped like a flying crane, Lin Chen walked at a leisurely pace. Compared to 10 months prior, his once handsome and gentle countenance now bore the stubble of weariness, exuding a sense of having weathered many storms. Over the course of these 10 months, he gained a visceral understanding of the warmth and coldness of human relations, as well as the treachery of the human heart. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had inadvertently become stained with blood, although the lives taken were not entirely innocent for Lin Chen. This period of trial was also a transformative experience for his spirit. Fortunately, his principles remained intact, and his heart untainted. At this moment, Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes sparkled as he surveyed the myriad of uniquely shaped buildings within his view, feeling his long-tense spirit ease considerably. After paying the entrance fee of 10 pure element pills, he proceeded directly to a nearby inn to rest. It had been over half a year since he had the luxury of a proper, prolonged respite, and he intended to recuperate thoroughly for a few days in this small border town of the Thousand Crane Dynasty. Were it not for your serendipitous crossing of the second Thunder Tribulation over a month ago, you would likely have found it far more challenging to shake off Jiang Xian's entanglements this time. Inside the room, a small weasel hovered in the air, observing Lin Chen's fatigued visage with a hint of astonishment in its voice. In a superior dynasty, the conditions are incomparable to those of a lower dynasty. Even a regional governor possesses the peak strength of the primordial Nirvana Realm. Ever since Lin Chen departed from the Ji dynasty, he has been on the move day and night, encountering delays only when addressing certain troubles. The Great Jiang Dynasty is merely the 9th superior dynasty he has traversed. This relentless journey has significantly benefited his mental and elemental cultivation. With the enhancement of his strength, Lin Chen's travel speed has not only increased, but his endurance has also become remarkably resilient. To date, he has passed through nearly 80 lower and middle-tier dynasties, 9 superior dynasties, and 3 super dynasties, arriving at the territory beneath the Immortal Dynasty. It won't be long before he fulfills his long-held aspiration to reach the Immortal Dynasty. Both the Great Jiang Dynasty and the Thousand Crane Dynasty are superior dynasties, serving as vassals to the Immortal Dynasty, relying on its dominion for survival. Jiang Chen likely harbors no ill intentions toward me. In fact, by assisting in the elimination of the calamity-causing primordial Nirvana Realm beast troubling Jianghe County, we stand to gain the most. Not only will your strength be restored, but we also gleaned a wealth of useful information from him during the process. Lin Chen raised his hand, lightly brushing his face to remove the unseemly stubble, and smiled faintly. Had that beast not provoked the wrath of heaven and humanity, Master Weasel's strength would not have returned to the pinnacle of the creation realm. The small weasel chuckled dryly, casting a satisfied glance at Lin Chen, its words dripping with self-satisfaction. Chapter 59, Blue Victory. This hardly seems worthy of your delight. Without the life and death wheel pill, your strength may very well stagnate for a considerable time. As far as I know, there is only one such pill in the ancient battlefield of the 100 Dynasties War. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his voice harsh as he delivered a merciless critique to the weasel. No need to wait that long. You better not think of slacking off. Once you join the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, earn ample sect contributions to exchange for a life and death wheel pill from Master Weasel. The weasel's tiny eyes glinted as it lazily replied, showing no regard for Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. The weasel was correct, but the execution was challenging. Contributions to the sect are not easily obtained, and he must also focus on cultivating his strength within a limited time frame. However, despite the difficulties, he would not, and could not, refuse the weasel. Plans may change, and regarding the weasel's future restoration of strength, he could only take a long-term view. After several days of rest, Lin Chen swept away the fatigue accumulated over the months and set out once more. At this moment, his condition, in terms of both elemental and mental strength, had reached its peak. For Lin Chen, at this critical juncture, he yearned to join a super sect as soon as possible, to become one of its disciples and obtain sufficient Nirvana pills to undergo rebirth and ascend to the Nirvana Realm. In comparison to his mental strength, his elemental cultivation had begun to stagnate. Having reached the pinnacle of the creation realm half a year ago, he had made little progress since. The Nirvana pills acquired from the Great Jiang Dynasty had dwindled to fewer than 20,000, and in October, drawing Nirvana energy from the heavens had become increasingly difficult, making it arduous to advance even half a step into the Nirvana Realm. Due to the influence of super sects, the elemental energy in the regions of superior and super dynasties is relatively rich, yet it remains limited and does not provide substantial benefits for his strength enhancement. Moreover, according to his estimations, to ascend to the Nirvana Realm, his body, forged from the essence of heaven and earth, would require nearly 500,000 units of Nirvana energy to lay a solid foundation for such an ascent. The 5 million Nirvana pills, belonging to the advanced and super dynasties, can certainly be produced, yet these dynasties are not devoid of prodigies within their ranks, unlike the helpless low and mid-tier dynasties. Thus, they would not readily bestow such treasures upon an outsider like him. Some notions are utterly absurd. Lin Chen never harbored any expectations, nor did he possess the intention to elevate his own worth and attract attention. Throughout his journey, he had evaded capture by individuals from these advanced and super dynasties, largely due to his vigilance and commendable strength. If the path from a mid or low-tier dynasty to a super dynasty were devoid of risks, those wishing to join the super sects would undoubtedly become a nuisance to the advanced and super dynasties. In the vast eastern Xian domain, teeming with billions of inhabitants, the so-called geniuses are in no short supply. After departing from the small border town of the Qin dynasty, Lin Chen continued eastward towards the Xian dynasty, taking a full 8 days and nights to finally exit the domain of the Qin dynasty. In the depths of the eastern Lan mountain range, within a seldom trodden valley, Lin Chen sat cross-legged beneath a waterfall, closing his eyes as his spiritual power radiated outward, drawing energy from the heavens and the earth, restoring the spiritual energy he had expended during his journey. As he neared the advanced Xian dynasty, its territory expanded significantly. While the Qin dynasty was considerable, it paled in comparison to the 3 super dynasties he had previously traversed, spending 8 whole days crossing the Qin dynasty. He could only imagine the vastness of the Xian dynasty. Accompanied by a small weasel, Lin Chen found his journey less monotonous. At least, he had someone to converse with. Such a naive lad, the weasel mused in my prime, with a mere thought, I could soar 1,000 miles. Places like the Xian dynasty are hardly worth mentioning. Observing Lin Chen's sentiments, the weasel scoffed and began to boast of its past exploits. Ignoring the weasel's self-aggrandizement, Lin Chen sighed, expressing that if he possessed the strength of a 4-seal celestial rune master, his speed would increase exponentially. Regrettably, the spiritual mill within the stone talisman had lost its efficacy. Although his cultivation speed was not slow and lacked a bottleneck, it could not compare to his former prowess. Despite having traversed nearly half the distance from the Taqing dynasty to the Xian dynasty, He still needed to pass through approximately 20 mid and low-tier dynasties and 7 advanced dynasties before reaching his destination. The expanse of the Xian dynasty dwarfed the combined area of 10 advanced dynasties, as it was not merely a typical super dynasty, but one of the 10 foremost super dynasties in the Eastern Xian domain, affiliated with the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Ah, you should be grateful, young one. In you, I've never witnessed the emergence of a cultivation bottleneck. Such fortune is comparable to my own in the past. The weasel chuckled, its tone tinged with narcissism. Ah, someone approaches. Just as the weasel finished speaking, Lin Chen's expression shifted, surprise evident in his voice as he lifted his gaze towards the sky beyond the valley. He soon beheld a blood-soaked figure clad in white, staggering towards him with haste. A Nirvana Realm cultivator. This individual, within a dynasty as advanced as the Taqing, would typically be deemed formidable. How had he come to such a state? Be cautious, young one. Do not entangle yourself with a hot potato, or trouble shall surely follow. As Lin Chen pondered, the weasel swiftly darted into the stone talisman residing within him, its warning echoing in his mind. Before Lin Chen could respond, the bloodied figure had traversed the distance of 100 zhang in mere moments, pleading, "Please, brother, lend your hand and rescue. I, Lan Sheng, shall repay you generously." Gazing at the pale-faced, weakened youth before him, Lin Chen felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Such encounters were not unfamiliar to him. He had faced similar situations no less than 10 times on his journey from the Taqing dynasty to the Xian dynasty. Wherever there are people, conflict is inevitable, whether in mid, low, or even advanced and super dynasties. Even within a single family, such strife persists. In the Tianxuan Continent, strength reigns supreme, and thus, nearly all conflicts revolve around cultivation resources. Aside from superficial allure and power, which often fail to incite greed, it is not uncommon for individuals to lose their principles when faced with temptations that threaten their own interests. Are you from the royal lineage of the Xian dynasty? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing in suspicion. He did not immediately acquiesce to Lan Sheng's request, nor did he disregard the chilling aura approaching from several dozen miles away. At this moment, with his formidable spiritual perception, he could sense any disturbances within 100 miles. Nothing could escape his deliberate awareness. A mere Nirvana Realm cultivator posed no significant threat. However, judging by the urgency of the approaching individual, it seemed that Lan Sheng had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. At such a young age, aside from his mastery of elemental energy, he had also attained the level of a high-ranking spiritual rune master. To be candid, I am indeed of the royal bloodline of the Xian dynasty. Unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts, Lan Sheng responded sincerely, a hint of bitterness in his heart. He had not anticipated that the terrifying aura he sensed outside the valley belonged to a genius with spiritual talent far surpassing his own. From the earlier display of spiritual energy, it was evident that Lin Chen was at least a one-seal celestial rune master. Then I fear I cannot assist you with your troubles. The Xian dynasty is one of the 10 super dynasties in the Eastern Xian domain. Those pursuing you undoubtedly have formidable backgrounds. We are strangers, merely crossing paths. Why should I provoke such powerful enemies on your behalf? Lin Chen gently shook his head, his words laden with refusal. The weasel was right. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to invite trouble upon himself. The bitter fruits of misplaced compassion had been too numerous on this journey. Rushing to save a stranger based solely on a few words lacked prudence. Even if he entertained the thought of befriending Lan Sheng, if a royal member of the Xian dynasty could guide him, achieving his ultimate goal in reaching the Xian dynasty would undoubtedly become more feasible. Hearing Lin Chen's gentle refusal, Lan Sheng's handsome visage did not display excessive panic or disappointment. Instead, he hurried to explain. You need not worry, brother. The one pursuing me is not of significant stature, merely a remnant of a long-fallen advanced dynasty. During my travels, I ventured out without the protection of my clan's stronger members and was targeted by him while in a Nirvana Realm cave. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes flickered as he scrutinized Lan Sheng closely, piecing together conjectures from the latter's words. The events surrounding Lan Sheng are, in all likelihood, mere commonplace occurrences within the Tianxuan Continent. They revolve around themes of familial enmity or the treachery that ensues when one acquires treasures, drawing the avarice of others who resort to murder to seize them. Within the vicinity of the Immortal Dynasty, it is perplexing that a member of the royal family would find themselves pursued to such desolate mountains without provocation. Nevertheless, Lan Sheng vifo silencio, deeming it unnecessary to inquire further. Even with a celestial-grade spiritual treasure in his possession, he remained untempted. while humanity may harbor such avaricious thoughts. One must also adhere to principles and boundaries, for otherwise, mere survival would render one no different from a soulless automaton or livestock. In the Tianxuan Continent and the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World, strength reigns supreme. Yet the true paragons of power are never those who are merciless and solely self-serving. The veneration and respect afforded to Fu Zhu and the immortal emperor stem not from an inherent saintliness devoid of greed, but from their understanding of sacrifice and the principles that guide their actions. They would willingly lay down their lives in defense of these principles. As for Lan Shang's solitary state, Lin Shun was not surprised. Not all individuals desire the company of elders, particularly those gifted talents who possess formidable abilities. Since you are of the Immortal Dynasty, I wonder if you are acquainted with Lanning? Lin Chun inquired, shifting the topic away from their previous discussion. Despite the chilling presence lurking just a few miles away. Do you know my sister? Lan Sheng responded, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he retorted. Upon hearing Lan Sheng's reply, Lin Shun felt a decisive clarity. Fortune smiled upon him today, for this opportunity to aid someone in need was too fortuitous to disregard. As Lin Shun resolved to act, the ominous aura outside the valley swiftly manifested before him. The newcomer, clad in a crimson robe, appeared as an elderly man, his face marred by a prominent scar, and his gaze exuded a fierce malevolence. The palpable killing intent radiating from him caused Lin Chen's brows to instinctively furrow. As he sensed the fluctuations of the elder's primordial energy, Lin Chen quickly drew a comparison. This elder was undoubtedly a first-tier Nirvana Realm practitioner, far inferior to Jiang Chen, with whom he had previously battled in Jianghe County. Lan Sheng, I did not expect you to have the aid of a celestial talisman master here. However, do you truly believe that the two of you can contend with me? The red-robed elder's expression darkened as he discerned Lin Chen's released mental energy, his gaze turning menacing. Lin Shun had no intention of clarifying the elder's misconceptions. Unnecessary words served no purpose. From such a distance, you can ascertain Lan Sheng's whereabouts. It seems you have employed considerable means against him. Upon their first encounter, Lin Shun subtly perceived a faint connection between the elder's bloodlust and the aura emanating from Lan Sheng. This fool, having fallen prey to the blood spirit great method of my Crimson Blood Dynasty, still dares to hope for escape from my grasp. Such delusions are laughable. You, young one, are indeed a celestial talisman master. Your perception is sharp. Alas, such a talent in mental cultivation shall meet its demise in this forsaken mountain. The elder's malevolence was palpable, reveling in the thought of exterminating the lofty talents of super dynasties. Red Sky, you wretched cur, do not be so brazen. Were there any true experts from the Immortal Dynasty present, you would scarcely dare to show your face. Lan Sheng, fueled by resentment for being pursued, could not restrain his ire and hurled insults at the elder. Regarding this matter, I shall ensure that neither of you leaves today. A century ago, your Immortal Dynasty thwarted my Crimson Blood Dynasty's ascension to a super dynasty, declaring war against us and supporting the Great Shi and Eastern Lan dynasties in their invasion of our territories. Such a deep-seated grudge shall never be forgotten. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lan Sheng's anger only intensified, and he could not help but scoff. Red Sky, do not be so shameless. Had it not been for your treachery and collusion with the Blood-Seal dynasty in your desperate bid for ascension, slaying countless beings from lesser dynasties, would my Immortal Dynasty ever have taken action against you? As Lan Sheng's words fell, the elder did not respond. Instead, he began to stride through the air, directly towards Lan Sheng, a sinister grin curling upon his lips. Brilliant golden light erupted from his form, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed to freeze the very air. Klapava to die. The elder's murderous intent towards Lan Sheng had reached an irreconcilable point, and Lin Shun, whose true power had yet to be revealed, was completely disregarded. Thus, as the elder's voice faded, the air before him exploded, and he vanished like a specter. As Lan Sheng beheld the vanishing figure of the elder, his pupils constricted instinctively. He swiftly turned, crossing his arms as golden light surged around him, transforming his bloodied form into one resembling forged gold in an instant. Mysterious Ice Realm. Lin Chen did not linger idly, allowing the elder the opportunity to strike at Lan Sheng. Instead, he leaped into the void, unleashing a torrent of mental energy that surged forth from his dantian, summoning a crystalline barrier around Lan Sheng. A frigid aura, akin to eternal ice, radiated from this mental barrier, plunging the entire valley into an eerie silence. Lin Shun recognized that Lan Sheng, with his ordinary Nirvana physique, was no match for the elder, particularly in his injured state. Were it not for his solid foundation in mental cultivation and the backing of the Immortal Dynasty, escaping from the Elder would have been impossible. In battles where one transcends realms, most talents lack the requisite strength unless they wield formidable spiritual martial arts or possess extraordinary treasures. While Lan Sheng exhibited commendable talent, he clearly lacked the monstrous prowess required to avoid being hunted to such desolate heights, seeking assistance from others. Hiss! As Lin Chun intervened, the Elder's ghostly figure emerged, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Such chilling mental energy. The Elder's crimson golden hand, poised to strike Lan Sheng, recoiled in shock from the piercing chill of Lin Chen's mental force, his expression morphing into one of fear and trepidation. Second tier, Celestial Talisman Master. At last, the Elder comprehended Lin Chen's true strength. Some matters require no explanation. From the very outset, you indeed possessed a chance at survival. Yet regrettably, you did not understand how to cherish it. Unlike Lan Sheng, Lin Chun refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with the ruthless Qi Tian. Based solely on his own arbitrary judgment, harbored intentions of taking Lin Chen's life. Thus, Lin Chen saw no necessity in granting him the opportunity to live. With a brute like Qi Tian, Lin Chun had already dispatched numerous foes since his arrival from the Great Jiang Dynasty. Therefore, losing yet another was of no consequence. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a vast expanse within his sea of consciousness stirred with tremendous turbulence, and a fierce gale suddenly materialized within it. Boom! The once bright sky above the valley darkened in an instant. The winds howled ferociously, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far mightier than before, erupted from Lin Chun, enveloping the realm. Thank you, my brother, Lan Sheng remarked with a relieved smile upon witnessing Lin Chen's decisive action. As the golden light surrounding him dimmed, and he swiftly retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire of their confrontation. Lan Sheng could easily deduce the inevitable outcome of a battle between a two-seal heavenly talismancer and a first-level Nirvana expert, without the need for further observation. In a contest of equal realms, talismancers inherently surpassed those who merely cultivated elemental energy, let alone when there existed a disparity in their levels. Wind and Thunderpalm, Lin Chun declared without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with intense energy as a pale blue hurricane swiftly took shape in his grasp, transforming into a colossal palm that struck toward Qi Tian's face. Bang! Bang! The air erupted with a series of deep explosions as the hurricane palm swept through, causing the very atmosphere to rupture, leaving the ground below rent with fissures. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chun regarded Qi Tian with the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Ever since Lin Chun transcended the trials of the wind and thunder, he found no difficulty in overwhelming a mere first-level Nirvana cultivator with his spiritual force. Even a first-level Nirvana expert who had failed their own trials posed little threat before him, lacking the means to contend with Lin Chen's unparalleled might. Faced with the onslaught of Lin Chen's formidable spiritual energy, Qi Tian's visage contorted into a grimace of rage and defiance, unwilling to succumb without a fight. The strike from a two-seal heavenly talismancer could easily inflict severe injury or even death. Crimson Blood Demon Blast, Qi Tian bellowed, propelling himself forward like an arrow, his fist crashing forth, shattering the air with tremendous force as a torrent of elemental energy surged from within him. This energy coalesced into the forms of numerous ferocious beasts, each exuding the terrifying power necessary to slay a Nirvana expert. Then, with a roar, Qi Tian unexpectedly transformed his palm into a blade, swiftly severing his own arm. As blood sprayed forth, the previously conjured beast detonated above him, causing Lin Chen's hurricane palm to falter amidst the chaotic eruption of elemental energy. The rapid sequence of events left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. Was this a self-mutilating technique derived from a low-tier spiritual martial art, using his own blood energy as a catalyst? While Lin Chun was surprised to see Qi Tian withstand his strike, he remained unfazed. The potency of low-tier spiritual martial arts was limited, and even Qi Tian's strength could hardly pose a threat to him, especially with such a self-destructive approach. If you believe such tactics will allow you to escape my grasp, you are sorely mistaken. Perceiving the sudden absence of the chilling aura amid the violent fluctuations of elemental energy, Lin Chen shook his head, muttering to himself. With that, Lin Chen vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a somewhat apprehensive Lan Sheng. Chapter 62. The Eastern Lan Dynasty. Outside the Eastern Lan Dynasty, Lin Chen stood with Lan Sheng, suspended in the air before the towering city. Brother Lin, the city ahead is the capital of the Eastern Lan Dynasty. While Lan Sheng wore a look of relief, Lin Chen's dark, luminous eyes were filled with gravity, his heart heavy with contemplation. To Lin Chen, the prospect of encountering individuals of far greater strength posed a constant risk. Fortunately, he had Lan Sheng as an ally and was privy to numerous secrets of the Nine Heavens Taijing Palace, which afforded him some understanding of this sect. He possessed nothing of value for others to covet, allowing him to tread cautiously without incurring significant danger. Had he been in possession of a treasure like the Ancestral Talisman today, even with Lan Sheng's introduction, he would have resolutely refrained from stepping into the Eastern Lan City. For not all powerful beings treat the weak with courtesy, suppressing their avarice. Especially now, he would be scrutinized by a keen observer. As a two-seal heavenly talismancer hailing from the lowly Great Jiang Dynasty would certainly attract attention. Unlike the self-isolating and undetectable stone talismans, the Ancestral Talisman possessed minimal concealment, relying on the wielder's strength and the observer's awareness. Originally, the deputy master of the Dao sect's abandoned hall, a half-step into the profound realm, had sensed that Lin Dong, a first-level Nirvana cultivator, possessed a devouring Ancestral Talisman. Although this was due to a series of coincidences and the deputy master's intense focus, it nonetheless illustrated a significant point. In the Tianxuan Continent, not all powerful beings are ignorant or naive. No one can guarantee they lack special abilities. The term powerful is relative. At present, even a casual first-level Nirvana cultivator would be beyond his capacity to contend with. Such strength, compared to the supreme beings of the vast universe, might seem like an ant, yet in his eyes, they were supreme entities. Had he not been filled with uncertainty regarding this unknown realm and its denizens, he would not have exercised such caution and endured countless hardships to arrive at the Eastern Lan Dynasty. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he had encountered in the Great Jiang Dynasty would not have left him indifferent. Reflecting on the insights and warnings Lan Sheng had shared along their journey, Lin Chen felt a flicker of gratitude. Those with the talent for cultivation who sought to join a super sect would not be easily accepted without thorough investigation. After all, within those super sects, rivalries existed among peers. Individuals like him, who did not gain entry through the 100 Dynasties War, would attract even more scrutiny from these super sections. Perhaps for a considerable time, following his admission to the super sect, he would remain under covert observation. Speaking of which, I must extend my thanks to Brother Lan for guiding me to this Eastern Lan City, Lin Chen said, shaking off his thoughts and responding courteously. Since slaying Qi Tian and departing the Nameless Valley with Lan Sheng 10 days prior, their relationship had evolved from mere acquaintances to genuine friends. With numerous friends come various paths. In regard to Lan Sheng, a person of lesser strength than himself, Lin Chen did not adopt an air of superiority. Under the debt of gratitude owed to Lin Chen for his timely rescue, Lan Sheng, despite being a few years younger, had developed a rapport with Lin Chen that bordered on unreserved camaraderie. Consequently, Lin Chen's understanding of the Eastern Xian domain, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace deepened significantly. He not only learned of many matters previously unmentioned in the world, but also devised a plan for how he might join the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. The Wind Observer within Donglan City would serve as a shortcut, although this method of entry, guided by another, paled in comparison to the esteemed Taqing selection that Jiang Chen had described. It was currently the most suitable option for Lin Chen. Rather than languishing for a year in hopes of becoming an inner disciple, it was far more prudent to first secure a position as a registered disciple. Even such a status would extricate him from his immediate predicament and prevent him from stagnating at the peak of the creation realm, allowing him to advance into the realm of Yuanli cultivation sooner. Only by swiftly entering the Nirvana Realm, reborn through the flames, could his path of cultivation be deemed to be on the right track. In the Tianxuan Continent, to attain the highest realm of ancestral status within this world, mastery of both Yuanli and spiritual power was indispensable. Solely possessing formidable spiritual power would resolve little. As he reflected, nearly 4.5 years had elapsed since he departed from Lin City in the Great Jiang Dynasty. Although his strength had seen considerable enhancement during these years, time was still of the essence. With just 1.5 years remaining before the commencement of this realm's progression, his prowess, while commendable compared to his contemporaries, remained insufficient. Moreover, he had never been one to squander time. Brother Lin, you are too modest. Please, allow me to fulfill your desires in return for that great favor you bestowed upon me in the valley, Lan Sheng remarked, gesturing ahead and smiling at the somewhat hesitant Lin Chen. In response, Lin Chen offered a subtle smile, his figure flickering as he soared through the air towards the city. In the capital of the Eastern Lan Dynasty, one could traverse the skies upon reaching the Nirvana Realm. This regulation bore resemblance to those in various middle and lower-tier dynasties. Fundamentally, reaching the Nirvana Realm was already considered a middle-tier status within the Tianxuan Continent. Each individual who attained the Nirvana Realm could be deemed an exceptional talent among thousands of beings, thus qualifying as a formidable figure within the numerous dynasties of the Eastern Xian domain, enjoying certain privileges in such a royal city. Half a stick of incense later, the duo arrived at the imperial city of Donglan, gently descending from the sky. After Lan Sheng presented his identification token to the gatekeeper, they proceeded towards the heart of the imperial city. At this moment, Lin Shan sensed many auras far mightier than his own, which instilled a sense of solemnity within him. No wonder this dynasty was graced by the presence of individuals from superlative sections. The Eastern Lan Dynasty held a status equivalent to that of the Great Jiang Dynasty, the Thousand Crane Dynasty, and the Great Shi Dynasty, all being high-ranking subordinate dynasties under the Immortal Dynasty. In the capitals of these advanced dynasties, formidable beings from the Immortal Dynasty resided, along with the Wind Observers of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Notably, the Wind Observer of the Eastern Lan Dynasty was not merely an individual from the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, but also a member of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Chapter 63. Introduction. By the way, Brother Lin, we may part ways in Donglan City shortly. May I inquire about something? As they reached a magnificent azure hall, Lan Sheng paused and suddenly posed a question. What is it? Lin Chen replied, blinking in curiosity. On that day in the valley, you mentioned my younger sister, Lan Ning. Were you two acquainted prior? Upon hearing Lan Sheng's unexpected inquiry, Lin Chen's voice faltered momentarily. This is a long story, but to clarify, I do not know your sister, Lan Jing. My knowledge of her stems from other circumstances. I see. Lan Sheng nodded in response, then smiled. Although Lan Ning is my younger sister, she is merely my cousin. Nonetheless, our relationship has always been amicable. In our past conversations, I have never heard her mention a talent like Brother Lin, which is why I asked today. In response, Lin Chen offered a faint smile, choosing not to linger on the topic. Lan Ying's current age and talents held little significance for him. He had no desire to pry into her affairs with Lan Sheng. His awareness of Lan Ning was rooted solely in his broader understanding of this world. Foreknowledge was his foundation for survival in the Tianxuan Continent. Such secrets were not meant to be divulged, even to those closest to him, let alone to Lan Sheng. Though their relationship was amicable, it had not yet reached a level of utter transparency. After a brief exchange, they did not delay further. Continuing onward for 100 steps, they entered the grand azure hall. Upon entering, Lin Shun surveyed the surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion welling within him. The hall was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. Supported by 8 dark azure pillars, crystal diamonds, radiating brilliant light, adorned the ceiling. In the center of the hall, a gilded throne stood majestically. Though no figure occupied the throne at this moment, Lin Shun could still sense the imposing aura emanating from it. Such an expansive and regal hall within the inner sanctum of a high-ranking dynasty made him ponder the grandeur of a superlative sect. Ultimately, Lin Chen's understanding of the Tianxuan Continent was too broad. There were still myriad aspects he needed to witness and comprehend. Despite his exceptional vision and strong capacity for acceptance, he remained lacking in practical knowledge compared to Lan Sheng. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. My third uncle will arrive shortly, Lan Sheng reassured, glancing at the vacant throne. There's no rush. It's fine to wait here. Your earlier summons to the guard will require some time, Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle, unperturbed. As he awaited the forthcoming events with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he recognized that he would soon depart from his solitary existence. Not only would his platform undergo a dramatic transformation, but the people he would encounter could very well be individuals of Lan Sheng's caliber. Before long, as Lin Chen's thoughts wandered, a calm and authoritative voice resonated from deep within the hall. Indeed. No wonder he is the spiritual power genius that Jiang Chen noted for his Yuan Shen message. Following the sound, Lin Shan beheld a figure approaching from deep within the hall, a man clad in white robes, his ethereal stature accentuated by flowing silver hair that cascaded over his shoulders. Though the young man's visage belied his true age, it was evident to Lin Shan, after a mere glance, that he was no stranger to the passage of time. Regarding Lan and the third uncle of Lan Sheng, Lin Shan had gleaned insights into his capabilities and character during his journey from the Great Shi Dynasty. Courtesy of Lan Sheng's accounts, the fact that only those endowed with primordial spirit power could stir his innate spirit was a testament to Lan Sheng's honesty. In the Tianxuan Continent, the majority of individuals only begin to comprehend primordial spirit power after undergoing 7 tribulations of rebirth, and Lan was one such individual. At the 8-element rebirth realm, although Lanen's prowess might not rival that of the most elite youths from the Eastern Qian domain. Relative to the myriad beings inhabiting that realm, he was undoubtedly formidable. In the Eastern Qian domain, whether among other super sects or within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, there exists an age limit for disciples. Those who fail to achieve notable accomplishments within the stipulated time frame are assigned varying tasks based on their individual strengths, becoming stewards or observers of differing ranks within the palace. The rebirth realm is categorized into 9 elements, with each element reflecting a significant disparity in strength. Under the tribulations of rebirth, not all individuals can advance seamlessly or undergo a flawless transformation, birthing vitality from their primordial force and reaching the life rebirth realm. Even the disciples of the super sects in the Eastern Qian domain are not exempt from this reality. In the Tianxuan Continent, most individuals in the rebirth realm do not perish due to external factors, but rather succumb to the inexorable tribulations of rebirth. Without reaching the life rebirth realm, one's lifespan is ultimately limited, and even within the 9-element rebirth realm, vitality is not particularly abundant. Having a lifespan of 500 years is considered commendable. According to Lan Sheng, his third uncle has remained stagnant at the 8-element rebirth realm for a remarkable 60 years. Who is Jiang Chen? Lin Chen queried, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Lan, smiling at Lin Chen, explained, Jiang Nan Li and I hold equivalent statuses, both serving as observers in the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. The distinction lies in her origins from the Great Jiang Dynasty, while I hail from the Immortal Dynasty. Although we each have our respective responsibilities, we are ultimately both part of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's understanding deepened, and he realized why Jiang Xian had obstructed him that day. Perhaps, had Jiang Xian directly communicated the reasons, he would not have encountered Lan Sheng or experienced the events of today. Thank you for the enlightenment, esteemed Lan. Lin Chen said earnestly with a nod. Lan's smile remained, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with admiration as he marveled. A person from a lower-tier dynasty traveling thousands of miles to stand before me in the Eastern Lan Dynasty is indeed hard to fathom. This alone suffices to attest to your extraordinary nature. Your praise is unwarranted, senior. I do not believe it signifies much. Lin Chen sighed lightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. The journey from the Great Jiang Dynasty to the Immortal Dynasty, albeit fraught with challenges and risks, remains achievable for those with determination. Perseverance often leads to success. The Eastern Qian domain is replete with dynasties, and while it is not unusual for a few prodigies to emerge from lower-tier dynasties, achieving such a level at your age is exceedingly rare, even amidst the 100 Dynasty War. Such talent, not to mention the opportunity to join the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace or any of the super sects in the Eastern Qian domain, would be universally welcomed. Lan spoke kindly. Your purpose here, as conveyed by Jiang Nan Li through my primordial spirit, is clear. Thus, my meeting with you today is not merely due to my unremarkable junior, Lan Sheng. Nonetheless, he remains my junior, a member of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, and I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention. Faced with Lan and sincere and affable words, Lin Chen felt the tension in his heart ease considerably. He clasped his hands and replied, such assistance was merely a matter of course. There is no need for thanks, esteemed Lan. My journey to the Eastern Lan Dynasty is largely indebted to brother Lan Sheng, and I fear I may still trouble you further. Lan waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality, nor should you worry. Your defeat of Qi Tian has already been communicated to me by Lan Sheng prior to his entrance into the palace. As members of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, we are not the sort to be untrustworthy. Furthermore, do not underestimate your own capabilities. Your strength and talent surpass even the top prodigies of my Immortal Dynasty. Assisting you would be mutually beneficial. Then I shall rely on your guidance, esteemed senior. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, acknowledging the support. Since your objective in traveling to the Immortal Dynasty is the Taqing tri-selection, accompany Lan Sheng to the Immortal Dynasty and await for a year. When the selection commences, given your talents and strength, I believe you will face no difficulties in passing the 3 trials. What are your thoughts on this? Lan, foregoing any pretense of superiority, directly offered Lin Chen advice. In Lan's eyes, while Lin Chen's current strength might not be commendable, his future potential appeared boundless, making it advantageous to foster amicable relations with such a genius, both for himself and the sect, as well as the Immortal Dynasty. As an observer of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, one's strength is secondary. Vision and magnanimity are paramount in determining one's capability for this crucial role. Thus, During his conversation with Lin Chun, Lan was particularly mindful of his demeanor. A year seems rather lengthy. Lin Chun interjected, his expression earnest. Stimlanan. You must realize that my cultivation has stagnated at the peak of the creation realm for quite some time. Without sufficient rebirth energy, I will be unable to transition into the rebirth realm in the near future and establish a solid foundation for rebirth. Therefore, the manner of my entry into the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace is of little consequence to me, whether as a named disciple, inner disciple, or true disciple. Though the treatment may differ, they are merely titles. Once strength is attained, elevation will naturally follow. For now, I simply wish to expedite my breakthrough into the rebirth realm. And I hope esteemed Lan can facilitate this matter swiftly, as I am loath to wait any longer. Lin Chun spoke earnestly, his white palm involuntarily tightening. Though a year of training may seem inconsequential, for him, it held immense significance, potentially influencing not only his ascent to the pinnacle of this realm, but also the fates of countless beings across the Tianxuan Continent. Whether he possesses a natural affinity for the ancestral symbols remains to be validated. However, as his mental prowess ascended to the level of a celestial symbol master, the answer to this inquiry has become considerably clearer. In this realm, he is the embodiment of the heavens and the earth, and in terms of his resonance with this world, none in the Tianxuan Continent can rival him. In other words, he need not seek the so-called supreme understanding. He can effortlessly perceive the existence of the primordial essence of the first divine artifact of the Tianxuan Continent, and he can wield the 8 elemental forces of this land. Although this notion is merely a conjecture rooted in his innermost thoughts, it has gained substantial credence as his strength has increased, and his conviction in this somewhat fantastical idea has only grown stronger. His reasons for joining the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace extend beyond the acquisition of ample cultivation resources. There lies a deeper, unspoken desire within him. He yearns to ascertain whether the supreme induction technique, a legacy crafted by the symbol ancestor and passed down through the ages, bears any resemblance to the foundational literary piece he recalls from his past life. The Supreme represents the very essence of heaven and earth. The Tianxuan Continent, along with the myriad worlds beyond, is a creation born from sheer imagination. Thus, many of these legacies are not unique nor devoid of templates. The existence of these worlds is independent, and rather than being illusory, they are strikingly tangible. It is as the saying goes, one can create divinity within the heart, and immortals can manifest humanity in the world. Matters of the world are often relative and cannot be delved into deeply. If this were the case, it would be simple. I could provide you with the Nirvana pills you seek in advance. You may perceive this as a gesture of alliance and investment, yet in truth, you are not required to reciprocate in any way. Lan offered a gentle smile to Lin Chun as he made the suggestion, dismissing Lin Chen's concerns with casualness. Undoubtedly, for someone of Lan's stature within a supreme sect, even 1,000,000 Nirvana pills would not constitute a significant sum. The quantity of Nirvana pills required for my ascension to the Nirvana Realm is quite substantial, while Senior Lan may have the means to procure them. The cultivation in the Nirvana Realm will still necessitate the essence of Nirvana. Although the elemental energy in the Immortal Dynasty is somewhat richer, it is still insufficient for me to rapidly enhance my strength. Even if Senior Lan were to support me continuously, I do not wish to impose upon him during the year I spend in the Immortal Dynasty. Lin Chun, undeterred by the readily available benefits, politely declined Lan's kind offer. Chapter 65. Inside the Immortal King Palace. Since you have your plans, I shall refrain from saying more. Lan gently shook his head, steering the conversation elsewhere, his gaze shifting towards Lan Sheng, who stood beside Lin Chun. Though your actions may leave much to be desired, your fortune has certainly favored you. You have accomplished a great feat for our uncle. Although any rewards your uncle may receive from the sect are of little consequence now, it is indeed a joyous occasion to have introduced such a genius to our sect. Upon hearing Lan's assessment, Lan Sheng's expression turned somewhat awkward, and he remained silent, clearly displeased. However, the blame could hardly be placed on him. Although the Blood Dynasty has long since fallen, remnants of its people still linger. Over the years, they have sporadically engaged in minor disruptions within our Immortal Dynasty, bolstered by the Blood Imprint Dynasty and the Heavenly Demon Dynasty. Your solitary venture into the lair of a Nirvana Realm expert from the Blood Dynasty and your survival is a testament to your capabilities. Noticing Lan Sheng's silence, Lan's gaze towards him held a hint of admiration. Your praise is appreciated, but this time it was mostly luck. Had I encountered someone other than Qi Tian, I fear I may not have returned to see you today, Lan Sheng replied, clearing his throat, a touch of bitterness evident in his voice as he stole a glance at Lin Chun. The thought of Lin Chen's formidable prowess and talent at such a tender age filled Lan Sheng with a sense of inadequacy, and he could not help but feel a twinge of inferiority. Here he was, a scion of a supreme dynasty, yet he found himself overshadowed by one hailing from a lesser dynasty. What was more disheartening was the fact that this comparison was made outside the legendary battlefield, known for its myriad of fortuitous encounters. Your progress in this matter is commendable. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. You both have traveled far, so rest well. In 3 days, I shall personally escort you to the Immortal Dynasty. To reach the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, the teleportation array within the Immortal City serves as a shortcut. Otherwise, even with my strength at the 8 Yuan Nirvana Realm, it would take 5 or 6 days to journey from the Immortal City to the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Seeing the flicker of doubt in Lin Chen's dark eyes, Lan swiftly elaborated on his previous statement. Lin Chen, of course, bore no discontent. He had departed from the Great Flame Dynasty with a singular purpose. That day drawing ever closer. Under the cloak of night, the Immortal City thrived in splendor and beauty. As the capital of the Immortal Dynasty, one of the 10 supreme dynasties of the Eastern Xian region, it transcended the mere definition of a city. It could be likened to a microcosm of the supreme sects of the Eastern Xian region. The Immortal City not only housed formidable beings from the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, but also boasted a protective grand formation established by the palace itself, alongside the teleportation array that directly led to the palace. Within this city, while the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty reigned supreme, figures from other prominent sects of the Eastern Xian region are not absent. The Yuan sect, Dao sect, Symbol Valley, and Divine sect, esteemed sects of the Eastern Xian region, each cast their shadows within the Immortal City. As a direct force under the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, the Immortal Dynasty has provided countless exceptional disciples to the palace, serving as a foundation of its strength. Thus, the Immortal Dynasty has never lacked the attention of the renowned sects of the Eastern Xian region. Under Lan's guidance, Lin Chun reached the Immortal City in merely 4 days. Had it not been for his insufficient strength and limited endurance, his pace would have been even swifter. Although the 8 Yuan Nirvana Realm had yet to grasp the power of space, its speed far surpassed that of lower-tier Nirvana Realm practitioners. The disparity between the two was akin to that of heaven and earth. As Lin Chun traversed the path reserved for Nirvana Realm experts, his spirit tightened. Here, he sensed a subtle yet profound energy that, while seemingly unremarkable, exuded an aura of inscrutable depth and irresistible force, far surpassing the sensations imparted by Lan. Experts above the birth Nirvana Realm, Lin Chun mused, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Yet his steps remained steady as he closely trailed Lan. Though intrigued by the Immortal City, he understood that now was not the time to linger. His recent parting with Lan Sheng at the city gates marked merely the beginning of his departure from the Eastern Xian dynasty. As time progressed, Lin Chun and Lan quickened their pace, and after approximately the duration of an incense stick, they arrived at the heart of the Immortal City, the Imperial Palace, the Immortal King Palace. In the center of this palace, regarded as a forbidden zone by the denizens of the Immortal Dynasty, a colossal stone array loomed. Intricate runes adorned the massive stones, and astonishing waves of energy emanated from within, causing the elemental forces surrounding the Immortal King Palace to swell with fervor. Gazing upon the ancient stone formation before him, Lin Chun felt an indescribable tremor within his heart. For through this stone array, he could be directly transported to the headquarters of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, stepping beyond the boundaries of the Eastern Xian domain and fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Is this truly the teleportation array leading to the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace? Lin Chun inquired, a hint of disbelief lacing his voice, tinged with excitement. Despite being surrounded by numerous formidable individuals, each surpassing the 7th stage of Nirvana, including an elderly woman of the Shengxuan Realm. Indeed, once you pass through this array, you shall arrive at the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace within a quarter of an hour. The response came not from Lan, but from a most powerful figure present, the elder in green robes. At that moment, the elder smiled warmly at Lin Chun, her face etched with the wrinkles of time, radiating an indescribable kindness. Upon hearing the elder's unequivocal confirmation, Lin Chen's heart instantly eased, suddenly feeling somewhat remiss for his earlier outburst. He had indeed been overly excited, unable to contain himself. Given his current strength, he possessed little authority in such a setting, for even if he were to join the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, he would merely be a named disciple. Perhaps in the future, his status might rise, brimming with limitless possibilities, but that remained a matter for another day. Nevertheless, he sensed that those around him, whose prowess far exceeded his own, harbored no malice towards him. Rather, there was a genuine warmth emanating from them. Lan Nang, you have truly brought back a prodigy this time. Our nine heavens Taqing Palace has never before seen someone of such tender age with such extraordinary mental prowess. The elder in green remarked, clearly intending to report to Elder Qing, an advocate for Lin Chen's contributions to the sect. Searching for talented disciples for the sect is indeed within Lan An's purview. Elder Yao need not concern himself. Lan An replied with great respect. Since such a talent has been discovered by you, the matter of his entry into the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace shall be entrusted to you. After your communication 3 days ago, the Elder has already prepared this teleportation array. Now, it awaits your activation. The Elder remained composed, her gaze once again appraising Lin Chen. Thank you, Elder Yao. We must proceed without delay. I shall escort Lin Chen back to the sect at once and return shortly. Lan An note that solemnly. Then gestured to Lin Chen before soaring towards the center of the colossal stone array. Lin Chen, not daring to lag behind, followed closely. Boom! As the two figures stabilized at the center of the array, a thunderous sound erupted. The teleportation array leading to the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was set into motion by the Elder's commanding force of Yuan energy. With the activation of the array, approximately 15 minutes later, the silhouettes of the two men began to slowly dissipate within the radiant beam of light. When the teleportation array ceased its operation, Lin Chen's mind buzzed momentarily. In the next instant, he felt a thick, almost viscous surge of natural essence envelop him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Had it not been for Lan An's firm grip on his arm, he might have been swept away by the gale of Yuan energy. Such abundant natural essence. Sensing the rich flow of energy permeating this realm, Lin Chen was instantly moved. For the concentration of natural essence here was at least dozens of times greater than that found in the lower-tier kingdoms of the Yin and the Qing within the Eastern Xin domain. Emerging from the teleportation array, Lin Chen beheld the distant peaks wreathed in mist, adorned with magnificent palaces interspersed among them, their spires occasionally piercing the sky. In his heart, only the word astonishing resonated. At this moment, what captivated Lin Chen's attention most was the thin veil of light high above in the clear azure sky. The Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Lin Chen found himself momentarily dazed, whispering the name, waves of emotion surging within him. At this moment, he had finally achieved his long-desired goal. Stepping forth from the dominion of the Yin kingdom after years of hardship onto the hallowed grounds of these super sects within the Eastern Xin domain. In comparison to other super sects, the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was not only one of the 8 major super sects in the Eastern Xin domain, but also a legacy of the supreme palace established by the ancestor of talismans from the Tianxuan Continent. Whoosh! Just as Lin Chen stood awestruck by the richness of the natural essence and the grandeur of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, a radiant beam of light shot across the sky, and a striking young woman clad in a light yellow dress materialized before him. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, possessing a remarkable beauty with a fair, oval face and inky black eyes. Though she may not have been the most stunning woman Lin Chen had encountered over the years, she nonetheless possessed a unique charm. 5th stage of Nirvana. Yet, it was not merely her beauty that astonished Lin Chen. The palpable waves of Yuan energy emanating from her were even more remarkable. Truly, disciples of super sects exuded such strength, each one remarkable in their own right. Lin Chen could easily sense the unmasked power of the woman in the yellow dress, and thus he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Undoubtedly, those from super sects had long since outpaced the talented youths from the kingdoms of the Eastern Xin domain. I have seen Lan An, the Watcher of Winds. The woman in yellow offered, disregarding Lin Chen and slightly bowing in respect to Lan An. While Lan An was not much stronger than the woman, his seniority within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was evidently beyond her reach. San Han, let us dispense with such formalities. Allow me to introduce you to Lin Chen, a person hailing from a lower-tier kingdom, not one selected from the Taqing trials, and at present, he does not possess a sect disciple's identity token. Lan An remarked lightly, gesturing towards Lin Chen. Second-ranked talismancer, a person from a lower-tier kingdom? San Han glanced at Lin Chen, initially murmuring in surprise, followed by an expression of astonishment gracing her fair, oval face. For one who had long been engaged in the role of recruitment, she understood well the implications of the term lower-tier kingdom. No wonder he was not sent by others, but personally brought back by Lan An, the Watcher of Winds. San Han nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze towards Lin Chen now imbued with a hint of admiration. Undoubtedly, for someone as young as Lin Chen, To emerge from a lower-tier kingdom and reach this point without participating in the Hundred Kingdoms War was truly commendable. Even if Lin Chen's current strength was among the most basic within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Perhaps your surprise will only deepen in the days to come. Now, take me to see Elder Wu and ensure Lin Chen is settled in first. In the future, if you find the time, do take good care of him. It may prove beneficial for you. Lanin chuckled lightly, while also offering a few words of caution to Song Han. Understood. Song Han smiled in response after glancing at Lin Chen, then gracefully ascended into the air, leading Lan and Lin Chen toward a nearby towering peak. In the resplendent realm of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace is indeed a paradise for those who seek companionship, adorned with an abundance of enchanting figures. Even if one cannot partake in any pursuits, merely beholding such beauty is a delight in itself. As Song Han made her way towards the peak known as Qinghuai, Lin Chen, in his swift passage, inadvertently caught sight of numerous silhouettes traversing the vast expanse, scattering in all directions. The auras emanating from these individuals were remarkably potent. Indeed, many rivaled Song Han, and some even surpassed the strength exuded by Lanin. As the gateway to the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, this sacred ground was evidently not a place where anyone could tread without restraint. At the very least, the named disciples of the palace lacked such privileges. In a fleeting moment, Lin Chen surmised that the majority of the figures he glimpsed were striking women, with men being a rare sight. Compared to other super sects in the Eastern Mystic Domain, the proportion of women in the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was nearly 70%, if not more. Consequently, this palace has become a coveted destination for countless men, as it is never in short supply of the so-called heavenly beauties. Any single woman released from its confines would be enough to rival the most exalted daughters of the myriad dynasties within the Eastern Mystic Domain, often surpassing them in allure. Song Han, among them, was merely an example of the more commonplace variety. Upon reaching the summit of Qinghuai, palatial structures were omnipresent, with individuals weaving in and out amidst the surging elemental forces, the sound of air explosions gradually dissipating into the ether. Atop Qinghuai, enveloped in swirling mists, stood a grand edifice, distinct from other majestic halls, its weathered facade revealing traces of its storied past. Within a mere half an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Chen, alongside Song Han and Lan En, ascended to the pinnacle of Qinghuai and entered the Great Hall. Under Kang Han's guidance, they approached an elderly man in a white robe, his hair a stark white, yet his countenance spirited. Indeed, barely 20 in years. Yet at the pinnacle of elemental transformation, a mind adept in the arts of the second rank celestial symbolist. La Nang, you have brought back quite a promising talent for a sect. The elder remarked with satisfaction as he personally employed elemental power to assess Lin Chen at a greenstone testing platform. Upon detecting no peculiar fluctuations, his gaze turned to Lanin, a smile gracing his features. You flatter me, Senior Wu. It is indeed fate that such a remarkable individual joins our Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, Lanin replied with a light chuckle. Hearing her response, the elder nodded, his attention gradually shifting back to Lin Chen. I am Wu Bai, currently serving as an elder in the First Heaven Palace. In the future, you may address me as Elder Wu. Feeling the elder's penetrating gaze, Lin Chen promptly understood and nodded in acknowledgement. In that brief moment when Wu Bai had examined his physique, Lin Chen gleaned a rough estimation of his strength. While it did not evoke the same overwhelming pressure as the elderly figure clad in green from the Immortal King City, it was evident that Wu Bai possessed the caliber of a half-step into the realm of life and death. The essence that coursed through Lin Chen during the examination was unmistakably potent. Through his interactions with Lan and over the past few days, Lin Chen had acquired a more comprehensive understanding of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, including its overall power distribution and regional divisions. The Nine Heavens Taqing Palace comprises subordinate palaces from the first to the eighth heaven, each lacking significant distinction except for the Ninth Heaven Palace, which is directly governed by the palace's sovereign. Unlike other super sects in the Eastern Mystic Domain, such as the Tao sect and the God sect, where internal divisions are starkly defined, the various palaces under the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace maintain a relatively equal distribution of strength, martial arts traditions, and cultivation resources. This sect, predominantly female, engenders a comparatively less intense competition than other super sects in the Eastern Mystic Domain. The male disciples, already a minority, seldom engage in rivalry with their female counterparts. Even when competition arises, it is typically among the female disciples, relegating the males to a mere supporting role. In practice, No male disciple desires to confront the delicate sisters, unless they are individuals with deficiencies or a ruthless disposition. Such characters, even if they manifest in a sect as populous with women as the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, tend to find it difficult to endure. Within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, only those who enter the Ninth Heaven Palace are considered part of the core. The First to Eighth Heaven Palaces are merely the periphery. Aside from a few named disciples and a greater number of inner disciples, there are no so-called direct disciples. In this super sect, the path to becoming a direct disciple leads solely through the Ninth Heaven Palace. Beyond the direct disciples, the palace further categorizes its elite into chief direct disciples and lineage disciples, a classification distinct from those in the Yuan sect or Dao sect. Ultimately, only the lineage disciples can cultivate the core inheritance of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. And the sole means to attain this status is through the personal recognition of the palace's sovereign, who must accept one as their disciple. Though Lin Chen's talents and strength are remarkable for his age, without passing the Taqing tri-selection, he must first remain a named disciple. Wu Bai regarded Lin Chen with a hint of regret, stating, "I conveyed this matter to the Immortal Dynasty, but his circumstances are somewhat unique, and his resolve is unwavering, making it difficult for me to compel him to wait for the Taqing tri-selection. However, this is not a grave matter. Not only I, but Elder Yao at the teleportation array in Immortal King City also held him in high regard. With his cultivation aptitude, he may ascend to an inner disciple within a year." In response to Wu Bai's wistful remarks, Lon acknowledged with agreement and interjected, "May I inquire, Elder Wu, what are the specific criteria for a named disciple to advance to an inner disciple?" Rather than basking in the praise from Lon and Wu Bai, Lin Chen lifted his head, gazing at Wu Bai, who pondered for a moment before responding. "In truth, there are no rigid standards. As long as your mental strength and elemental power reach the level of the 4 elemental Nirvana or the 4-rank celestial symbolist, you may ascend to an inner disciple." Wu Bai replied with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable anticipation. "Ah, I see. But what, pray tell, distinguishes a named disciple from an inner disciple?" Lin Chen continued to inquire. To this, Wu Bai exhibited no signs of irritation, patiently elucidating, "It appears Lon may not have conveyed the particulars clearly. Therefore, allow me to clarify. Regardless of being a named disciple or an inner disciple, upon entering the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, all are granted 3 months of complimentary access to the Dan River and may select any low-level spiritual martial arts from the sect. Strictly speaking, there is not much difference between the two. 3 months later, regardless of whether one is a registered disciple or an inner sect disciple, those who exceed the 3-day limit of utilizing the Dan River must complete corresponding sect tasks to acquire sufficient contributions for access to the more profound martial arts within the sect. Song Han's guidance is among the simplest of these tasks. However, do not underestimate her, for she is backed by an elder from the dead profound realm within the sect. Otherwise, such an effortless opportunity to earn contributions would not be bestowed upon her. As Wu Bai explained, he glanced at Song Han beside Lin Chen, providing a practical elucidation, and then remarked on the stark distinction between registered and inner sect disciples. Compared to the prowess and talent of inner sect disciples, registered disciples, with few exceptions, are significantly inferior, resulting in a much lesser amount of contributions they can earn from tasks. Furthermore, registered disciples are required to handle various menial duties for the outer deacons annually, with at least 10 obligations, while inner sect disciples are spared from such burdens, needing only to undertake certain sect tasks to exchange for contributions and focus on their cultivation. The disparity in talent dictates the extent of cultivation resources provided by the sect, a principle I trust you comprehend. Chapter 68, The Identity Token. Understand. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. In the Tianxuan Continent, strength reigns supreme, and the inherent differences among individuals are undeniable. In super sects like the Jiang Taqing Palace, the principle of equality among all would undoubtedly lead to the sect's demise. Nature selects the fittest to survive. Within super sects, the quantity of cultivation resources one acquires is contingent upon one's innate talent and strength, which is entirely reasonable. On the contrary, such a system greatly enhances the disciples' zeal for advancement in their cultivation. This evaluative criterion is fundamental to the strength of a super sect. If everyone were to reap rewards without effort, even the Jiang Taqing Palace would struggle to sustain so many parasites. In Lin Chen's view, despite his somewhat unique circumstances, it is evidently impossible to receive special treatment in the Jiang Taqing Palace, where he has no familial ties. Moreover, As long as he can join the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace and continuously gain access to the Dan River, that is sufficient for him. Acquiring adequate Nirvana Chi to break through to the Nirvana Realm and establishing a solid foundation for cultivation is his primary motivation for joining the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. Therefore, the distinction between registered and inner sect disciples is not particularly significant for him at this moment. Lin Chun, although your talent is commendable, having met the criteria for promotion to an inner sect disciple, there are certain regulations within the sect that are beyond my authority as a deacon to alter. Noticing that Lin Chun displayed no dissatisfaction, Wu Bai smiled at him, followed by a self-deprecating remark. In response, Lin Chun gently shook his head, remaining noncommittal. It is my reluctance to participate in the Taiqing selection and idly wait a year to become a registered disciple. This has nothing to do with you or the Wind Observer, Lanin. Though he expressed this, he was interrupted by Lanin, who stood nearby. All right, senior brother Wu. I believe there is no need for us to dwell on this matter any longer. Since you have completed Lin Chen's route assessment, let us first settle him in, and thereafter be sure to pay him extra attention. Do not treat him as an ordinary registered disciple. I am confident that Lin Chun will soar like a dragon emerging from the sea, ascending to great heights and securing his place within our Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. In light of Lan An's interjection, Wu Bai did not counter, but nodded in agreement. It seems that Lin Chen's status as a registered disciple will become more favorable. Lin Chun could discern that Lan and Wu Bai shared a good rapport, as her address of him as senior brother was genuinely heartfelt. With Wu Bai, a deacon of the Day Palace, looking after him, his future days would undoubtedly improve significantly. As Lin Chun engaged in this self-reflection, Wu Bai approached the inner chamber behind the testing platform. After a brief interval, he returned, holding a slightly withered palm that now bore a crimson sandalwood token. This is... Lin Chun distinctly sensed a faint fluctuation of elemental energy emanating from the token. As Lin Chun contemplated this with astonishment, Wu Bai offered a gentle smile and proceeded to explain to the puzzled Lin Chun. This is the identity token for registered disciples of the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. I have inscribed your name upon it. In the future, you need only channel your elemental energy to activate this token. You may access all areas of the sect except those restricted to registered disciples. Once you meet the requirements for promotion to an inner sect disciple, I will replace your token. Additionally, this identity token allows you to cultivate in the Dan River for 3 months and grants you entry into the martial arts hall of the Day Palace to select a low-grade spiritual martial art. After 3 months, this token will essentially become void, as the sect imposes numerous restrictions on registered disciples. Moreover, following this 3-month period, you will be obligated to complete various menial tasks assigned by the sect, just like the other registered disciples of the Day Palace. Should you fail to fulfill these assignments, you may face limitations in your future cultivation, unable to use sect contributions in one go, or in severe cases, be expelled from the sect and sent back to the dynasty. While the likelihood of such an outcome is exceedingly low, it is imperative that I clarify this to you. During these 3 months, focus on your cultivation. While the tasks assigned may seem trivial, to obtain sufficient contributions, you must undertake more advanced sect missions. Lacking strength, even attempting some tasks could prove detrimental, potentially jeopardizing your life and the sect's safety. As Wu Bai spoke, his aged visage grew solemn, his words imbued with a weighty warning. Upon hearing Wu Bai's explanation, Lin Chun felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. He nodded earnestly and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your guidance. Seeing Lin Chen's courteous demeanor, his humility and composure elicited a smile from Wu Bai, who then extended the crimson sandalwood token to Lin Chun. Song Han is an inner sect disciple of our Day Palace. You shall accompany her to the Day Peak, where she will arrange your future residence and instruct you on how to cultivate in the Dan River. As for the martial arts hall, once you break through to the Nirvana Realm, you may seek Song Han to guide you there. Furthermore, to quickly familiarize yourself with the internal environment of the sect and its intricate details, it is essential that you cultivate good relationships with your fellow disciples. Registered disciples, after all, face many limitations and are not held in high regard by the sect. I hope you can soon reach the level of a 4-seal celestial talisman master and ascend to an inner sect disciple. Hearing Wu Bai's words of expectation and concern, a determined expression emerged upon Lin Chen's handsome and refined face, his bright black eyes brimming with confidence. Then I shall rely on you, senior sister Song Han. Lin Chun pondered for a moment before directing his gaze toward Song Han and respectfully stating, "You need not thank me. This is merely part of my duties." The task of guiding the Wind Observer is not as simple as it appears. Song Han's dark eyes flickered, her tone tinged with a hint of indignation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan offered a dry chuckle, fully aware that Song Han's discontent was not directed at him, but rather at Wu Bai's earlier remarks. You impudent girl. Have I perhaps misspoken earlier? If that is the case, prior to the next task being assigned, I shall confer with Elder Fong to appoint another in your stead. I believe your prowess is sufficient for you to undertake all responsibilities outside the palace. Upon hearing the pointed remarks of Song Han, Wu Bai did not remain silent. Rather, he allowed a playful smile to grace his lips and casually replied with a few words. You old fool, how dreary. In response to Wu Bai's intentional mockery, although Song Han felt an increase in indignation, she could not help but exhibit a hint of exasperation. With a lack of enthusiasm, she cast a glance at Lin Shan and proceeded to walk towards the palace exit, prompting Lin Shan to hastily follow suit. After their departure, Lan seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, engaging Wu Bai in a discussion regarding their previous topic. Chapter 69. Qingnan Peak. The Etian Palace spans the entire southeastern region of the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. At the heart of Etian Palace, towering peaks rise majestically, with waterfalls cascading down, resembling strands of the Milky Way, their thunderous roars resonating throughout the sky. Atop these colossal peaks, one can observe numerous grand halls, with throngs of figures bustling about like ants, exuding a vibrant vitality. Surrounding these majestic summits are rivers, each thousands of feet in height, resembling celestial rivers. Only upon closer inspection does one realize that these immense waterways are composed of the purest Nirvana energy. Undoubtedly, these rivers are true Dan rivers. In comparison to the crimson, pill-shaped Nirvana pills, these Dan rivers, infused with pure Nirvana energy, are far more suitable for rapid refinement and absorption by individuals. Throughout the entire Dongxian domain, only the 8 great super sects possess the capability to arrange such numerous Dan rivers, and Jiuqian Taiqing Palace is one of them. As Jiang Han emerged from Qinghai Peak, soaring through the skies, Lin Shan took a full incense stick's worth of time to finally arrive at his destination, Etian Palace, Qingnan Peak. What a rich aura of Nirvana. At this moment, Lin Shan stood upon a stone platform halfway up Qingnan Peak, gazing at the Dan rivers that hung tantalizingly close before him, feeling an involuntary sense of wonder. Simultaneously, a subtle yearning to immerse himself in the practice within those rivers began to stir within him. After enduring countless hardships and traveling vast distances from the Jiang Dynasty, he had made this arduous journey to Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, willingly accepting the role of a named disciple, his sole aim being to access this abundant Nirvana energy. Henceforth, Qingnan Peak shall be your abode. As for the surrounding Dan rivers, you need only activate your identity token to access any of the Dan River cultivation platforms for a duration of 3 months. This implies that as long as you enter to cultivate, you shall be able to absorb ample Nirvana energy, breaking through to the Nirvana Realm. And even advancing to the Yuan Nirvana Realm after those 3 months shall be a mere formality. Historically, our named disciples at Etian Palace, upon completing their cultivation in the Dan rivers, often find themselves at the Yuan Nirvana Realm. Given your extraordinary cultivation talent, I believe you shall not fare any worse than them. Song Han glanced back at Lin Shan. Noticing the excitement etched across his face and the urgency reflected in his eyes, she spoke gently. Song Han held Lin Shan in high regard, not solely for his remarkable talent in cultivation, but also due to his strikingly handsome appearance. It is a woman's nature to appreciate beauty. While not all women on the Tianxuan Continent judge others by their looks, such individuals are indeed a minority, and Song Han belonged to the majority. One cannot deny that Lin Shan, with his ethereal physique, is among the most exceptional in terms of appearance among men on the Tianxuan Continent. Although such beauty may not confer any substantial advantage, in a realm teeming with countless beings, it certainly offers women a perspective that diverges from their views of ordinary men. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the Tianxuan Continent does not lack for those who are mere decorative figures, without strength. Even the most handsome man may become a target of ridicule or, worse, a pawn for certain women. The Tianxuan Continent, and indeed the vast universe, is not devoid of powerful women who adhere to the so-called polyandry system, though this may appear somewhat contrary to societal norms and difficult to accept. From a purely feminine perspective, it poses no inherent problem. Just as men may take multiple wives, women too may seek numerous husbands. However, the customs of the Tianxuan Continent tend to be more conservative, with women often valuing chastity, and societal views have yet to reach such progressive levels, making it challenging for them to pursue equal rights with men without defying the contemporary standards of propriety. It is premature to draw conclusions. Only through entering the Dan rivers for cultivation can one ascertain the results. Lin Chen took a moment to calm his excited heart and spoke with some urgency. Entering the Dan rivers can wait. Allow me to first escort you to your residence. Furthermore, although you possess the right to cultivate within the Dan rivers for 3 months, with so many disciples in Etian Palace, you must first report to Sister Lu, who is in charge of arranging Dan river cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's initial eagerness quickly waned. He understood that Songhan's words conveyed a clear message. May I inquire, Sister Songhan, how many disciples are there within Etian Palace? And how does the rotation of Dan river usage work? In response to Lin Chen's inquiry, Songhan chuckled softly, her fair, oval face taking on a more serious expression. In Etian Palace, there are as many as 6,000 named disciples. The inner disciples, while fewer in number, still exceed 1,000. It can be said that we have the least number of disciples among the 8 great heavenly palaces. Why is that? Lin Chen interjected, intrigued. In our Jiutian Taqing Palace. The reason for the supremacy of the Jiutian Palace lies in the fact that any disciple from the 8 great heavenly palaces who reaches the 7 Yuan Nirvana Realm or becomes a 7 Seal Celestial Talisman Master will enter the Jiutian Palace as an inner disciple. Over the years, Etian Palace has consistently produced the highest number of inner disciples entering the Jiutian Palace, which accounts for our relatively smaller disciple count. Moreover, whether named or inner disciples, advancement occurs once every decade. Those who fail to progress within 10 years will be relegated to the outer sect to serve as ordinary stewards. Songhan waved her delicate hand, explaining to Lin Chen as she led the way towards a courtyard adjacent to the Grand Hall. It seems that the overall strength of our disciples in Etian Palace is commendable. Lin Chen praised, hastening to keep pace with Songhan. Indeed, the very Sister Lu I mentioned earlier is currently the strongest among our disciples at Etian Palace, having reached the pinnacle of the 6 Yuan Nirvana Realm. With one more step, she shall enter the Jiutian Palace, becoming a direct disciple of our Jiutian Taqing Palace. While responding to Lin Chen, a flicker of envy briefly shone in Songhan's dark eyes, only to dissipate moments later. However, even though Senior Sister Lu has become a direct disciple, she remains merely an ordinary member within the 9 Heavens Palace, not particularly remarkable. In our esteemed 9 Heavens Taqing Palace, only those who attain the position of the Palace Master's direct disciple can be considered to have truly ascended to greatness. In comparison to that individual, Senior Sister Lu still falls significantly short. Listening intently to Songhan's words, Lin Chen had already discerned the identity of the person she referred to. He was well aware of who the Palace Master's direct disciple was. Nevertheless, despite his knowledge, Lin Chen chose not to reveal anything to Songhan, for that woman was currently of no relevance to him. They were complete strangers with no prior acquaintance. There is no need for him to pry into matters unrelated to him through Songhan, although he did harbor a modicum of curiosity. Yet that was the extent of it. I believe there is little to envy. Each person is inherently different, and living in the present, cherishing one's own existence, is far more important than anything else. One must not aspire too high. At this moment, even attaining the Nirvana Realm feels like a luxury to me. Let alone overcoming 7 tribulations of Nirvana to enter the 9 Heavens Palace and become a direct disciple. Lin Chen offered a gentle reminder before jesting. Upon hearing Lin Chen's balanced and composed words, Songhan regained her focus, and then her gaze suddenly shifted, steering away from their earlier topic. We have arrived. Upon hearing Songhan's considerably more serious tone, Lin Chen also lifted his head, his attention immediately drawn to the somewhat secluded and desolate courtyard before him. This would be his residence within the 9 Heavens Taqing Palace, where he would dwell for the foreseeable future. To the left of the Bingxi Hall, courtyard number 18, Lin Chen stepped past Songhan, taking a few steps forward and reading aloud the characters inscribed on the outer wall of the courtyard's main entrance. From now on, until you are promoted to an inner disciple, this will be your place of residence. This location is not particularly difficult to find, should you be unfamiliar with the surroundings. When you venture out in the future, simply channel your primordial energy to sense your identity token, and you will be able to return here. Since many of these things are new to you, it is understandable if you do not grasp them all. Today, I will provide you with a general overview. And tomorrow morning, I will take you to see Senior Sister Lu. You should take a good rest today. Songhan's demeanor had returned to normal, and after a light laugh, she began to advise Lin Chen. Thank you, Senior Sister Songhan. Feeling immensely grateful for Songhan's thoughtful reminders, Lin Chen promptly expressed his thanks. Additionally, I must caution you to avoid entering the adjacent Bingxi Hall, that is the residence of the female outer disciples of the palace. As the saying goes, There are distinctions between men and women, a principle you should comprehend. However, judging by your talents, I doubt the typical female outer disciples would pique your interest. Just as Song Han was about to turn away, she suddenly pivoted back, evidently recalling something, and reminded Lin Chen. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Although he was a normal man, he was far from being so desperate as to contemplate sneaking into the female disciples' quarters of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. The following day, Lin Chen awoke languidly, only to realize it was already noon. Consequently, he dared not delay any longer, hastily bursting through the door and making his way outside the courtyard. At that moment, he could sense Song Han's aura. After days of travel, he felt somewhat fatigued, thus had not risen early, leaving senior sister Song Han waiting. Seeing Song Han standing there with a smile, Lin Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a sheepish explanation. It's nothing. I have visited the nearby dynasties with the senior sisters from the Celestial Dynasty before, and traveling from those dynasties to the Celestial Dynasty, given my current Nirvana Realm strength, is indeed quite a distance. Song Han did not reproach Lin Chen, but instead recounted her past experiences, expressing understanding. I'm glad you don't hold it against me. Senior sister Song Han, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Let us proceed to meet senior sister Lu and report to her regarding your use of the Danha. We will see how she arranges it. As far as I know, there are currently no vacancies among the Danha on Qing and Peak. Moreover, the reason I did not mention the rotation of the Danha usage when you inquired yesterday is that I am not particularly clear on such specific matters. They are typically determined by the disciples responsible for the operation of the Danha. However, you need not worry about those disciples abusing their positions. Gently calling Lin Chen's name, Song Han then took a few light steps, lifting off into the air. Noticing Lin Chen following closely behind, she began to share details about the Danha as they walked. Lin Chen listened attentively, knowing that this information would pertain to his future cultivation, and he could not afford to be careless regarding crucial details. After approximately half a stick of incense's worth of time, Lin Chen and Song Han, soaring through the skies, gradually came to a halt. Before them stood a towering mountain that reached towards the heavens. The imposing aura of this place far surpassed that of Qingnan Peak, where Lin Chen resided. Qingbei Peak, one of the core peaks of the One Heaven Palace, is home to all inner disciples of the palace, and even some elders of the Profound Realm. Moreover, suspended above Qingbei Peak were numerous Danha, which were even grander than those on Qingnan Peak, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Lin Chen could feel an overwhelming surge of Nirvana energy emanating from these Danha, warping the surrounding space. Senior sister Song Han must reside here, Lin Chen mused, sensing the presence of several beings at the 4 Yuan Nirvana Realm flitting through the skies around them, and he could not help but speculate aloud to Song Han. Indeed, not only I, but all inner disciples reside on Qingbei Peak. You need not envy the dense Nirvana energy of the Danha here. Every situation has its pros and cons. Below the 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm is more suitable to cultivate in the Danha on Qingnan Peak. Song Han nodded, but did not direct her gaze towards Lin Chen. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the Danha, exuding the most concentrated Nirvana energy. As her gaze drew closer, Lin Chen could see numerous floating platforms upon that Danha, where many disciples of the One Heaven Palace were seated in meditation. Powerful waves of energy continuously radiated from them. These are all cultivators above the 5 Yuan Nirvana Realm. Following Song Han's line of sight, Lin Chen could not help but feel all once more. Knowing such a fact is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different experience. The two evoke distinct sensations. Perspective can only determine one's elevation, while tangible experiences are beneficial for his current cultivation. Lin Chen observed that these platforms were scattered throughout the Danha, with fewer as one approached the center of the Danha, and the number of disciples present dwindled significantly. At the very heart of the Danha, a graceful figure sat serenely, the most breathtaking woman he had encountered thus far in this realm. A once inconspicuous individual amidst the heavens and earth. Chapter 71. Entering. The young woman donned a moon-white palace gown, her skin more radiant than snow, and her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall. A delicate smile graced her exquisitely beautiful oval face, and her eyes, twinkling like stars, exuded an enchanting allure that effortlessly captivated those who beheld her. It was hard for Lin Chen to fathom that such a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a national treasure, was merely an inner disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, one who did not even qualify as a direct apprentice. In that fleeting moment, a hint of wistfulness crept into Lin Chen's gaze as he regarded the woman. The Tianxuan Continent was never short of nameless beauties, Yet entities like the one before him were plentiful even within the confines of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Nevertheless, the woman had once again reshaped his understanding of the Tianxuan Continent, for, in this realm of cultivation, the beauty of women could indeed reach an ethereal standard that rendered the world itself dim in comparison. One could only wonder what the legendary beauty, the Luo Shun, from ancient times must have looked like. In light of this sister Lu, Lin Shun found it increasingly difficult to conjure the image of the most stunning women in the Tianxuan Continent or even in the vast universe. For instance, the esteemed direct disciple, Ling Qingzhu of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, was now but a breath away. Lin Shen had no reason to believe that Ling Qingzhu's beauty would surpass that of his current sister Lu, yet he thought little of it. After all, he had yet to engage with either Ling Qingzhu or the enchanting woman before him. Let us proceed to the center of the Dan River, where Sister Lu awaits. Her name is simply Ying, so you may address her as Sister Lu Ying or simply Lu Ying. Not only is she beautiful, but she possesses a kind heart, one unburdened by trivialities. Establishing a good rapport with her will greatly benefit your future cultivation, Song Han said, gesturing towards the graceful figure at the heart of the Dan River, before darting swiftly away across the horizon. Upon witnessing Song Han's departure, Lin Shen shook off his daze and hurriedly followed suit. Greetings, Sister Lu. The moment the two alighted upon the platform at the center of the Dan River, Lin Shen heard Song Han greet the woman softly. Song Han, there is no need for such formality. He is. Lu Ying glanced at Song Han, then shifted her gaze to the slightly dazed Lin Shen, her voice gentle as she inquired. Sister Lu, this is the name disciple brought back by the Fengshe from Lannan. Known as Lin Shen, Song Han introduced with a soft smile. I see. I initially thought you might have some other intentions, but I must say, Lin Shen's appearance is indeed among the finest among the male disciples of our Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Lu Ying teased, a playful glint in her eye. Upon hearing Lu Ying's jest, Song Han's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. Sister Lu, please refrain from teasing Song Han. Lin Shen has urgent matters to discuss with you. Seizing the opportunity amidst their banter, Lin Chen interjected. Sister Lu, I wish to enter the Dan River for 3 months of cultivation. I have come today to inform you and kindly request your swift arrangement. In response to Lin Shen's candid request, Lu Ying's exquisite oval face bore no hint of impatience. Rather, it reflected a subtle appreciation. At such a young age, your composure is indeed remarkable. Observing Lin Chen's clear gaze, devoid of any hint of infatuation, Lu Ying's assessment of him elevated a notch. The Dan River on Qingnan Peak will soon have someone exiting their seclusion. You may enter for 3 months of cultivation then. I shall ensure this is arranged, and no one will take over the Dan River you have booked for the next few days, Lu Ying said thoughtfully, her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke to Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, the weight that had inexplicably settled in Lin Chen's heart lifted. Thank you, Sister Lu. Compared to the allure of beautiful women, what he sought now was the strength that safeguarded his very existence. Without power, all else was mere talk. The Tianxuan Continent, as a whole, was fraught with instability. Risks and crises loomed constantly. This is within my responsibilities. There's no need for thanks. Your spiritual and elemental talents are commendable. Cultivate diligently, and I hope you achieve significant progress in these 3 months, Lu Ying said, rising slowly. As she spoke, a subtle surge of elemental energy emanated from her, causing Lin Chen to momentarily falter in his stance. Her sudden display also drew the attention of several disciples training nearby, their gazes fixed on Lu Ying, eyes shimmering with admiration. The following day, on Qingnan Peak, a crimson light barrier ascended around a Dan River cultivation platform, enveloping the entire area. Waves of powerful energy emanated from the barrier, instilling a profound sense of stability. This Dan River was a designated training ground for disciples of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. Its protective formations exceptionally robust. Unless activated, even the mightiest of the Jiao Nirvana Realm would find it impossible to disturb the sanctity of this space. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the platform, his gaze sweeping over the crimson light barrier above, an involuntary look of satisfaction gracing his features. He was keenly aware of the formidable nature of these formations. Owing to his considerable spiritual prowess, he sensed far more than others at his level. Beyond mere protection, these formations also facilitated the absorption of the Nirvana energy within the Dan River. The prospect of cultivating in such a Dan River filled Lin Chen with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. He had to acknowledge that being a disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, even as a named disciple, was indeed a fortunate opportunity. In this esteemed palace, Even named disciples had access to this coveted training ground, a place that countless dynasties coveted. Moreover, the powerful protections afforded during cultivation meant he need not worry about his safety. This liberating feeling was undeniably a pleasure. May this cultivation period herald a new transformation. After channeling his elemental energy into the identity token, the crimson barrier extended, and Lin Chun could distinctly feel the once thick Nirvana energy from the Dan River becoming considerably sparser, reaching a level amenable for absorption. Thanks to these formations, absorbing the Nirvana energy was not arduous. However, the real challenge lay in refining it, strengthening one's self, and breaking through to the Nirvana Realm. These were the matters that now occupied his mind. Fortunately, he had 3 months at his disposal, a time frame in which he was confident he could elevate his strength to a new echelon. Chapter 72, Before Nirvana. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Chun was engulfed by a surge of fervor. Today marked the day he could finally embark on the path of Nirvana and solidify his journey into elemental cultivation. However, before he could commence his training, he needed to secure a safe haven for his little weasel within the 9 heavens Taqing Palace. While it might not be a concern for the powerful to discover the little creature, the secret of its hiding place, marked by the stone talisman, was of utmost importance. Once the news of the stone talisman spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, the question arises as to whether he can continue to survive in the Tianxuan Continent with his currently feeble strength. The unity of the Jiuqian Taqing Palace remains uncertain during this period. He is unaware if there are traitors from the demon clan lurking within, and he knows not whether all the elders are paragons of virtue. Within the Jiuqian Taqing Palace, where powerful figures abound, to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be prudent for you to remain within the stone talisman for a while longer, refraining from emerging unless absolutely necessary. This way, you can avoid detection until my strength is sufficient to procure the life rebirth pill for you. Although I cannot ascertain if anyone is watching me, it is inevitable that I will no longer remain a mere named disciple in the Jiuqian Taqing Palace. Eventually, I must enter the sight of the formidable figures within this sect. Until you regain your physical form, it would be ideal for your existence to remain undetected by them. Lin Chun took a moment to calm his mind and communicated with the little ferret, reassuring it with a series of messages. Noticing the little ferret's silence, a smile graced his handsome visage. Ever since encountering Lon, and the little ferret seemed to have vanished, no longer making contact, not even through telepathy. And the stone talisman within him felt as though it had become non-existent, seemingly disconnected from him. Lin Chun harbored no doubts regarding this. The advantages and disadvantages of possessing the stone talisman were far clearer to the little ferret than to him. As time passed, Lin Chun's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. Nirvana. After an indeterminate period, Lin Chun's thoughts shifted, and his body relaxed completely as he began to absorb the rich Nirvana energy pervading the training platform. Subsequently, the crimson Nirvana energy surged into him unimpeded, as if drawn into a bottomless abyss, continuously flowing from all around him. The sound of rushing energy filled the air. As this overwhelming Nirvana energy flooded in, Lin Chun's garments began to flutter as if caught in a windless storm, producing a rustling sound, and faintly, one could perceive the rapid writhing of delicate crimson light beneath his skin. Lin Chun's strength had been at the pinnacle of the creation realm for half a year, qualifying him for a singular breakthrough into the Nirvana Realm. However, due to the previous inadequacy of Nirvana energy, he had refrained from recklessly attempting Nirvana, even feeling incapable of doing so. He was acutely aware that in this realm, the process of breaking into the Nirvana Realm resembled the construction of a house, where a solid foundation would significantly aid future achievements. Such a crucial step must not be taken lightly, even though he was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. With a physique unlike any other, this time he could not afford any flaws in his Nirvana process. There were many uncertainties he could not predict. Thus he could only strive for perfection to find peace of mind. The foundation of Nirvana must not be taken lightly. Currently, within this Danha, there lay an inexhaustible source of Nirvana energy, allowing him to forge an exceptionally solid and resilient foundation for his Nirvana. The sound of rushing energy persisted as torrents of Nirvana energy surged into Lin Chun's body, a searing heat quietly spreading within him, even affecting the air above the training platform, creating a wave of intense warmth. Am I approaching my limit? Sensing the increasing heat emanating from within and without his body, Lin Chun understood that the Nirvana energy within him was nearing the threshold that his physical form could endure. Yet, he felt no panic regarding this impending situation. With a flicker of thought, A golden radiance began to seep from the surface of his body, enveloping him entirely in golden light moments later. The little Nirvana golden body. In the Jiang Dynasty, Lin Shun had expended 50,000 Nirvana pills to cultivate the little Nirvana golden body to perfection, and now it would manifest its unique efficacy, distinct from combat at a higher level. In a sense, the little Nirvana golden body rivaled the Nirvana golden body of the Nirvana Realm. Gazing upon the pinnacle of the creation realm, his physical prowess had already surpassed the limits of this realm. It was precisely because he possessed a physique far superior to the average half-step Nirvana cultivator that the dangers associated with breaking into the Nirvana realm had been mitigated to the lowest degree, even to a level that could be entirely disregarded. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. The strength of one's physique determines the amount of Nirvana energy required for the breakthrough. Thus, should the Nirvana energy prove insufficient, even upon reaching the Nirvana realm, significant flaws and hazards would remain. Lin Chen exhaled softly and then gradually closed his eyes. In the span of 3 months, he aimed to maximize his potential before entering the Danha for cultivation. Merely breaking into the Nirvana realm and establishing a solid foundation would not suffice to satisfy him. Time flew by as he immersed himself in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Still, Lin Shun remained silently seated on the training platform, exhibiting no sign of movement. This was not an indication of the end of his cultivation. Rather, he had entered a profound state of training, on the verge of nirvana, and his current condition was merely the calm before the storm. While silence enveloped the training platform, outside by the Danha, a lively scene unfolded. Despite being merely an ordinary Danha at the summit of Qingnan Peak, it had become a hub of excitement. Standing gracefully at the edge of the Danha was Lu Ying, her moon-white palace skirt accentuating her slender waist, adorned with a delicate smile that graced her exquisite face. Her subtly parted pale pink lips and skin as smooth as jade, among other attributes, rendered her akin to a celestial fairy, captivating the hearts of many male disciples at Qingnan Peak. With Lu Ying's arrival, the peak, home to the named disciples, had erupted into a fervor. From many male-named and inner disciples of the Yitian Palace, Lu Ying was the object of their admiration. Even though the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace housed women far more outstanding and beautiful than Lu Ying, those women were undeniably out of reach for them. Sister Lu, it may be somewhat inappropriate for you to observe here solely because of Lin Shun, cautioned Song Han, who had hurried over, glancing at the male disciples around them, whose eyes betrayed their infatuation. Though Lu Ying surpassed Song Han in strength, Song Han held no fear of her, partly due to their amicable relationship and Song Han's respectable background within the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. He gives me a different impression than others. Emerging from a lowly dynasty speaks volumes of his extraordinary nature. Thus, I'm rather curious about him. My visit today is merely a casual glance. There is no need for such alarm, Lu Ying replied with a gentle smile. However, your actions may inadvertently bring him unwarranted troubles. If those senior brothers discover your interest in a named disciple, they may not react favorably and could create difficulties for Lin Shun, Song Han reminded her. A hint of concern evident in her voice, tinged with a subtle blame. Jealousy and rivalry exist everywhere, especially within sects like the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, where beauty abounds. Such occurrences are almost perpetual. In the hearts of numerous male disciples within the Day Palace, Lu Ying undoubtedly embodies a goddess-like presence, attracting a considerable number of admirers, thus captivating attention wherever she wanders. Before long, I shall journey to the Nine Heavens Palace. I trust that if they possess any self-awareness, they will refrain from engaging in such trivial conflicts. Lu Ying, with her delicate crimson lips pursed, turned her gaze towards Song Han and inquired, Sister, have you already transcended the 7th Nirvana tribulation? A look of disbelief flickered across Song Han's fair, oval face as she responded. The Nirvana Realm is divided into 9 stages, with each tribulation conquered resulting in a corresponding enhancement of power. The 7th tribulation is, without a doubt, the most arduous hurdle within the Nirvana Realm. Only upon reaching the 7th stage can the essence within one's body transform into a primordial spirit, thus generating the power of the primordial spirit. At that juncture, both perception and vitality will vastly differ from those prior to achieving the 7th stage. Moreover, the concept of primordial energy, governed by the primordial spirit, diverges entirely from that of the essence. The transformation from essence to spirit carries risks that extend beyond the physical, delving into the realm of consciousness itself. Not long ago, I merely experienced a fortunate breakthrough, Lu Ying replied nonchalantly, yet the exquisite contours of her face betrayed a hint of trepidation. Sister, your talent is truly remarkable. At a similar age to yours, I have only just reached the 5-stage Nirvana Realm, Song Han remarked, her voice tinged with despondency. How can my modest talent be considered remarkable? Within the Nine Heavens Palace, there are hundreds of direct disciples, and my strength is merely at the lower tier. Compared to the individual whom the Palace Master has early on identified, I am but a triviality. Lu Ying chuckled softly, her rebuttal laced with a glimmer of self-doubt reflected in her starry eyes. Then I am even less significant. As the two conversed, the vast and boundless Dan River bore witness to fleeting figures, their majestic auras of primordial energy distorting the very fabric of the surrounding realm. What brings Sister Lu to the Qingmen Peak? Song Han asked. It is said that a newly registered disciple is cultivating here. A registered disciple? Meanwhile, Lin Chun remained oblivious to the happenings beyond, as he found himself at a moment of critical importance. With the eruption of black nirvana flames coursing through his body, blood began to seep from various points, and in the next instant, he was enveloped in a resplendent crimson radiance upon the cultivation platform. Nirvana, in essence, signifies a metamorphosis. Although Lin Chen's physique was a paragon of perfection forged by the heavens, the nirvana energy contained within the celestial essence constituted but a minor fraction. Thus, to be reborn through the nirvana process, harnessing abundant nirvana energy to temper his body, would not merely enhance his strength. It would also serve as a crucial foundation for his future cultivation. Time slipped away, moment by moment. In the heart of the cultivation platform, Lin Chun remained seated, surrounded by swirling crimson nirvana energy that clung to his bloodied form. A sound reminiscent of flowing water subtly emanated from the surrounding atmosphere, revealing the overwhelming potency of the nirvana energy within and around him. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, beneath the thick veil of crimson nirvana energy, resplendent golden light burst forth from Lin Chen's pores. Under the illumination of this golden radiance, it seemed as though his flesh, bones, and even organs had transformed into an indestructible substance, radiating an aura of unparalleled strength. The Nirvana Golden Body. This is the true hallmark of a Nirvana powerhouse, refining the physical form to its utmost limit through the efficacy of Nirvana energy, thus fortifying the body to an extraordinary degree. Once the Nirvana Golden Body is forged, not only does one's defense amplify significantly, but power, speed, and all other attributes surge dramatically, a genuine metamorphosis from within. The reason Nirvana Realm practitioners can look down upon those in the creation realm is primarily due to their more potent primordial energy, enabling them to directly manipulate the energies of the cosmos. Furthermore, they possess the formidable Nirvana Golden Body, which allows them to nearly disregard the attacks of those in the creation realm. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. The world is replete with individuals who defy conventional understanding. Yet for the majority, those in the creation realm, even half-step Nirvana practitioners, stand little chance against those endowed with a true Nirvana Golden Body. Nirvana Realm. Lin Chen opened his eyes, exhaling softly. He gazed upon his form, radiating with resplendent golden light. The blood that had flowed from him during the Nirvana flames now shimmered with a golden hue, a trace of joy flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, an exceptionally powerful aura of primordial energy began to emanate from within Lin Chun, rippling through the crimson cultivation platform, undeniably stronger than during his previous peak in the creation realm. The efforts of these past days had not been in vain. It had been a smooth journey. Lin Chun calmed his slightly exhilarated heart, reflecting on his progress. For an ordinary creation realm pinnacle or half-step Nirvana practitioner, breaking into the Nirvana realm is no trivial endeavor. Not only does it carry a risk of failure, but there is also the peril of being reduced to nothingness by the flames of Nirvana. Fortunately, such unforeseen circumstances had not befallen him. As a being shaped by the heavens, Lin Chun possessed an inherent affinity for Nirvana energy. While this affinity may not have been exceptionally strong, it was naturally present. Thus, the amount of Nirvana energy required for him to breach the Nirvana realm far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. In the past few days, the Nirvana energy he absorbed could be equated to at least 500,000 Nirvana pills, aligning perfectly with his earlier estimations. However, merely achieving the ordinary Nirvana realm was far from sufficient. Chapter 74. The Third Thunder Tribulation. Within the Dan River, merely breaking through to the Nirvana realm was evidently insufficient to satisfy Lin Chun. Thus, he quickly regained his composure, closing his eyes once more, as golden light began to flicker across his body. As Lin Chun ascended to the Nirvana realm, his capacity to absorb Nirvana energy intensified, and he began to draw in the abundant Nirvana energy from the Dan River at an accelerated pace. Amidst the sounds reminiscent of flowing water, the inexhaustible Nirvana energy continued to surge into him from all directions. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Outside the Dan River, Lu Ying's figure had long since vanished. Without Lu Ying, the enchanting beauty who drew attention like a siren, the place struggled to maintain the interest of onlookers. On Qingnan Peak, there existed more than one Dan River. Although Lin Shan had gained some notoriety during Lu Ying's brief stay, it was merely a fleeting moment. As a newly registered disciple within the Day Palace, he hardly warranted sustained attention. Not everyone possessed the perceptiveness to be intrigued by Lin Shan, nor did they seek out the steward Wu to inquire about his background. It appears that he truly intends to cultivate within this Dan River for a continuous span of 3 months. Nonetheless, hastening the enhancement of his strength would indeed facilitate the completion of the sect's menial tasks upon his return. Every other day, Song Han would visit the banks of the Dan River to observe, hoping to see Lin Chun finish his training. Despite being aware of the slim likelihood of this occurrence, she could not quell an inexplicable yearning that stirred within her heart. Meanwhile, on the cultivation platform above the Dan River, a faintly golden aura erupted from Lin Chen's nostrils as he abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a brilliance akin to that of a fierce golden deity, radiating an imposing authority. After a mere 10 days, his internal energy had reached the threshold of what an ordinary Nirvana Realm could withstand, allowing him to approach the point of facing his first Nirvana tribulation. Indeed, cultivating within the Dan River proved to be quite advantageous. Now, let me ascertain whether this Nirvana tribulation is truly as fearsome as the legend suggests. Lin Chun mused to himself, a fervor igniting in his gaze. His alabaster hand gradually clenched into a fist, a terrifying power rippling through his body, as if on the verge of explosive release. Now, with a low roar, Lin Chen's spirits surged, the dazzling golden light surrounding him suddenly retracting, only to be replaced by a terrifying wave of energy that swiftly emanated from within. Under such a formidable fluctuation, even Lin Chen's robust physique, formidable by ordinary Nirvana standards, began to tremble violently. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from his fair skin, quietly ascending. Is this the so-called Nirvana tribulation? With the stone talisman, it seems it is nothing extraordinary. Observing his suddenly crimson skin, Lin Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. He could feel that for an instant, it seemed as though his body would be consumed by the flames of Nirvana. Yet in the next moment, that intensely scorching wave of energy was entirely suppressed. At this moment, no one was present to heed Lin Chen's somewhat arrogant musings, nor were they privy to the thoughts swirling within his mind. It seems that this phenomenon is not solely due to my own physique, but also the subtle assistance rendered by the stone talisman. Sensing a gentle power near his heart, Lin Chen's consciousness delved deeper into his body, and he could perceive gentle strands of white light coursing through him, radiating outward. This white light was cool and gentle, remarkably wondrous. Wherever it passed, the potency of the Nirvana flames he had summoned diminished significantly, allowing his once crimson body to quickly regain a semblance of normalcy. Perhaps within half a day, he would successfully navigate this first Nirvana tribulation. During this interval, he could devote himself to refining his mental strength, and with the stone talisman's instinctive assistance, he encountered no issues. Lin Chen spoke to himself once more before closing his eyes, remaining undisturbed as the Nirvana tribulation raged within him. As time passed slowly, half a day slipped by unnoticed. Lin Chen's physical strength and the fluctuations of energy within him had undergone a transformation beyond recognition. I have reached the 1 yuan Nirvana Realm. Feeling the overwhelming energy within him, a slight smile graced Lin Chen's lips. In less than half a month, his energy realm had ascended from the peak of the creation realm to the 1 yuan Nirvana Realm. This achievement brought him immense joy, though he was not entirely satisfied. On this cultivation platform, he could freely absorb the Nirvana energy present in the Dan River, and having only utilized half a month of his 3-month term, he still had 2.5 months remaining to further enhance his strength. Contemplating this, Lin Shan found little inclination to revel in his accomplishments and resumed his cultivation of energy. As for his mental strength, after the stone talisman's spiritual grinding wheel ceased to function, his progress had significantly slowed. Heavenly talisman masters differ from spiritual talisman masters. The cultivation of mental strength requires not only personal refinement, but also communion with the heavens. While there are methods to enhance mental strength within the stone talisman space, Many functions are currently inoperative due to the talisman's damage and the slumber of the ancestral stone spirit. However, owing to his innate primordial spirit and the Mud Pill Palace's vastness, he currently encountered no bottlenecks in his mental strength. As his spiritual body refined itself and his understanding of the universe deepened, he would eventually invoke the third Thunder Tribulation. Lin Shan was not particularly anxious about this, for it had only been a little over 2 months since he had endured the second Thunder Tribulation. Invoking the third so soon would be premature. After all, compared to the rapid absorption of Nirvana energy that elevates one's energy realm, the cultivation of mental strength demands a gradual, methodical approach. Haste would yield naught but folly. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the Qingnan Peak, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the sky above the Dan River where Linshan was situated. The once serene and azure expanse suddenly darkened as ominous clouds gathered, and faintly, silver serpents intertwined with howling winds began to manifest. Is this the thunder tribulation of a heavenly talisman master, who might be cultivating on the Dan River's platform? Such a formidable level of tribulation likely indicated the approach of the third trial. It was rumored to be a new disciple named Lin Shan, the one Sister Lu had specifically paid attention to. Indeed, it seems to be him. Oh, Sister Tsang Han is here. Let's inquire with her. By the banks of the Dan River, a group of elegantly dressed women in purple began to chatter excitedly. One among them, upon spotting Tsang Han's figure, swiftly took the lead and soared into the air toward her. The 75th palm is indeed a formidable challenge. On the Tianxuan Continent, talisman masters are a rarity. While numerous disciples train their energy at the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, those refining their mental strength are scarce. Thus, Lin Shen's invocation of this third Thunder Tribulation captured the attention of the named disciples on Qingnan Peak. In contrast to 2 months prior, Tsang Han no longer visited Lin Shen every other day to check on his progress. Instead, she now came every few days, and each visit was brief and hurried. It was evident that she had firmly convinced herself that Lin Shan would indeed cultivate within the Dan River for 3 months. As it turned out, Lin Shen's 3-month period of training in the Dan River had now dwindled to a mere half-month. Sister Kalman, are you familiar with Lin Shan on the cultivation platform? One of the vibrant women in purple, leading the group, inquired with a voice as melodious as a bell, her striking eyes brimming with curiosity. Ilan, why do you ask this? Tsang Han's dark, enigmatic eyes flickered, her gaze shifting from the roiling storm above to the beautiful woman before her. It is nothing. A talented individual specializing in mental strength has suddenly appeared on Qingnan Peak, and I am merely curious to make his acquaintance. The girl named Lan replied with a playful smile, though a fleeting hint of urgency flickered in her eyes. Tsang Han let out a light laugh, quietly observing Lan, and remarked that he was the individual brought back by the Wind Envoy of the Blue sect from the Immortal Dynasty. The steward Wu had specifically instructed the Wind Envoy to take care of him, which was considered part of the sect's mission to assist the Wind Envoy. I occasionally come here to monitor his progress in cultivation, to see if he has emerged from the Dan River, so that I may escort him to the martial arts hall. At this point, Tsang Han's tone shifted abruptly. But what schemes are you concocting, my dear girl? Do you truly believe I am oblivious? Coughing lightly, Lan felt a touch of embarrassment and replied, Sister Tsang Han knows my origins and should understand why I have suddenly taken an interest in Lin Shen. Upon hearing this, Tsang Han nodded with a smile, then said solemnly, while the task of eliminating the Dan spirit corpses in the Dan River can yield substantial contributions without leaving the palace of one day, it is among the highest tier of sect missions that registered disciples can undertake, and it is relatively easier. However, such a task requires at least 2 peak practitioners of the 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm. Among the numerous registered disciples on Qingnan Peak, only you have reached this stage. The others, being ordinary 3 Yuan Nirvana practitioners, are not yet capable. Even if they were eager to try, Steward Wu would not permit it. If you wish to take Lin Shen with you, it will depend on whether he can reach the level of a 3-seal Celestial Master after his current cultivation session. Otherwise, even if he is stronger than those who cultivate elemental energy due to his spiritual cultivation, without attaining the rank of a 3-seal Celestial Master, Steward Wu will not consent. Hearing Tsang Han's reminder, Lan nodded, her delicate cheeks reflecting a hint of helplessness. I understand everything you have said, sister, but I urgently need to cultivate in the Dan River for a period to ensure I can overcome the 4th Nirvana Tribulation. You should know that registered disciples and inner disciples are rotated every 5 years. If I cannot surpass the 4th Nirvana Tribulation within 3 months and advance to inner disciple status, I will be expelled from the palace. sent to the outskirts of the Taqing domain as an ordinary steward, or returned to my family. This life may very well see my achievements halted at the Nirvana Realm. Speaking of her circumstances, Yin Lan's voice became notably more animated, shedding the tranquil demeanor she had maintained while conversing with the other women. In the Eastern Xin domain, the 8 major super sects each govern vast territories. The Yuan sect oversees the Yuan domain, the Dao sect controls the Dao domain, the Divine sect rules the Divine domain. The Primordial Hall manages the Primordial domain, and the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace dominates the Taiqing domain, among others. Furthermore, the Eastern Xin domain is home to chaotic regions such as Bloodrock Land and the Demon domain, as well as areas under the control of other ordinary supersections. It is precisely for this reason that these super sects are regarded as the true rulers of the Eastern Xin domain. The numerous dynasties in the Eastern Xin domain, regardless of whether they are lesser or super dynasties, are merely components within the domains of these super sects, occupying a minuscule area relative to the entirety of the realm. The primary source of disciples for the 8 major super sects has never been the individuals from these dynasties, but rather the talented disciples within their respective domains. Compared to those residing in the lower-tier dynasties of the Tianxuan Continent, these regional talents are positioned on a higher platform and possess superior abilities. Our Palace of One Day has always had the fewest registered disciples. In the past, the number of those who perished in the Dan River due to failed tribulations and were transformed into Dan Spirit corpses has been relatively limited. Therefore, although the task of eliminating these corpses carries some risk, it is considered one of the more manageable tasks among sect missions, making it suitable for Lin Chen. With his innate talent in spiritual power, overcoming the third Thunder Tribulation should pose no significant difficulty. Once he emerges from the Dan River, I will explain the situation to him, but whether he is willing to accept this sect mission is beyond my influence. Song Han, with a contemplative expression, pondered for a moment before providing Yin Lan with an ambiguous response. Upon receiving such an answer from Song Han, Yin Lan's face lit up with joy. Her spirits evidently lifted. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, who remained unaware of the discussions about him between Song Han and Yin Lan, he stood at the cultivation platform, his expression solemn, gazing at the already formed thunderclouds. He sensed his spiritual body growing stronger beneath the tempestuous clouds, causing his mind to tighten with tension. Even though he could become a genuine 3-seal celestial master after enduring a little longer, he was still at a critical juncture, and his current condition was far from optimal. Having just traversed the third Nirvana tribulation, the previous ordeal with the Nirvana demonic flames had drained much of his energy. And during this third Thunder Tribulation, his mental state was not at its peak. He had previously considered undertaking both tribulations simultaneously, yet lacking the extraordinary artifacts like the Ancestral Talismans, the third Thunder Tribulation, while not excessively risky, warranted respect. Moreover, the presence of the Nirvana demonic flames during the third Nirvana Tribulation made it all the more perilous, even with the assistance of the stone talismans. He could not afford to be careless, thus he had to proceed cautiously. Within the confines of the Dan River, undisturbed and unimpeded, he found no need to take unnecessary risks. Nevertheless, this cultivation session proved to be particularly challenging. Chapter 76. Significant Advancement in Power. The Nirvana Realm is divided into 9 levels, while the Celestial Master classification consists of 9 seals. Individuals in the Nirvana Realm harbor a profound fear of the tribulation. Yet it is a trial they cannot avoid, just as the Celestial Masters possess a complex relationship with the Thunder Tribulation, which they both revere and despise. Once a practitioner of spiritual power reaches the level of a Celestial Master, their spiritual force can interact with the divine power of the heavens and earth. When a spiritual power attains a certain degree of communication with the universe, it will inevitably attract the Thunder Tribulation. This formidable force, born of thunder and lightning, compels the Tribulation Bearer's spiritual power to be irresistibly drawn out, subjecting them to the purifying wrath of thunder. Should they succeed in overcoming it, their spiritual power will undoubtedly become more refined and potent. However, failure to endure the tribulation results in the spiritual power being shattered by the thunder, with consequences that are not dissimilar to failing the Nirvana tribulation. Having undergone 2 Thunder Tribulations, Lin Chen was no stranger to the phenomenon. However, unlike the previous 2, the third Thunder Tribulation was undeniably more formidable. With a crackle, the thunderclouds above the cultivation platform writhed, and in the next instant, a bolt of silver-gray lightning, infused with the power of wind and thunder, tore through the sky and struck Lin Chen's somewhat ethereal spiritual body with tremendous force. Boom! A deep explosion erupted from Lin Chen's spiritual body, causing his somewhat illusory figure to flicker with layers of electric light. The third Nirvana tribulation was accompanied by the Nirvana demonic flames, and indeed, the third Thunder tribulation presented additional challenges. Yet that was all. As the electric light surged around him, immersed in the onslaught of the Thunder tribulation, a chilling glint began to manifest in Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes. Xianbing's spirit talisman. I seal. Lin Chen murmured to himself, stepping forward with his spiritual body, as a pale blue, pebble-sized ice block talisman emerged from his forehead, slowly undulating as the entire atmosphere around the cultivation platform grew frigid. Immediately, Lin Chen exhibited no hesitation. With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable wave of icy spiritual energy surged forth from within him, erupting with vigor. The lightning arcs that had been incessantly eroding his mental fortitude were instantly encased in a solid frost. Ignite the fire of the spirit, he uttered with a low growl. And in an instant, a pale blue, nearly transparent flame materialized from his chest, melting away the frozen lightning that clung to his body, gradually refining it in stages. Ice and fire, inherently incompatible, represent two distinct elemental properties. Yet, within Lin Chen's spiritual form, they coexisted harmoniously. This ability, however, was not unique to Lin Chen alone. Any spiritual practitioner endowed with the icy attributes of spiritual power could achieve the same. As time flowed inexorably onward, the lightning was systematically refined, and Lin Chen's spiritual form became increasingly solidified. Without the constraints of time, after a fortnight, he ascended to the realm of the 3 Yuan Nirvana and became a 3-seal celestial master. In contrast to others at the same level who could absorb Nirvana energy to expedite their elemental progression, methods for swiftly condensing spiritual energy were exceedingly rare. Consequently, during his 3-month training in the Dan River, Lin Chen achieved a relative balance between his elemental and spiritual energies for the first time, with his elemental prowess even surpassing his spiritual strength. With this significant enhancement in power, Lin Chen concluded his initial training at the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, stepping away from the Dan River training platform and depleting the advantages of being a registered disciple. Presently, aside from acquiring a mediocre martial technique from the palace's martial arts hall, he found himself devoid of any substantial privileges as a disciple of the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace. While a mediocre technique might ignite fierce competition within the realms of the dynasties, it was utterly inconsequential within a super sect like the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, where it was deemed commonplace. Nevertheless, for Lin Chen at this moment, even mastering the most basic martial technique served as a valuable means of defense, far superior to the self-destructive low-grade technique he had obtained from the pouch of the slain Shitian. After receiving the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace's offerings, he would now have to confront the tedious chores of the sect and the obligatory tasks that awaited him. To continue his cultivation and absorb the rich Nirvana energy from the Dan River for a swift elevation in strength, he would need to fulfill certain sect responsibilities. Currently, he possessed merely over 200,000 Nirvana pills, most of which were acquired during his confrontation with Qi Tian in the Dashi dynasty. The Nirvana energy contained within these pills was negligible compared to the boundless energy available from the Dan River, insufficient even for a day's relaxation and cultivation. Unlike the slow progress of his spiritual training, which required communion with the heavens and continual refinement to invoke the tempestuous tribulations and elevate his status as a celestial master, his elemental cultivation could be expedited significantly. Of course, this was contingent upon having adequate Nirvana energy. Otherwise, relying solely on the meager energy present in the natural world would render his cultivation pace agonizingly slow, even lagging behind the ever-advancing spiritual power. Should he remain in the Dan River, absorbing its inexhaustible Nirvana energy, he was confident that within 2 years he could reach the pinnacle of the 9 Yuan Nirvana Realm, perhaps even attain a small success in the realm of the profound. Alas, he was merely a registered disciple, constrained by numerous limitations. Within the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, only direct disciples could cultivate unrestrained in the Dan River. Even the status of inner disciples was insufficient for the palace to invest heavily in their training. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Even a grand sect like the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace could not sustain an endless number of disciples engaged in ceaseless cultivation without contributing their share. Thus, collecting various resources for cultivation was essential for the sect's stable operation and growth, a duty that fell upon every disciple, from the lowest to the highest ranks. The sect's chores and tasks were the responsibilities Lin Chen, as a registered disciple, needed to undertake. Although these duties might seem inconsequential to his advancement, they were unavoidable. Is this the junior brother Lin Chen? Just as he exited the Dan River, intending to return to his quarters for a brief respite before seeking out Song Han at the martial arts hall. He was intercepted by a striking young woman clad in royal purple. "It is I. May I inquire what business this senior sister has with me?" Lin Chen nodded, casting a quizzical glance at the woman before him. "There is no need to address me as senior sister. My name is Yanlan. You may simply call me by my name. Given your current strength, I am still lacking in comparison to your abilities." Chapter 77, Sect Tasks. 3 Yuan Nirvana. 3 Seal, Celestial Master. Upon emerging from the Dan River, Lin Chen did not deliberately conceal the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Though it was formidable relative to many registered disciples within the palace, it paled in comparison to true powerhouses. Unlike the outside world, within the Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, there is no notion of the tallest tree attracting the wind. Here, what is sought are individuals of talent and strength. Only by demonstrating one's value can one gain the attention and protection they deserve, fostering a more advantageous environment for future cultivation. This was a conclusion Lin Chen arrived at after careful consideration, not a whimsical desire to show off. Moreover, in a place where the strong are abundant, even if he wished to conceal his strength, it would be a futile endeavor. Undoubtedly, Yanlan was perceptive of Lin Chen's intentional display of his true capabilities. "You're too modest, senior sister," Lin Chen replied politely with a faint smile, sensing that the woman before him was no weakling. From the waves of elemental energy radiating from her, it was clear she had reached the pinnacle of the 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm. Once she overcame her 4th Nirvana tribulation, she would ascend to the status of an inner disciple. "I am considerably older than you, junior brother Lin Chen, so it is no issue for you to call me senior sister. However, in our Jiuqian Taiqing Palace, titles among peers are not based on age, but rather on strength. With your talent, I truly wonder how long I can still be considered your senior sister." Yanlan's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Chen. In the Tianxuan Continent, the disparities between individuals are vast and immeasurable. The quality of one's cultivation talent serves as a glaring comparison. "I am curious as to why senior sister has specifically awaited my arrival." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, opting not to dwell on this topic further and directly inquiring about Yanlan's purpose. Despite the unfamiliarity, his curiosity about the woman waiting for him was undeniable. "Senior sister Song Han has arrived. She will provide you with an answer." Yanlan chuckled, not answering Lin Chen's question directly. Her gaze shifted towards the distant horizon beyond the Dan River, where a somewhat blurred figure was approaching the riverbank. As the gaze drew closer, Lin Chen discerned that the newcomer was none other than the familiar Song Han. 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm. A 3 Seal, Celestial Symbol Master. "Your prowess." Moments later, as Song Han descended from the heavens, her dark, inky eyes abruptly froze, not yet having cast more than a fleeting glance at Lin Chen and Yanlan. At this moment, her delicate, pale oval face was etched with disbelief, and the slender jade hand that had pointed at Lin Chen trembled violently. In the brief span of 3 months, not only had he broken through from the pinnacle of Creation Realm to the Nirvana Realm, but he had also successfully weathered 3 Nirvana tribulations and 1 Wind and Thunder tribulation. Such exceptional talent was unheard of and unseen by Song Han, profoundly reshaping her understanding. Unlike Yanlan, who was a stranger to Lin Chen, Song Han possessed a certain familiarity with him, particularly regarding his overall strength before entering the Dan River. "Senior sister Song Han, there is no need for such astonishment. The path of cultivation is unique to each individual. I merely consider myself fortunate." Lin Chen remarked with a gentle smile, fully aware of the incredulous gaze Song Han cast upon him, akin to that of a creature from a different realm. Song Han did not immediately respond, but after a brief pause, she regained her composure, and the way she regarded Lin Chen had shifted, now infused with an inexplicable depth. The ascension from the pinnacle of Creation Realm to the 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm in merely 3 months was hardly a feat that could be attributed solely to fortune. Song Han sighed with a hint of envy, her dark eyes reflecting a similar sentiment to that which had previously flickered in Yanlan's gaze. 3 months' time, Yanlan murmured to herself, her striking eyes now tinged with uncertainty and bewilderment. It was evident that from Song Han's words, Yanlan had gleaned some crucial information. The 9 Heavens Taqing Palace has never lacked for talented disciples, yet a registered disciple like Lin Chen is indeed unprecedented. "Senior sister Song Han, there is no need to dwell on this matter. Even if I have achieved the 3 Yuan Nirvana Realm, I am still merely an ordinary registered disciple," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head lightly, refraining from basking in the glow of his recent strength. Even a 9 yuan Nirvana Realm does not equate to overwhelming power within the 9 heavens Taqing Palace. Given the modest achievements I have garnered, there is no cause for pride. That may be so, but I believe it will not be long before you become an inner disciple of the One-Day Palace. Perhaps even entering the 9 heavens palace as a direct disciple, Song Han stated, her demeanor considerably calmer and filled with earnestness. As for what lies ahead, discussing it now is but idle talk. Lin Chen smiled faintly in response, neither affirming nor denying her words. This is Yin Lan, the foremost registered disciple of the Clear South Peak in the One-Day Palace. I believe you two have just made each other's acquaintance. Song Han composed herself, shifting the focus from Lin Chen's strength to introducing Yin Lan beside her. At that moment, Song Han contemplated reporting Lin Chen's situation to Elder Wu and other high-ranking elders of the One-Day Palace, yet she refrained from making any decisions without consulting Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and mentioned, I was indeed curious as to why senior sister Yin Lan was waiting for me here. It seems fortuitous that senior sister Song Han has arrived to clarify. Upon hearing this, Song Han glanced at the somewhat dazed Yin Lan before returning her gaze to Lin Chen. Yin Lan is waiting for you in hopes that you will join her in a mission to eliminate the Dan spirits from the Dan River at Clear South Peak. Upon learning of this reason from Song Han, Lin Chen's confusion dissipated considerably, yet he had no intention of accepting such a sect mission immediately. Some matters require thorough understanding before making impulsive decisions. How much contribution value can this sect mission yield? How long can one cultivate within the Dan River with such contributions? Lin Chen pondered briefly before asking earnestly. There isn't a definitive answer, as it varies based on individual talent. If it were me, 500 contribution value would afford me a month of cultivation in the Dan River, possibly even longer. Song Han explained gently, observing Lin Chen's expression of skepticism. And how long would it take to complete this task of eliminating the Dan spirits? Lin Chen inquired, blinking slightly. It should take about 1 to 2 months, though I cannot be certain. The registered disciples of Clear South Peak number less than 1,000. But the accumulated failures of past tribulations have left a considerable number of Dan spirits in the Dan River. Completing the mission requires the elimination of 30 Dan spirits. Commander plead. I see. This task seems rather manageable. However, given its simplicity, the associated risks must be significant. Otherwise, senior sister Yin Lan would not have sought my assistance. Lin Chen mused. Indeed, the task of eliminating Dan spirits poses considerable risks for registered disciples. Yet it also serves as a unique form of training within the sect. Song Han remarked with a light smile. What do you mean by that? Lin Chen's bright, dark eyes flickered with curiosity as he questioned. This must be understood through the origin of the Dan spirits. If a body is not buried after death and enters the Dan River, it will gradually transform into a Dan spirit, an entity devoid of life and consciousness through the river's immersion. As you may know, Dan spirits are indeed a form of puppet, significantly hindering the river's operation. Thus, the sect periodically issues missions to eliminate them, Song Han explained, her dark eyes suddenly glinting as she glanced at the now-awakened Yin Lan before returning her focus to Lin Chen. Could it be that all these Dan spirits originated from the registered disciples of Clear South Peak throughout the years? Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he pondered Song Han's explanation, his voice growing heavy. Indeed, all the Dan spirits in the Dan River of Clear South Peak are transformed from the past registered disciples of this peak. The registered disciples of Super Sect are not as glamorous as they may appear, Song Han replied softly, a hint of sorrow washing over her pale, oval face, making her seem considerably colder. Nirvana, tribulation. Lin Chen murmured, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. You may not fully grasp this, but while the registered disciples of Clear South Peak number 6,000, a significant portion of them will inevitably fall victim to the Nirvana tribulation in the near future. Among the registered disciples, those who have the opportunity to ascend to the inner sect constitute a mere fraction, less than 1/3 of the total. The remaining individuals find themselves entirely stagnant, merely awaiting the passage of time, too fearful to invoke the tribulation of Nirvana. 3 years prior, a dear sister of mine perished beneath the inferno of Nirvana during her 3rd attempt at transcending. Therefore, your achievement of traversing 3 Nirvana tribulations within a mere 3 months leaves me incredulous. In comparison to us, your talent and fortune are undeniably exceptional. Song Han clenched her delicate hands, observing Lin Chen, who appeared momentarily dazed. As she offered her explanation, a hint of sorrow tinged her recounting of past events. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for a response, merely nodding in silence. While the tribulation of Nirvana may seem trivial to him, For the vast majority of beings on the Tianxuan Continent, it represents an insurmountable chasm. What is the purpose of cultivation? For the countless beings on the Tianxuan Continent, most seek not the superiority of strength, but the endless longevity commonly referred to as eternal life. If life can be sustained, why should one fear death? Death itself is not terrifying. Yet no one wishes to witness their own corporeal form decay into mere bones within a grave, concluding their existence in such a decrepit manner. Lin Shen was not unfamiliar with the sensations of life and death. In fact, it was precisely due to his experience with the agony of death that he comprehended the value of life more profoundly. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Song Han continued, sharing that in the past, after the registered disciples on Qingnan Peak failed their nirvana tribulations, some would lose control of their bodies, swept away by the aura of nirvana, automatically departing from the cultivation platform and plunging into the Dan River. Over time, they would be transformed into Danling corpses. Some registered disciples with familial ties would even request the sect to send individuals to retrieve their bodies from the Dan River. But the majority of deceased registered disciples did not receive such a privilege. Apart from a few fortunate souls who remained on the cultivation platform after failing their tribulation without becoming Danling corpses, the vast majority, around 80 to 90%, would sink into the Dan River, waiting for the passage of time to emerge as Danling corpses. It is precisely due to the varying strengths of these deceased registered disciples that the Danling corpses exhibit a range of power. Generally speaking, Danling corpses within the Dan River of Qingnan Peak do not exceed the four-element Nirvana Realm. Of course, nothing is absolute, as there are indeed some corpses that have mutated due to prolonged immersion in the Nirvana aura. Upon hearing Song Han's words, Lin Shen gained a clearer understanding of the Danling corpses, leading him to resolve without hesitation. I accept this sect mission. I am uncertain of when it can be executed, Lin Shen stated decisively. Undoubtedly, for Lin Shen, undertaking such a sect mission posed no dilemma. As a third-grade celestial talisman master in the three-element Nirvana Realm, his overall strength was comparable to that of an ordinary four-element Nirvana Realm individual. Although he lacked some offensive techniques, dealing with Danling corpses not exceeding the four-element Nirvana Realm would be no issue. Moreover, with Yen Lan's assistance by his side, he could immediately acquire a mid-tier spiritual martial art from the martial arts hall of the Tian Palace. With Lin Chen's support, the sect mission would undoubtedly be accomplished with ease. Yen Lan, who had regained her senses beside Song Han, interjected with a radiant smile gracing her lovely face. She was the most pleased with Lin Chen's decision, for it meant she could earn significant contribution points without leaving the sect, a monumental stroke of fortune for her. In preparation for her fourth nirvana, tribulation, and ascension to intersect disciple status, Yen Lan had been diligently accumulating contribution points, hoping to leverage the nirvana aura within the Dan River for further cultivation and achieve success in one fell swoop. There's no need to worry. I am also in dire need of sect contribution points. Lin Shen responded with a light-hearted wave of his hand. We can finalize this matter tomorrow. Early in the morning, you and Yen Lan shall proceed to Elder Wu to accept the sect mission, after which you may commence the elimination of the Danling corpses. As for your sect chores, they can be postponed. You still have ample time and need not rush. Compared to the sect mission, the chores were trivial. Most registered disciples merely needed to venture outside the sect to the surrounding Nirvana crystal mines of the Taqing region for a period of extraction. However, before that, you should accompany me to the martial arts hall of Tian Palace to select an appropriate spiritual martial art for your cultivation. This way, even if you encounter mutated Danling corpses, you will be well equipped to protect yourself. Chapter 79, The Martial Arts Hall. I will defer to senior sister Song Han's arrangements. Lin Shen nodded in agreement, refraining from offering any further opinions. Song Han was correct. He indeed needed to visit the martial arts hall to master a suitable spiritual martial art for his cultivation. Otherwise, apart from his advantage in mental attacks, he lacked effective means to confront adversaries in terms of elemental power. For him, even dealing with an ordinary four-element Nirvana Realm individual would pose some difficulty. With still some time before dusk, the martial arts hall remained open, and we would have ample time to reach it. Seeing that you have agreed, let us proceed. Song Han smiled as she spoke. That sounds splendid. Lin Shen nodded once more. Then let us depart. As her words fell, Song Han wasted no time, her figure soaring into the air toward the distance. Observing this, Lin Shen clasped his hands toward Yen Lan before swiftly following suit. The Tian Palace sprawled across an immense expanse, distinct from the towering Qingnan and Qingbei peaks. At its center stood a colossal peak, piercing the clouds, enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. As the main peak of Tian Palace, Tian Peak undoubtedly held a transcendent status within the sect. Unlike the peaks inhabited by disciples, this site served not only as a residence for numerous high-ranking members, but also as a designated area for the disciples to engage in martial practice. Although inter-sect disciples, like registered ones, were required to complete sect missions to earn contribution points for entry into the Dan River for cultivation, they collectively trained under the guidance of the palace's higher-ups every 1 to 2 months, granting them a free opportunity to utilize the Dan River. Though such occasions were infrequent, sometimes occurring only once every few months, they served as a subtle distinction between inter-sect disciples and registered ones. Under Kang Han's guidance, Lin Chen flew for approximately half a stick of incense's worth of time before finally arriving at the outer sky of Tian Peak. So many inter-sect disciples. On this mountain, Lin Chen could faintly hear the sounds of martial training, a vibrant energy permeating the entire sky. Additionally, the most immediate impression Tian Peak left on him was the powerful auras of elemental energy emanating from within. To study martial arts atop Tian Peak and receive guidance from the sect's elders, the most fundamental requirement was to become an inter-sect disciple. The distinction between inter-disciples and registered disciples was not explicitly conveyed by Wu Bai at the outset. Rather, he merely provided a general overview. It was not until today, after listening to Song Han's detailed account along the way, that he gained a deeper understanding of the matter. The Grand Palace ahead is the Martial Arts Hall, guarded by 2 elders, each possessing the strength of a minor mastery in the Profound Realm, equivalent to our esteemed Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master. Therefore, when selecting martial arts later, you must exercise caution and avoid any transgressions, Song Han softly advised, pointing ahead and glancing back at Lin Chen. Rest assured, senior sister Song Han, I am well aware of the rules and will not lose my composure by attempting to acquire anything beyond the realm of elementary spiritual martial arts. Lin Chen assured her. Following the direction Song Han indicated, Lin Chen beheld a colossal ancient palace standing majestically atop the mountain, emanating a profound and venerable aura from its slightly dark azure walls, causing him to momentarily pause in awe. Surrounding this ancient palace was a stretch of bluestone, with pathways of gravel extending outward to various corners of the peak. At that moment, several disciples of the Day Palace were seen traversing this area. Upon spotting Song Han, these disciples greeted her with smiles, even those inner disciples whose abilities surpassed hers. In the Day Palace, Song Han's status was not a closely guarded secret. The backing of a deaf, Profound Realm elder ensured that Song Han was nearly beyond reproach among the inner disciples. She acknowledged those who greeted her with a slight nod before resolutely leading Lin Chen directly to the main entrance of the ancient palace. As for Lin Chen, who had rarely traversed the Day Palace, he was largely overlooked, despite some disciples harboring curiosity about him. As they approached the palace, Lin Chen could truly appreciate its grandeur. Despite the passage of time leaving its mark with weathered signs, this only intensified the sense of antiquity. Such weathering symbolized the depth and heritage of a sect. The Jiuqian Taqing Palace, inheriting the legacy of the ancient battle between heaven and earth, is unparalleled in its historical significance within the Eastern Profound region, outshining all other supersections. Consequently, the Jiuqian Taqing Palace has produced countless formidable figures throughout its history, and its compendium of martial arts is on par with the foremost sect, the Yuan men. Martial arts do not exist innately, but are rather the product of human ingenuity. Generally speaking, those in the Profound Realm can create elementary spiritual martial arts and lesser forms of martial arts, while those in the Death Profound Realm and Wheel Realm can craft intermediate and advanced spiritual martial arts, respectively. Reincarnation Realm experts can even create heavenly martial arts. Therefore, the breadth of martial arts within a supersect hinges upon its overall strength and whether it possesses a lengthy history marked by the emergence of many powerful figures. The greater the number of strong individuals, the more martial arts they produce, naturally leading to a richer collection. Though the Jiuqian Xiangjue may not rival the 3 imperial classics of Yuan men or the 4 extraordinary scriptures of the Dao sect in renown, its power is formidable, and in certain respects, it may even surpass them. Moreover, the Jiuqian Taqing Palace boasts extraordinary cultivation methods like the Taiqing Ju and Taishang Induction Ju, transcending the realm of martial arts. Overall, the lineage of the Jiuqian Taqing Palace firmly positions it at the pinnacle of the 8 super sects in the Eastern Profound region. However, due to its long-standing aversion to fame and fortune, some of its secrets remain undisclosed within the Eastern Profound region. Among the 8 super sects of the Eastern Profound region, the top martial arts within each sect are remarkably potent, with no glaring disparities among them. Nonetheless, due to various reasons, many martial arts remain obscured from public view. Martial Arts Hall. Gazing upon the three prominent characters suspended in mid-air above the palace, Lin Shun felt a surge of eagerness. His curiosity piqued by the martial arts of the Jiuqian Taqing Palace. Inner disciple Zhang Han, accompanied by the registered disciple Lin Shun, has come to the Martial Arts Hall to procure martial arts. As Lin Shun momentarily lost himself in thought, soft words reached his ears, compelling his gaze downward towards the palace entrance, where he noticed two elegantly dressed women seated serenely, seemingly detached from the world around them. Chapter 80. The Jiutianju. Truly, they are formidable beings of the profound realm, capable of concealing their presence to such an extent. The strength of these two rivals, that of Elder Yao from the Immortal Dynasty, perhaps even surpassing it, likely reaching the pinnacle of minor mastery in the profound realm. Lin Shun reflected silently, aware that his earlier failure to perceive them stemmed from his own insufficient strength, rendering him unable to sense their deliberately concealed auras. This registered disciple brought back by Lan and is rather extraordinary, remarked the woman on the left, nodding at Zhang Han while scrutinizing Lin Shun. Indeed, quite remarkable. A triumphant Nirvana Realm and a three-seal celestial symbol master. It has been quite some time since our Jiuqian Taqing Palace has seen a disciple of such balanced talent in both elemental and mental power. The woman on the right also took her time to appraise Lin Shun before adding her own observation. You flatter me, esteemed elders, Lin Shun responded, slightly awkward as he clasped his hands in respect. Please, come closer, beckoned the woman on the left, a flicker of curiosity illuminating her gaze. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Shun did not hesitate and stepped forward. At merely 20 years of age, to possess such strength, it seems somewhat unfair to label you merely a registered disciple. Before Lin Shun could comprehend the situation, the woman on the left lightly touched a fingertip, and a vibrant flow of elemental energy surged into his body, coursing through his bones. The sect has its own regulations. This is hardly a grievance, Lin Shun replied solemnly, observing the woman before him who now bore a more radiant smile. I too bear the surname Lan and hail from the Immortal Dynasty. It seems we share a connection. He noted. Upon hearing this, the woman, who had been shaped by the trials of time yet retained her beauty, displayed a satisfied expression and introduced herself. Lin Shun was not particularly surprised by her words. It was entirely normal for the Immortal Dynasty, as a direct faction of the Jiuqian Taqing Palace, to possess several experts in the profound realm. The Martial Arts Hall is a vast ocean of martial arts. Your choices will depend on your fortune. Do not aim too high or overstep the sect's regulations. However, if possible, I suggest you consider the Jiutianju, advised the woman named Lan on the left, her gaze reflecting an appreciation for Lin Shun's potential, understanding the sect's rules and the permissions granted to registered disciples. Lin Shun was intrigued yet uncertain about the Jiutianju. The woman on the right, garbed in white, took the opportunity to clarify. Indeed, it is the Jiutianju. Although the Nine Heavens decision is merely a lower-tier spiritual martial art, it serves as a simplified version of the Nine Heavens Immortal Decision, the esteemed martial art of the Nine Heavens Palace. When fully unleashed, its might is not inferior to that of typical mid-tier spiritual martial arts. Moreover, mastering the Nine Heavens Decision will facilitate your future training in the Nine Heavens Immortal Decision upon entering the Nine Heavens Palace. Given the ferocity of such martial arts, a momentary lapse in caution could result in significant harm to one's internal meridians and organs, leaving behind considerable aftereffects. Thus, early adaptation would be most advantageous. As the elegantly attired woman in white concluded her words, the lady, surnamed Lan on the left, nodded in agreement. Elder Zheng speaks truly. Choosing the Nine Heavens Decision is indeed your best option. Furthermore, given your talent, it is unlikely that you will face any difficulty in becoming a direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace in the future. I hope to receive the blessings of both elders, Lin Chen replied, a subtle smile gracing his handsome visage, nodding in acknowledgement. May you ascend to the inner sect upon your next visit, the woman added. Zhang Han, please lead him inside. With a soft patter of footsteps, Lin Shun followed Zhang Han into the martial arts hall. After a brief encounter with dimness, his vision rapidly cleared, expanding into a vast expanse before him. Before Lin Shun lay a broad plaza, imbued with an aura of antiquity, where soft lights danced around like spirited sprites. This plaza was remarkably unique, with stone tablets of varying sizes silently standing, faint glimmers enveloping them. Such a multitude of martial arts was indeed a rarity in his lifetime. Gazing upon the nearly countless stone tablets, Lin Shun felt a surge of emotion. The profound heritage of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace along with its plethora of martial arts, serve as a testament to its greatness. Within this ancient palace, Lin Shun and Song Han were not alone. Beyond the obstructing stone tablets, he could discern several figures, all deeply engrossed in their contemplation of the tablets before them. Some individuals even sat on the ground, their gazes fixed upon the inscriptions, seemingly lost in the realm of martial arts. Come, Lin Shun. The spiritual martial arts are not located at the plaza's periphery. Song Han gently reminded him as she glanced ahead, then resumed her lead. Lin Shun, taking measured steps, quietly traversed the hall adorned with martial arts stone tablets, his eyes scanning the inscriptions that detailed an array of martial arts. Among them were 8-tier martial arts, Tai Ching, Celestial Step, mid-tier transformation martial arts, Mountain Penetrating Finger, upper-tier transformation martial arts, Mighty Lion Tiger Fist, lower-tier spiritual martial arts, 9 Heavens Decision, mid-tier spiritual martial arts, Celestial Sword Slash, upper-tier spiritual martial arts, Celestial Emperor Shattering Palm. Lin Shun's gaze flitted over the stone tablets, overwhelmed by the dazzling variety of martial arts. Though the martial arts hall of the one-day palace was not the most central within the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace, it housed an impressive collection. Any one of these martial arts, if presented in the eastern Xian region, could incite considerable turmoil. Yet here, they lay casually displayed. After deliberation, Lin Shun determined to proceed with the 9 Heavens Decision for now, planning to select an upper-tier spiritual martial art later, once he had earned contributions to the sect. After surveying roughly 100 stone tablets, he shook his head in resignation and retraced his steps to the tablet that had previously captured his attention. Regarding the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision, which had been lightly mentioned, he felt no curiosity. However, he was not one to make blind choices based on others' words. It was prudent to make a comparison before deciding. Chapter 81. The Source of the Dan River. The 9 Heavens Decision, a simplified version of the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision, originated from the first master of the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace, a relatively obscure reincarnation realm expert in ancient times, overshadowed by the brilliance of the ancient 8 lords and other formidable beings. The Taishan Palace, founded by the ancestor of Talismans, was renamed the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace after the ancestor's demise, concealing its origins while preserving the ancestral legacy concerning this realm. The esteem with which the ancestor regarded this master of the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace speaks to his extraordinary nature. And thus the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision he created is no ordinary celestial martial art crafted by typical reincarnation realm practitioners. In comparison to the Tai Ching Decision and the Taishang Induction Decision, the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision is a celestial martial art accessible to direct disciples of the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace and is relatively more renowned. In the realm, the number 9 symbolizes extremes, and the power of the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision, bearing its name, is indeed extraordinary, ranking among the foremost martial arts of the 8 super sects in the eastern Xian region. The 9 Heavens Immortal Decision encompasses 9 forms, each requiring synchronization with the heavens and earth, each possessing formidable power and unparalleled ferocity. Due to differences in individual talent, the effectiveness of the martial art varies among practitioners. As Lin Shun immersed his consciousness into the stone tablet, a wealth of information flooded his mind, including insights into the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision. With his understanding of the hidden aspects of the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace, he began to grasp the nature and origins of the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision. The Tai Ching Decision and the Taishang Induction Decision are connected to the realm of Tianxuan Continent, and naturally, the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision is no exception. However, the disparity in strength among its creators renders their powers incomparable. Upon mastering the Taishang Induction Decision, a practitioner can wield the forces of heaven and earth at will, effortlessly overpowering elemental and mental energies in battles against others of similar realms, even easily extinguishing the ominous energies of otherworldly beings. In contrast, the 9 Heavens Immortal Decision relies on the practitioner as a foundation, generating 9 distinct offensive techniques through resonance with the earth. The gap between the two is akin to that between heaven and earth. Though the 9 Heavens Decision is classified as a lower-tier spiritual martial art, its potency is commendable, making it quite suitable for the current moment. The following day, by the banks of the Dan River on Qingnan Peak, Lin Shun had successfully traversed 4 tribulations, experiencing a sudden enhancement in strength. With Yen Lan, he undertook a sect task to eliminate the Danling corpses, and Wu Bai had no objections. On the contrary, he was pleased to assign such an effortless task to Lin Shun. Junior brother Lin Shun, the Danling corpses typically lurk at the source of the Dan River, Once we arrive, they will gradually reveal themselves and initiate their attacks, Yanlan stated excitedly as she looked at Lin Chen. The source of the Dan River? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before asking, will these Dan Ling corpses not attack the training platforms along the Dan River? Zan Lan smiled, explaining that due to the protective formations surrounding the training platforms, the Nirvana energy does not easily leak out. So the Dan Ling corpses that often hide in other areas of the Dan River are relatively few, nearly negligible. The Dan Ling corpses predominantly attack the cultivation platforms when the aura of Nirvana is sparse within the Dan River. It is only during such times that they descend from the source of the Dan River, at the origin of the Dan River. Whenever the sect infuses Nirvana crystals and elixirs, the aura of Nirvana becomes incredibly dense for an extended period. Attracted by this potent energy, the Dan Ling corpses refrain from wandering to other areas. However, despite the richness of the Nirvana aura at the river's source, there are occasions when Dan Ling corpses follow the energy to various locations within the Dan River. Those who happen to cross their path may fall victim to their attacks. Though the probability is low, it certainly exists. To accomplish the task of eliminating the Dan Ling corpses efficiently, it is far more prudent to head to the source of the Dan River. Completing this mission in other areas of the river would be nearly impossible without several months of effort. Upon hearing Yan Lan's explanation, Lin Chen's understanding deepened significantly. Compared to the prior knowledge, he was largely in the dark about many specific matters within the one-day palace. It turned out there was such reasoning behind it. Lin Chen nodded at Yan Lan, stating earnestly, there are dozens of Dan rivers on Qingnan Peak. If we can eliminate 2 Dan Ling corpses at each river source, our task will be swiftly accomplished. Even so, it will likely take a month or 2. It is worth mentioning that the sect regularly issues this task precisely because the Dan rivers do not harbor many Dan Ling corpses. Additionally, some corpses that have not been sufficiently refined by the Nirvana aura are not classified as Dan Ling corpses. If we encounter them, we must also collect and incinerate them, as they were once our fellow disciples. With a graceful turn, Yan Lan soared into the air, making her way toward the source of the Dan River. Her words illuminated Lin Chen's understanding once more. As the two continued forward, attuning themselves to the changes surrounding the Dan River, Lin Chen's expression grew solemn. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds in the distance. Are we nearing it? The sound of rushing water from ahead invigorated Lin Chen, prompting him to swiftly dart ahead of Yan Lan, leaping over a towering peak. His gaze, filled with awe, fixed upon the scene before him. Several thousand feet away lay a misty expanse, where a crimson river hung suspended in the air, seemingly without end, as if it vanished into the void. It was a breathtaking sight. The gathering of elixirs into a river was a feat beyond the capabilities of any ordinary Nirvana Realm practitioner. Lin Chen exhaled a plume of white mist, as if attempting to expel the astonishment from his heart. He understood that this river was no ordinary water, but rather a Dan river formed from the condensation of Nirvana elixirs and crystals. Yet, seeing it in person surpassed any prior hearsay. Indeed, only a sect of our caliber could manifest such a spectacle, he thought. With a graceful leap, Yan Lan appeared before Lin Chen. Let us proceed, junior brother Lin Chen. We must position ourselves ahead to draw out the Dan Ling corpses. With a gesture of her hand, she brought Lin Chen back to his senses. The two advanced further. Suddenly, as Lin Chen and Yan Lan approached the Crimson River, the water's surface erupted violently, and a ghostly red figure shot forth like lightning, unleashing a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Chen. Chapter 82. Gung Yin with a swift motion. A long sword sliced through the air beside Lin Chen, shattering the fierce wind. A green sword glow flashed, and with a piercing shriek, the fiery figure was cleaved in two, suspended motionless before them. In the air before Lin Chen, the two halves of the Dan Ling corpse, now severed by Yan Lan's sword, were covered in fiery red scales, faintly revealing the insignia of a registered disciple of the One-Day Palace. It was comparable to a Dan Ling corpse of a person at the first Nirvana Realm. Gazing at this humanoid creature before him, Lin Chen's expression shifted. After all, this Dan Ling corpse was once his fellow disciple, who had met such a tragic end due to a failed Nirvana tribulation. For now, all that could be done was to grant her peace. It seems we are fortunate to encounter a Dan Ling corpse attack so swiftly. However, given the vastness of the Dan River's source, this is somewhat fortuitous. Junior brother Lin Chen, let us split up for our search. You remain here in this Dan River, while I will head to the source of the next one. If we traverse the sources of the Dan Rivers for a considerable time without encountering any Dan Ling corpses, we shall switch to another river. Moreover, if you encounter a Dan Ling corpse that you cannot handle, Avoid confrontation and send me a message. We will deal with it together. Zanlan Juka Lai Di. Her voice ringing like a silver bell as she imparted her advice to Lin Shun. Her hands never idle as she retrieved a prepared Qinquan pouch to store the severed remains of the Danling corpse. Lin Shun nodded earnestly in response to Yen Lan, agreeing to her plan. Completing this sect mission would yield 500 contribution points, which might allow him to cultivate within the Dan River for a while. Although his internal energy had not yet reached the sufficient level to endure the fourth Nirvana tribulation, this endeavor would undoubtedly shorten that time. For him, the task of eliminating Danling corpses aligned perfectly with his intentions. With his current strength, he could easily vanquish even a Danling corpse of the third Nirvana Realm. It merely required some time. Be cautious, junior brother Lin Shun. I shall now proceed to the other Dan River. With those words, Yen Lan turned and soared into the air, gradually vanishing from Lin Shen's view. Seeing this, Lin Shun wasted no time and began his lengthy search at the source of the Dan River. Although Danling corpses would automatically attack humans, there were certain implicit conditions that limited their actions. If one did not enter their active range, these mindless Danling corpses would not deliberately seek out targets for attack. Time passed unknowingly. Boom! Encountering another Danling corpse attack, Lin Shen smiled, effortlessly dispatching it with a single palm strike and collecting its remains into the prepared Qinquan pouch. Without pausing, he set off toward the source of the next Dan River. As time wore on, the number of Danling corpses Lin Shun eliminated increased, and the Qinquan pouch designated for storing their remains gradually swelled. Thus, time flowed on, marking merely the beginning of Lin Shen's journey within the Nine Heavens, Taqing Palace. 2 months later, having just completed the task of eliminating the Danling corpses and yet to spend his 500 contribution points on cultivating within the Dan River, Lin Shun was summoned by the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace to undertake a 2-month stint as a miner at a Nirvana crystal vein located on the outskirts of the Taqing domain. However, mining for 2 months at the Nirvana crystal vein equated to completing 10 sect tasks. In other words, by mining for 2 months, he would subsequently enjoy a year's worth of freedom. Although this verdant, rocky terrain lies in proximity to the chaotic, blood-stained lands at the intersection of the Taqing, Yuan, Dao, Fu, and Honghuang domains, it remains within the bounds of the Taqing domain, suggesting a lack of imminent danger. Perched upon the back of a colossal azure eagle that blots out the sun, Lin Shun sat quietly in a corner, his gaze vacant, seemingly lost in contemplation. In contrast to the non-mandatory tasks assigned by the sect, the menial chores, though not particularly arduous or time-consuming, are obligations that must be fulfilled by registered disciples. Within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, each registered disciple from the 1st to the 8th celestial palaces is required to perform over 10 such tasks annually. These so-called sect chores predominantly involve venturing to various Nirvana crystal veins scattered throughout the Taqing domain to extract Nirvana crystals. This is essential for maintaining the continuous operation of the numerous Dan rivers within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, which provides sustenance for the cultivation of many sect members, necessitating a sufficient supply of Nirvana energy. The artificially refined Nirvana pills are relatively limited and cannot serve as the primary foundation to sustain the Dan rivers. Consequently, the untouched Nirvana crystals hidden beneath the Earth's surface have become the unequivocal choice for super sects like the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. The 8 super sects of the Dong, Xian domain, along with many others, oversee regions that contain Nirvana crystal veins. While these crystals may not compare to the renowned Immortal Yuan ancient tree, their practical significance is by no means inferior, as they are crucial to the vitality of these super sections. The Nirvana crystal veins are infused with an exceedingly dense Nirvana energy, necessitating that miners possess at least Nirvana Realm strength. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the violent Nirvana energy, detrimental to human absorption. Those below the Nirvana Realm face dire consequences from the explosion of their Yuan Dan, leading to incapacitation to fatality, and even ordinary Nirvana Realm individuals encounter certain risks. Thus, the registered disciples tasked with extracting Nirvana crystals typically possess strength ranging between the 1st and 4th Nirvana Realms. Are you Lin Shen? A gentle and serene voice inquired, breaking Lin Chun's reverie and drawing his attention to the speaker. Upon the expansive back of the Azure Eagle, a woman clad in a blue palace gown approached him gracefully. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features breathtakingly beautiful, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, leaving an indelible impression upon first glance. While not the most extraordinary visage he had ever encountered, her charm and poise were certainly comparable to that of Lu Ying. I am Lin Shen. May I inquire what guidance you seek, Senior Sister Gunyan? Lin Chen rose and offered a respectful nod to the woman. He was not unfamiliar with her. She was a direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, leading a group of registered disciples to the verdant rocky land for the extraction of Nirvana crystals. Guidance is perhaps too strong a term. Not long ago, Lu Ying mentioned you to me, requesting that I pay particular attention to you during this sect mission. It appears she has overestimated the situation, Gang Yin replied calmly. With your strength at the third Nirvana Realm and your status as a three-seal celestial talisman master, you are hardly inferior to most inner disciples. Engaging in the extraction of Nirvana crystals and fulfilling such sect tasks seems rather beneath you. Ah, I appreciate the concern of both senior sisters. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Lin Chen was not surprised that Gang Yin perceived his true strength, although he had not intentionally revealed any fluctuations. Her prowess as a direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was undeniable, placing her at least above the seventh Nirvana Realm. With Gang Yan's arrival and her candid remarks regarding Lin Chen, the attention of the dozen or so registered disciples on the Azure Eagle shifted towards him. Their gazes now tinged with reverence, including those who had previously shared light-hearted banter with him. The third Nirvana Realm and a three-seal celestial talisman master, such strength had, to some extent, transcended the limits of a mere registered disciple. You certainly have a way with words, Gang Yin remarked with a slight smile. In response, Lin Chen chose to remain silent, refraining from further comment. Indeed, while the extraction of Nirvana crystals may be laborious, it is not without its benefits for you. Although you cannot absorb the Nirvana energy contained within the crystals, the turbulent Nirvana energy present within the veins can be inhaled after being diluted. However, the conditions for this dilution are rather stringent. Only those whose mental prowess reaches the level of a celestial talisman master can achieve it. Of the over 300 registered disciples from the first to the eighth celestial palaces heading to the verdant rocky land, to my knowledge, only your mental prowess has attained the celestial talisman master level. Gang Yin focused her clear eyes upon Lin Chen, articulating each word deliberately, disregarding the many gazes directed her way. At her words, Lin Chen felt a sudden surge of joy, his heart swelling with an inexplicable delight as he inquired. You mean to say I can dilute the Nirvana energy using my mental prowess? For Lin Chen, the prospect of not wasting these 2 months was most welcome. Thus, the knowledge that he could engage in cultivation while fulfilling his sect duties was indeed exhilarating. While it is true that one cannot simply use mental prowess to dilute and absorb the violent Nirvana energy from the veins, the use of the Shengxuan disc, a heavenly grade spiritual treasure, could facilitate this process. Gang Yin explained softly, but for reasons unknown, her expression abruptly shifted, growing cold as her gaze drifted away from Lin Chen to observe the other azure eagles soaring through the dim sky. The Shengxuan disc, a heavenly grade spiritual treasure. Lin Chen murmured, a hint of bitterness crossing his handsome features. Despite his current strength and the possession of 500 sect contribution points, acquiring a heavenly grade spiritual treasure with unique properties seemed virtually impossible. A typical heavenly grade spiritual treasure would cost no less than 15 million Nirvana pills, often even more, let alone one like the Shengxuan disc. Surely, senior sister Gang Yin does not believe I possess such an item, Lin Chen thought, letting out a soft sigh and casting a puzzled glance at Gang Yin, who was gazing into the distance, his tone tinged with self-deprecation, though his expression remained largely unchanged. While he did not wish to squander the next 2 months, he understood that some matters must unfold naturally. One cannot force them. If you had such an item, I wouldn't mention it, Gang Yin retorted coldly. The sudden chill in her voice left Lin Chen perplexed, leading him to silently criticize. It seems that the most beautiful women often harbor character flaws, sometimes even extreme or neurotic tendencies. Gang Yin appears to be no exception. What do you mean by that? Senior sister Gang Yin? Although Lin Chen felt discomfort at her abrupt coldness, his curiosity compelled him to ask. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. This idea was merely a spontaneous thought of mine. If you wish to utilize the Shengxuan disc for cultivation during these 2 months, you must first assist me with a task. Gang Yin assessed Lin Chen with a piercing gaze, her clear eyes glimmering as she spoke plainly. What task? Lin Chen inquired, taken aback. The specifics will be revealed once we arrive at the verdant rocky land. It is not yet time for you to consider this matter. Gang Yin glanced back at Lin Chen and the surrounding named disciples, refraining from saying much to him. She promptly turned and took to the air, swiftly departing from the azure rock's back upon which Lin Chen was perched. Observing this, Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity within him, but chose not to pursue her with questions. Gung Yin's hasty departure undoubtedly stemmed from some pressing matter. Furthermore, amidst the throng, although these individuals were all named disciples of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace and his fellow sect members, certain matters were perhaps best kept from the ears of one's peers. Well then, with merely 3 days remaining, they should soon arrive at the Qinyan Quarry. It would be prudent to prepare adequately. After Gung Yan's departure, Lin Chen settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Disregarding the few nearby disciples who approached with a timid desire to converse, as well as the complex gazes of the male disciples directed at him, women of exceptional beauty, such as Gung Yin and Lu Ying, inevitably became the focal point wherever they roamed, captivating the attention of all men around them. For Lin Chen, being the object of such attention was not necessarily a boon, as he had yet to encounter any jealousy or rivalry, largely attributable to his commendable strength. Most of his time was consumed by executing tasks or secluding himself in cultivation, thus remaining largely absent from the public eye within the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. While Lin Chen was uncertain about the task Gung Yin had assigned him, he certainly would not pass up the opportunity to obtain a celestial-grade spiritual treasure like the Shengxuan disc, which possessed unique properties. Consequently, his sole focus now was to rejuvenate his energies, harmonize with the cosmos, and refine his mental prowess, striving to elevate his condition to its zenith. The distance from the Qinyan Quarry to the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace was considerable. Even though the azure rock he rode possessed strength comparable to a human at the 6th elemental Nirvana stage, its speed of flight was commendable. Yet the journey had spanned 5 days thus far. Time continued to elapse. As the dusk of the 8th day approached, Lin Chen, seated atop the azure rock, suddenly sensed something. He lifted his gaze into the distance and beheld an immensely lush forest, seemingly endless, expanding as far as his sight could reach. The vitality emanating from this verdant expanse was palpable. It was difficult to fathom that beneath such a flourishing canopy lay the existence of Nirvana crystal mines. As they neared this region atop the azure rock, Lin Chen could perceive a shift in the primordial energies surrounding them. The faint traces of Nirvana energy, rising from the earth, imbued this realm with a distinctiveness. In half an hour, we shall reach the entrance to the Nirvana crystal mine. Pay heed, do not lag behind, and enter in groups. As Lin Chen contemplated this, a striking woman clad in purple, stationed at the neck of the azure rock, called out in a commanding tone. The named disciples aboard the rock nodded in agreement, displaying no signs of dissent towards the purple-clad woman's directives. Though her status as an inner disciple did not match that of Gung Yin, a direct disciple, her authority over the named disciples was sufficient. Bolstered by her own considerable strength, being at the 5th elemental Nirvana stage, which placed her among the upper echelon of inner disciples. After the purple-clad woman delivered her instructions, a mere half-hour passed before the landscape before Lin Chen transformed dramatically. Before him stretched a range of mountains, painted in hues of crimson. This coloration starkly contrasted with the previous verdant greens, creating a peculiar ambience between the two. Lin Chen found no strangeness in this phenomenon. After all, Nirvana crystal mines could exist beneath any terrain, and unlike the trace Nirvana energy found within ordinary primordial essence, any site containing a Nirvana crystal mine would possess a notably dense concentration of such energy, thereby altering the surrounding environment. Additionally, amidst the crimson mountains, he could discern some towering structures and the silhouettes of bustling figures. We've arrived. The leading purple-clad woman exhibited familiarity with the locale, casting a brief glance downward before directing the azure rock to slow its pace, ultimately descending in a gentle spiral atop a rocky outcrop. Their landing site was a flat stone expanse, and, as the azure rock settled, several others carrying additional named disciples followed suit. Finally, amidst the gazes of awe from the gathered crowd, a striking red-feathered crane, merely several meters long, descended gracefully. Upon its back stood a poised figure, revealing none other than Gung Yin, whom Lin Chen had encountered days prior. However, Lin Chen did not linger on the familiar sight of Gung Yin, but instead turned his attention to the surrounding named disciples, most of whom were vibrant young women, each possessing a beauty and grace rivaling that of Luya from the Taqing Dynasty. The few male disciples interspersed among them were equally remarkable and could be deemed extraordinary talents in any esteemed dynasty across the Eastern Xian domain. The Nine Heavens Taqing Palace primarily admitted female disciples. Although males were not entirely excluded, the admission criteria were considerably stringent, often even favoring physical appearance. In a sect that prioritized women, while strength and talent were undeniably vital, external appearance could not be overlooked. Thus, during Lin Chen's months at the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. He had encountered a scant few senior brothers and junior brothers, barely enough to count. Greetings, senior sister Gang Yin, and to all my junior brothers and sisters. As Lin Shan surveyed his surroundings, the sound of rushing wind drew near from just outside the stone expanse, and soon, a dozen figures flashed into view. Notably, the badges adorning their chests indicated that most were inner disciples of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace, save for the leading man, who stood out from the rest. The man was strikingly handsome, and on his white robe were depicted 9 lotus blossoms, though the design differed in placement and size from that on Gang Yin's attire. It was unmistakably identical in nature. This emblem symbolized the status of a direct disciple within the Nine Heavens Palace. And accompanying this status was the man's formidable strength at the 7th elemental Nirvana stage. Amidst the crowd, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from the leading man, Lin Shan chose silence over words, opting to observe quietly and listen intently to the unfolding dialogue. At this moment, he felt insignificant and was not well versed in many matters. Thus remaining silent was the most fitting course of action. Junior brother, Chen Xian. You have worked diligently for half a month leading the junior brothers and sisters in the mining of the Nirvana crystal. Thank you for your efforts. The sect has dispatched me in your stead. You may now give the order for the previous group of disciples currently mining the Nirvana crystals to exit and return to the sect aboard the Azure Rock. Gang Yin spoke courteously to Chen Xian, then proceeded to address the matter directly. Upon hearing this, Tianxuan, with his dignified demeanor, displayed no sign of dissatisfaction. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. Since senior sister Gang Yin speaks so candidly, allow me to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of those disciples engaged in the extraction of the Nirvana crystals. The delay in the news from our sect has indeed caused them considerable toil. Junior sister Li, please relay the order to halt the mining operations and have the disciples in the Nirvana crystal mine return here promptly to assemble and take the Qing Jiao back to the sect. After addressing Gang Yin, Tianxuan turned his head slightly to give a directive to the woman clad in brown beside him. Yes, senior brother Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, the brown-clad woman nodded in acknowledgement and transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the distant crimson pit. This delay had been excessively prolonged, and given their capabilities, it was no simple task for them to mine the Nirvana crystals beneath such conditions. Allowing them to return to the sect sooner was indeed a duty owed by us seniors. Gang Yin lightly nodded, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. If we are to assign blame, it should fall upon Elder Su. Had he conducted a proper survey of the Nirvana crystal mine beforehand and communicated with the sect, we would not have wasted so much time by venturing into the perilous Blood Rock region, entangling ourselves in the conflicts between the Dao sect and the Yuan sect. A flicker of indignation crossed Tianxuan's face as he responded, Junior brother Chen, we cannot speak in such terms. Elder Su was saved by the Grand Mistress Wang Wan of the Dao sect many years ago, and he has harbored a profound infatuation with her ever since. However, after the sect war 12 years ago, when Grand Mistress Wang was slain by the previous Yuan sect's 3 kings, his hopes were irrevocably dashed. His animosity towards the Yuan sect may rival that of the Dao sect disciples. Yet he has never forgotten his identity as a member of the Jiuqian Taqing Palace and has steadfastly avoided provoking unnecessary conflict with the Yuan sect over the years. The sudden turn of events this time compelled Elder Su to hasten to the Blood Rock region, which is understandable. But the fact that he sought out Elder Su instead of contacting someone from the Dao sect does indeed raise questions. Chapter 85. Entering. In the brief exchange between Gang Yin and Tianxuan, shadows began to emerge from the seemingly naturally formed crimson pit, surging towards Lin Shan and his companions. Senior sister Gang Yin, they are arriving. After a few breaths, Tianxuan's expression grew considerably more serious upon seeing the weary faces of the disciples who had just appeared. The extraction of Nirvana crystals is vital to the sect's vitality. The registered disciples come to fulfill the sect's miscellaneous duties, while the direct disciples and intersect disciples execute the sect's tasks. Though their responsibilities differ, each contributes to the Jiuqian Taqing Palace. In Tianxuan's eyes, all are working hard, whether registered disciples or intersect members, and all deserve respect. You arrange for them to return to the sect. I will lead them to take over the mining of the Nirvana crystals. Gang Yin cast a glance over the gathered disciples and spoke to Tianxuan in a calm voice. That sounds agreeable. Tianxuan nodded, then waved to the disciples emerging from the crimson pit. Unaware of the continuation of their conversation, Lin Shan found himself somewhat curious. Yet he could surmise a few things based on his understanding of this realm. The Dongxian domain presents 2 distinct worlds, one within the major sects and the other outside them. The brutal conflicts of the outside world, along with the insatiable greed lurking in the hearts of men, are almost omnipresent. The 8 major sects of the Dongxian domain, along with numerous other powerful sects, are far from harmonious. Rather, the rivalries between them are exceptionally fierce, with some sects harboring enmities that have reached the point of mutual annihilation. Whether in the 100 Dynasties War or the Sect Wars, these events are, to some extent, mere reflections of the deeper struggles among the powerful sects of the Dongxian domain. The matter Gang Yin previously mentioned pertains to the long-standing grievances between the Yuan sect and the Dao sect. And he certainly has some recollection of the Grand Mistress from the Dao sect who perished at the hands of the previous Yuan sect's 3 kings. This is a hatred that the Dao sect disciples hold close to their hearts, an unalterable tragedy. It is worth noting that the Dao sect was initially the sect he held in high regard when he first arrived in this realm. However, that sentiment was short-lived, as he ultimately cast it aside. Every situation has its advantages and disadvantages, and with his foresight, he must weigh the gains and losses. Without sufficient strength, plunging into a situation that is unfavorable to oneself from the outset could lead to ruin with a single misstep. There is no need for him to recklessly place himself in jeopardy fueled by mere passion. There are myriad ways for him to cultivate and achieve his goals in this realm. Joining the Dao sect, for one who is perceptive, would undoubtedly be a most foolish choice. To change certain circumstances, to amend the regrets inherent in this world, and to avert tragedies. It is not necessary to immerse oneself deeply. Similar endeavors can be achieved within the Jiutian Taiching Palace or other powerful sections. As the foremost among the 8 major sects of the Dongxian domain, the Yuan sect possesses strength that the Dao sect cannot match. Aligning oneself with the Dao sect would merely place him in the eye of the storm, perpetually ensnared in peril. The sect leader of the Dao sect, Yingxuanzi, is unable to protect even his own favored disciples, let alone someone hailing from a lesser dynasty like himself. One who does not incur jealousy is mediocre. Should he stand out too much within the Dao sect, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of the Yuan sect. With the possibility of facing direct confrontation from the 3 sect leaders of Yuan sect not being out of the question, in the face of absolute strength, notions of fairness are rendered moot. Joining the Dao sect is a path wholly unsuited to him, one that could potentially lead to his demise. Setting out for success, yet falling before even starting, is a common fate. Often, not everyone is fortunate enough to repeatedly avert danger and dissolve crises into nothingness. Revenge is not absent. The time has not yet come. The Yuan sect willingly serves the malevolent forces that plague the Tianxuan Continent, thus sealing its fate as an enemy to him and countless beings on the continent. The enmity between them cannot be resolved, nor can it be overlooked. As a faction of the malevolent races from beyond the realms, the demonic entities invading the Tianxuan Continent have a clear objective: to corrupt this realm and sever the cultivation opportunities for its beings. Coveting the spiritual essence of the Tianxuan Continent, for the sake of the so-called path to the Ghost Demon Emperor, the ruler of the demonic race can wait for millennia, annihilating countless lives while disregarding the fates of many of his kin. Such actions are simply incomparable to the revered figures of the Tianxuan Continent. The demonic race stands as the deadly adversary of the beings of the Tianxuan Continent, yet the Yuan sect willingly serves their whims, persecuting their kin and becoming the vanguard of destruction against the Tianxuan Continent. For this reason alone, he harbors no qualms about wishing for the complete eradication of these traitors from the Tianxuan Continent. However, this is predicated upon him possessing sufficient strength. Otherwise, reckless impulsiveness would resolve nothing and could harm others. In the Tianxuan Continent, he is not alone. He has people in his heart whom he cares for and remembers, those who have treated him well, such as Lin Mu. As Gang Yin and her fellow disciples ventured towards the Crimson Pit, Lin Chun continued his swift strides through the skies, yet his mind began to drift into contemplation. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flickered through his mind. What a tempestuous aura of nirvana. Lost in thought, Lin Chun instinctively uttered a remark upon entering the Crimson Pit, only to regain his focus in an instant. He was not alone in this. The other named disciples surrounding him appeared equally grave, with some of the weaker individuals already perspiring profusely. How do you feel, junior sister? Thank you for your concern. Senior sister. In comparison, the Jiutian Taiching Palace could be considered a commendable sect, possessing a certain cohesion. However, Gang Yin and the inner disciples accompanying her did not pause despite the discomfort exhibited by some of the named disciples. On the contrary, their pace quickened as they entered the Nirvana crystal mine. Once the Nirvana crystals were mined, they could not be halted for long. Lin Chun was somewhat aware of this. though he did not grasp the specific reasons behind it. Fortunately, he was not particularly curious about such matters. His focus lay on what task Gang Yin would require him to undertake in exchange for the extraordinary Yuan Shiheng, a celestial treasure of special significance. The 86th Nirvana Crystal. As numerous disciples of Jiuqian Taiqing Palace delved deeper, the once labyrinthine crimson tunnels became increasingly congested. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. After approximately half a tea time, the figures around Lin Chun began to dwindle, and even the initially leading Gang Yin vanished from sight. As he ventured deeper, Lin Chun could sense the intensifying aura of nirvana within the mind, growing more potent, rivaling even that found within ordinary nirvana pills. Yet, this aura was excessively violent and unsuitable for direct absorption and refinement by the human body. He had previously conducted a brief attempt in secret, gaining a profound understanding of the nirvana aura within the mind, leading him to abandon any impractical aspirations. Without a Yuan Shiheng, a celestial treasure endowed with unique properties, he knew that even with his body forged by the heavens, it would be impossible to absorb the nirvana aura from the mind. Although the aura within the nirvana crystals could be absorbed, it was not as pure as that found in nirvana pills. It contained some residual earthly malevolence, posing potential risks if directly assimilated. As he traversed the crimson crystal tunnels, Lin Chen's gaze lingered on a nirvana crystal in his palm, emanating a faint crimson glow. Nirvana crystals, solidified forms of nirvana aura, varied in size from the diminutive to the colossal, each possessing differing intensities of nirvana energy, lacking the relative balance of nirvana pills. Nevertheless, the advantage of these crystals lay in their natural existence beneath the earth, negating the cumbersome need for artificial refinement unlike nirvana pills. Compared to the most ordinary Yanyuan stones, nirvana crystals, infused with nirvana energy, undoubtedly represented the highest tier of minerals within the Tianxuan Continent. Though there existed energies of vitality and mortality above nirvana energy, such forces were exceedingly rare in the natural world, far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. The nirvana energy within the crystals was considerably milder than that found within the mind, yet even this absorbable energy was not something he could covet. As time progressed, the figures around Lin Chun grew increasingly sparse. In a moment of quiet reflection, his gaze inadvertently settled on several indifferent-faced inner disciples. For every 30 named disciples entering a tunnel to mine nirvana crystals, several inner disciples were assigned to supervise, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, for oversight and surveillance. The reason for this was simple. Nirvana crystals held value comparable to that of nirvana pills, if not exceeding it. Generally, while they lacked the purity of nirvana energy found in pills, only formidable beings at the threshold of life and death could eliminate the malevolence contained within the crystals, rendering them safe for absorption without lingering repercussions. However, while nirvana crystals could not be used directly, the nirvana energy within these natural minds undoubtedly boasted a concentration far superior to that of ordinary energies found in the outside world. Should one cultivate within this nirvana crystal vein, the benefits would be unmistakable, enhancing one's capacity to absorb nirvana energy. Although such improvements might be modest, for those with less than stellar potential, it would be akin to divine revelation. This was precisely why some inner disciples willingly distanced themselves from the sect to undertake such potentially controversial tasks. Named disciples, due to their age, still held infinite possibilities. But that was all. Barring exceptions, most would remain stagnant at the Nirvana Realm throughout their lives. Inner disciples, relatively speaking, fared better, yet many had already settled into their fates, with numerous individuals stalling at a single Nirvana tribulation, unable to advance due to their innate talents. Thus, the prospect of enhancing one's cultivation potential with a beacon of hope that would draw countless individuals, unwilling to forsake such an opportunity. With thoughts of the Nirvana energy within the crystals swirling in his mind, Lin Chen grew increasingly curious about Gang Yan's request. A Yuan Shiheng, such a celestial treasure, might seem invaluable to him at present, yet to a favored disciple like Gang Yan, it was merely a trifle. Of course, his intention to fulfill Gang Yan's task was not to forge any special relationship or harbor ulterior motives. Rather, he wished to avoid squandering the next 2 months. If he could utilize the Yuan Shiheng to assist in absorbing the Nirvana energy from the crystal mine during this period, allowing for a significant breakthrough in strength, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. With nearly a year remaining until the onset of events in this realm, despite the numerous alterations wrought by his butterfly effect, the overall trajectory would not deviate significantly. Therefore, the sooner he elevated his strength, the more advantageous it would be for his plans concerning this realm and the broader multiverse. Harnessing the power of heavenly condensation, if he could not achieve success within the Tianxuan Continent, it would be entirely a matter of his own shortcomings. Transforming elemental energy. He mused, I believe that with your collective prowess, breaking through these fortified stones tempered by Nirvana energy should pose no challenge. Commencing today, for the next 2 months, each individual must extract enough Nirvana crystals to fill 10 cubic meters of their Shengxuan bags daily. Should the cumulative amount fall short by the end of 2 months, lighter consequences will entail extensions for extraction, while heavier repercussions may result in expulsion from the sect. Although such occurrences are rare, I trust none among you will find themselves in such a predicament. As Lin Shun pondered this perplexing scenario, the voice of the leading woman resonated through the tunnel, instantly silencing the surroundings. In that moment, nearly every gaze was drawn to her. Although Lin Shun was not particularly enthusiastic about the forthcoming tasks, he was nonetheless willing to embrace the responsibilities of being a recognized disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace. It was precisely for this reason that, upon sensing the gaze of the surrounding recognized disciples gradually shifting towards him as their leader, Lin Shun refrained from contradicting the inner sect disciples and instead nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with a swift motion of his pristine white hand, a surge of primordial energy erupted, transforming into a pickaxe-shaped implement, which he then forcefully brought down upon the unyielding stone before him. The stone shattered, revealing a scattering of crystalline bodies radiating a vibrant crimson hue. Given Lin Shen's formidable strength at the Tianxuan Nirvana Realm, breaking a stone was, of course, an effortless endeavor. After collecting the scattered Nirvana crystals into his Shengxuan pouch, Lin Shen once again wielded the primordial energy manifestation in his hand, commencing the next round of Nirvana crystal extraction. Tasks of this nature, governed by explicit regulations within the sect, are best completed as swiftly as possible. Had it not been for the assistance of Xiwan Disk, he would not have felt the necessity to remain here for a full 2 months.